Boom! A bizarre bolt of black lightning struck Chen Mu, who was engrossed in the Xianmen Danjing, thrusting him into an alternate realm. The unexpected fusion of advanced technology and the Xianmen Danjing triggered a cataclysmic mutation in his beast taming prowess. While others exhaust their fortunes and labor tirelessly to tame beasts, Chen Mu finds that with the aid of elixirs, he can upgrade instantly. Yet the alchemical processes prove to be rather taxing. Thus, the legend of a new figure emerged in this fantastical land. Robed in white, adorned with ever-present, pronounced dark circles under his eyes, leading ferocious beasts that consume elixirs as if they were mere candies. He has come to be known as the young master of kidney deficiency. Chapter 1. Starting with a dog, all gear through luck. Hiss. A wave of excruciating pain abruptly jolted Chen Mu awake, cold sweat soaking his back instantly. Gritting his teeth, he managed to prop himself up, his gaze filled with terror as it fell upon his right leg. Painful, excruciating pain. Beneath the knee of his right leg, a segment of stark white bone protruded grotesquely, piercing through flesh and the tattered fabric of his trousers, gruesomely exposed to the air. My leg, is it broken? His voice trembled, nearly unable to believe his own eyes. Struggling against dizziness, he frantically scanned his surroundings, discovering he was in an entirely unfamiliar dense forest. The trees here were dark black or deep red, their bark cracked, revealing a molten orange glow seeping through the crevices. Ash floated in the air, the acrid scent mingling with sulfur and charred wood, dry and hot as it filled his lungs. This surreal scene made Chen Mu's mind buzz. What the hell, where have I been taken? Is this still my homeland? An image of the classic expression of a certain professional mage, adorned with a straw hat, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His name was Chen Mu, an ordinary corporate worker in China, perpetually ground down by KPIs and mortgage payments. His greatest pastime was curling up after work to devour various online novels, particularly those about celestial ascendants. Just last night, he had been immersed in an old book he had unearthed from an antique market, Xianmen Danjing. Completely captivated, he had spent 50 yuan on this tome, filled with esoteric alchemical formulas and peculiar illustrations of runes. At that moment, he was tracing the intricate patterns of a 9 transformations Qianquan furnace on the title page with his finger. Then, without warning, a bolt of darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, shattered through the window. He didn't even hear the sound of glass breaking before he was enveloped by an endless void and an irresistible force. When he awoke again, the horrific reality before him awaited. Transmigration? Abduction? What on earth was that black lightning? Before he could comprehend it, ugh! A surge of pain far exceeding that of his broken leg erupted in his mind. Countless fragmented memories rushed in, jarring him to the brink of unconsciousness. After a few seconds, the tide of pain receded, and an overwhelming influx of information merged with his consciousness. Gasping for breath, Chen Mu finally grasped his predicament. He was in a world called Blue Star, reminiscent of Earth, yet suffused with energy particles known as spiritual power. Here, nearly everyone awakens to become a beastmaster upon reaching adulthood. Even manual laborers on construction sites have specialized stone-armored beasts to assist them. Failing to awaken equates to social death. Yet, the original owner of this body was the unfortunate soul who failed the awakening ceremony. Damn it, what a hellish start. Chen Mu couldn't help but curse. The original owner was an 18-year-old orphan, lacking any sense of presence, and was mercilessly mocked by classmates upon failing to awaken. In a fit of rage, he dropped out of school, only to find that the government assistance he received ceased upon turning 18. Without a beast to summon, he was unwanted in the job market, facing an insurmountable dead end. Just when the original owner was about to resign to fate, a twist of fortune arrived. He unexpectedly awakened, opening the Beastmaster space. However, the joy was short-lived, as he had already dropped out and missed the government's opportunity to distribute juvenile beasts. Though those beasts were merely average in quality, at least they were free, requiring only a service agreement. Now, however, the situation demanded he purchase a beast instead. Even the cheapest juvenile beasts were beyond the reach of a penniless individual. Isn't this pushing one towards death? Chen Mu spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. The original owner, driven to desperation, had recklessly ventured into the perilous burning ancient forest outside the city, hoping to stumble upon an abandoned beast. In the end, he found no fortune, only death. Upon entering, he encountered a swarm of lava rats. In his flight for survival, he fell off a cliff, landing with a slip that fortuitously crushed an even more unfortunate creature. The original owner perished on the spot, and in that instant, the black lightning transported Chen Mu into this world, taking over the dying body. Chen Mu exhaled a long, blood-scented breath, digesting this absurd turn of events. What a hellish difficulty level for a starting scenario. His gaze swept to a nearby thicket, where a faint whimper emerged out of a small beast, its forehead marked with distinct muddy shoe prints and its forelegs twisted, was laboriously dragging its injured body backward, its eyes filled with agony and fear. According to the original owner's memories, this was a flame-tailed dog cub, the most common low-tier beast with minimal potential. Almost no one would choose to contract it as a beast. It was usually relegated to the role of a watchdog or pet. Under normal circumstances, the original owner would not have chosen it, but now, Chen Mu's eyes locked onto the small creature, bloodshot with determination. If the contract succeeded, the beast's spiritual power would nourish the Beastmaster, accelerating his recovery. For his broken leg, it was a lifeline. After the contract, he could also store the beast in the Beastmaster space. Even the most ordinary of spaces could nurture wounds, potentially saving this equally dying little creature. There's no choice left. Survival comes first. In that moment, the tenacity of a corporate worker and the will to survive overwhelmed everything else. He endured the excruciating pain, using his hands and left leg to inch toward the wary flame-tailed dog. With each movement, searing pain shot from the broken bone, cold sweat pouring down. Don't be afraid, little one. His voice rasped, uncertain if he was reassuring it or rallying himself. We must survive. At last, he drew near. Without hesitation, Chen Mu bit down on his fingertip, allowing his blood to flow and press firmly onto the cold forehead of the flame-tailed dog, right on the shoe print. Buzz, a strange sensation surged from his fingertips into his mind. He desperately focused his nearly dissipated mental energy, activating the unremarkable Beastmaster space within his consciousness. A faintly glowing contract rune began to take shape within his thoughts. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of resistance and fear emanated from the point of contact. In his consciousness, an ethereal shadow of a fiery-tailed hound bared its teeth and roared, struggling violently. Silence. Chen Mu bellowed internally, extracting the last vestiges of his mental strength, transforming it into an intangible will that came crashing down upon the spectral figure. This was the most direct confrontation of souls. The shadow's struggles gradually waned, and within the depths of its beastly gaze, a flicker of bewildered light emerged. At last, the radiant contract rune flickered and was completely absorbed into it. A blurred yet tangible connection of the mind was instantaneously established. Success! A faint yet distinct warmth coursed back through the soul link. This warmth surged into his mind, alleviating the mental agony, and then precisely directed itself toward the wound on his right leg. The excruciating pain was instantly mitigated by more than half, transforming into a persistent, dull ache accompanied by a tingling sensation. Though the bone did not heal immediately, the near-fatal weakness and the crisis of blood loss were significantly alleviated. Enter. Chen Mu dared not hesitate, his thoughts in motion. The spatial force enveloped the barely conscious little beast, and in the next instant, it vanished from sight, drawn into the beast-raising space that could gradually heal its wounds. Chen Mu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. For now, he had survived. On the edge of this burning, bizarre forest, a man and a hound, two unfortunate souls grievously wounded, had clung to life through a desperate pact. What path lay ahead? What utility could a hound of such low potential possibly hold? Chen Mu gazed at his still twisted right leg and felt the emptiness of the beast-raising space, managing a wry smile. Damn it, starting with a dog, any equipment will have to be earned through struggle. Chapter 2. Desperate Twins. Chen Mu gasped for breath, cold sweat mingling with dust trickling down his forehead. He gritted his teeth, his hands firmly pressed against the ground, relying on the strength of his left leg and core to gradually hoist himself up. Damn it, get up. His gums were nearly bleeding from the pressure as he summoned the fierce determination he had cultivated during his previous life as a corporate drone, coupled with a profound fear of death, to stabilize his body. His right leg was too painful to exert any force, resting only on his toes, each slight contact sending jolts of agony through him. Hiss, at least I can stand. Though walking was a struggle, it was far better than crawling and awaiting death. He warily scanned his surroundings, stifling the intense pain, using a rough stick he had picked up to support himself, and began to hop on his left leg, laboriously moving across the charred earth nearby. Not far ahead, His eyes brightened at the sight of a tattered canvas backpack, smeared with ashes and dried blood, nestled among a cluster of shrubs flickering with faint flames. Found it. He nearly lunged for it, clutching the backpack to his chest. It felt light in his hands, and upon opening it, he discovered its meager contents: a hard rye bread that could serve as a weapon, a deflated water skin, a small packet of pungent low-quality beast repellent, a few rolls of relatively clean coarse bandages, and a rusted dagger. To be this destitute is truly remarkable. Chen Mu couldn't help but scoff, but he wasted no time and immediately grabbed the bandages. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he trembled as he carefully wrapped the bandages around his right leg, avoiding the protruding bone shards, striving to secure his knee to minimize any movement of the fractured bone. After completing this arduous task, he slumped against a charred tree trunk, panting heavily, feeling as if half his life had been drained away. The faint scent of blood in the air served as an alarm in his mind. His own blood and that of the dog left behind were the best bait in this cursed place. I cannot remain here. He struggled to lift himself once more, his gaze landing on a few charred rocks stacked nearby, where a shallow pit could barely conceal him, dragging his injured leg. Each movement sent waves of pain coursing through him. Damn, it hurts so much. He hailed from an era of peace and had never endured such torment. Finally managing to wedge himself into the shadowy crevice of the rocks, temporarily obscuring himself from view, he allowed himself a moment of respite. Leaning against the cold stone, he shakily retrieved the piece of black bread, exerting great effort to break off a small chunk and cram it into his mouth. Ugh, is this meant for human consumption? Yet he knew he had to replenish his energy, forcing himself to swallow it down. Carefully, he took a small sip of water, which offered some relief to his parched throat. Having consumed a bit of food, a flicker of warmth returned to his body, and his mind began to clear. At that moment, he recalled the little flame-tailed dog in the Beast Master's space. According to the original owner's memories, Beast Masters could vaguely sense the state of their contracted beasts through their bond. How is that little fellow faring? He focused his thoughts, attempting to connect. In that instant, a faint thread of spiritual energy surged from his consciousness, precisely piercing towards the flame-tailed dog within the Beast Master's space. Buzz. Chen Mu felt as though his mind had collided with a frigid stream of data. A clear interface, akin to a game panel, projected itself into his consciousness. Beast name, flame-tailed dog. Species rank, high ordinary beast. Level, 1, initial servant level. Basic attributes, strength 8, speed 10, defense 6. Attribute affinity, fire 15, light 0-1. Vitality, 3, 30, endangered. Skills, fireball, LV0 exhales a fireball the size of a fruit pit. Power feeble, bite LV1, basic physical attack. Affinity, 10, extremely alert and anxious. Status, severely injured, fractured forelimb, mild internal shock, extremely weak. Chen Mu was utterly bewildered. An attribute panel? This is not what a contract bond should feel like. Is this the cold, clear data manifestation from that black lightning? Or is it a trick of my transmigrated soul? Before he could ponder further, his spiritual consciousness began to stir violently once again. From the chaotic void, an ancient, yellowed, thread-bound book slowly emerged. The cover was blank. Yet Chen Mu's very soul trembled. It was the Xianmen Danjing he had purchased before his transmigration. It's in my mind. He suppressed his shock and carefully extended a thread of spiritual energy to touch it. Rustle. The Danjing opened abruptly, revealing an awe-inspiring image of the 9-turn Qiankuan alchemy furnace on the first page. As his spiritual energy focused on it, a formidable suction force erupted. Not good. Chen Mu felt his spiritual energy being drawn out, like a floodgates unleashed. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, intense dizziness and weakness overwhelmed him. Just as he thought he would be drained completely, the suction suddenly ceased. Buzz. A deep, resounding hum reverberated through his mental realm. The image of the alchemy furnace detached from the page, transforming into a solid, 3-dimensional phantom pulsating with chaotic brilliance, suspended in the void. Meanwhile, the page was left blank. Still reeling, Chen Mu felt a splitting headache. It wasn't over yet. The Xianmen Danjing automatically flipped to the first page, the servant-level alchemy recipes. This time, the content was no longer cryptic symbols, but a clear stream of information directly imprinted into his soul. Power elixir. Enhances the strength attribute of servant-level beasts. Agility elixir. Boosts the speed attribute of servant-level beasts. Defense elixir. Increases the defensive capabilities of servant-level beasts. Healing elixir. Accelerates the recovery of servant-level beasts' injuries. Fire spirit powder. Enhances fire attribute affinity of servant-level beasts. Spirit gathering elixir. Provides a small amount of spiritual energy to servant-level beasts, aiding in rapid cultivation and level advancement. Blood ignition elixir. temporarily greatly stimulates the potential of servant-level beast vitality, significantly enhancing strength, speed, and reflexes. After the effect wears off, the beast will fall into a state of severe weakness, and overuse may damage the foundation or even lead to death. Each elixir's name and efficacy struck Chen Mu like a bolt of lightning, shattering the despair in his heart. There's hope. He exhaled deeply, a twisted smile of pain and excitement breaking across his face. The spiritual probing is the key to triggering it. He instantly understood, gathering another thread of faint spiritual energy. He reached out towards the flame-tailed dog in the Beastmaster's space. Sure enough, the attribute panel once again appeared clearly. Let us call it a spiritual connection. Gazing at the alchemical furnace phantom hovering in his mind, feeling the flow of recipe information from the Danjing, a singular thought surged with immense intensity. Alchemy. His eyes sparkled with determination. He must concoct elixirs immediately. Chapter 3. Crafting a potion. How did the dog level up? Gazing at the alchemical furnace phantom suspended in his mind and the softly glowing recipes, after a moment of ecstatic joy, the intense pain and dizziness promptly pulled Chen Mu back to reality. He looked towards the Beastmaster's space, where the three-legged, barely standing, dazed little flame-tailed dog swayed precariously. This is bad. A chill ran down Chen Mu's spine. The original owner's memories clearly told him that Beastmasters are connected to their beast souls. If a contracted beast dies, the Beastmaster would suffer severe spiritual backlash. In his current state of grave injury, should the little flame-tail hound draw its last breath, the backlash would likely claim his life. The healing pill. It must be concocted immediately. Chen Mu's gaze was resolutely fixed upon the first page of the alchemical text in his mind, where the brief description of the healing pill resided. This was the only glimmer of hope for the little flame-tail hound and for his own survival. Once the flame-tail hound recovered, even if it possessed merely a meager level of combat prowess, it would far surpass his current incapacitated state, at least providing some semblance of vigilance and meager protection. With this thought crystallized, Chen Mu swiftly began to recall the names and descriptions of the herbs listed beneath the recipe for the healing pill. Bone vine grass, resilient as dry bones, grayish-white. Often found in damp, scorched earth. Bloodberry, a hemostatic moss. Merely possessing the alchemical furnace and the recipe would not suffice for the crafting process. Chen Mu furrowed his brow, attempting to use his mind to touch the ethereal shadow of the alchemical furnace suspended in the peculiar dark space. Yet it felt as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, yielding no response. The furnace continued to spin quietly, exuding an ancient aura, unperturbed. It appeared he must first gather the required herbs. No matter what, he needed to take action to retain any hope. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mu once again used his left leg and a sturdy branch for support, enduring excruciating pain as he began to explore the area surrounding the rock depression. His eyes scanned with the precision of a meticulous scanner, searching among the ashes, scorched earth, burning shrubs, and twisted, charred tree trunks. Bone vine grass, he chanted internally, as his gaze swept over a depression blanketed in ash. Suddenly, a few stubborn roots, resembling thin, pale phalanges, probing through the ashes, caught his attention. Carefully, he used the branch to clear the ashes, revealing several intertwined grayish-white vine-like plants beneath, their tendrils resilient and cold, precisely matching the description in the recipe. Fortune smiled upon him. He had found it. Elated, Chen Mu immediately reached to excavate the herb. In that instant, as he unearthed the oddly shaped plant, he instinctively used the faint trace of his recently regained mental energy, entwining it with his unique ability he referred to as mental connection. Buzz. An unprecedented transformation occurred. The bone vine grass he had just unearthed vanished from his grasp in an instant. Taken aback, Chen Mu's consciousness plunged into the dark, enigmatic space where the alchemical furnace and text resided. He beheld the grayish-white bone vine grass, quietly suspended in the boundless darkness, emitting a faint glow, as if held in place by an invisible force. What? Chen Mu was momentarily stunned, only to be overwhelmed by elation. This mental connection could be utilized in such a manner. To store herbs. He immediately concentrated his thoughts on the floating bone vine grass, envisioning it being retrieved. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the bone vine grass appeared in his outstretched palm. How marvelous! Chen Mu felt invigorated, as if administered a potent stimulant. He then attempted to gather the surrounding soil, stones, and even a small burning twig, yet to no avail. His mental energy swept over them, yielding only a vague feedback of non-target materials. It became clear, this peculiar space, or rather, his unique ability, only permitted the storage of items recognized as alchemical materials by the text. Furthermore, they must be personally harvested and marked with his mental energy. This revelation significantly enhanced Chen Mu's efficiency in searching. He no longer needed to laboriously carry various materials. He merely needed to find those that matched the descriptions, excavate them, touch them, and connect them with his mental energy to instantaneously store them. This ability was nothing short of miraculous in his dire situation, dragging his injured leg. Enduring the agony, he embarked on a thorough search within his limited range of motion. It seemed that Lady Luck had finally smiled upon this unfortunate soul from another world. Beneath a large, charred tree root, which still retained moisture in a shaded area, he discovered a cool, damp, dark green hemostatic moss. In the crevice between a few sunlit, scorched boulders, he found several blood-red berries the size of pigeon eggs, their skin dark crimson like congealed blood. Bonevine grass, bloodberry, and hemostatic moss, all were now in his possession. Chen Mu examined the few materials floating in his mind's peculiar space. Although their quantities were scant, they barely sufficed for a single healing pill. He dared not delay, promptly dragging himself back to the relatively safe shadow of the rocky depression, step by painstaking step. Leaning against the cold stone, Chen Mu gasped for breath, yet could not afford to succumb to fatigue. All his focus plunged into the strange space within his mind. The materials were gathered, but how to concoct the pill? He gazed at the quietly suspended shadow of the alchemical furnace and the nearby herbs, his heart racing with urgency. He attempted to concentrate his thoughts on the furnace, envisioning it igniting and firing up. The moment his consciousness touched the arcane rune at the base of the furnace, symbolizing the combustion chamber, boom, a flame, seemingly born from the primordial chaos, surged forth from the base of the furnace. Success! So this was where the alchemy was to be performed. Chen Mu's heart soared with excitement. He dared not delay, promptly following the steps as recorded in the recipe, carefully controlling the floating herbs with his mind. First, he introduced the bonevine grass, extracting its bone essence. He concentrated all his mental energy, pushing a piece of bonevine grass towards the furnace's opening. As the bonevine grass entered the furnace, its resilient roots rapidly softened and decomposed. Impurities incinerated by the spiritual flame, leaving behind a small globule of grayish-white liquid, radiating a faint bone-like luminescence. Next, he added the hemostatic moss, allowing the vibrant green liquid, filled with healing vitality, to transform within the spiritual fire. Finally, he introduced the bloodberry, merging its sanguine essence into a thick, crimson liquid, exuding a faint scent of blood. The entire process appeared simple, yet demanded immense mental fortitude. Chen Mu had to maintain unwavering focus on the output of his mental energy, ensuring the stable combustion of the primordial flame at the furnace's base, while guiding the three distinct herb essences to gradually approach and merge within the furnace. He felt his mental energy pouring forth at an alarming rate, striving to sustain the flame's combustion and the fusion of the herbal properties. A violent headache accompanied by dizziness from the rapid depletion of his mental power struck him, causing his vision to blur and his body to tremble involuntarily. Beads of cold sweat streaming down. He must endure. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mu summoned the relentless determination of a corporate drone working against a deadline, coupled with a fear of death, forcing himself to withstand the overwhelming drain on his mental energy. Within the furnace, the three liquids, enveloped by the primordial flame, began to merge slowly. Grayish-white, vibrant green, and deep red hues flowed and intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a single globule radiating a soft, milky white glow, no larger than a longan fruit. A faint, invigorating herbal aroma seemed to penetrate the mental space, lingering at the tip of Chen Mu's nose. Buzz! The furnace trembled gently, its lid's ethereal shadow slightly opening, and a round, warm, milky white pill slowly emerged, quietly hovering in the dark space. Healing pill accelerates the recovery of injuries in servant-level beast. Infused with faint spiritual energy. It worked. A successful attempt. Finally, the alchemy process had drained his mental energy to the brink. Chen Mu's consciousness was nearing collapse, utterly exhausted. Each thought becoming an arduous task, his eyelids heavy, feeling as though he would succumb to unconsciousness at any moment. No, he mustn't sleep. He had to save it. With the last vestiges of his willpower, he summoned the little flame-tail hound from the beast master space. The small creature lay limp on the ground, its breath faint, nearly devoid of any signs of life. Come forth. Chen Mu's consciousness was steadfastly fixed upon the suspended healing elixir, and with the last vestiges of his waning mental strength, he drew it forth from the peculiar realm. The milky white pill materialized in his trembling hand. Summoning every ounce of his remaining energy, he pried open the tightly shut jaws of the small flame-tail hound and inserted the warm, healing elixir within. The pill dissolved instantaneously upon entry, transforming into a soothing medicinal flow. After completing this arduous task, Chen Mu could no longer withstand the exertion. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his body slumped helplessly against the frigid rock, succumbing to a profound unconsciousness. In the depths of his stupor, he sensed an incredibly faint energy surging through the bond of their contract, gradually nourishing his parched body, imparting a modicum of warmth and comfort. Simultaneously, the small flame tailhound that had ingested the healing elixir trembled violently. A radiant halo of milky light enveloped its diminutive form. The twisted, drooping fracture in its forelimb emitted faint cracking sounds as the bone realigned at a visible pace, mending. The torn muscles and vessels were swiftly restored by a powerful life force, stitching themselves together. Even the internal tremors were soothed by the gentle potency of the elixir. Moreover, the faint spiritual energy contained within the pill seemed to have breached the thin barrier within its being. A surge of vitality, slightly more robust than before, rose from the small flame tailhound. Its once languid aura solidified instantly, and its dull fur appeared to regain some luster, with the tuft of orange-red fluff at the tip of its tail deepening in hue. Though its size remained largely unchanged, the weakness and daze in its eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a nascent strength and vigilance. Level 1, 2, initial stage of servant level. It had leveled up. The small flame tailhound sprang to its feet, its injured forelimb moving freely, even feeling stronger than before its injury. It cast a perplexed glance at its healed paw, then turned its gaze towards the unconscious human, Chen Mu, who lay nearby, his presence faint. A tumult of complex emotions swirled within its fiery red eyes. This was the human who had suddenly descended from the heavens, nearly costing it its life, and had, while it lay gravely injured, forcibly forged this accursed contract. Anger and resentment surged within, urging it to pounce and rend the throat of this fragile human with its newly restored fangs. Or perhaps it should flee into the night, escaping this perilous human and the confines of this wretched pact. It was now at level 2, though still weak. With caution, survival in the outskirts of this ancient forest might be possible. However, the bond of the contract allowed it to distinctly perceive the utterly depleted mental strength within Chen Mu, as well as the immense toll he had paid to concoct the life-saving elixir. The miraculous potency that had so swiftly healed its wounds and even facilitated its breakthrough still coursed through its body. To kill him? The vague warnings of contract backlash instilled instinctive trepidation. To flee? The contract's tether felt like an invisible chain, binding its very soul and instilling a sense of unease. More importantly, this human had saved it, expending his last ounce of strength. The small flame-tail hound let out a low whine, its crimson eyes filled with struggle and confusion. It paced restlessly in place, ultimately coming to a halt. It neither attacked nor fled. Instead, it approached the hollowed entrance of the rock formation, turning its back on the unconscious Chen Mu, and cautiously settled down. Its petite form stood upright, fiery red eyes vigilantly scanning the perilous unknown of the charred ancient forest. A gentle breeze swept through the blackened trees, emitting a mournful sound. In the shadow of the rocky recess, one human lay in deep unconsciousness, while one hound, drawing upon its remaining strength, began to forge a bond known as connection. Chapter 4. The Birth of Connection, a Night of Mutual Vigilance. A piercing headache assailed Chen Mu, akin to countless steel needles piercing his mind, wrenching him from the depths of unconsciousness. He jolted awake, gasping for breath, cold sweat saturating his tattered clothing. As his awareness returned, the familiar agony in his right leg surged once more, yet it seemed somewhat alleviated. He tentatively moved his injured limb. The pain remained excruciating, the bone clearly misaligned. But the previous sensation of searing swelling, on the verge of bursting, had indeed diminished. What was happening? He gritted his teeth and murmured, instinctively shifting his gaze to the side. Moonlight filtered through the charred branches, casting a scattered glow. Just over a meter away from him sat a small figure, the flame-tail hound. Yet it had undergone a complete transformation. The once feeble creature, with twisted forelimbs, now stood firmly on all fours, its posture alert, muscles subtly defined. Its entire physique appeared to have gained a layer of solidity. Most striking was the tuft of orange-red fur at the tip of its tail, now radiant like a small lantern, flickering gently in the dimness. At that moment, an attribute panel popped up in his mind. Beast name, Flame-tail hound. Species grade, high ordinary beast. Level, 2, initial stage of servant level. Base attributes, strength 9, 1. Speed 11, 1. Defense 7, 1. Attribute affinity, fire 23, 08. Light 01. Vitality 35, 35. Skills, Fireball, LV0, Bite, LV1. Affinity, 20, Caution reduced, beginning to develop weak trust. Status, Healthy alert. It had leveled up. Chen Mu realized with clarity. It was the scant spiritual energy returned during its leveling that had saved him. Though feeble, it had just sufficed to ease his near-collapsed body, enabling his early awakening. The small flame-tail hound sensed the movement, abruptly turning its head. Its crimson eyes locked onto Chen Mu, filled with complex emotions, wariness, resentment, and a hint of struggle. It uttered no sound, nor did it approach. It merely fixed its gaze upon him, its tail flame gently swaying. Chen Mu understood. It loathed him. He had injured it, forcibly bound them in a contract, stripping it of its freedom. Yet he was also the one who had concocted the elixir to save its life. This relationship was fraught with contradiction from the very beginning. Just then, a distant, elongated, and menacing roar of a beast echoed through the air, followed by a series of growls, awakening the nocturnal life of the ancient forest. Chen Mu's heart raced. This rocky recess was hardly concealed. Remaining here at night would be tantamount to courting death. He had to leave, gritting his teeth. He grasped a nearby thick branch to prop himself up. Each movement of his right leg sent waves of pain crashing through him. He concentrated his thoughts, conveying a clear message to the small flame-tail hound. Find a safe place to spend the night. Danger. The flame-tail hound stiffened, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes, but was quickly replaced by alertness. It glanced back at Chen Mu's struggling form, then listened to the increasingly close beast roars, finally letting out a low whine before cautiously turning and making its way in a specific direction. It moved slowly, frequently stopping to ensure Chen Mu could keep up. Occasionally, it would perk its ears, sniffing the air, avoiding any direction that emanated a clear sense of peril. Chen Mu limped along, using the branch for support. Each step an arduous challenge. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fortunately, they encountered no beasts along the way. Perhaps it was due to their location on the outskirts, or the fact that night had not yet fully descended. Eventually, the small flame-tail hound halted beneath a steep obsidian cliff. It pushed aside a tangle of dry vines, revealing a narrow opening behind them. It first burrowed inside, with Chen Mu following closely behind. The interior of the cave was more spacious than he had imagined, capable of accommodating a dozen small flame-tailed hounds. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, mingled with the earthy aroma of dust and a heavy, metallic tang of blood, illuminated by the faint light seeping through the entrance and the flickering flames of the creature's tail. Chen Mu discerned the grim tableau within. Scattered across the ground were charred, fractured bones, some evidently gnawed upon. In the corners lay tattered animal skins, their fur eerily reminiscent of the little hound. Deep claw marks marred the cave walls, scorched black and undeniably beyond the capabilities of the small creature. And large patches of dried, darkened blood stained the floor. At the very back, a small patch was covered in dry moss, where several diminutive resting impressions could be seen, accompanied by a few cleanly gnawed bones and long-rotted berries. The little flame-tailed hound grew increasingly agitated after entering the cave. It sniffed the air repeatedly, emitting low whimpers from its throat, cautiously avoiding the bloodstains and claw marks. After pacing anxiously in circles, it eventually curled up in the mossy nook, resting its chin on its paws and gazing towards the cave entrance. Its eyes reflected profound loneliness and fear. Leaning against the cave wall, Chen Mu understood. This had once been its home, a sanctuary filled with parents and siblings. Yet, judging by the claw marks and blood, none had survived. Only this little creature had managed to escape, becoming the sole survivor. The remnants of the rotten berries and delicate bones were the last scraps of sustenance it had found before encountering him, the one who had fallen from the sky. With a sigh, Chen Mu reflected on their fates. He, a hapless soul from another realm, and it, a survivor of a family wiped out. Now bound together by an unbreakable contract, struggling to exist in this ancient forest. At that moment, a severe cramp surged through his abdomen, the pangs of hunger intensifying beyond what he had previously felt. With great effort, he retrieved a piece of rye bread left by his original self. As he broke it apart, a rich, weedy aroma wafted through the air. The ever-vigilant flame-tailed hound instantly turned its head, its nose flaring as it inhaled deeply, fixating its gaze on the bread while emitting a low growl from its throat. The flames on its tail flickered higher. Observing its frail form, Chen Mu did not hesitate. He tore off roughly 1/3 of the bread and softly uttered, "Here, this is for you." He tossed the bread towards the creature. The bread rolled to the little hound's feet, which immediately recoiled, watching the food intently while glancing back at Chen Mu, hesitant to move. Ultimately, hunger prevailed over caution. It cautiously approached, sniffing the bread, licking it once before immediately beginning to gnaw. The sound of crunching echoed within the cave. It devoured the morsel eagerly, emitting low growls as if warning Chen Mu not to encroach upon its meal. Chen Mu took a bite of the bread himself. It was hard and coarse. Yet he chewed slowly, savoring the sustenance as it quelled his hunger, if only for a moment. The small piece of bread was quickly consumed. The flame-tailed hound licked its paws clean before looking up at Chen Mu's backpack, its eyes brimming with desire. Chen Mu shook his head, indicating there was none left. He stowed away the remaining bread and leaned back against the cave wall, closing his eyes. He needed to rest and regain some strength, whether for healing or foraging. Survival depended on his vigor. The little hound emitted a low whimper but did not persist, curling back into its nest. This time, however, it did not only stare at the cave entrance. Its gaze lingered on Chen Mu for a brief moment. Outside, the roars of beasts echoed and the wind howled. Inside, a profound silence enveloped them as one man and one hound spent their first night together in the shadows. Chapter 5, Spirit Gathering Pill, A Glimmer of Hope. The following morning, Chen Mu awoke in the frigid cave, roused by pain. The meager spiritual energy he had received from the little flame-tailed hound's upgrade yesterday felt like an illusion, quickly overshadowed by deeper fatigue and agony. Still too weak, he muttered through clenched teeth. A servant-level beast would only provide scant energy during normal times, with a slight increase during upgrades, barely sufficient to nourish his injuries. Starving, he struggled to prop himself up and glanced towards the corner. The flame-tailed hound had also awakened, its ears perked alertly, its crimson eyes glowing like two small flames in the dim light. It appeared more spirited than the previous day, curled up with its muscles in its back and limbs visibly firmer. Chen Mu focused on it, then shifted his gaze to his immobile, injured leg. One thought spiraled in his mind. That healing pill he had given to the hound yesterday. The manual clearly stated it was intended for servant-level beasts. However, he had no other options. What if, even if it had only a fraction of its intended effect on a human, it would be better than simply lying there waiting to die? He had to try. Healing was his only chance for survival. Chen San would not easily concede defeat. He painfully propped himself up with a branch as a makeshift cane, inching forward, enduring the agony. The flame-tailed hound observed his movement and promptly followed, maintaining a cautious distance. Yet inching closer than the day before, Chen Mu dared not venture far, exploring within a radius of merely a few dozen meters from the cave entrance. While referencing the manual in his mind, he turned over stones, unearthed roots, gathered bone vines, crimson berries, and blood-staunching moss. To his surprise, fortune smiled upon him, as he managed to collect the materials for a healing pill and casually picked a few shriveled wild fruits. By the time he crawled back into the cave, he first gnawed on a few tart wild fruits to stave off hunger before commencing the alchemical process. His mental state was abysmal. Every attempt to summon spiritual fire sent sharp pains through his head, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The moment the pill took shape, his face turned ghostly pale, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. Clutching the pale green pill, Chen Mu hesitated for a moment before breaking off a small piece and placing it in his mouth. Yet before he could savor it, the fragment was drawn back into that mysterious space, proving impossible to swallow. What the hell? Undeterred, he tried several more times, holding it, chewing it, using his spiritual energy to guide it. Yet all efforts were futile, as the pieces ultimately returned to the void. Damn it, can't eat it. He cursed under his breath, his temples throbbing with frustration. Refusing to accept defeat, he crushed the pill into powder and thickly applied it to his swollen, deformed knee. A cool sensation seeped in, alleviating the swelling and pain slightly, but that was the extent of its efficacy. The external application yielded results far inferior to the meager effects of the hound's upgrade. Disappointment and anger surged within him. What a sham. This wretched book. This cursed space. What purpose do they serve? He vented his frustrations at the stone wall, causing the flame-tailed hound to jump back, emitting a low whimper. After releasing his pent-up emotions, Chen Mu slumped back against the wall, forcing himself to regain composure. His gaze fell upon the remaining herbs, lingering on a few: dewy grass, starvane moss, and spirit gravel, ingredients for the spirit gathering pill, capable of helping servant-level beasts ascend in rank. He turned to observe the still watchful flame-tailed hound, clarity dawning upon him. The healing pill was of no use to him. His only hope lay with it. If it could level up faster and provide more spiritual energy, only then would his injuries have a chance at recovery. Though his head throbbed as if it might split open and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, Chen Mu knew he must seize this fleeting moment of strength to concoct the spirit-gathering pill. The process of alchemy was more torturous this time. Darkness danced at the edges of his vision, and each attempt to concentrate felt like walking a razor's edge. When that earthy yellow pill finally took shape, he nearly fainted from the exertion. He summoned the last of his strength and beckoned to the flame-tailed hound, transmitting his thoughts through their bond. Come here, eat this, and you will grow stronger. The little hound tilted its head, fixated on the pill, its body instinctively yearning for the pure energy it sensed within. Although it remained wary of this human, it was aware of the benefits conferred by yesterday's pill. After a few moments of hesitation, it cautiously approached, sniffed the air, and with a swift flick of its tongue, swallowed the pill whole. As the elixir was ingested, a gentle surge of spiritual energy rapidly dispersed within, prompting the creature to lie down and close its eyes in absorption. Chen Mu watched with bated breath, distinctly perceiving a wave of energy even stronger than the previous day coursing through its body, which reverberated back to him through their bond. The excruciating pain in his right knee seemed to alleviate slightly. Moments later, the little flame-tailed hound's aura surged dramatically, visibly expanding in size. Beast name: Flame-tailed hound. Species grade: high-class mundane beast. Level: 3, early servant tier. Base attributes: strength 10, 1, speed 13, 2, defense 8, 1. Attribute affinity: fire 35, 12, light 0, 1. Vitality: 40, 45. Skills: fireball, LV 0, bite, LV 1. Affinity: 25, initial trust. Status: healthy, excited, full of energy. Level 3. The effect of a single spirit gathering pill is remarkable. The little flame-tailed hound jubilantly bounced about, emitting short yips as the newfound energy ignited its thirst for vengeance. It abruptly turned to Chen Mu, eyes ablaze with fervor, circling around him eagerly, nudging his hand with its nose, yearning for more of those delightful pills. Chen Mu could only shake his head in resignation, gesturing with his empty hands and the remnants of the herbs to convey that he had exhausted his materials and was utterly spent. The little creature's enthusiasm deflated instantly, its gaze dimming as it anxiously scratched the ground. Chen Mu rallied his spirits and conveyed through their bond the appearance and approximate location of the herbs needed for the spirit-gathering pill. The little one tilted its head, its eyes sparkling as if it understood. With a quick bark, it dashed out of the cave. Chen Mu exhaled in relief, fatigue almost overwhelming him to the point of slumber, yet he forced himself to wait. Before long, the vines at the cave's entrance stirred, and the little flame-tailed hound returned, carefully clutching a plump-leaved plant in its mouth, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chen Mu sighed in amusement. Not this. It paused momentarily, then dashed out once more. On its second return, it held a moss-covered stone in its mouth. Not a stone either. For the third attempt, it dragged back a rotting tree root. Chen Mu lacked even the energy to shake his head. Still not right. The little creature, despite its frustration, did not give up. After a longer absence on its fourth trip, it cautiously returned, cradling several slender leaves adorned with dewdrop patterns, dew-gathering grass. Though their quality was somewhat lacking, it was indeed the correct herb. Chen Mu's spirits lifted as he cast an encouraging glance its way. Bolstered by the praise, the little one, utilizing its beastly instincts and familiarity with the environment, successfully retrieved several pieces of star-pattern moss and a few small spirit stones. With the remnants from earlier, they had managed to gather enough materials for another spirit-gathering pill. Chen Mu closed his eyes to rest for a moment, feeling a flicker of spiritual energy return. Though his head still throbbed, he was ready to refine the elixir. He wasted no time and immediately set to work. As he completed the second spirit-gathering pill, darkness clouded his vision, and a ringing filled his ears. The moment he handed the pill to the little flame-tailed hound, it swallowed it whole and promptly lay down to absorb its essence. This time, it did not level up immediately, but its aura steadily intensified, muscles growing firmer, and its tail flames steadier, evidently approaching the mid-servant tier. It opened its eyes, glanced at the exhausted Chen Mu, and suddenly turned to dash out again. Shortly after, it returned, mouth full of larger, plumper wild fruits, placing them before Chen Mu, nudging them forward with its nose, and emitting a low whimper, as if urging him to eat. Then, it returned to its mossy nest, curling up quietly while watching him. Chen Mu looked at the wild fruits before him, then at the little creature keeping watch, warmth blooming in his heart. He picked up a fruit and took a bite. Although still tart, it possessed a hint of sweetness. As he savored it slowly, the little flame-tailed hound watched in silence. The cave was filled only with the sounds of their weary breaths and the faint crackling of the flames. The shadow of death seemed to recede a little, and a subtle connection, born of survival, quietly strengthened in their shared silence and guardianship. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Chen Mu felt a persistent warmth in his knee, along with an unexpected sense of gratitude, allowing his taut nerves to finally relax. The weight of his eyelids became unbearable, and under the gaze of the little ball of fur, he drifted into a deep sleep, far more secure than the previous night. Chapter 6. The Beginning of Vengeance. A night passed, and the cold touch of the stone wall roused Chen Mu from his slumber. Instinctively, he reached for his right knee. It pained him, yet no longer with the excruciating sharpness of before. He cautiously moved it, feeling a dull ache that was far more bearable than the agony of dislocated bones. Finally feeling a bit of relief, he sighed deeply and noticed two piles of items not far in front of him. To the left lay a small heap of wild fruits, significantly more than the previous day and larger in size. Two of them had a jade-white skin, faintly shimmering with spiritual light. Low-grade spiritual fruits? Chen Mu's heart leapt with joy as he eagerly grabbed one to bite into. The sweet juice enveloped him in a gentle warmth, swiftly nourishing his parched body, and the ache in his right knee subsided considerably. The heaviness in his mind and the headache dissipated by more than half. To the right was a disorganized collection of items: dead branches, odd stones, broken scales, stiff feathers, and moss. At first glance, it appeared to be mere refuse, but Chen Mu immediately recognized the valuable components: bloodstop moss, tender branches of bone vine grass, star pattern moss, and even 2 pieces of dew-gathering grass, precisely the auxiliary herbs needed for refining the spirit-gathering pill. This little creature. Chen Mu felt a surge of emotion. Clearly, the little flame-tailed hound had ventured out at dawn to scour for materials. While foraging for wild fruits may have been incidental, the presence of these specific items among the clutter left no doubt regarding its intentions. At that moment, the vines at the cave's entrance swayed, and the little flame-tailed hound darted in, carefully clutching a silver thread grass, hastily placing it beside the pile of miscellaneous items before abruptly turning. Its crimson eyes blazing like burning coals, fixated on Chen Mu. The expression in its gaze was unmistakable. The materials are ready. I want that elixir from yesterday. I want to grow stronger. However, upon seeing Chen Mu's still pale visage, a flicker of hesitation crossed its excited gaze. A soft whimper escaped its throat as its front paws instinctively scratched at the ground. Desire and concern clashed within its being. Chen Mu understood this internal struggle. He offered a reassuring smile, though his eyes grew serious. He attempted to rise unaided, leaning solely on his arms, wobbling slightly, but managing to stand. His right leg felt weak, but he was indeed stable. Look, I'm much better. He conveyed a resolute thought through their bond. As his spiritual energy had mostly returned, sufficient for alchemy, he had to respond to this longing. It was their only path forward. The little flame-tailed hound's tail shot up, its fiery fur dancing with excitement. The last remnants of hesitation were completely drowned out by its yearning. It circled around Chen Mu in a flurry, lowly urging him with whines, as if to say, "Hurry, let us begin." Chen Mu no longer delayed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing all his attention. His mind swept over the pile of debris, skillfully selecting the bloodstop moss, tender branches of bone vine grass, star pattern moss, dew-gathering grass, silver thread grass, and the remaining spirit stones, sending all the materials for refining the spirit-gathering pill into a mysterious space within his mind. The ethereal images of the herbs floated before him. He quickly tallied them: 3 pieces of dew-gathering grass, ample star pattern moss, 1 silver thread grass, and several spirit stones remaining, enough to refine 2 spirit-gathering pills. Excellent. Chen Mu felt a surge of energy, hope igniting in his eyes. He cleared his mind of distractions and summoned the spiritual fire, guiding the essence of the herbs to merge and compress. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of his labored breathing. The little flame-tailed hound lay quietly on the ground opposite him, resembling the most devoted overseer. At last, 2 spirit-gathering pills, glowing with a gentle earthy hue and exuding a fragrant aroma, materialized in Chen Mu's palm. He let out a muffled groan. Darkness clouding his vision as an overwhelming dizziness and the excruciating sensation of his soul being drained nearly caused him to collapse. Cold sweat drenched his brow, rendering his face ghostly pale. "Here," he rasped, extending the pills, his arm trembling slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, the flame-tailed hound darted forward like a flash of lightning, its tongue flicking out to consume the pills in an instant. A torrent of pure spiritual energy erupted within its body. It immediately lowered itself into a meditative state, muscles taut and bones producing faint cracking sounds. Just as Chen Mu felt his spirit wane and his body teeter on the brink of collapse, an unprecedented wave of pure spiritual energy surged back through their bond. It was far more potent and refined than the previous 2 instances. A warm current swiftly spread throughout his body, hastening the healing of the fractured bone in his right leg, gently realigning the dislocated joint, and bathing the swollen muscles in a soothing warmth, overshadowing the lingering pain with an intense sense of comfort. Chen Mu couldn't help but let out a contented sigh, finding it more pleasurable than his last visit to the massage parlor. This feedback not only healed his wounds, but also provided a much-needed respite to his depleted mental energy, temporarily alleviating the throbbing headache. Simultaneously, an even more powerful aura erupted from the flame-tailed hound. Its form appeared to solidify, with a sturdier frame and the sinewy outlines of its limbs becoming discernible. Most notably, its forehead bore a white circular mark that had transformed into a luminous emblem, radiating a gentle glow. Beast name: Flame-tailed hound. Species rank: high-class beast. Level: level 4, mid-level servant. Basic attributes: strength 12, 2. Speed 15, 2. Defense 10, 2. Attribute affinity: fire 48, 13. Light 0-1. Vitality 50, 50, 10. Skills: Fireball, LV1, Bite, LV1. Affection level 40, Trust. Status: Healthy, brimming with strength, excited from breakthrough. Level 4. Mid-level Servant. Comprehensive enhancement of attributes. Fireball has also reached LV1. The flame-tailed hound opened its eyes, its crimson gaze alight with a newfound power and confidence. It let out an excited growl and leaped up. Its movements agile and swift, stirring a faint warm breeze. Power. This was the strength it yearned for. However, when its gaze inadvertently swept outside the cave, Chen Mu seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of cold resolve and profound hatred within the depths of its excited expression. But that look vanished as quickly as it appeared. Overwhelmed by intense satisfaction and the relief of improved injuries, Chen Mu gazed at his rejuvenated companion and smiled with a sense of comfort. Leaning against the cave wall as he drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already noon. The cave was bright, yet the flame-tailed hound was nowhere to be seen. Had it gone to gather materials? Or was it familiarizing itself with its newfound powers? Chen Mu stretched his noticeably improved body, a swirl of emotions coursing through him. He closed his eyes and began to sift through the fragmented memories of the original owner, Chen Mu. Upon encountering knowledge about the flame-tailed hound, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, shock etched across his face. A typical flame-tailed hound was classified as a low-class beast, with a natural talent limit typically capped at the mid-level servant stage, levels 4 to 6, with only a rare few ever reaching the later stages, levels 7 to 9. The servant level was a mere dream, yet his hound was, astonishingly, a high-class beast. Chen Mu's heart raced. By common knowledge, high-class beasts could typically progress smoothly to the mid-level servant stage, levels 14 to 16. This was an entire tier above the limits of an ordinary flame-tailed hound. No wonder its upgrades were so rapid and its feedback so potent. Chen Mu suddenly understood, his gaze fervently fixed on the cave entrance, and on that 0-1 light attribute affinity, as well as the increasingly radiant mark on its forehead. An ordinary flame-tailed hound possessed purely fire attributes. This anomaly was the key to its transcendence beyond racial limits. With dual attribute potential, fire and light, this little creature's future was undoubtedly boundless. Just as Chen Mu's heart swelled with excitement and boundless aspirations for the future, a heavy, dragging sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by the rustling of something heavy scraping against the ground. A faint, iron-scented whiff of blood wafted in with the breeze. Chen Mu's senses heightened instantly, his muscles tensing as he instinctively grasped a rough tree branch nearby, suppressing the discomfort in his right leg. Assuming a defensive posture and keeping his unwavering gaze fixed on the cave entrance, vines were suddenly thrust aside. The bloodied flame-tailed hound, its steps heavy, staggered into the cave. Its body was marred by a myriad of intersecting wounds, its dark brown fur matted with dark red blood clots and dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet within its crimson eyes burned a near-maniacal ferocity and an overwhelming hatred. It fixed its gaze upon the object it was dragging in with great effort. It was the corpse of a beast significantly larger than itself. Its neck bore a horrific gash, seemingly bitten through its throat. The corpse was dark red, covered in thorny, coarse fur, and on its snarling wolf head, a cluster of flame-like red thorns sprouted from its brow. The fire thorn wolf. Chen Mu recognized it immediately. A mid-class beast, known for its ferocious temper, and a pack creature. The flame-tailed hound dragged the heavy corpse to the center of the cave, then looked up at Chen Mu. The ferocity in its eyes dulled momentarily at the sight of him, yet the deep-seated hatred remained unabated. It nudged the corpse of the fire thorn wolf forcefully with its nose, emitting a low, sorrowful whine that clearly conveyed its intent. Enemy. Eat it. Recover. Chen Mu watched the little creature, battered yet fiercely unyielding, and with a pang of sympathy, he fully grasped its logic. It had gone to exact revenge, bringing back prey not only for him to consume and heal, but also to prove its own strength, and moreover, to enhance his alchemical endeavors. Its goal was unwavering, to grow stronger, to exact vengeance. You foolish dog, Chen Mu rasped, without a hint of hesitation. He immediately delved into his mysterious space. Finding enough materials left, blood-stopping moss, bone vine grass tender branches, to concoct a healing pill. The herbs were consumed, guiding their fusion, and a light green healing pill, exuding the fresh scent of vegetation, swiftly took shape. Quick, eat this. Chen Mu urgently offered the pill to its mouth. It needed to recover swiftly for its wounds, and for their shared ascension endeavor. The flame-tailed hound gazed deeply at Chen Mu before bowing its head to swallow the pill. The cool medicinal energy unfurled within it, eliciting a low whimper as it turned away from the corpse, the symbol of hatred and strength, and silently retreated to its mossy nest, curling up and closing its eyes to recover with all its might. Chapter 7. The name of flame is set. Fire burns the crown. Watching the flame-tailed hound, now curled up in its mossy nest after consuming the healing pill, its breath steady and wounds slowly mending, Chen Mu felt a tumult of emotions. From initial wariness and confrontation to a bond forged in contract, and now its efforts to find food, gather herbs, and even risk its life for revenge by bringing back prey in just 2 short days. Trust seemed to have supplanted the unfamiliarity and barriers that once existed. I can no longer call you little one, Chen Mu murmured, his gaze resting on its dark brown figure. We are comrades in arms. You deserve a name. But what should he name it? Little Black? Little Red? Tiny One? As thoughts flowed, the fiery tail of the flame-tail hound stood out conspicuously, serving both as a source of strength and a testament to its fierce, indomitable vitality. The term flame is simple and direct, yet it resonates with a sense of intimacy. Henceforth, you shall be called Little Flame. Chen Mu's voice echoed within the silent cave, simultaneously conveying this name, along with its associated recognition and affection, through their bond. The curled ears of Little Flame twitched abruptly. It slowly raised its head, confusion evident in its eyes, which soon transformed into a glimmer of understanding. The fatigue and pain in its gaze brightening instantaneously. Tentatively, it let out a questioning woof. Chen Mu nodded with a smile and called out once more, Little Flame. The creature struggled to rise, emitting a satisfied rumble from its throat, its eyes brimming with joy at being accepted. It cherished this name. The healing potion proved exceptionally effective. Before long, Little Flame's wounds ceased to bleed, pain diminished significantly, and its energy was notably restored. With renewed vigor, it stood upright again and approached the carcass of the thorned fire wolf in the center of the cave. Nudging it eagerly with its nose and looking up at Chen Mu with fervent anticipation, eat, recover, observing the wolf's throat, savagely torn, yet the rest of its body intact, and contrasting it with the multitude of gruesome wounds and scorch marks adorning Little Flame. Chen Mu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, overshadowed by intense worry and dread. Little Flame, having just ascended to level 4, had faced a foe that was likely of equal or perhaps even superior rank among the mid-tier servants, the Thorned Fire Wolf, and yet had managed to prevail. It was sheer tenacity and reckless ferocity, driven by a desire for vengeance for its parents, that had enabled it to tear through the wolf's throat. What was worse? Chen Mu's gaze swept towards the cave entrance, where he seemed to see a trail of blood. You dragged it back all this way. What a beacon you've been. Chen Mu sighed. Thorned firewolves are pack creatures, and the scent of blood would soon attract its companions, or even more ferocious predators. Little Flame, once standing tall and proud, suddenly froze at this revelation. Its crimson eyes widened as it tilted its head, incredulous, staring at Chen Mu. I won. I brought back prey. Why is that not enough? Chen Mu shook his head in resignation, refraining from immediate explanation. He forced himself to rise and move towards the cave entrance, meticulously cleaning away the bloodstains leading into the cave. Next, he reinforced the vine camouflage at the entrance and retrieved a small pouch of pungent, low-quality beast-repelling powder from his tattered backpack, carefully sprinkling it around the cave. Achoo! 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 The acrid scent permeated the air, causing Little Flame, who had ventured closer, to sneeze several times, wrinkling its face in distaste, and quickly retreating to a safe distance. Having completed these tasks, Chen Mu returned to the cave and pointed to the wolf's carcass and the wounds on Little Flame, analyzing. Look, aside from the fatal injury to its neck, the thorned fire wolf bears almost no other wounds. Yet Chen Mu traced the interlacing scars on Little Flame's body, which were numerous. This indicates you took the brunt of its attacks, sustaining injuries to secure your grip on its throat, correct? Such a strategy is perilously reckless. What was once mere luck could easily turn fatal next time. And these scorch marks, Chen Mu gently touched the charred fur on Little Flame's back. The thorned fire wolf attacked you with fire-based energy, but you have awakened a level 1 fireball. Why did you not use it? Were you still unpracticed? Or did it simply not occur to you in the heat of battle? Continuing to point out the claw and bite marks, he added, your claws are equally sharp. Why rely solely on your teeth? Claws are weapons too. You must learn to wield them. Listening attentively, Little Flame's crimson eyes transitioned from skepticism to contemplation. It recalled how its parents always returned from hunts unscathed, rarely bearing injuries. They had taught it that in the perilous ancient forest, wounds signify vulnerability, diminishing hunting prowess, and potentially leading to a lack of sustenance for recovery, a deadly vicious cycle. Had it not been for Chen Mu's timely provision of the healing potion, it would have indeed faced dire straits. With this realization, the pride in Little Flame's eyes faded, replaced by seriousness and determination. It approached Chen Mu, earnestly lifting its head, its crimson beastly gaze fixed upon him, emitting a low, pleading whine from its throat. Simultaneously, a thought, clearer than before yet still somewhat halting, but unmistakably sincere, flowed through their bond. Teach me to fight, to grow stronger, to survive, to avenge. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chen Mu's heart. Indeed, Little Flame's intelligence had markedly improved. He nodded vigorously. Very well. Let us begin. The cave transformed into a training ground. Chen Mu, despite the pain in his leg, instructed Little Flame. First, we shall train your claws. He commanded Little Flame to tear and shred the thorn fire wolf's tough hide and muscle. Initially, it was clumsy, exerting excessive force, leaving a chaotic mess of fur and chunks of meat scattered haphazardly. However, gradually, it began to consciously control its strength and angle, its claw strikes becoming more purposeful and its bites more skillful. Next came the training in controlling fire energy. Chen Mu sliced off several pieces of wolf meat, encouraging Little Flame to attempt precision roasting with its fireball. This was a far greater challenge. Little Flame either produced flames too weak to cook the meat or unleashed a roaring fireball that incinerated the chunks into charred remains. During one practice, in a moment of anxiety, Little Flame lost control, sending a fireball dangerously close to Chen Mu's scalp, resulting in a sizzling sound and a waft of burnt hair filling the air, leaving half of his hair singed away. Chen Mu touched his scorched, bare scalp, looking at the flustered and frozen Little Flame with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Oh well, he decided, swiftly using his dagger to shave off the remaining uneven strands. Now sporting a shiny bald head, it felt refreshing. Let us keep practicing. Control is key. After burning through countless pieces of meat, Little Flame finally grasped the technique, managing to create a stable, moderate flame that slowly roasted the meat to perfection, releasing an enticing aroma. While Chen Mu was processing the thorn fire wolf's formidable skull, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a crystal, the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint red glow and warmth, an elemental fire core. Little Flame was instantly entranced, instinctively approaching with an intense desire to consume it. Yet, a thought sparked in Chen Mu's mind, prompting him to halt its advance. He recalled the recipe for the fire spirit dispelling pill residing in his mental space, whose primary ingredient was precisely this low-tier fire elemental core. Patience, my friend. Crafting the elixir will yield even better results. He soothed the restless Little Flame, stowing the core away in his mind. Focusing intently, he summoned the medicinal power within his mental space to merge with the essence of the core. The process of refining was simpler than creating a spirit-gathering pill, yet it still bore a burden on his recovering mental strength. Moments later, a rounder, vividly red pill, seemingly infused with flowing flames, materialized in his palm, the fire spirit dispelling pill. The instant the elixir appeared, a wave of fire energy far more concentrated and pure than that of the core radiated outward, causing the cave's temperature to rise noticeably. Little Flame's eyes widened in awe, drool pooling as its tail wagged furiously. Had Chen Mu not been holding it, it would have lunged forward in an instant. Here you go. Chen Mu smiled as he offered the fire spirit dispelling pill. Little Flame eagerly swallowed it whole. As the pill settled within, it transformed into a torrent of pure, raging fire coursing through its body. Its dark brown fur began to sway autonomously, a presence more formidable than when it had first broken through surged forth. Fire affinity, 61-13. The rampant flames ultimately surged toward its limbs, particularly its sharp forepaws. With a low roar of astonished joy, it suddenly lifted its right forepaw, revealing that its formerly white claws were now enveloped in a layer of crimson energy, resembling liquid flames. The flames burned steadily, radiating a heart-stopping heat and blinding light, distorting the air around it, as the temperature within the cave soared. Little Flame's crimson eyes bulged wide, reflecting the dancing flames on its claws, filled with pure, unadulterated joy. It resembled a cub that had just received a cherished toy, or a warrior who had just grasped divine power, eager to demonstrate its newfound strength. It cautiously extended its blazing claws before its eyes, tilting its head to inhale the pure essence of the fire element, a melodious purr resonating from its throat. Ecstasy soon engulfed it. Howling in delight, it spun in circles, its tail thrashing wildly like a flaming banner. At times it leapt high, its burning claws tracing searing crimson arcs through the air, while at other moments it lunged low, raking at the ground, the flames licking the rocks with a sizzle, leaving behind charred claw marks and tiny sparks. Suddenly, it charged toward the cavern wall, its fiery right claw swinging out with a gust of heat. The piercing sound of friction tore through the air. Upon the hard stone surface, 3 deep gashes, nearly an inch deep, appeared, their edges blackened and melting, issuing forth wisps of blue smoke, terrifying claw marks. The rocks struck by the fiery claws even gleamed with a glassy sheen, a testament to the high temperatures. Startled, the little flame recoiled a step. Glancing at its blazing claws and then at the menacing traces on the wall, excitement swelling within its eyes. It attempted to rein in the flames at its claw tips, striving for control, but the fire danced erratically, at times retracting and at others surging forth, proving to be rather unruly. It swung its claws at the air, flames howling, and gently touched a scattered wolf bone with its claw tip, igniting it instantly, crackling with life. In its fervor, it lost track of direction, spinning around. Its burning claws narrowly brushed against Chen Mu's freshly shaven head. Hiss! Chen Mu felt the heat wave wash over him, his scalp burning, and recoiled with a start. Nervously touching his smooth head, exclaiming in a mix of amusement and dismay, "Hey, little flame, aim better. My head can't withstand another hit." Immersed in a euphoric frenzy of power, the little flame abruptly snapped back to reality, glancing between Chen Mu's bald head and its own ignited claws. A fleeting flicker of human-like confusion and embarrassment crossing its eyes. A low, apologetic rumble escaped its throat as it earnestly endeavored to tame the flames at its claws. The crimson fire enveloping its claws receded like a tide, ultimately retracting completely, revealing the originally sharp, now dormant claws. It cautiously approached Chen Mu's side, nuzzling his leg with its head, raising its paw, this time suppressing the flames, gently resting it upon his pant leg, its eyes brimming with an expression that pleaded, "I didn't mean it, see? I can control it now." Observing its proud, yet guilty demeanor, Chen Mu glanced at the shocking scorch marks on the wall and the burning wolf bones on the ground, his heart a mix of awe and trepidation, but predominantly filled with joy for the little flame. He knelt down, ruffling the relatively intact fur at the back of its neck, feeling the surging power of fire within it. "All right, I see your strength. Those fiery claws are formidable." Chen Mu chuckled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "But this is merely the beginning, little flame. You must learn to control it precisely, erupt when necessary, and recede when not. Moreover, combat cannot rely solely on brute force. You must employ strategy, use your mind. Speed, claws, teeth, and flames must all be utilized." The little flame listened intently, emitting a low hum of understanding. It cast a glance at its restored claws, then gazed at the 3 scorched marks on the wall, its crimson eyes brimming with excitement that gradually settled into a resolute determination and a deeper yearning for power. It recognized that these burning claws represented not just newfound strength, but a blade leading to vengeance and survival. Its mission was to sharpen this blade under the guidance of its bald master, making it even more lethal. Chapter 8. The Heavenly Elixir and Potent Enhancements. Witnessing the remarkable enhancement of Little Flame's fire affinity due to the fire spirit powder, a thought regarding light attributes surged within Chen Mu once more. Since Little Flame possessed the rare potential for light attributes, awakening light attribute skills would undoubtedly elevate its strength to new heights. The recipe for the Mingguang pill was vividly etched in his mind, yet the primary ingredient, the light attribute crystal core, posed a challenge for Chen Mu. He surveyed the ancient forest, shrouded in crimson rocks and scorching air, where the energy of fire attributes surged vibrantly, while the presence of other attributes was diminished to a mere whisper. Over the past 2 days of foraging for medicinal materials, he had found not a single light attribute beast, let alone the elusive light attribute crystal core. Patience was essential. Chen Mu quelled his eagerness and redirected his focus to the present. The Mingguang pill remained a distant dream, yet there were more accessible paths to enhance his power. He delved into his mind's depths, his gaze sweeping over the shimmering formulas within the alchemical texts. Strength pill enhances the power attributes of servant-level beasts. Agility pill enhances the speed attributes of servant-level beasts. Defense pill strengthens the defensive capabilities of servant-level beasts. These names may seem unassuming, yet they represented the most direct and fundamental means of power augmentation. After 2 days of cautious searching nearby, coupled with the materials Little Flame had previously gathered, he seemed to have almost all the necessary components. Although each type of pill still lacked a few auxiliary ingredients, slightly expanding his search radius might yield results. Just as he contemplated the possibility of broadening his search tomorrow, the previously tranquil night outside the cave was abruptly shattered. Howling echoed, drawing nearer, imbued with a bloodthirsty excitement. Like an invisible net descending upon the cavern, Little Flame's fur bristled instantly. Its crimson eyes narrowed as memories of its parents' gruesome demise and the searing hatred erupted within. A thunderous roar emanated from its throat, muscles tensing like iron, claws digging into the rock, its tail's flames surging violently, warping the air. Instinctively, it prepared to charge toward the cave entrance. Little Flame, stop! Chen Mu's heart sank, the power of their bond dousing its forward momentum like icy water. Little Flame halted abruptly, turning to fix a desperate gaze on Chen Mu. its eyes a tumult of pain, hatred, and unwillingness, urgently whimpering. The enemies are outside. Why? Chen Mu, gritting through his leg pain, edged closer to the cave's opening, holding his breath to peer outside. Under the sparse starlight, several crimson figures darted through the forest, their scarlet eyes flickering like ghostly flames. The wolves were howling in concert, tracking the scent of blood. The blood of the wolf from yesterday had indeed lured its pack. The very killers of Little Flame's kin. They were a whole pack, Little Flame. Chen Mu's voice was low and resolute. If you charge out now, it would be a death sentence. Think of your parents. Think of your injuries from yesterday. One nearly brought you to your end. A pack would obliterate you in an instant. If you perish, who will seek vengeance? Little Flame trembled violently, its eyes ablaze with hatred. Yet Chen Mu's words struck like a hammer against its heart. It recalled the brutality of the previous day, the look in its parents' eyes. Finally, its head drooped. Yet its body remained taut as a bowstring, fixated on the cave entrance, etching the enemy's howls deep into its soul. The whimpers in its throat morphed into a mournful cry of defiance. Chen Mu felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Strength. He needed to elevate his power swiftly. The effects of the fire spirit powder were vivid in his mind. Strength pills, agility pills, defense pills. These foundational potions were the quickest route available. The wolf pack had searched throughout the night, their howls growing nearer and fainter. Each approach stretched the nerves of both Chen Mu and Little Flame to their limits. Clutching his dagger tightly, Chen Mu focused his mental energy. Little Flame stood like a silent volcano at the cave entrance, suppressing the molten lava ready to erupt. As dawn's light began to creep in, the wolf howls gradually receded. The immediate danger had passed, yet Chen Mu dared not relax. The pack might still be lurking nearby. He couldn't stray too far, but he couldn't remain idle either. Early the next morning, he refrained from letting Little Flame forage alone. Instead, enduring his pain and meticulously leading it to inspect the area surrounding the cave for hundreds of meters, tracking footprints, droppings, and scents. It was a stroke of fortune that the Firethorn Wolf pack had not accurately pinpointed the cave. After a fruitless search, they departed. Yesterday, timely cleaning of the bloodstains and the repellent powder had disrupted their tracking efforts. For the time being, safety was assured. Chen Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant. The search radius for him and his canine companion had only slightly expanded, with a focus on concealed corners, rock crevices, and beneath withered trees where medicinal herbs might grow. Xiao Yin was unusually concentrated. Each herb found signified a step closer to vengeance. Perhaps the wolf's presence had brought a stroke of luck. After a morning of searching, the bounty exceeded expectations. Not only did they gather the essential ingredients missing for the strength elixir, agility elixir, and stability elixir, namely, the resilient roots of iron vine, the wind-patterned leaves of the swift grass, and the shedding of the hard-shelled lizard infused with earth energy, but they also fortuitously discovered some common materials for crafting spirit gathering and healing elixirs. After a modest meal of roasted wolf meat and wild fruits to replenish their strength, Chen Mu promptly set up the alchemical furnace. With the ingredients for the strength elixir added to the cauldron, he directed his mental energy to ignite the spiritual flame, guiding the medicinal properties to merge. The process was slightly more complex than that of the fire spirit powder, but with experience on his side, it went relatively smoothly. A dark golden pill, exuding a robust and heavy aura, took shape, roughly the size of a longan, with subtle muscular contours etched upon its surface. Xiaoyan, give this a try. Without hesitation, Xiaoyan gulped it down. A roar erupted as the pill entered its belly, unleashing a violent torrent of heat that surged through every limb and sinew. Muscles visibly swelled, bones crackled, and its form seemed to expand. An explosive sensation of strength coursed through its body. Strength, 1228. Strength surged by an astonishing 8 points. This equated to an increase of nearly 2/3. Xiao Yin emitted an excited low growl, its paws restlessly clawing at the ground, leaving deep marks. The overwhelming power demanded an outlet. Hold on, it's the perfect opportunity to practice your skills. Chen Mu commanded, directing it toward the rocky wall. Unleash your full might with your claws and teeth. Control your strength. Xiao Yin lunged at the cave wall, its claws wielding immense force. With a tearing sound, fragments of rock flew. What once left only shallow scratches was now being ripped apart, large chunks of stone torn away with each powerful strike. Chen Mu remained vigilant at the cave's entrance while guiding Xiao Yin to precisely channel its strength into its claws and teeth. About half an hour later, the tidal wave of ferocity receded, muscles returning to their normal state, yet its physique appeared more toned and powerful. Strength, 1215 permanent 3. Strength was permanently enhanced by 3 points. Remarkably, there was a lasting enhancement effect. Excellent. Chen Mu felt invigorated and immediately commenced crafting the agility elixir. The pale azure pill, seemingly swirling with the essence of wind, radiated a light and buoyant aura. Upon consuming it, Xiao Yin felt a sudden lightness. Its limbs became agile and strong. As it moved with such swiftness that it left afterimages, it darted through the cave at high speed, weaving, leaping, as quick as a gust of wind. Speed, 14-24-10. Speed soared by 10 points, almost doubling its previous rate. Under Chen Mu's direction, Xiao Yin seamlessly executed skill combinations, dashing, halting abruptly to release small fireballs, utilizing its speed to evade claw strikes, showcasing its speed advantage to the fullest. Half an hour later, the effects began to wane. Speed, 14-18 permanent 4. A permanent increase of 4 points in speed. It appeared Xiao Yan's speed potential was even greater. Lastly, there was the stability elixir. A brownish-yellow pill, solid and weighty like the earth itself. After consumption, a faint earthy glow enveloped Xiao Yan's body, its muscles seeming to tighten and fortify. Chen Mu struck its shoulder and ribcage with the blunt end of a dagger. Thud, thud. The sound was muffled. Xiao Yan merely flinched slightly, showing no signs of pain. Defense, 10-16-6. After the effects faded, defense, 10-12 permanent 2. A permanent increase of 2 points. Though not as substantial as the boosts in strength and speed, it nonetheless enhanced its resistance to blows, albeit it seemed Xiao Yan's defensive aptitude was somewhat lacking. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Yan trained vigorously under the aid of the elixirs. The explosive increases in strength, speed, and enhanced defense propelled its combat and survival capabilities to new heights. The results were remarkable. Bite LV1 LV2 became fiercer and more precise, with greater penetrating power. Fireball LV1 LV2 coalesced faster, producing larger, hotter, and more stable fireballs. Flame Claw LV1 proficiency significantly increased, nearing LV2, exhibited more stable fire attachment, reduced consumption, and more fluid strikes, with deeper and more uniform scorch marks. This day yielded explosive results. 3 foundational attributes were permanently enhanced: Strength 3, Speed 4, Defense 2. 2 core skills upgraded, and Flame Claw approached its next level. Xiao Yan underwent a metamorphosis. Its aura solidified, eyes sharpened, and its dark brown fur shimmered with a lustrous vitality. Chen Mu gazed at his companion, confidence surging within him. The pair shared the fragrant roasted wolf meat, conveying their joy through glances and low growls. Confronting the entire wolf pack still posed a grave danger, yet their resolve had fortified. As night fell, Chen Mu gathered the wolf pelts torn by Xiao Yan during training, preparing them as bedding. Xiao Yan tilted its head, seemingly understanding. It let out a soft whine before turning to dart out of the cave. Moments later, it returned with a large bundle of dry, soft moss and dead grass. Xiao Yan placed the materials beside its moss-lined nest, clumsily yet diligently spreading and compacting them into a thick, soft mat. Then it looked up, its bright eyes fixed on Chen Mu, nudging the grass mat with its nose and issuing a short, inviting sound. Phew! Chen Mu felt a warmth in his heart. Carefully sitting upon it, the comfort alleviating some of his fatigue. Thank you, Xiao Yan. He smiled, ruffling Xiao Yan's head. Satisfied, Xiao Yan emitted a contented rumble, nuzzling his hand before curling back into its little nest. In their humble yet affectionate shelter, the pair nestled together, drifting into slumber. Chapter 9. The Initial Battle's Success. Morning light filtered through the vine-covered gaps, casting scattered specks of illumination. Chen Mu awoke, feeling invigorated, the pain in his right leg considerably diminished. He attempted to stand. Though his movements were slightly sluggish, he could walk normally without clinging desperately to the cave wall. Eating more meat had indeed proven effective for recovery. He stretched his limbs, the improvement in his condition lifting his spirits. After sharing the last morsel of fragrant roasted wolf meat, he meticulously buried the bones. With a sense of fullness and the confidence instilled by yesterday's surge in strength, they stepped out of the cave with steady and powerful strides. Their goal was clear: to expand their search area, gather more medicinal herbs, concoct elixirs, and solidify the foundation for revenge. The dawn in the charred ancient forest, with the heat yet to rise, carried a rare freshness. Xiao Yan led the way, its crimson ears alert, capturing the slightest sounds, while its tail flame flickered as an orange-yellow blaze. Chen Mu extended his mental awareness outward, while also keeping an eye out for herbs beneath his feet. As they ventured deeper, the red rocks grew more immense, and the withered trees appeared more bizarre, circumventing a volcanic area with gas vents. They heard rustling sounds from a nearby pile of stones. Xiao Yan immediately crouched low, a cautious growl emanating from its throat, while Chen Mu peered around a boulder. Before them stood a creature resembling a pangolin but larger in size, its body cloaked in thick, dark brown rocky armor. It was digging into the ground with its sharp claws, searching for something, its short, stout tail ending in a hard bone hammer. the rock-armored lizard. A mid-tier beast of the mundane variety, level 4, Chen Mu focused his thoughts, channeling his mental energy toward it, and indeed, he could discern its attributes clearly appearing before him. Beast name, rock-armored lizard. Species grade, mid-tier mundane beast. Level 4, base attributes, strength 13, speed 9, defense 18. Attribute affinity, earth 51. Skills, burrowing, LV1, shell hardening, passive, LV1, tail hammer, LV1. Status, foraging, alert. Upon observing its attributes, Chen Mu felt a surge of confidence. Despite being at the same level 4, the rock-armored lizard's speed was significantly inferior to that of the current Little Flame. Its strength was also 2 points lower, leaving only its defense as a strong suit. It seemed that after the enhancement from the elixirs, Little Flame had overwhelmingly surpassed its peers in strength. Little Flame, target the rock-armored lizard, go. Chen Mu commanded with clarity, exhilarated by the opportunity to test the results of their training. Its shell is hard, and its tail wields a hammer. Evade its front and tail with speed. Strike its abdomen and joints with your fiery claws. Use the fireball to obscure its vision. With a fierce glint in its eyes, Little Flame roared in response, its battle spirit ignited. Unlike before, it did not charge in recklessly. Instead, it crouched low. Muscles taut like those of a cheetah, its crimson eyes locked onto the target as it stealthily circled toward the flank of the rocky debris, seeking an advantageous angle of attack. The rock-armored lizard sensed danger, halting its burrowing and raising its head in vigilance. Upon spotting Little Flame emerging from the shadows, it immediately hissed a threatening warning, lowering its body and causing its heavy shell to shimmer with a dull yellow glow, shell hardening, while its tail lifted. The bone hammer swaying ominously. Feign an attack on the left. Draw its attention. Chen Mu commanded coolly. Little Flame surged forward with a sudden burst to the left. Feigning a leap, the rock-armored lizard was indeed lured, turning its body to the left, adjusting its tail hammer accordingly. Good. Now strike from the right. Fiery claws. Aim for its armpit. Chen Mu's orders followed swiftly. Little Flame's initial dash was merely a ruse. The moment the rock-armored lizard shifted its center of gravity, it unleashed phenomenal power from its hind legs, pivoting sharply to cut through the gap on the right flank. Its right foreclaw, already ablaze with fierce flames, fiery claw LV2, cut through the air with a whistling sound, targeting the tender flesh beneath the rock-armored lizard's raised right forelimb where the shell connected. With a piercing sound, the high-temperature blade of LV2 fiery claw instantaneously breached the defenses at the joint. Scalding beast blood and shattered shell fragments erupted forth. The rock-armored lizard let out a wretched howl, convulsing in excruciating pain. Beautiful. Fall back. Chen Mu shouted urgently. Little Flame, having landed a decisive blow, did not linger in battle, gracefully leaping backwards, narrowly avoiding the retaliatory swing of the tail hammer that the rock-armored lizard instinctively launched in response to its agony. The bone hammer crashed down where it had just landed, sending debris flying. Small fireball. Suppress it. Chen Mu seized the opportunity, exploiting the rock-armored lizard's momentary stiffness from its missed attack. The instant Little Flame landed, a brilliant red light flickered in its mouth. As a larger and more intense fireball, LV2, rapidly formed, hurtling towards the rock-armored lizard's pained and bowed head with a wave of searing heat. Boom. The fireball exploded, enveloping its head in flames. Though the shell possessed some resistance to fire, the vulnerable eyes and nostrils were scorched, leaving the rock-armored lizard utterly disoriented and writhing in agony, emitting a shrill, desperate cry as it thrashed its head and tail wildly. Finish it. Fiery claw. Deliver the fatal blow. Little Flame charged once more, unreserved in its straight-line assault. The advantage of speed allowed it to close the distance in an instant. The burning claws, fueled by accumulated power and a chilling intent to kill, pierced through the rock-armored lizard's defenses at the moment it struggled in pain, striking fiercely into the relatively vulnerable side of its neck. With a sickening squelch, the claws sank deep, flames scorching the wound. The anguished cries abruptly ceased. The massive body convulsed violently a few times before crashing to the ground, breath extinguished. The battle was swift and decisive, lasting scarcely a dozen breaths. Little Flame stood beside the carcass, panting lightly, its tail flame flickering with triumphant brilliance. It lowered its head to examine its claws, then glanced at its defeated foe, a flicker of understanding igniting in its eyes. Through this battle, it had truly grasped the advantages of speed, easily dodging the tail hammer, and strength, tearing through defenses, while also recognizing the importance of skill chaining, feigned attack, entry, claw strike, retreat, fireball, reentry. The final fatal blow was executed beautifully. Yet the pause following the fireball and the instinctive urge to pursue after the initial claw strike, which had been halted by Chen Mu, indicated that there remained room for improvement in the rhythm of combat. Well done, little flame. Chen Mu approached, affectionately patting its head. Your speed and strength were executed flawlessly. The timing for your entry and fatal strike was precise. However, there was a slight delay after the fireball. Next time, ensure the transitions are smoother. And remember, against hard-shelled monsters, strike and retreat, do not linger. Little Flame listened intently, nudging Chen Mu's hand with its head to show its understanding. It recognized its shortcomings. Yet this overwhelming victory significantly bolstered its confidence and combat experience. Swiftly, they began to process their spoils. The most valuable acquisitions were the heavy shell and the core infused with earth attribute energy. Chen Mu exerted effort to remove the relatively intact shell fragment, extracting the core and edible meat chunks. By the time these tasks were completed, the sun had begun its descent, cautiously returning to their cave with their harvest. They roasted the meat of the rock-armored lizard, sharing it with the remaining wolf meat. After a hearty meal, Chen Mu immediately set about organizing the materials for the peculiar elixirs. Materials for the strength elixir, agility elixir, and stabilizing elixir were all gathered in pairs, with additional ingredients remaining for the spirit gathering elixir. Having completed the inventory without rest, he immediately commenced the refining process. The process was second nature to him now. Soon, the dark golden strength elixir, pale green agility elixir, and earthy yellow stabilizing elixir emerged in succession. Little Flame consumed them one by one. Strength elixir. Strength surged instantly by 7 from 8 yesterday, with a permanent increase of 2 from 3 yesterday after the effect wore off. Agility elixir. Speed skyrocketed by 10, the same as yesterday, with a permanent increase of 3 from 4 yesterday after the effect wore off. Stabilizing elixir. Defense rose by 5 from 6 yesterday, with a permanent increase of 1 from 2 yesterday after the effect wore off. Indeed, as Chen Mu gazed at the panel feedback, his suspicions were confirmed. As their bodies grew stronger or approached their potential limits, or perhaps developed resistance, the efficacy of the elixirs, particularly the permanent enhancements, began to diminish. Relying solely on a single type of elixir to infinitely stack attributes was no longer feasible. He must seek out higher-level elixirs or new pathways. With the elixir's effects coursing through him, training commenced immediately. Today, Chen Mu's focus shifted away from the power of skills, honing instead on skill chaining, combinations, and rhythm in combat. Little Flame, come over here. As you approach, use a small fireball to force me to dodge, then follow up with Fiery Claw to hit my evasion point. Excellent. Do not halt after a missed claw strike. Seamlessly pivot into a bite. Pay attention. I will simulate the tail hammer. Evade with a side slip while preparing a small fireball for counterattack. Control your strength. Fiery Claw need not be at full power every time. A quick swipe at 70% will conserve your energy for a change of tactics or evasion. Under Chen Mu's deliberate guidance and repeated practice, Little Flame's skill execution became noticeably smoother and more strategic. It began to contemplate combinations, moving while casting, anticipating its opponent, darting around the cave with agility. The trajectory of its fiery claw becoming intricate, the timing of its fireballs precise, and its bites sudden. The effects of the high-intensity, targeted training were remarkable. As the training drew to a close, in a seamless series of rapid dashes, a sudden stop into a small fireball for distraction, a side slip evasion, simulating an attack, followed by a fiery claw counterattack, striking the target point. Little Flame's claws erupted with flames, becoming more refined and intense, achieving a new level of control. Fiery Claw LV1, LV2. Chen Mu beamed with satisfaction. The skill upgrade signified a higher base power and improved control, greatly enhancing its practical value in battle. The training session concluded. Both man and beast were exhausted, their hunger prompting them to share the remaining roasted rock-armored lizard meat to replenish their energy. Leaning against the cave wall to rest, Chen Mu rubbed his throbbing temples. Though weary, he sensed that after refining 3 elixirs today, the feeling of mental exhaustion seemed slightly less burdensome than yesterday. Upon introspecting his mental sea, the luminous glow of the peculiar space appeared to shine a tad brighter, and the sense of stability felt somewhat enhanced. Could it be that the continuous cycles of mental exhaustion and recovery had stimulated growth? The thought flickered through his mind. He glanced at the remaining materials for the spirit gathering elixir. There was enough to refine one more. Let us give it a try. I should be able to endure it now. Chen Mu's gaze sharpened, unwilling to waste a potential opportunity for breakthrough. Focusing his mind, he commenced the alchemical process once more. The spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream into the vast expanse, making manipulation decidedly less arduous than before. Upon completing the alchemical process, a familiar stinging pain and a wave of drowsiness surged forth, enveloping his vision in darkness. Yet, he valiantly held his ground and did not succumb. A spirit-gathering pill, brimming with pure spiritual essence, materialized in the palm of his hand. Xiaoyan, Here, quickly consume it for your cultivation. Chen Mu's voice was weak as he extended the pill, glancing at his master's pallid face, adorned with bloodshot eyes. Xiao Yan felt the overwhelming fatigue and pain emanating from him, his eyes brimming with profound sympathy and concern. He emitted a soft whimper, gently nudging Chen Mu's hand with his nose, as if to convey, "Master, do not exert yourself so." Chen Mu managed a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Eat quickly. Do not waste the medicinal potency. I will rest for a while." After uttering these words, he could no longer maintain his composure and staggered, collapsing onto the thick grass mat Xiao Yan had meticulously prepared for him the previous day. His eyelids grew heavy and consciousness faded into darkness. Observing his master's weary visage, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer and swallowed the spirit-gathering pill that encapsulated Chen Mu's earnest efforts. The gentle yet potent spiritual energy unfurled instantaneously, and he curled up beside Chen Mu, closing his eyes and channeling energy throughout his body, guiding the medicinal effects to wash over his limbs and essence, merging into his core. In the cave, only the flickering crimson aura emanating from Xiao Yan and the deep, rhythmic breaths of Chen Mu remained. Outside, the ancient forest of Jinran was shrouded in the dense night, while within the cave, power quietly accumulated in a state of rest and cultivation, awaiting the dawn. Chapter 10. The weakness of beast tamers. As morning light once again bathed the Jinran ancient forest, illuminating the cave, Chen Mu opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. Beside him, Xiao Yan's fur shimmered, and his aura was more substantial than the previous day. They shared the remains of the roasted rock-armored lizard from the night before, basking in the newfound strength swelling within them. However, reality swiftly delivered a harsh blow to Chen Mu. After several days of searching, the area surrounding the cave resembled a field that had been plowed. Familiar medicinal herbs were now reduced to bare soil or gnawed roots. He and Xiao Yan scoured the vicinity once more, finding only a few low-grade supplementary herbs, utterly insufficient to concoct a new pill. The surroundings had been stripped bare. Chen Mu sighed, ruffling Xiao Yan's head. "We must venture deeper." Xiao Yan emitted a low growl, warily surveying the increasingly unfamiliar terrain ahead, his body slightly crouched, adopting a predatory stance. As they journeyed further inward, the red rock formations grew more jagged and steep, twisted dead trees resembling grotesque figures, and the air became so heated that it scorched the lungs. The search for herbs yielded little, yet trouble soon followed. Rustle. Suddenly, a level 3 fire-lined serpent sprang forth from beneath the moss, only to be accurately dispatched by a fireball from Xiao Yan. Roar. A level 4 lava hyena burst forth from behind the rocks, attempting a surprise attack, but Xiao Yan swiftly pounced, deftly tearing its throat with his sharp claws. Growl. The heavy footfalls of a burly level 5 steelback wild boar echoed as it charged, tusks gleaming ominously. Chen Mu's gaze sharpened as a mental connection was swiftly established. Beast name, steelback wild boar, species grade, medium mortal beast, level 5, base attributes, strength 16, speed 11, defense 20, attribute affinity, earth attribute 58, vitality 50-50, skills, rampaging charge, LV1, steel bristles, passive, LV1, tusk piercing, LV1. Status, angry. Territorial awareness, its slow speed is a weakness. Xiao Yan, maneuver and strike its flanks and joints. Chen Mu commanded swiftly. The battle was devoid of suspense. The boar's charge was powerful yet clumsy, while Xiao Yan moved like a flash of crimson lightning, effortlessly evading all attacks. His burning claws repeatedly rending the boar's relatively vulnerable sides and hind legs. Seizing the perfect opportunity, he plunged his claws into the boar's neck. Boom. The massive form collapsed. Well done. Chen Mu approached, pride swelling as he observed Xiao Yan, whose breathing was merely labored. The series of battles, particularly the victory over a higher-level foe, significantly bolstered the confidence of both man and beast. As the afternoon sun blazed down upon the ancient forest, they sought refuge in the shade of a massive rock. Chen Mu produced the freshly roasted boar meat for their meal. Just as they began to relax, a swift rustle, 3 shadowy figures, resembling withered leaves, surged forward with a foul wind, silently encircling them from 3 directions, cornering them against the rocky enclave. Withered Claw Mountain Cat. 3 of them. A chill ran down Chen Mu's spine as he sensed their presence. 2 were level 4, and 1 was level 5. Individually, their attributes paled in comparison to Xiao Yan's. Yet they surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with cunning malice. Xiao Yan, be cautious. Chen Mu admonished sharply, pressing his back against the rock wall. These mountain cats were seasoned hunters. The level 5 one roared deceptively, drawing Xiao Yan's attention, while the 2 level 4 cats simultaneously unleashed their speed, flanking towards the weakest Chen Mu. Roar. Enraged, Xiao Yan's crimson eyes ignited with flames. Ignoring the direct threat, he unleashed his full speed, intercepting the mountain cat on the right with a powerful swipe. Splat! His claws tore through flesh, and the mountain cat howled as it tumbled to the ground. But in that fleeting moment, the left mountain cat's claws, slicing through the air, were upon Chen Mu. He barely had time to jerk backward and raise his arm to block. Thud! Agonizing pain shot through him. His left arm was sliced open with 3 deep gashes. Exposing bone, and blood gushed forth. Ugh! Witnessing his master wounded and bleeding, Xiao Yan's fury erupted, unleashing a deafening roar. He disregarded the level 5 leader's opportunistic attack. Pivoting fiercely, and with a speed and power that defied limits, his burning claws struck the mountain cat that had injured Chen Mu. The power of his LV2 flame claw was unleashed. Boom! The level 4 mountain cat's head, along with a portion of its body, exploded in an instant. The cost was thud. The level 5 mountain cat's claws savagely tore into Xiao Yan's exposed flank as he turned to retaliate. The skin was split open. 3 long gashes appeared, and blood flowed freely. The excruciating pain caused Xiao Yan's body to shudder, yet his ferocity remained undiminished. Using the momentum of his spin, he lashed out with his tail like a steel whip against the leader behind him. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. The leader mountain cat howled in agony, rolling to the ground. A chance for a decisive kill. Ignoring his pain, Xiao Yan lunged forward, his burning claws plunging into the leader's throat, tearing with all his might. The battle concluded in a flash. All 3 mountain cats lay dead, the air thick with the scent of blood and char. Xiao Yan, Chen Mu, disregarding the searing pain in his arm, stumbled to Xiao Yan's side. Seeing the 3 deep, gaping wounds in his ribcage, exposing bone, he felt a pang of anguish that rendered him breathless. He tore a strip from his clothing, frantically attempting to staunch the bleeding. But the blood quickly soaked through the makeshift bandage. Ugh! Xiao Yan emitted a weak whimper, licking Chen Mu's bleeding arm, concern and guilt shining in his eyes. Do not move. We must return. We can leave the items. Chen Mu's voice was hoarse, struggling to contain his anxiety. Using the inferior bandages from the original owner's backpack, he managed to perform a hasty dressing on both Xiao Yan and himself, supporting him as they staggered back to the cave. Inside the cave, Chen Mu quickly assessed their medicinal supplies, his heart sinking. There was not enough bone vine grass, no red juice berries, and the hemostatic moss was also lacking. Not a single ingredient for the healing pill could be gathered. Damn it! He pounded his fist against the cave wall, watching Xiao Yan tremble slightly from pain. Blood seeping through the bandage once more, his heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Without the pills, relying solely on these inferior bandages would result in an agonizingly slow recovery and a high risk of infection. He forced himself to remain calm, inventorying all the supplies in the mysterious space. The major ingredient for the strengthening pill was missing, the swift pill was incomplete, the solidifying essence pill lacked 2 components. And the inventory results were utterly disheartening. The only exception was the materials for the gathering spirit pill, as previous reserves were plentiful. And with the discovery of a few dew grass today, he could still assemble 4 doses. Chen Mu gazed at the materials and then at the languid Xiao Yan. His resolve hardened. Spiritual energy could stimulate vitality and accelerate healing, which was certainly better than waiting idly. He immediately sat cross-legged, enduring the pain in his right arm and the fatigue in his mind, and began the refining process. 1 dose, 2 doses, 3 doses, 4 doses. Each time he guided the medicinal power to merge, it brought about intense headaches and dizziness, his vision darkening, and his temples pounding mercilessly. His complexion turned as pale as paper, cold sweat drenched his back, and his body trembled uncontrollably. When the 4th, plump, gathering spirit pill was finally formed, Chen Mu's mental energy was utterly depleted, leaving him almost in a state of collapse. He shakily extended his hand, offering the 4 pills to Xiao Yan's mouth. Observing his master's unsteady demeanor and the determination in his eyes, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer. It gently nudged his palm and swallowed all 4 pills in one gulp. The overwhelming and pure spiritual energy erupted within it instantaneously. It surged through its limbs and bones like a torrential flood, merging with its essence. This force temporarily suppressed the excruciating pain. A low, resonant hum escaped Xiao Yan as it cast a deep glance at Chen Mu before curling up and closing its eyes, fully channeling this vast influx of spiritual energy to break through its level barrier. The cave fell silent, the scarlet glow emanating from Xiao Yan growing ever more intense. Akin to a nascent sun, under the nurturing of the spiritual energy, the wound began to slow its bleeding and the flesh showed signs of movement. Time passed. Suddenly, a hum, an invisible wave of energy radiated from Xiao Yan's center. The crimson light on its body first retracted, then erupted violently, shining several times brighter than before. Its form slightly expanded, and its muscular structure became more defined. The peculiar white circular mark on its forehead exuded a warm and mysterious luminescence. Beast name, Xiaoyan. Species grade, high-class beast. Level, 4 to 5, mid-level servant. Base attributes, strength 18, 1, speed 23, 2, defense 14, 1. Attribute affinity, fire 72, 11, light 0, 1. Vitality, 55, 55, 5. It had broken through. Simultaneously, a pure and gentle energy surged back through the soul bond, flooding into the nearly unconscious Chen Mu. The intense headache and dizziness swiftly alleviated, and his muddled consciousness regained clarity. This energy also flowed into his right leg and the injured left arm, making the right leg feel more agile and the left arm's wound heal rapidly, forming scabs. Chen Mu exhaled a long breath, slowly opening his eyes. Though still fatigued, the sense of impending collapse had vanished, replaced by a weak yet comforting feeling of survival. He looked at Xiaoyan, who had just ascended to level 5. Standing proudly before him, the wound on its side already scabbed over and in significantly better condition. It slightly raised its chin, emitting a low, powerful growl, its gaze haughty, as if to say, "Now, I can take on 10 foes." Witnessing Xiaoyan's proud and vigorous demeanor, and feeling his own revitalized spirit and improving injuries, a knowing smile broke across Chen Mu's pale face. He reached out to gently stroke Xiaoyan's head. However, beneath that smile lay a profound sense of vigilance. The wound on his left arm and the grievous injury Xiaoyan sustained in its effort to protect him were indelibly etched in his heart. "I am still far too weak." Chen Mu gazed at the heavy night outside the cave, his eyes sharp and resolute. He could not allow Xiaoyan to suffer for his protection, potentially at a greater cost. The path of a beast master is never merely about nurturing beasts. One must also grow stronger. Chapter 11, Scorching Flames Bite. The morning light once again pierced through the dense mists of the charred, ancient forest, illuminating the cave entrance. Chen Mu stretched his muscles, the sluggishness in his right leg nearly vanished, and the wound on his left arm had faded to a mere shallow scar. He turned to Xiaoyan, who, after a night of rest and the nurturing of spiritual energy following its breakthrough, while not fully healed, had a firmly scabbed wound and a stable, powerful aura. Chen Mu took a deep breath of the scorching air, his gaze sharper and cooler than ever. The dangers of the previous day lingered vividly in his mind, and the awareness of his own frailty was imprinted deeply within him. From today onward, things would be different. He spoke softly to Xiaoyan, his tone resolute. The duo stepped out of the cave once more, their goal still the search for medicinal herbs and the enhancement of their strength. However, their exploratory strategy had undergone significant changes. Xiaoyan no longer followed Chen Mu closely, but instead acted as a loyal and formidable scout. It crouched low, vigilantly scanning the area ahead, centered around Chen Mu, and began to explore a fan-shaped region. Its speed was remarkable, and its acute sense of smell and hearing allowed it to detect lurking beasts or dangerous areas in advance. Only after carefully inspecting the path and confirming there were no strong threats or traps would it return to Chen Mu's side, signaling with a low growl or by pointing with its tail toward a safe direction, indicating that it was permissible for its master to enter the area and search. Meanwhile, Chen Mu meticulously examined every inch of the ground and every crevice in the rocks within the safe fan-shaped area Xiaoyan had scouted. His movements were more cautious, his mental energy highly concentrated, always prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Although the yields were not as bountiful as in the initial days, the safety factor had significantly increased. He no longer rushed for results, well aware that survival was paramount for the future. Over these days, Chen Mu's focus had expanded beyond just the herbs. Each time Xiaoyan successfully defeated a beast, he would carefully inspect the spoils. The resilient scaled hide of the lava hyena, the robust shoulder blade of the steelback wild boar, and the hard scales from a beast resembling a stone lizard. These materials, once overlooked, had now become invaluable resources. Utilizing rudimentary bone needles and tough beast sinew, Chen Mu embarked on clumsy craftsmanship. He layered and stitched the relatively flat scales onto a lining made from the soft hide of a harmless small herbivore, creating a rudimentary armor that covered his chest and back. He fashioned a somewhat clumsy but adequately protective helmet by drilling holes in the shoulder blade of a wild boar and attaching it with sturdy beast leather ties. His arms and shins were wrapped in multiple layers of softer hide. Although the protection was lacking, it was better than nothing. He also collected several sharp fangs from a level 6 beast resembling a saber-toothed tiger and a remarkably hard, straight leg bone from a beast. Binding the fangs securely to the end of the leg bone with sinew, he fashioned a moderately sized simple bone spear. The spearhead glimmered with a cold sheen. While not on par with steel weapons, it was sufficient to pierce the flesh of ordinary beasts. Adorning himself in this attire appeared rather mismatched, even somewhat comical, yet it exuded a primitive and rugged aura. Although his movements were slightly restricted, Chen Mu cared little. This simple beast hide armor and the bone spear in his hand granted him an unprecedented sense of security, ensuring that he was no longer so vulnerable to ambushes from low-level beasts. Through days of exploration, Chen Mu had gathered a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. His alchemical plan prioritized the refining of gathering spirit pills. Chen Mu understood well that Xiao Yan's elevation in level was central, not only bringing forth greater combat power, but also the reciprocated spiritual energy was crucial for his own recovery and the slight enhancement of his physical attributes. Inside the cave, the flickering flames cast shadows as Chen Mu endured the fatigue and headaches brought on by mental exhaustion, repeatedly concentrating his thoughts to ignite the spiritual fire, guiding the medicinal powers to merge. In his hands, the materials for the spirit-gathering pills transformed into pure elixirs. Thanks to the expanded exploration range and more efficient searching methods, along with the previous collection of materials from slain beasts, the resources for crafting the spirit-gathering pills surprisingly sustained daily production. Little Flame became the direct beneficiary of these potions, lying beside Chen Mu, eagerly swallowing each warm spirit-gathering pill as it was offered. The pure and overwhelming spiritual energy surged within it, accumulating and propelling its newly achieved 5th-level strength towards even greater heights. After consuming approximately 6 spirit-gathering pills in succession, the energy amassed to its zenith finally erupted. A familiar wave of energy radiated from the curled-up Little Flame, more robust than before. Its crimson glow flickered intensely, its form visibly expanding, muscles becoming more defined and fluid, exuding an explosive sense of power. Beast name, Little Flame. Species rank, high-class beast. Level, 5 to 6, mid-tier servant level. Base attributes, strength 19, 1, speed 24, 1, defense 15, 1, vitality 60, 65, level 6. Little Flame raised its head and let out a low, powerful roar that reverberated through the cave, causing dust to fall from the walls. It gazed at Chen Mu, its eyes brimming with confidence and gratitude. After the breakthrough, Chen Mu attempted to feed Little Flame 3 additional spirit-gathering pills, hoping to maintain the momentum. However, while the immense spiritual energy within the pills refined Little Flame's aura, it could not surmount the level barrier again. Clearly, the accumulation required to progress from level 6 to level 7 far exceeded that of the previous level, where there existed a brief stabilization period. Simultaneously, the materials for the strengthening pill, swift pill, and essence solidification pill were gradually collected. Chen Mu generously concocted them for Little Flame's continued consumption. The results were notable, as Little Flame's strength, speed, and defense steadily improved under the persistent enhancement of the potions. Yet, after each attribute was raised by approximately 3 points, Chen Mu keenly observed that the permanent augmentation effects of these potions on the base attributes were minimal, if not entirely diminished. Even with continued ingestion, only a transient boost of around 5 points per attribute could be attained. It seemed that the servant-level potions, or Little Flame's current potential, were nearing their limits. Chen Mu understood this aligned with the vague information regarding the efficacy limits of servant-level potions found within the mystical pill canon in his mind. To transcend this limit, either higher-grade potions were necessary, or a qualitative evolution within Little Flame itself was required. Nonetheless, the potions were not without merit. Chen Mu deliberately gathered the cores of fire-based beasts, such as fire-lined snakes, lava hyenas, and even a fortunate encounter with a level 7 fire-tailed fox, and, combined with other herbs, concocted a substantial amount of fire spirit powder. This specialized elixir, designed to enhance affinity for fire attributes, proved effective. Attribute affinity, fire attribute 93, 22. As Little Flame's affinity for fire increased, its mastery over flames visibly improved. The small fireballs it released became more concentrated, flying faster and possessing greater explosive power. When it unleashed its fire claw, the scorching gusts it generated were more intense, enhancing its tearing effect. The skills, Fireball and Fire Claw, under continuous combat refinement and Chen Mu's tactical guidance, also ascended to LV3, becoming more adept and significantly more powerful. The most astonishing transformation occurred within its mouth. Accompanied by the faint red glow of the fire spirit powder, its already sharp fangs seemed to be thoroughly tempered by the surging, purer fire attribute energy within, igniting. Crimson flames etched themselves onto the surface of the fangs, coming to life. A wave of searing heat naturally emanated from Little Flame's open mouth. At this moment, its core skill, Bite, underwent a qualitative metamorphosis. Skill, Bite evolved. Fiery Bite LV3. The essence of the skill transformed, advancing to LV3 alongside the level breakthrough. Fiery Bite became the deathly kiss of fire and fong, no longer a mere physical bite. Upon activation, the crimson flame energy condensed intensely, enveloping its sharp fangs, rendering them akin to scalding iron. The attack carried immense physical tearing force and searing heat. As the fiery energy penetrated the wound, it inflicted continuous internal burns, dealing additional damage to flesh, bones, and even energy pathways. With its newly evolved skill, Little Flame slightly raised its head, releasing a deep, powerful roar. Its fangs glimmering with flames, exuding an imposing aura. It looked towards Chen Mu, its eyes radiating formidable confidence and gratitude. The continuous expansion of their exploration range implied an increased likelihood of encountering stronger beasts. Level 7 and Level 8 late-stage servant-level beasts began to appear within their sights. These creatures were larger, stronger, and posed a greater threat with their skills. However, Little Flame, now endowed with superior base attributes, LV3 powerful skills, a fire attribute affinity of 93, and Chen Mu's precise tactical command, possessed the capability to challenge foes of a higher tier. Facing a Level 7 rock armored bear, Little Flame maneuvered with absolute speed, its LV3 fire claw, leaving scorch marks and cracks upon the bear's thick armor. As the enraged bear struck emptily, losing its balance for a moment, Little Flame transformed into a crimson shadow and surged forward. Fiery Bite was unleashed. The burning fangs sank deeply into the bear's relatively vulnerable ankle tendons. The sickening sound of charred flesh accompanied the crack of bones as the terrifying flame energy instantaneously invaded its interior. The bear held in agony, collapsing under the weight of its shattered mobility, and was subsequently finished off by Fire Claw. When encountering a swift Level 8 Shadow Blade Leopard, the battle grew increasingly perilous. The leopard's ambush nearly succeeded. However, after narrowly dodging its ghostly strike, Little Flame accurately struck its abdomen with an LV3 fireball, disrupting its lethal combination. In the rapid clash, the leopard missed its leap and landed, exhausted. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Fiery Bite struck like the scythe of death, locking onto the critical area of the leopard's neck with impeccable precision. The anguished wail stemmed not only from the fang's penetration, but also from the horrifying flame energy flooding into its body, scorching its nerves and blood vessels. The leopard thrashed wildly, but Little Flame held firm, the searing flames wreaking havoc. Chen Mu capitalized on its exposed flank, thrusting his bone spear with all his might. Under the double assault, the Shadow Blade Leopard soon met its demise. Moreover, Chen Mu felt a sense of satisfaction when, upon encountering a small group of 2 or 3 mid-level beasts attacking simultaneously, he no longer remained a burden needing protection behind Little Flame. Clad in simple yet practical scaled armor, he wielded a sharp-boned spear. Though his movements were far less agile than Little Flame's and his strength limited, he was able to seize the opportunity when Little Flame tore through enemies, inflicting severe wounds or briefly incapacitating them, to thrust the spear deep into the beast's eye sockets, throats, or the depths of their wounds, delivering fatal blows. With a thrust, the bone spear pierced the throat of a Level 6 corrupted jackal, severely injured by Little Flame's fire claw, and foul blood splattered onto Chen Mu's scaled forearm. He swiftly withdrew the spear, positioning himself back-to-back with Little Flame, ever vigilant of another approaching foe. The sensation of fighting side by side and providing mutual support significantly bolstered Chen Mu's confidence, allowing Xiao Yan to engage in battle with greater assurance, free from the constant distraction of safeguarding her master. The meticulous strategy, coupled with Xiao Yan's formidable strength capable of surpassing her level, especially with the terrifying finishing move, Scorching Bite, and the marked enhancement of Chen Mu's own protective and supportive abilities, enabled them to navigate the treacherous depths of the Emberwood Forest. Although their explorations remained fraught with peril, they consistently transformed danger into safety, managing to keep threats within tolerable limits. The daily abundance of nourishing, energy-rich beast meat fortified both the man and the dog, invigorating their vitality and enhancing their stamina. Within the cave, their stock of dried meat steadily increased, and the corners began to fill with various beast materials that had undergone preliminary processing: resilient hides, heavy bones, sharp claws, and a modest collection of precious crystal cores. Compared to the initial days of scarcity, when they teetered on the brink of life and death, the recent days finally offered a semblance of stability and security. As night fell, the crackling of the campfire echoed softly, casting flickering light that illuminated the cave. Chen Mu meticulously cleaned the dried blood from the tip of his bone spear while inspecting the new scratches and wear on his scaled armor. Xiao Yan lay quietly beside him, occasionally licking the fully scabbed wound on her ribs, where new flesh was stubbornly emerging. At times, she would unconsciously part her jaws slightly, gazing towards the fire, her fangs adorned with mysterious crimson patterns that seemed to come alive, shimmering in the light as if imbibing the essence of fire. Engaged in an instinctual refinement, Chen Mu's gaze lingered on Xiao Yan's fangs, imbued with a fierce energy. Feeling within him the resurgence of vitality due to Xiao Yan's evolution and her continued nurturing of him. His body had regained much of its former prowess, and his right leg moved with an agility akin to that of an ordinary person, filling him with a sense of gratification, yet also a palpable urgency. Xiao Yan had reached level 6, experiencing a qualitative leap in her combat capabilities, particularly with the advent of Scorching Bite, which bestowed upon her the potential to dominate her peers and even slay those of higher rank. She had finally shed her mere burdensome identity, acquiring rudimentary self-defense and support capabilities. However, the bottleneck presented by medicinal pills loomed like an invisible wall, starkly obstructing their path. The effects of major strength pills, swift pills, and foundation pills on permanent enhancement of basic attributes had nearly faded, and while concentration pills could facilitate the accumulation of spiritual energy, the requirements to break through to level 7 were evidently far greater than those for level 6. The resources provided by this relatively familiar region appeared to be reaching their limits, and the path to further rapid advancement seemed to have reached a dead end. Contemplating the flickering flames, Chen Mu's thoughts swirled. As dawn's gentle light spilled once more, Chen Mu and Xiao Yan tread upon the dew-soaked, charred earth, continuing their exploration into the depths of the emberwood forest. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding air felt increasingly stagnant and scorching, infused with a faint yet pervasive scent of decay. Suddenly, Chen Mu's steps halted abruptly at the sight before him. A distinctly different grove materialized at the edge of his vision. Towering ancient trees, unlike the blackened or crimson ones typical of the emberwood forest, stood as harbingers of lifelessness. Their bark dry and cracked, twisted branches resembling ghostly claws reaching towards the leaden gray sky. More unsettling was the thin, omnipresent veil of black mist that shrouded the entire grove. The mist flowed languidly, exuding a bone-chilling coldness that clashed starkly with the overall intensity of the emberwood forest. Through the sparse fog, the ground, darkened and littered with pale remnants, revealed an array of animal bones, and perhaps even some humanoid remains. A shiver raced up Chen Mu's spine. He suddenly recalled the ominous name he had gleaned from fragmented, cryptic intelligence reports before entering the forest, the Misty Grove. The reports had warned that this eerie forest stretched for dozens of kilometers, recognized as one of the most notorious death zones within the emberwood forest. Neither mortals nor even powerful beast tamers had ever returned alive after venturing too deeply within. It was a well-known no-man's land among the beast tamers of Dongxia, particularly within the circles of Yanhuang City, where all explorers instinctively chose to steer clear. Whispering the name Misty Grove, Chen Mu felt his heart race uncontrollably. A place feared even by high-level beast tamers was certainly a realm of certain death for a mere apprentice beast tamer like him. Instinctively, he considered retreating with Xiao Yan. Just as he prepared to turn away, a flicker of unusual color caught his peripheral vision at the edge of the Misty Grove, near the thinning mist. It was a peculiar plant, rooted in the decaying black soil. Its stem bore an eerie dark red hue, reminiscent of congealed blood, crowned with several fist-sized blossoms. The petals flickered like flames, exuding an enchanting and vivid scarlet, while the core resembled a pulsing ember, radiating a searing heat that starkly contrasted with the surrounding frigid mist. Bloodfire flower, the primary ingredient for concocting the bloodfire pill. Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. The physical characteristics described in the alchemical texts perfectly matched the plant before him. What sent a thrill through him was the realization that deeper within the desolate grove, amidst the swirling mist, more glimmers of scarlet appeared to shimmer, indicating the presence of even more bloodfire flowers. The immense temptation coiled around Chen Mu's heart like a venomous serpent. At that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly emitted a suppressed growl. Chen Mu turned to look, his heart sinking. He saw that Xiao Yan's formerly clear and keen red eyes were now tainted with an ominous crimson hue. Her breathing had grown labored, muscles taut, tail agitatedly thrashing, and her gaze bore an unsettling ferocity as she emitted low, threatening growls towards the misty grove. This was dire. It was the dissipating black mist. Chen Mu quickly realized. He had inhaled little due to his distance and heightened alertness, but Xiao Yan, who had been exploring ahead, had evidently fallen under the influence of this eerie mist. It seemed to amplify negative emotions in living beings, particularly hatred. Xiao Yan, snap out of it. Chen Mu called out sharply, suppressing his own greed and agitation at the sight of the bloodfire flowers. He understood that they could not linger here. Seizing the nearest bloodfire flower, he yanked at the fur on Xiao Yan's neck, urging, "Let us go. We must leave this place." Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily at the tug, a flicker of rebellion flashing in her crimson eyes. Yet the trust forged over time, and her instinctual response to Chen Mu's command momentarily quelled her agitation. She growled softly, casting a reluctant final glance at the enticing red depths of the misty grove before swiftly following Chen Mu away from the perilous edge of this deathly region. The duo traversed the boundary of the misty grove, moving quickly in a different direction for approximately half an hour. Only when the chilling aura of the black mist was completely replaced by the searing warmth of the air did the crimson hue in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually fade, returning to clarity, though her spirits remained noticeably subdued and tinged with residual agitation. Chen Mu exhaled in relief, his taut nerves finally easing. They arrived at a relatively gentle hillside, adorned with low, heat-resistant shrubs. Chen Mu intended to pause here momentarily to calm the lingering trepidation from their recent encounter with the misty forest. "Let us rest for a while, Xiao Yan," he said, patting a large stone beside him as he prepared to sit down. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The previously restless Xiao Yan suddenly flared its nostrils. Its ears erect and attentive, it abruptly pivoted towards another direction on the slope, emitting a low growl that Chen Mu had never before encountered, a deep, resonant sound imbued with acute vigilance, profound hatred, and a peculiar familiarity. In an instant, perhaps triggered by the remnants of the misty forest's dark fog, Xiao Yan's eyes, which had just lost their crimson hue, were suddenly drenched in a crimson tide, akin to ink spilling across its pupils. In that fiery red, all rationality vanished, leaving only the most primal, savage intent to kill and the flames of vengeance. With an earth-shattering roar, filled with boundless animosity and bordering on madness, Xiao Yan surged forth like a blood arrow, transforming into an uncontrollable bolt of scarlet lightning as it charged down the slope towards the dense forest. Heedless of anything in its path, the speed was such that Chen Mu could barely react. "Xiao Yan, stop!" Chen Mu felt his heart leap into his throat. Gripped by an ominous premonition, as he shouted desperately, he drew his bone spear and raced after the direction in which Xiao Yan had vanished. He was nearly certain that the only thing capable of driving Xiao Yan to such madness was one possibility: passing through a dense grove of charred trees. The scene before him suddenly opened up, freezing his blood in horror. In a clearing among the trees, a brutal battle was unfolding. Xiao Yan, drenched in blood, was being relentlessly besieged by a pack of robust wolf-like beasts, each covered in fiery red spines. These were the fire-spined wolves. Their numbers were formidable, easily numbering in the dozens. Ranging from levels 4 to 8, they were exceptionally ferocious, utilizing their numerical advantage to incessantly bite and tear. Xiao Yan was already marked with deep claw and bite wounds, blood staining its fiery fur, yet it continued to fight with fierce determination. Each time it unleashed a scorching bite, it claimed the life of a fire-spined wolf, and each flame claw could shred through tough hides. Nevertheless, it was evidently locked in a desperate struggle, entangled by the wolves, facing imminent peril. Meanwhile, perched atop a jutting rock, a particularly massive and fearsome fire-spined wolf observed the chaos below with cold indifference. Its spines were longer and sharper, glinting with a metallic sheen, and a prominent silver stripe adorned its forehead. It did not join the fray, but rather surveyed Xiao Yan's frantic movements among the wolves with a gaze filled with disdain. As if to say, "You are too weak. You are not worthy of my personal attention." Concealed behind a massive boulder, Chen Mu's heart raced, and he held his breath. Forcing himself to remain calm, he activated his mental link ability, focusing intently on the Wolf King. Beast name: Fire-Spined Wolf King. Species rank: Low-grade Spirit Beast. Level: 10, Peak of Servant Grade. Base attributes: Strength 29, Speed 34, Defense 26. Vitality: 120, 120. Skills: Rending Claw LV4, Lethal Pounce LV4, Thorny Storm LV3, Spiked Armor, Passive. Pack Call, Aura, Passive. The moment the data flooded back to him, a chill shot up Chen Mu's spine. A spirit beast. This was the first entity he had encountered since his arrival that surpassed the ordinary beast rank. A terrifying level 10 servant grade being. Its formidable attributes of strength and speed utterly eclipsed Xiao Yan's measly 22 strength and 27 speed. Xiao Yan's once proud advantage in speed was rendered insignificant before the Wolf King. With a defense of merely 25 points, Xiao Yan's attacks seemed feeble in comparison, especially with dozens of fearless fire-spined wolf minions at play. "Xiao Yan, retreat. Immediately retreat." Chen Mu frantically transmitted his commands through their mental link, his voice laced with urgency and fear. Yet, the only response he received was the overwhelming crimson hatred emanating from the depths of Xiao Yan's soul, drowning out any rational thought. It completely disregarded Chen Mu's orders. Its focus solely on the fire-spined wolves that had torn apart its parents and kin, and on the Wolf King that towered above, looking down upon it with contempt. Ignoring the agony of its wounds, it launched itself into even fiercer attacks, as if willing to expend its very life in pursuit of vengeance. Damn it! Chen Mu watched in despair as Xiao Yan's injuries multiplied, its movements slowing due to the pain and exhaustion, becoming increasingly vulnerable to the onslaught of wolves. His heart bled for it. He could wait no longer. The elixirs. Yes, the elixirs. Chen Mu clung to this lifeline of hope. He concentrated his mind instantly, reaching into the mystical space within his mind. There lay the last few remaining elixirs, one each of strength elixir, agility elixir, vitality elixir, and healing elixir. This was his final gambit, transmitting them to Xiao Yan. With a mere thought, the extraordinary power of his mental connection manifested once more. The 4 elixirs traversed the spatial distance in an instant, appearing directly within Xiao Yan's body. This was another remarkable use of the unique talent he had discovered over the past few days, through the mental link. He could instantaneously transfer any elixir stored in his mysterious mental space to the target of the link. Buzz. Xiao Yan's body trembled violently. Muscles swelled as if inflated. Veins visible beneath its skin, an explosive surge of power coursing through it. Strength 5 to 27. Its limbs seemed to be imbued with the essence of the wind and thunder, its speed elevating to a new echelon, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Speed 5 to 32. The muscles and bones beneath its fur appeared to be coated with an invisible resilience, significantly enhancing its defense. Defense 5 to 23. Simultaneously, a gentle warmth spread throughout its body, rapidly staunching the bleeding from its wounds, allowing them to clot visibly. Roar. Feeling the volatile power surging within, Xiao Yan unleashed a thunderous roar. Its crimson eyes appeared even more ferocious with the influx of strength. It executed a swift turn, its fiery claws instantly eviscerating 2 level 6 fire-spined wolves. Then, with a ferocious, scorching bite, its fangs, entwined in an even more intense flame, precisely crushed the throat of another level 7 fire-spined wolf. The terrifying fire energy surged in, incinerating its innards. In the blink of an eye, 3 primary-level fire-spined wolves lay dead. The pack's assault faltered momentarily. However, the Wolf King atop the rock revealed its true, chilling intent for the first time. It seemed to realize that this mad creature had become unexpectedly formidable, and the wolf pack could no longer afford to waste their efforts. Awoo! The Wolf King emitted a commanding and cold howl, its enormous form leaping from the rock like a meteor. The terrifying burst of speed, enhanced by its speed of 39, allowed Chen Mu to perceive only a blur, a red shadow slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. This was the portent of the skill, lethal pounce. Bang! A dull thud echoed. With a surge of speed now at 32, Xiao Yan narrowly evaded the Wolf King's lethal strike aimed at its throat. But the Wolf King's massive paw, accompanied by a deafening roar, crashed down onto its shoulder blade. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing reverberated through the air. At the same time, the spot where Xiao Yan was struck split open, revealing 3 deep claw marks down to the bone, blood gushing forth like a stream. Xiao Yan was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a charred tree, which splintered upon impact. The scapula visibly sank, and the recently scabbed wound burst open anew, blood gushing forth. The ferocity of the Wolf King, combined with the brutal, rending claw LV4, inflicted a devastating blow upon Xiao Yan. This was merely the beginning. The Wolf King afforded Xiao Yan no respite. Amidst the cover and harassment of the wolf pack, its assaults rained down like a tempest. The sharp claws, glinting with the chilling aura of rending claw, could cleave stone with each slash. Although Xiao Yan's fiery fangs could inflict some damage on the Wolf King, its formidable defense of 26 points, coupled with the retaliatory strikes from spiked armor and its immense vitality, allowed it to withstand the blows and retaliate even more lethally. Bang! The claws struck the abdomen. Sizzle! The rending claw sliced across the back. Crack! The wolf's tail lashed like a steel whip against the hind leg. In mere seconds of skirmishing, Xiao Yan was ravaged like a rag doll under the Wolf King's onslaught. The temporary enhancement of attributes was but a drop in the bucket against the overwhelming disparity in strength and the viciousness of the skills. Its breath waned visibly. Multiple gaping wounds continued to bleed profusely, and its crimson eyes brimmed with pain and unwillingness. Yet, that deep-seated hatred sustained it, preventing its collapse as it fought back fiercely, biting and clawing. No, Xiao Yan. Chen Mu's heart twisted in agony, his soul feeling as though it were being torn asunder. Watching Xiao Yan struggle under the Wolf King's claws, battered and bruised, he felt as if his very essence was being shredded. He could not afford to lose Xiao Yan. Absolutely not. Chapter 13, Blood-Fueled Revenge. Blood-Fueled Pill. This forbidden name blazed like a final torch in his despairing mind. Materials. The primary ingredient for the blood-fueled pill, the blood-fueled flower, had just been harvested. The other auxiliary materials had also been gathered in these past few days. However, one crucial harmonizing component was still lacking, the bloodvine root. Without it, the pill's ferocious power could not be balanced, and the consequences would be dire. There was no time to ponder. A substitute. He must find a substitute. Chen Mu's mind raced in desperation. He suddenly recalled that a few days prior, while slaying a level 7 venomous lizard, he had gathered a root known as calming herb, which was described as possessing a faint toxicity but capable of soothing qi and blood. It could harmonize with the bloodvine root to temper the medicinal potency, albeit with slightly inferior effects. But at this moment, it was the only material he could find that might suffice. A dead horse is better than a live one. He was willing to gamble. A glint of resolute madness flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. He immediately concentrated all his mental energy, plunging into the mysterious space within his mind. Mobilizing his spiritual power to combine the blood-fueled flower, along with the other auxiliary materials, and that calming herb. His spiritual energy poured forth like an unleashed flood. The refining process was exceedingly arduous and tumultuous. The 9-turn universe alchemy furnace trembled violently in the mysterious space. Chen Mu's temples throbbed, a piercing headache ensued, and blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. He squeezed out the last vestige of his spiritual power, forcefully guiding, suppressing, and merging. Buzz. A single pill finally took shape amidst the chaotic torrent of energy. However, its appearance was starkly different from the dark red, blood-like orb described in the alchemical texts, which emanated a gentle halo. It presented a highly unstable, boiling crimson hue, its surface riddled with fine black cracks, with strands of violet, scorching energy seeping out as if it could explode at any moment. This was a distorted, perilous blood-fueled pill. Chen Mu had no time to contemplate further. Seeing Xiao Yan flung away by the Wolf King's claw, its life force flickering like a candle in the wind, he unhesitatingly locked his thoughts onto Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, swallow it. Accompanied by his desperate roar through their mental connection, the ominous crimson pill was instantly transmitted into Xiao Yan's mouth. The pill dissolved upon entry. Roar. A sound that was anything but a bark erupted, reminiscent of a terrifying roar from the depths of hell. The entire battlefield fell silent. There stood the dying Xiao Yan, its body swelling uncontrollably like an inflated balloon. Muscles bulged to their limits, skin stretching to the point of rupture, oozing dark red droplets of blood. The originally dark brown fur on its back stood on end, turning the color of a heated iron brand, radiating a terrifying heat. Most horrifying of all were its eyes, once crimson, now transformed into two blazing, boiling orbs of blood fire. Reason was utterly obliterated, leaving only the most primal, savage instinct for slaughter. A terrifying pressure, mingled with destructive power, searing heat, and the stench of blood, surged forth like a tangible shockwave. Its attribute panel, within Chen Mu's perception, was utterly chaotic. Spiraling out of control, numbers fluctuating wildly, far surpassing the limits of temporary enhancement. Strength, speed, defense, all were mere question marks. Only, vitality, burned at a terrifying rate, plummeting. Boom. The ground where Xiao Yan once stood erupted into a deep crater. Its figure vanished completely. No, it was simply too fast. In the next instant, it appeared before an 8th-level fire thorn wolf, as if teleporting. Without employing any skills, it merely swiped with a claw. Thud. The robust fire thorn wolf, unable to emit even a cry, had its upper body violently torn asunder into a mist of blood and flesh. Only a half-body fell helplessly to the ground. This was merely the beginning. Transformed into a relentless killing beast, Xiao Yan completely disregarded the attacks of the wolf pack. The bites of the fire thorn wolves landed upon its inflated form as if striking heated iron, emitting a hissing sound of searing, causing negligible damage. Each swipe of its claws, each bite, was imbued with terrifying, overwhelming power. This scorching bite was further amplified to its zenith. The fangs, ablaze with dark red flames, tore through any target as effortlessly as a heated knife slicing through butter, instantly penetrating, ripping apart, and inflicting a horrifying internal burning explosion effect. The battlefield instantly morphed into a one-sided bloodbath. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew in all directions. Scalding wolf blood and viscera splattered everywhere. The wails of the dying echoed throughout. The fire thorn wolf king, lurking at the periphery of the pack, poised to ambush Xiao Yan, revealed a look of terror for the first time. Its pride and speed felt clumsy against that frenzied, flashing crimson figure. It attempted to attack, but Xiao Yan's ferocious, all-out, reckless fighting style left it unable to find a suitable moment. Howl. The Wolf King let out a howl laced with fury and fear, commanding the pack to attack without regard for their lives, while it finally unleashed its trump card skill, Spiked Storm. The fiery red spines covering its body detached in an instant, transforming into a dense rain of burning arrows, blanketing a vast area ahead. Thud, thud, thud. Countless burning spines embedded themselves in Xiao Yan's swollen form. However, most merely pierced the surface before being melted away by that frenzied power and intense heat, deflecting off. Only a few deeply embedded, drawing forth a few sprays of blood, but they could not impede the advance of this beast. Xiao Yan endured the rain of arrows. Its blood-fire-burning eyes fixated fiercely upon the Wolf King. With a sudden push from its legs, the ground erupted. Its body shot forth like a cannonball, propelled by an unstoppable momentum of destruction, hurtling towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King, stricken with horror, attempted to evade, but Xiao Yan's speed was too swift. Roar! Xiao Yan's mouth, swollen to its limit, engulfed in boiling dark red flames, resembled the gates of hell, biting ferociously at the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King could only raise its front paw in a desperate attempt to block. Crack! The chilling sound of shattering bones echoed. The Wolf King's sturdy forepaw, capable of withstanding ordinary blades, was easily crushed as if it were rotten wood. The burning fangs, undeterred by their momentum, sank deep into the Wolf King's resilient neck fur, muscle, and into the very vertebrae. Howl! A wretched howl, so piercing it seemed to distort the very air, erupted from the Wolf King. Terrifying dark crimson flames surged wildly into its massive form through its jagged fangs. Its colossal body convulsed violently, as if bombs were detonating within, producing a series of dull, explosive sounds. Beneath its fur, grotesque lumps bulged ominously before bursting forth. Blood, mingled with charred remnants of its innards, gushed forth from its mouth and nostrils. In mere moments, the Wolf King's unparalleled vitality was extinguished, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, under the onslaught of this cataclysmic gnawing and internal conflagration. Its immense frame crashed to the ground, its neck nearly severed, tethered only by a scant thread of flesh, while its charred chest cavity lay in ruin. Its eyes frozen in a final expression of sheer terror and disbelief. With the demise of their leader, the remaining Firethorn wolves completely disintegrated, shrieking as they scattered in all directions. Yet, driven mad by bloodlust and dominated by frenzied power, Little Flame would not let them escape. It transformed into a scarlet whirlwind of death, relentlessly pursuing and tearing apart every fleeing Firethorn wolf within its sight. The cacophony of their anguished cries echoed for approximately 5 minutes. When the last Firethorn wolf met its end beneath the fiery claws of Little Flame, the forest glade finally succumbed to an eerie silence. The air was thick with an unshakable stench of blood and charred flesh. The ground was strewn with the remnants of the Firethorn wolves, scarcely a single body intact, resembling a scene from a hellish slaughterhouse. Standing amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, Little Flame's massive form heaved violently, exhaling scalding white vapor. As the bubbling dark crimson flames and sanguine glow began to recede like a retreating tide, as the flames and bloodlight faded, those crimson eyes, once ablaze with fury and chaos, gradually mellowed, revealing a glimmer of exhausted clarity unique to Little Flame. With great effort, it turned its head to gaze beyond the massive stones, towards the figure it had fought valiantly to protect, its eyes betraying a hint of relief from vengeance fulfilled, intertwined with deep affection. A faint, almost inaudible whimper escaped from Little Flame's throat. In that instant, the savage power derived from the distorted blood-burn pill, which had sustained its bloody revenge, vanished as abruptly as a punctured balloon. With a resounding thud, Little Flame's once mighty form, akin to a small mountain, deflated visibly. Its once bulging, powerful muscles shriveled instantaneously, the skin sagging against its skeletal frame, revealing the stark outline of its ribs. It was as though, in mere seconds, it had been drained of all its vitality and essence, transforming from a ferocious beast into a mere wisp of a skeleton, barely clinging to life, unable even to stand. Its legs buckled, collapsing into the pool of blood, splattering dark red mud around it. Only its chest still faintly rose and fell, a testament to its continued existence. Yet that breath was so weak it seemed it could extinguish at any moment. Little Flame, witnessing the entire scene, Chen Mu completely shattered at this moment. All of his calmness, all of his schemes, all of his fears, melted into a searing anguish upon seeing Little Flame's sudden, withering form collapse. He burst forth from behind the sheltering boulder, heedless of the viscous blood and grotesque remnants of wolves beneath his feet, stumbling and staggering as he ran, falling several times before scrambling back up and lunging towards Little Flame. Little Flame, Little Flame, are you all right? Don't scare me. Look at me. Look at me. Chen Mu's voice trembled with a choked sob, his words barely coherent. He knelt in the pool of blood, his hands shaking as he yearned to caress Little Flame, yet hesitated, fearing to touch its horrific wounds, where flesh had rolled back to reveal bone. That gaunt body, that faint breath felt like burning knives stabbing into his heart. Medicine. Healing pill. Ingredients. A sudden thought struck Chen Mu. He remembered that he had a few remnants of healing herbs left in his space. Hardly enough to concoct a complete pill, but he could not afford to ponder on that. In a frenzy, he retrieved the fragmented, impure healing herbs and bleeding staunching roots from his mysterious space, disregarding their preparation, shoving them into his mouth, gnawing at them with reckless abandon. The bitter juice, mingled with dirt and plant debris, flooded his mouth, yet he felt none of it. With all his might, he spat out the chewed mixture, mingled with his saliva and blood, carefully, trembling, inching it into Little Flame's slightly parted, similarly blood-stained mouth. Swallow it, Little Flame. I beg you. Please, swallow it. Chen Mu's voice was hoarse, filled with despairing pleas, tears streaming down his face, splattering onto Little Flame's parched fur, mingling with the dark red wolf blood and creating small damp patches. He futilely attempted to pry open Little Flame's jaws, pushing the meager herbal paste deeper, oblivious to the pain as Little Flame's unintentional weak bites broke the skin of his fingers. Hold on. You promised you would stay with me. We need to grow stronger together. We must leave this cursed place. You cannot leave me. You cannot. Chen Mu pressed his forehead against the cold, damp tip of Little Flame's nose, weeping uncontrollably, his hot tears falling onto Little Flame's tightly shut eyelids. He clung desperately to Little Flame's emaciated form, as if trying to warm this vessel rapidly losing its vitality with his own body heat, his heart filled with boundless regret, terror, and excruciating pain. Chen Mu's tears, mingled with blood and dirt, fell upon Little Flame's icy, withered fur as he futilely stuffed the chewed herbal paste into Little Flame's slightly ajar mouth, feeling for the barely perceptible motions of swallowing. Each faint rise and fall tugged painfully at Chen Mu's almost shattered heart. Hold on, you must hold on. His voice cracked and broken, and then he suddenly remembered the Beast Taming space, that independent realm, brimming with gentle life energy. The perfect sanctuary for the restoration of magical beasts. Come. Chen Mu concentrated his last vestiges of mental energy, locking onto the barely breathing Little Flame. A flicker of light flashed, and Little Flame's enormous, yet now weightless form vanished from the bloodied ground. Chen Mu dared not linger for even a moment. He sprang to his feet and scanned the gruesome battlefield. The thick stench of blood hung like an invisible alarm in the air, sure to attract even more formidable predators soon. He had to leave immediately, while also searching for the materials to concoct a complete healing pill. His mind raced through the descriptions of the growth environments of healing herbs, blood-staunching flowers, and bone-growing tree roots in the alchemical texts, recalling that they favored damp, spiritually serene locations with a degree of cover. He stumbled into the dense forest, disregarding the wolf blood soaking his heavy, sticky clothing. Fear coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent, yet more potent than fear was the bone-deep urgency. Little Flame, even in the beast taming space, was merely delaying the inevitable loss of life, each passing second consuming its final vitality. Chapter 14, Bloodstains and Embers. The search was fraught with the scent of death. Just as Chen Mu discovered a few promising bone vine herbs near a damp rock crevice, an ambushing level 8 shadow pattern leopard leapt from the shadows, its claws slicing through the air towards his throat. He rolled away in a desperate scramble, the bone spear clashing with a screeching sound as his arm went numb from the impact. He had no time for combat, relying on the terrain. He managed to evade the predator, sustaining a deep gash across his back that exposed bone. At the edge of a basin steaming with hot spring vapors, he stumbled upon the crimson sapberry. However, guarding it were 2 level 7 lava lizards, their scorching acidic breath sizzling the ground beneath them. Chen Mu cleverly used the terrain to lure them into collision, seizing the moment of chaos to snatch the crimson sapberry, though at the cost of a burn on his left leg from the splattering acid. The elusive root of the bone tree is notoriously difficult to obtain, hidden deep within the decaying roots of a colossal charred tree. During the excavation, he unwittingly disturbed a nest of lethal bone-eating fire ants, a veritable tide of crimson insects surging forth in a frenzied swarm. Chen Mu ignited the fire moss he carried, wielding the torch as he endured the excruciating pain of countless ants crawling upon him, their bites inflicting agony and the venom inducing a numbing paralysis. With great effort, he managed to excavate the precious rhizome. As he burst forth from the throng of ants, his body was marred with swollen, suppurating bite marks, and half of him was rendered numb. When he finally scraped the last of the hemostatic moss from the shadowed side of a massive stone, Chen Mu was on the verge of collapse. His body was drenched in blood, a tapestry of old and new wounds layered upon him, and the dizziness from his severely depleted mental energy felt as if countless daggers were slicing through his nerves. He surveyed his surroundings, though still far from the previous cave. The distant echoes of beastly roars behind him, coupled with the relative concealment offered by the crevice in the rock, compelled him to take immediate action. Here, there was no time to waste. He could not afford to delay for Little Flame. Leaning against the cold stone, he slid to the ground, disregarding his body's protests, and forcibly summoned the scant remnants of his mental energy. He immediately beckoned the 9 turns universe furnace, which floated quietly in the mysterious space, and poured the painstakingly gathered materials, some stained with his own blood, into the cauldron. The alchemical process was excruciatingly arduous. Each exertion of mental energy was fraught with difficulty, and every invocation of the spiritual fire was accompanied by searing pain. The flames wavered perilously, and the nascent form of the elixir teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the chaotic energy. Chen Mu bit through his tongue, the metallic taste of his blood and the sharp pain jolting his faltering consciousness, extracting the deepest reserves of his soul's strength. Condense, he silently roared within his mind. With a resonant hum, a plump, rounded healing elixir, emanating a gentle green glow, finally took shape against all odds. At that moment, darkness eclipsed his vision, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, sustained only by an indomitable will. Little Flame. With a mere thought, he summoned Little Flame from the Beast Taming space. Little Flame lay still upon the ground, its emaciated body barely rising and falling, seemingly in a marginally improved state compared to before. At the very least, the alarming rate of vitality loss appeared to have been somewhat mitigated by the environment of the Beast Taming space and the scant remnants of the medicinal paste, preventing further deterioration. Though it merely clung to the last vestiges of life, its fur remained desiccated, its skeletal outline stark against its skin, lacking even the strength to open its eyes. However, upon being summoned, its heavy eyelids managed to lift just enough to reveal a sliver of its gaze. It beheld Chen Mu kneeling before it, bloodied and pale as a ghost, his eyes sunken and trembling in a weak stance. In that moment, a wave of heart-wrenching sorrow and guilt surged within Little Flame's murky, filled eyes. It yearned to whimper, to nuzzle against its master, to lick his wounds, yet it lacked the strength even to move its tongue. Only its feeble gaze conveyed boundless sadness, remorse, and a profound bond with its master, who was willing to sacrifice everything to save it, intertwined with a flicker of fierce determination to survive and continue accompanying him. Eat it, and you'll be fine. Chen Mu's voice was frail as he cautiously brought the still warm healing elixir to Little Flame's mouth, gently prying open its teeth to administer the medicine. The elixir dissolved upon contact, its gentle yet potent essence rapidly dispersing. Chen Mu watched anxiously as Little Flame's faint breath seemed to stabilize slightly. Some of its shallower wounds ceased bleeding under the influence of the elixir, and the faintest signs of flesh regrowth emerged. The movement of its sunken chest appeared to increase ever so slightly. Effective, yet the effect was far too limited. The energy contained within a single healing elixir was but a drop in the bucket for Little Flame, whose essence was nearly extinguished and which had suffered grievous injuries. The flicker of hope in Chen Mu's eyes was swiftly overshadowed by a heavier sense of anxiety. Not nearly enough. He immediately returned Little Flame to the Beast Taming space. What followed was a hellish cycle. Chen Mu, dragging his battered body, fueled by an indomitable will to survive and an unwavering obsession for Little Flame, embarked once more on the quest for materials. Each time he gathered a new set of ingredients, he sought out a makeshift hideaway where he could shield himself, disregarding all else to begin the alchemical process anew. His mental energy was already severely depleted, and each attempt at refining elixirs brought with it intense headaches, nosebleeds, and fleeting moments of consciousness blurring. Yet he dared not pause. Upon successfully refining an elixir, he would summon Little Flame to feed it once more, watching with bated breath as, under the dual influence of the elixir and the Beast Taming space, Little Flame's condition improved ever so slowly. The wounds began to scab, and its emaciated muscles displayed the faintest hint of elasticity, while a spark of vitality flickered back into its eyes. However, the toll on Chen Mu was grave. His body was a canvas of scars, old and new wounds overlapping, with scarcely a patch of unblemished flesh remaining. The continuous strain of alchemical processes left his mental energy utterly exhausted, his consciousness resembling a parched riverbed, each exertion accompanied by soul-wrenching pain. When the effects of the fourth healing elixir coursed through Little Flame's body, the changes became somewhat more pronounced. Most of its grievous wounds had healed significantly, thick scabs forming over them. Although its frail frame still bore the marks of weakness, it no longer appeared as a mere collection of bones, showing signs of flesh filling in. Most uplifting was that its eyes finally regained a glimmer of weary yet focused light. It even attempted to lift its head slightly to gaze at Chen Mu, emitting an exceedingly faint, hoarse whimper filled with concern and urgency. Good, much better. Chen Mu beamed at the familiar concern reflected in Little Flame's eyes, a wave of profound emotion and relief washing over him, nearly bringing him to tears. He forced a smile, one more painful than tears, in an effort to reassure Little Flame. Just then, a dizzying wave of vertigo struck. The repercussions of relentlessly taxing his mental energy erupted in full force. Darkness engulfed his vision, a deafening hum filling his ears as his body uncontrollably pitched forward. No, I cannot fall here. His remaining consciousness sounded a final alarm. With every ounce of clarity left, he directed a command to summon Little Flame back. A flicker of light passed, and Little Flame vanished from sight, returned to the safety of the Beast Taming space. Having accomplished this, Chen Mu's mind shattered completely. He resembled a tattered puppet, relying solely on the last vestiges of his body's inertia as he staggered towards the cave from his memory. Each step felt as heavy as lead, his vision blurred, the world spinning around him, sustained only by an instinctive drive to return home. Time lost all meaning as he stumbled forward, until at last, the familiar cave entrance emerged at the edge of his blurred vision. Chen Mu nearly collapsed into the cave, the cold, rocky floor meeting his battered body, yet he felt no pain. The moment the thought of "I have arrived" crossed his mind, the tension within him snapped completely. He lacked even the strength to crawl onto the meager grass mat, collapsing just a few steps away, his body crumpling like a felled log, face down against the cold, hard ground, surrendering consciousness entirely. Within the cave, only the faintest whisper of his breath remained, mingling with the congealed blood and dust that surrounded him. Within the confines of the Beast Master's space, under the gentle embrace of energy, Xiao Yin, bolstered by the potency of 4 healing elixirs, gradually mended its severely damaged body, albeit at a painstakingly slow pace. Its tightly shut eyes quivered slightly, as if even in slumber, it harbored concern for its master, who had exhausted himself for its sake. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Chen Mu, with great effort, pried open his eyes, his vision hazily settling on the familiar charred ceiling. Had dawn arrived? How long had he been unconscious? His mind was a tumult of confusion until a name detonated within him: Xiao Yin. Panic swiftly dispelled the fog of his stupor. He attempted to rise, but excruciating pain and weakness plunged him back down, causing him to cough violently. Xiao Yin, he rasped, desperately reaching out with his thoughts to connect with the Beast Master's space. A flicker of light erupted, and Xiao Yin materialized within the cave. No longer the emaciated wraith on the brink of death, yet still alarmingly frail. Deep brown scabs covered most of its wounds, its fur lacked luster. Ribs distinctly visible beneath the skin, and its muscles were slack and feeble. A soft, tremulous whimper escaped Xiao Yin's lips. It beheld Chen Mu's dire state, his body marred with scars, eyes sunken and pained, struggling to rise from the ground. Instantly, its heart swelled with profound sorrow and guilt. It yearned to draw closer. With trembling legs, it endeavored to support its weight, staggering toward Chen Mu. Its first step faltered, front legs buckling, nearly causing it to collapse. Shaking its head, it forced itself to steady, continuing to advance. Each step was a precarious endeavor, as if it might disintegrate at any moment, its withered tail dragging limply behind. Yet its eyes remained fixed on Chen Mu, brimming with worry and remorse. Witnessing Xiao Yin's struggle, despite its frailty, Chen Mu felt a lump in his throat, tears welling in his eyes. It was alive. It could still move. That was sufficient. Take it slow, Xiao Yin, he croaked, no longer mustering strength, merely leaning against the cave wall as he extended his scarred hand toward it. In just a few short steps, Xiao Yin advanced with tremendous difficulty. Finally, it staggered to Chen Mu's side, its head drooping gently against his outstretched palm. Chen Mu's fingers stirred, and with all the strength he could muster, he tenderly caressed Xiao Yin's forehead, his fingertips tracing the scars on its brow, gliding over its dry nose. It's all right, his voice cracked, tears cascading down, landing on Xiao Yin's snout. It's all over now. You scare me to death. Xiao Yin felt the warmth of his palm, a low rumble emanating from its throat, a blend of whimpers and comfort. It longed to nuzzle Chen Mu's hand, but its weakness allowed only a slight bob of its head. The anguish and guilt in its crimson eyes remained intense. Yet the touch and soothing words from its master provided a semblance of solace. It gradually closed its eyes, resting its head entirely in Chen Mu's palm. As if that were its sole anchor, Chen Mu leaned against the cold cave wall, his hand resting on Xiao Yin's forehead. Xiao Yin lay at his leg's side, its head nestled against him, its breath weak yet steady. A profound wave of fatigue enveloped Chen Mu once more. The pain in his body and the exhaustion of his spirit persisted, but gazing at the tranquil, resting Xiao Yin beside him, the heavy weariness completely consumed him. He ceased to resist, his eyelids fluttering shut. The hand that had been caressing Xiao Yin grew limp, resting lightly. The cave fell into silence, leaving only the faint breaths of the two intertwined beings. Amidst the mingling scents of blood and herbs, a thread of tranquility emerged, a reprieve from the clutches of despair. Chen Mu's head tilted, and he succumbed to deep slumber. Enveloped in the warmth of his master's presence, Xiaoyan too fell into a deep sleep, its body slowly absorbing the scant energy and residual medicinal potency in the air, repairing its battered form. When next it awakened, it was stirred by a subtle movement against its leg. Chen Mu jolted awake, his first instinct to glance at Xiaoyan, who lay beside him. Xiaoyan's breathing had steadied considerably. Though still alarmingly thin and lacking sheen, the blood clots on its wounds had hardened, with no fresh blood seeping forth. Most reassuring was the noticeable strength in the rise and fall of its chest, no longer resembling a creature on the verge of suffocation. Its injuries had finally stabilized. Xiaoyan, too, roused, its crimson gaze weary yet clearer than before. Upon seeing Chen Mu's pallid face and numerous injuries, a low, sorrowful whimper escaped its throat. It struggled to rise, but the movement tugged at its wounds, causing it to flinch in pain. Chen Mu quickly urged, "Don't move." Yet Xiaoyan stubbornly pushed against the ground with its front paws, trembling as it forced itself to stand. It limped, unsteadily making its way toward a corner of the cave, where they had previously stored dried beast meat, simply treated with herbs. Each step was an arduous task. Xiaoyan managed to grasp a relatively intact piece of jerky and painstakingly dragged it back to Chen Mu, placing it beside him while gazing up with imploring eyes. "Eat quickly." Witnessing Xiaoyan's effort to procure food despite its injuries warmed Chen Mu's heart, bringing a sting to his nose. He accepted the meat, tearing off a small piece to offer to Xiaoyan. "Let us eat together." After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyan cautiously licked the morsel into its mouth. Chen Mu also tore off a piece, chewing laboriously. The tough jerky was an essential source of energy for his severely depleted body. The two, a master and his dog, silently shared this meager yet life-saving sustenance. With something in his stomach, Chen Mu felt a slight warmth return to his body, and his mind cleared a bit. Leaning back against the cave wall, he gazed at the scars adorning Xiaoyan's body, feeling the hollow weakness and pervasive pain within himself, a wave of fear washing over him. In his quest for medicinal herbs and elixirs, he had danced perilously close to the gates of Hades. The root of all this misfortune lay in the accursed wraith fog forest to the west. The mere thought of that eerie, mind-eroding black mist sent chills through him. Just a wisp of the fog had sent Xiaoyan into a frenzied fury, recklessly seeking vengeance against the Firethorn wolf pack, nearly costing its life. Now, the Firethorn wolf pack was no more, and Xiaoyan had avenged its blood feud. This ancient forest of embers held little significance for them now. Conversely, it was fraught with perilous beasts. The two of them, now severely injured and weak, could hardly withstand any formidable foe. Chapter 15, Breakthrough and Recovery. Leaning against the frigid cave wall, Chen Mu's gaze pierced through the sparse vines at the cave entrance, directed toward the grayish sky of the east. In that direction lay Yanhuang City, the place of his birth and upbringing, as well as where he had lost everything. The original owner had set forth from Yanhuang City, awakening his beast master talents, reaching the outskirts of the Ember Forest at the small outpost of Pancher Town, and then plunged into this vast life-restricting zone, stretching thousands of kilometers between the nations of Dongxia and Xinjiang. Deep within the ancient forest, legends spoke of terrifying, emperor-level beasts, which had established their own empire, wielding cataclysmic powers. 300 years ago, the once glorious Roland Empire was said to have met its demise at the hands of an emperor-level beast. Its capital reduced to scorched earth, a place where not a blade of grass would grow, a blood-soaked mark etched into human history. It was not until 260 years ago that the nations of humanity united to form the Beastmaster Association, with the remaining legendary Beastmasters barely managing to reach a fragile agreement with those emperor-level beings dwelling in the heart of the life-restricting zone. Emperor-level beasts and legendary Beastmasters were not to personally engage in combat lightly. The terrifying threat of emperor-level beasts gradually faded from the awareness of ordinary people. However, this did not signify peace. Humans require contracts with mystical beasts. Despite the existence of artificially bred companions, the potential and diversity inherent in the offspring of wild mystical creatures continue to entice countless adventurers into perilous realms. Additionally, the valuable materials found on these beasts stir the greedy hearts of many. The town of Rock, where the protagonist finds himself, serves as both a forward base and a bustling marketplace for various mystical beast offspring and their materials. Mystical beasts, driven by hatred, the encroachment of their living space, or other unknown factors, may periodically unleash waves of aggression upon human settlements, casting a shadow of dread over humanity. The protagonist became an orphan due to the terrifying beast wave that erupted from the Emberburn ancient forest a decade ago. This calamity nearly erased Flame City from existence and impacted several surrounding cities, shattering countless families. It was during that desperate moment that the protagonist's parents sacrificed their lives to secure his survival. Gazing into the depths of the ancient forest, Chen Mu felt a flicker of fear, seemingly influenced by the protagonist's memories. Now, with Little Flame avenging itself upon the Fire Thorn Wolf pack, the Emberburn ancient forest had lost its value for them, while they were still faced with omnipresent dangers. They were far too weak. Chen Mu was covered in injuries, his mental energy utterly depleted. Though Little Flame had stabilized its wounds, it was far from regaining its combat prowess. Should they encounter a formidable mystical beast, their fate would be sealed. It was time to depart from this place, and Chen Mu's gaze hardened with resolve. They were still on the outskirts of the ancient forest, where the predominant beasts were of the servant level, 1 to 10. Their recent explorations corroborated this fact. Once they regained some strength, heading east would likely lead them out of the ancient forest and back into the human realm. The hope for swift recovery rested upon Chen Mu's extraordinary alchemical abilities. First and foremost, the healing pill would be essential for Little Flame's current injuries, as it would facilitate rapid recovery. Additionally, the spirit gathering pill was crucial. It had been some time since Little Flame had reached level 6, and a breakthrough to level 7, late servant level, was imminent. Provided they had enough spirit gathering pills, it should be able to ascend quickly. The abundant pure spiritual energy contained within the spirit gathering pill would also aid Little Flame in its recovery. As for the blood igniting pill, Chen Mu recalled Little Flame's uncontrollable fury and the eerie aura of the misty forest, sending a chill down his spine. He dared not approach that substance again in the near future. Thus, they embarked on a monotonous but tense recuperation period over the next few days. Considering their injuries, both Chen Mu and Little Flame restricted their movements to the vicinity of their cave. They meticulously scoured previously overlooked corners and crevices, seeking low-level materials for concocting healing and spirit-gathering pills. Fortunately, during the time when Little Flame still possessed some combat ability, it had hunted numerous low-level mystical beasts around the cave, inadvertently clearing a relatively safe vacuum zone. Remarkably, they encountered no other mystical beast disturbances during these days. The materials they collected were cautiously placed into the 9 transformation universe furnace. Despite still feeling weak, each attempt at alchemy was accompanied by piercing headaches. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The resulting pills were immediately administered to Little Flame to expedite its recovery and enhance its strength. With each pill provided, the deep brown scabs on Little Flame's body began to shed, revealing tender, newly formed flesh. Although the scars remained, its vitality was evidently reviving. Its once dry fur regained a hint of dull luster, and the muscle definition beneath its emaciated frame began to strengthen. More importantly, the dormant spiritual energy within it began to stir and surge, activated by the dual effects of the healing pills restoring its foundation and the spirit-gathering pills replenishing its energy. At last, on a serene afternoon, after Chen Mu fed another freshly concocted spirit-gathering pill to Little Flame, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Little Flame, far more intense than before. With a suppressed howl of pain, Little Flame's body twitched uncontrollably, its bones cracking softly. The crimson spiritual energy enveloping it soared like flames, coalescing as its aura surged. A breakthrough. Late servant level. Mystical beast name, Little Flame. Species grade, high ordinary beast. Level, 7, late servant level. Base attributes, strength 26, 4, speed 32, 5, defense 22, 4. Attribute affinity, fire 96, 03, light 01. Vitality, 80, 80, 10. Skills, fireball, LV3. Flame Claw, LV3, Scorching Bite, LV3. Affinity, 100. Status, healthy. The surging spiritual energy flowed back to Chen Mu through their contract, warm and powerful, washing over his battered body and exhausted mind. Chen Mu felt a comforting warmth envelop him, the deep-seated fatigue and pain swiftly melting away like snow under the sun, replaced by a long-lost sensation of vitality. The spiritual energy rebounding from Little Flame's breakthrough healed Chen Mu's injuries in an instant. Wow, the energy from Little Flame's breakthrough is greater than ever. This feels incredible. He suddenly leaped to his feet, clenching his fists and reveling in the surging power within him, dispelling any remnants of weakness. Looking at Little Flame, though its scars remained stark, its gaze was sharp, and its form stood tall, exuding an aura befitting a late servant-level mystical beast. It affectionately nudged Chen Mu's leg, emitting a deep, resonant purr that brimmed with vitality and loyalty. At last, a true smile of survival emerged on Chen Mu's face as he examined his rejuvenated companion. Little Flame, having ascended to late servant level, exhibited remarkable changes. Its size had notably increased, standing nearly at Chen Mu's waist, with a sturdier and more robust frame. Despite the prior injuries and fatigue, its muscular definition was returning, shedding the previous emaciation. The once dull, matted dark brown fur now resembled reignited crimson satin, still bearing scars and singed marks from battle, yet overall restored to a glossy sheen, appearing thick and resilient. The new fur shimmered with a healthy glow in the sunlight. Most striking was the distinctive white, circular mark at the center of its forehead. Previously obscured by weakness and injury, this mark now radiated with clarity and precision, exuding an indescribable aura of mystery and majesty. This was the external manifestation of Little Flame's latent potential for light attribute within its bloodline, becoming increasingly extraordinary with its level advancement. Chen Mu could distinctly sense the much more powerful spiritual energy coursing through Little Flame, its invigorating warmth providing him with immense reassurance. Though the scars remained etched upon its fur, chronicling the fierce battle they had endured, the burning vitality in its eyes and the clearly defined white circular mark on its forehead proclaimed that this brave and loyal companion had returned, whole and complete. Chen Mu patted Little Flame's now sturdier head with a firm hand, feeling the vibrant life force and warmth beneath his palm. Well done, Little Flame. You've healed and grown stronger. He took a deep breath, as if the oppressive gloom within his chest was dispelled by the flickering flames of the small creature's tail. His gaze turned once more towards the eastern horizon beyond the cave entrance, his eyes sharpening with a newfound hope. It was time. We should return home. Chen Mu did not rush to depart. Instead, he surveyed the makeshift refuge. In one corner lay the spoils of their recent hunting and gathering. Valuable materials extracted from various beasts, such as resilient wolf pelts, sharp wolf claws, a few stones imbued with faint spiritual energy, and some unfinished dried meat. It would be a waste. These items could be exchanged for currency in Rockstone Town. Chen Mu murmured to himself as he began to organize. He selected several relatively intact and sturdy firethorn wolf pelts from the pile. Using a simple bone needle, he deftly threaded the robust beast sinew and skillfully stitched the pelts together. Soon, two rough yet sufficiently sturdy and spacious leather bags took shape. Chen Mu sorted the remaining materials meticulously, carefully stuffing them into the two bulging bags until they were brimming. He weighed them in his hands. They were not light. His gaze fell upon the vigilant Little Flame beside him, attentively monitoring the entrance. Having broken through to the late servant level, the Little Flame had indeed grown significantly. Its broad shoulders and muscular contours subtly visible beneath its dark red fur, exuding an air of strength, a stark contrast to its previous near-fatal state. "Hey, Little Flame," Chen Mu said, patting its now much sturdier back. "It seems the benefits of your upgrade are substantial. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this physique." The Little Flame turned its head, confusion flickering in its crimson eyes. Chen Mu chuckled heartily. Without further ado, he strapped the two bulging bags, each nearly larger than the Little Flame itself, onto its back with resilient beast hide ropes. Instantly, the Little Flame's imposing figure was nearly engulfed by the weighty bundles. Its body sank abruptly, and it instinctively spread its legs for balance to avoid being toppled by this sudden burden. The Little Flame struggled to twist its neck, gazing at the two mountainous bags on either side, then laboriously lifted its head to look at Chen Mu. Its expression was filled with a human-like bewilderment and grievance. The crimson pupils narrowed slightly, emitting low, plaintive whines from its throat, as if silently protesting. "Why am I the only one carrying things? Why don't you carry anything? I've just broken through and haven't fully recovered yet. Is this fair?" Observing the Little Flame's comically woebegone appearance, especially its small head dwarfed by the massive bags and its resentful gaze, Chen Mu could no longer contain his laughter. "I'm just teasing you." He stepped closer, swiftly untying the ropes while explaining with a smile. "If I were to load all this onto you, what would happen if we encountered a situation on the way? How would you fight? You wouldn't even be able to run, and I, a useless beast master, would just stand there, helplessly staring." As the heavy burdens were removed from the Little Flame's back, it immediately shook off its fur, tossed its head in dissatisfaction, and let out a low growl, seemingly grumbling about its master's playful trickery. Chen Mu composed his expression, quickly readying the two large bundles securely onto his own back. The weight was substantial enough to make him take a deep breath. Even with his current physical condition, carrying them was quite exhausting. He patted the packages at his back and looked at the Little Flame earnestly, saying, "These are our starting funds for when we return to Rockstone Town. They can be sold for money. Little Flame, back in the human world. It won't be like now where you can hunt beasts for meat when hungry or gather herbs when in need. There, everything requires money, food, lodging, purchasing supplements for you. Snacks, better materials, everything costs. Without these items, We want to be able to do anything upon our return. The little flame seemed to grasp the significance of money and understood that Chen Mu's burden was to ensure it remained in optimal fighting condition. It let out a low sound of agreement, nuzzling its head against Chen Mu's hand, its previous grievances fading away, its gaze once again becoming focused and vigilant. All right, let us check our gear. He inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of their supplies pressing against him. A symbol of their hope and bargaining power as they prepared to emerge from the ancient forest and return to the human realm. His eyes drifted once more to the hazy eastern sky beyond the vines at the cave's entrance, the direction of Rockstone Town. The very essence of the human world as recalled from his memories. Let us go, little flame. Chen Mu's voice was steady and resolute. We are going home. Chapter 16, The Journey Home. Chen Mu and the little flame stood at the cave entrance, casting a final glance at this temporary shelter that held so many memories. A flicker of barely perceptible nostalgia passed through the little flame's crimson eyes. Deep within this cave resided the warmth of its childhood spent under the protection of its parents, as well as the indelible marks of their struggles together, nursing wounds, hunting with difficulty, cultivating their strength, and seeking vengeance. Its gaze eventually settled on Chen Mu, who, burdened with two bulging bags nearly half his height, resembled two mobile hills of supplies. He was clad in a makeshift armor of beast hide, a chest guard fashioned from firethorn wolf pelts, stitched haphazardly with protruding threads, along with scales from some hard-shelled beast awkwardly tied to his arms with tough vines, clattering noisily with each movement. Most absurd was the helmet atop his head, crafted from the hardened skull of an unknown beast, irregular in shape, precariously resting, one side higher than the other, resembling a scavenger warrior emerging from a primitive tribe. The little flame let out a low whimper, its momentary reluctance swiftly replaced by the resignation of accepting this comrade's outlandish appearance, which seemed to promise no hope for dignity. It soon transformed into a deeper resolve. Regardless, what mattered was surviving the journey ahead. Chen Mu perceptively sensed the shift in his companion's emotions and reached out to pat the sturdy neck of the little flame. All right, no more sorrow. Once we've established ourselves, we can always return for a visit. He pointed to the cave entrance. For now, let us seal it off to prevent any unwelcome creatures from taking over our nest and defiling it. That would be quite unpleasant. The little flame wholeheartedly agreed with this proposal. It would not allow its cherished memories to be tarnished by intruders. Having advanced to the late servant level, its strength was undeniably formidable. It approached a nearby boulder, towering at nearly half a person's height, and with a fierce growl, it dug its claws into the ground, muscles rippling as it heaved the heavy rock towards the cave entrance. With a series of grunts and pushes, accompanied by the harsh sounds of stone scraping, the boulder was firmly placed to block the entrance, leaving only a few narrow gaps for light to seep through. Nicely done. All that strength training was not in vain. Chen Mu gave a thumbs up, reaching to pat the little flame's head, only to be thwarted by the cumbersome helmet. He withdrew his hand, somewhat begrudgingly. Now that is secure. Onward. With heavy burdens on their backs and adorned in their primitive, self-made armor, they set forth on the path home. The little flame adeptly took on the role of scout, nimbly traversing the front area with agility, sniffing the air and confirming safety before turning back to emit a short, low growl towards Chen Mu. Received. Chen Mu responded, then trudged along, straining under the weight of the two large packs. The light filtering through the trees created a patchwork of shadows, and the air was thick with the scents of earth, decaying leaves, and the faint odor of lurking beasts. After approximately an hour of travel, they arrived at the foot of a steep cliff. The towering, gray-brown rock face, sharp and sheer, shot up into the sky, while below lay a lush thicket. This is the place. Chen Mu smacked his lips, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. Unbidden, images of his original self plummeting from this height flooded his mind, accompanied by the earth-shattering impact that had struck the little flame, who was then foraging alone in the thicket at the cliff's base. Approaching that very spot, the little flame lowered its head and sniffed intently, as if still able to detect a faint, lingering scent of the aged blood belonging to Chen Mu's former self, or rather, the body he now inhabited, as well as the grim memory of its own broken leg at that time. It lifted its head and cast Chen Mu a resentful glance, as if to say, had it not been for the impact on your fleshy pad, I reckon I would have shattered into 8 pieces by now. Chen Mu patted the little flame, attempting to ease the tension. Indeed, had I not struck you, you might have vanished without a trace long ago, and we would have never crossed paths. The sheer cliff, soaring dozens of meters high, posed a significant risk to their current capabilities if they attempted to climb it directly. With determination, Chen Mu waved his hand. Let's take a detour. This diversion would span several kilometers. As they traveled north along the cliffside, the terrain underfoot became rugged and treacherous, with gnarled tree roots and slippery moss continuously testing their balance. The thorns scattered across the ground rustled against Chen Mu's beast battle armor, while the little flame, agile and nimble, darted through the underbrush, occasionally glancing back at the laborious Chen Mu. Along their path, they encountered a small group of startled rodent-like demon beasts, which scurried past their feet in a panic, creating a minor commotion. The little flame emitted a low growl, brimming with menace, causing the tiny creatures to vanish without a trace. After an extended journey, the sun began its descent in the west, and they finally stumbled upon a relatively gentle slope with sparse vegetation. Using hands and paws alike, they began their ascent. The heavy pack on Chen Mu's back became a considerable burden, nearly causing him to lose his balance several times, saved only by the little flame's timely interventions, either pushing against him or tugging at his clothing. After much exertion, they reached the cliff's summit, panting from exhaustion. They reoriented themselves and continued eastward. The return journey was far from smooth, however, with their strength gradually restored, especially after the little flame advanced to the late servant level. The threats from the surrounding area had significantly diminished. Occasionally, they encountered oblivious lower-tier demon beasts, which essentially presented themselves as easy prey. The ensuing days unfolded with a rhythm of purpose. By day, they traveled while the little flame scouted ahead, and Chen Mu pressed on under the weight of his burden. Any audacious lower-tier demon beasts they crossed paths with became targets for practice and stockpiling resources. One morning, sunlight filtered through the sparse canopy, casting beams of light. The little flame's ears perked up, its body crouching slightly as it directed a low, threatening growl towards the 3 o'clock position. Chen Mu instantly halted, honing his senses, and whispered, "Little flame, in the direction of 3 o'clock, behind that crooked tree, something lurks. It's a crimson shadow cat. A speedster, be wary of its claws. We need its fur intact." His commands, honed through their recent experiences, had become remarkably proficient. No sooner had he finished speaking than the little flame transformed into a crimson blur, launching itself forward with a speed surpassing that of the notoriously agile crimson shadow cat. Just as the cat emerged from behind the tree, ready to ambush, the little flame intercepted it head-on. Its claws, imbued with the heat of flames, tore through the air. The crimson shadow cat, caught off guard, hastily swiped its claws in defense, leaving only shallow scratches on the little flame's armored limbs. The little flame's combat instincts had evolved significantly. With a series of swift pounces and bites, leveraging its strength and fiery advantage, it effortlessly pinned the cat to the ground, delivering a precise bite that severed its throat. Splendid. Fur integrity at 90%. Collect it, Chen Mu praised as he hurried forward, skillfully stowing the cat's carcass into the peculiar space within his mind. The little flame licked the blood from its claws, its gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. In the afternoon, they neared a marshy expanse reeking of decaying organic matter and muddy waters. The little flame sniffed at the edge, suddenly growling at a murky puddle, its front paws anxiously scratching the ground. Caution. Movement at the marsh's edge. It's a mud swamp crocodile. Level 7. Tough skin and thick flesh. Avoid the water. Lure it onto solid ground. Target its dorsal plates and tail tendons. Chen Mu swiftly assessed the situation, detailing the target's value points with great familiarity. The little flame understood, unleashing a fiery ball of flame towards the puddle. The fireball struck the muddy edge with a resounding pop, sending mud splattering everywhere. The taunt proved effective. The murky water churned as a massive crocodile, cloaked in thick layers of muddy scales, angrily crawled ashore, its cold vertical pupils fixated on the little flame, its gaping maw full of razor-sharp teeth emitting a hoarse roar. The little flame agilely leaped on solid ground, maintaining a safe distance while occasionally launching small fireballs to harass the crocodile's eyes and nostrils. The crocodile, hindered by its cumbersome form on land, clumsily turned to snap at the little flame, which nimbly evaded its strikes, infuriating the beast to thrash its tail in rage. After a brief standoff, the little flame seized an opportunity when the crocodile lunged and exposed its belly, gathering a larger fireball and smashing it into the comparatively soft underbelly. Boom! The flames erupted, and the mud swamp crocodile let out a pained hiss, its body momentarily rolling over from the impact. The little flame capitalized on this fleeting chance, launching itself like an arrow, its fiery claws piercing deep into the crocodile's throat, delivering a fatal blow. The crocodile's massive form convulsed violently before crashing to the ground. The process of harvesting its tough plates and sinewy tail took considerable effort from Chen Mu, leaving him covered in muck. But the sight of the high-quality materials brought a satisfied smile to his face. Worth it. Beyond battles, Chen Mu's keen eyes resembled an automatic scanning radar, exhibiting an almost obsessive sensitivity to valuable plants. Stop. Little flame, do you see that stone covered in moss? Yes, those particularly blue mushrooms. Gathering mushrooms. essential for crafting strength elixirs. Collect them, Chen Mu exclaimed, squatting down to carefully harvest. Just a short distance away, he suddenly spotted a withered tree root entangled with vines. Yes, the leaves with silver spots. Silver spotted vine, a medicinal herb for crafting spirit-gathering pills. We cannot let this slip by. Once again, he busied himself with gathering. On one occasion, he fixated on a cluster of inconspicuous wild grass, adorned with minuscule white flowers the size of grains of rice. Leaning closer for a better look, he even plucked a leaf to sniff, and his face erupted with immense joy. At last, dewgrass, one of the key ingredients for crafting healing elixirs. We searched high and low before without any luck. Haha, fortune is on our side. He eagerly collected the entire patch. The little flame watched from the side, observing Chen Mu as he excitedly dug and gathered, transforming various ordinary and somewhat peculiar plants into nothingness. Growing bored, it let out a great yawn. Its gaze filled with an expression of mild exasperation. "TCH, you just don't understand the importance of money," Chen Mu muttered softly, catching the little flame's eye as he carefully stored the dewgrass. The original Chen Mu had ventured into this perilous place precisely because he was broke, unable to afford demon beast cubs, and ended up risking his life. We're scraping up some resources now to prevent repeating that mistake in the future. The little flame flicked its tail, begrudgingly accepting this explanation. That evening, they set up camp in a relatively dry, sheltered area. A small fire crackled to dispel the dampness and potential threats from snakes and insects, while also providing some warmth. Chen Mu chewed on tough, but filling jerky, instinctively delving into his mind to tally the inventory in his peculiar space. A small pile of medicinal herbs had accumulated, their diverse aromas mingling in the air. As they journeyed, fought, and gathered, the little flame exerted its strength while Chen Mu commanded and scavenged. Although their large packs had not been filled with much more due to lack of space, the little treasury within Chen Mu's mind steadily and resolutely filled with resources. These would be their capital for survival in the future. Uncertain of how many days had passed, the trees surrounding them appeared to have become somewhat sparser. The towering ancient trees were gradually supplanted by secondary trees and shrubs, and the primal, untamed, an oppressive atmosphere that once permeated the air had quietly dissipated. Occasionally, the faint sound of distant birdsong could be heard, a welcome departure from the previous dominance of the roars of monstrous beasts. On that afternoon, sunlight filtered through the thinning canopy, casting warm patches of light upon the ground. They traversed a grove predominantly composed of birch trees, their trunks standing straight and their bark mottled. Chen Mu, succumbing to his professional curiosity, bent down to examine a peculiar little grass whose leaf veins shimmered with unusual silver lines, contemplating its medicinal properties. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was leading the way, halted abruptly, emitting a low growl that was tinged with evident confusion, vigilance, and an indescribable thrill. "What is it?" Chen Mu immediately looked up, instinctively placing his hand on the rough bone knife sheathed at his waist. Xiao Yan was intently sniffing the ground beneath its paws, its nose nearly touching the soil, its tail taut yet not drooping as it would in the presence of a threat. Chen Mu quickly approached and crouched down. The earth beneath them was no longer merely rich humus or a tangled mass of roots. It was a relatively even path, less than a meter wide. The soil was compacted remarkably tight, with resilient weeds stubbornly growing at the edges, but the center was bare, clearly marked by the passage of either humans or beasts. The traces were fresh, indicating that someone or something had recently traversed this way. A path forged by human feet. Chen Mu's voice trembled with excitement. He reached out, pressing his hand firmly against the compacted soil, his fingertips sensing a long-lost solidity characteristic of human presence. He then scrutinized the direction in which the path extended, which pointed straight east. Following this road would undoubtedly lead them out. A wave of immense joy surged through him like a warm current, sweeping away the fatigue accumulated over the past several days. Even the heavy burden on his back felt a tad lighter. Hope lay ahead. Xiao Yan sensed its master's exhilaration and circled around him twice, its tail held high, as if celebrating with unrestrained glee. Without needing further prompting, it eagerly stepped onto this hopeful path, its gait light and full of vigor, each step imbued with an eagerness that prompted it to glance back at Chen Mu, its eyes urging him forward. "Hurry up." As they followed the trail, their pace noticeably quickened. The path beneath their feet grew increasingly distinct, marked by a plethora of footprints. They could even occasionally discern clear outlines of human footprints. Alongside these human marks were often mixed hoofprints of beasts, evidently the companions of beast tamers. The trees flanking the path became shorter and sparser, the landscape gradually opening up, allowing broad beams of sunlight to pour down and dispel the gloom of the forest depths. The air carried a faint whiff of human activity, a subtle reminder of civilization. After approximately an hour of walking, the trees ahead abruptly thinned out, and the light brightened significantly. An expansive clearing unfolded before their eyes. Chen Mu felt his heart race uncontrollably as he took a deep breath, parting the last few resilient vines that blocked his way and coming to a halt. In the distance, the silhouette of structures built from rough timber and gray-brown stones emerged clearly against the horizon. Although they were still far away and the specific details of the buildings remained obscured, the irregularly shaped cluster, marked by unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship, was undoubtedly not a creation of nature. Even more exhilarating was the sight of small, moving black figures flitting between the buildings. Those were not the forms of beasts. They were human figures, living, breathing people. He could even faintly hear the indistinct sounds of chatter carried by the wind, possibly human voices or the clatter of tools. A familiar aroma, mingling smoke, livestock, and a hint of dust, wafted into his nostrils. Chen Mu inhaled deeply the air imbued with the essence of civilization. A relieved smile breaking across his face, filled with a sense of profound gratitude. He hefted the two heavy bundles on his back, feeling the weight of his possessions, and glanced at Xiao Yan, who, though slightly weary, still exuded a commanding presence, its gaze sharp as ever. With his rugged armor, now more wild and battle-worn, he imagined the attention they would attract upon entering the town. At last, they had arrived. A broad smile spread across his face, revealing bright white teeth as he patted Xiao Yan's sturdy back. Xiao Yan, are you ready to step into the realm of humanity? There will be warm meals, comfortable beds, and an array of delightful snacks and chew toys. Xiao Yan lifted its head towards the setting sun and let out a long, powerful howl. Ao. Chapter 17. Qingshan Town. As Chen Mu and Xiao Yan advanced through the clearing, the human voices grew ever clearer as they approached the cluster of buildings. Upon nearing the entrance to the town, he noticed a weathered wooden sign, heavily eroded, emblazoned with the words Qingshan Town in bold red paint. Qingshan Town. Chen Mu paused, rifling through the memories of his original self. This was not the famed Panshir town. It seemed he had taken a rather circuitous route. This place lay approximately 10 kilometers north of Panshir town, also serving as an outpost adjacent to the burning Ember Forest. Regardless of the name, a place to rest was all that mattered. Chen Mu shook his head and led Xiao Yan into the town. As they stepped through the entrance, the previously bustling street fell silent for a brief moment. All eyes, whether those of street vendors, passers-by, or shopkeepers arranging their wares, turned towards Chen Mu and Xiao Yan, their gazes fixed with unabashed curiosity. Wow, where did this fellow emerge from? One might ponder. Look at his attire, a wolfskin chest guard, scaled arm guards. And that crooked helmet. Did he raid an entire beast den? Nearby, Xiao Yan appeared spirited, yet it seemed to have chosen the wrong master. Its appearance somewhat diminished by the company it kept. Whispers buzzed around him, yet Chen Mu seemed oblivious, his gaze swiftly scanning the street. To his left stood a tool shop, its entrance cluttered with sickles, axes, and sheets of metal for repairs. To his right was a general store, its shelves brimming with all manner of goods from cooking essentials to fabrics. Further ahead, there were restaurants, pharmacies, and beast material shops, typical fare for a border town. However, what captured Chen Mu's attention most was the sight of nearly everyone accompanied by their beast companions. Merchants pulled carts with medium-grade beasts. Burly men rode high on superior mountain wolves, and women walked alongside well-behaved cotton dogs, not particularly high in rank, but evidently well-trained. Here, beasts were not merely combat allies. They were integral to daily life. Occasionally, he spotted some low-grade spirit beasts, paraded by well-dressed beast tamers who carried an air of arrogance, as passers-by made way for them. Just then, a young man, seemingly in his late 20s, passed by him, accompanied by a small, entirely white fox with 6 wings. Its form graceful, yet exuding an inscrutable aura. Instinctively, Chen Mu tapped into his mental connection to probe. Beast name: 6-winged snow fox, species grade, rare beast. Medium, other information. A string of question marks flashed before him, causing his eyelids to twitch. Information about anything above the soldier level was completely shielded. Who was this individual? He couldn't help but glance again at the man, noticing the resemblance to one of his original self's teachers, but thought little of it. As he continued walking, a rich aroma of meat wafted toward him. Following the scent, he discovered a restaurant, where steam billowed from a bamboo steamer at the entrance, the outlines of meat buns barely visible within. Beside it, several unknown beast legs sizzled on a grill, the enticing fragrance permeating the air. Chen Mu's stomach let out a low growl, a sound that echoed his long-forgotten memory of indulging in warm, proper meals. For days on end, he had nibbled on jerky, leaving his jaw sore and weary. Xiao Yan also sniffed the air, her crimson eyes fixated on the grill, emitting soft whimpers that betrayed her hunger. Be patient. Once we've sold the materials and earned some coin, I'll treat you to a grand feast, Chen Mu reassured her. While his gaze wandered toward the shops adorned with signs proclaiming we buy beast materials and we buy spiritual herbs, yet he dared not step into those establishments. The border town was rife with all sorts of characters, and his novice attire would undoubtedly draw the attention of unscrupulous traders eager to take advantage of him. Ultimately, his eyes settled on a more imposing structure at the heart of the town, rising 3 stories, constructed from blue stone. It bore a plaque with golden lettering that read Beast Master Association, Qingshan Town Branch. The steady stream of visitors made it apparent that this was the most bustling locale in the area. This is the place, Chen Mu resolved. Though the association had its fair share of regulations, the prices offered were equitable and would spare newcomers from being exploited. He entered the association with Xiao Yan, finding the interior spacious and divided into several sections, a bulletin board for task postings on the left, a materials trading area to the right, and a reception desk in the center. Without hesitation, Chen Mu approached the trading area, thudding down the 2 hefty bags of materials onto the counter. The staff, taken aback by his wild appearance, examined the contents meticulously before quoting. These materials will fetch you 300,000 Lungting coins. Does that sound agreeable? 300,000? Chen Mu calculated in his mind. It was a fair offer. The association's price might not be the highest, but it was certainly reasonable. That's acceptable. The staff, accustomed to the routine, inquired. May I have your terminal account for a direct transfer? Chen Mu shrugged apologetically. I'm afraid I lost my terminal in the ancient forest and haven't had the chance to replace it. The staff nodded in understanding. Such occurrences were not uncommon among adventurers. In that case, I'll give you a crystal card. They handed him a crystal card, stating, here you go, a card worth 300,000. Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement, clutching the crystal card as he exited the association. However, instead of heading straight to a restaurant, he made a beeline for a nearby shop adorned with signs for communication and terminal services. In this world, lacking a terminal was akin to being stranded. He chose a basic silver wristband terminal at a reasonable price and handed the crystal card to the clerk. The clerk efficiently transferred the 300,000 Lungting coins to his new novice terminal and completed the basic binding. As the wristband flickered to life, projecting a small holographic interface, Chen Mu finally exhaled in relief. Relieved to be reconnected. With the terminal sorted, Chen Mu's next destination was a clothing store. His Beastmaster armor was far too conspicuous. Sir, I would like the cheapest attire you have, he requested, paying for the garments before retreating to the fitting room. Noticing his hair had yet to grow back, he also acquired a simple hat. Once clad in his new outfit, he felt considerably refreshed. Glancing at the battered helmet and the scuffed, torn beast skin armor, he surmised that no one would want to purchase them and casually discarded them into a nearby trash bin. On the bustling street, Chen Mu inhaled deeply, feeling the reassuring weight of the 300,000 coins in his pocket. For now, he needn't fret over food. However, he was acutely aware that this sum was merely a drop in the bucket when it came to nurturing a beast. Evolution materials, enhancement potions, specialized feed, each would demand a significant investment. At that moment, both he and Xiao Yan were acutely aware of their hunger. The aroma from a nearby restaurant still lingering in the air. Feeling emboldened by the coins in his possession, he declared, let us go, Xiao Yan. Time to upgrade our dining experience. The pair soon found a relatively clean restaurant, bustling with patrons and vibrant chatter. Chen Mu selected a window-side table and was just about to place his order when laughter erupted from the adjacent table. There sat 5 young men clad in school uniforms, accompanied by several well-groomed beasts. A fleeting glance at the uniforms revealed the name of their school, Third High School of Huanhuang City, his own alma mater. A young man with bleached hair audibly mocked. Ha! Can you believe someone still contracts a firetail hound? Such a lowly beast. Are they here for charity? Chen Mu chose to ignore them, focusing on the menu. Another boy, named Wang Hao, suddenly pointed at him. Li Gu, doesn't he look familiar? Isn't that the guy from our school who failed his awakening and dropped out? Chen Mu. Li Li scrutinized Chen Mu, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Well, it truly is Chen Mu. No wonder you look so familiar and utterly unremarkable. So, you failed the awakening ceremony and ended up with a what is it? A watchdog? TSK, TSK, TSK. This taste, this setup, proves that a waste is a waste, regardless of awakening. 7 months have passed, and you've only fallen further behind? Li Li raised his voice deliberately, drawing the attention of several nearby tables. Hey, Chen Mu, what can your firetail hound even do? Wag its tail or guard the door? How about you let it show me what a real beast is like, compared to my golden horn lion? At that moment, the golden horn lion beside him seemed to sense its master's taunts, baring its teeth and emitting a threatening growl toward Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's companion, a turtle-like beast with a rocky shell, joined in with a low rumble. Chen Mu's expression turned icy. His years of working life had taught him not to waste energy on trivial disputes, yet this group was composed of classmates well aware of his past failures. Intentionally pouring salt on old wounds, he discreetly scanned the beasts at their table with his mental connection. Beast name, Golden Horn Lion. Species grade, Intermediate Spirit Beast. Level, 9, Late Servant Class. Base attributes, Strength 28, Speed 19, Defense 23. Attribute Affinity, Gold 89. Health, 100. Skills, Golden Ray, LV1, Pounce, LV2. Beast name, Rock-shelled Turtle. Species grade, Low Spirit Beast. Level, 8, Late Servant Class. Base attributes, Strength 18, Speed 16, Defense 25. Attribute Affinity, Earth 73. Health, 90. Skills, Rock Shell LV2. Earth Spike, LV1. Beast name, Gale Leopard. Species grade, Low Spirit Beast. Level, 8, Late Servant Class. Base attributes, Strength 19, Speed 26, Defense 15. Attribute Affinity, Wind 69. Health, 85. Skills, Wineblade, LV2, Swift, LV1. Chen Mu understood completely. This group had likely ventured out for training, and their contracted beasts were indeed of commendable species grades, with none lower than low spirit beasts, while the leader, Li, even commanded an intermediate spirit beast. Their levels ranged from 8 to 9, slightly surpassing Xiao Yan's current standing. Moreover, he discerned a pattern. Beasts of higher species grades tended to exhibit superior base attributes, even at the same level. For instance, the Wind Leopard, with a speed of 26, surpasses the ordinary Inferno Hound by a considerable margin. However, this comparison is merely against the commonplace. Chen Mu cast a glance at the diminutive Inferno at his feet, and, through their mental link, assessed. Beast name, Inferno. Species rank, High-class mortal beast. Level, 7, Late-stage servant level. Base attributes, Strength 26, Speed 32, Defense 22. Attribute Affinity, Fire 96, Light 01, Vitality, 80. Skills, Fireball, LV3, Flame Claw, LV3, Scorching Bite, LV3. Aside from the Golden Horn Lion, the other spirit beasts were remarkably overshadowed by the Inferno's foundational attributes. Particularly in terms of strength and speed, it far exceeded the higher-tiered rock-armored turtle and wind leopard. This was all a result of Chen Mu's extensive use of various potent pills such as the strength pill and speed pill, coupled with practical combat experience, leading to a complete transformation. As for the Golden Horn Lion, while its basic attributes were indeed slightly superior, boasting a strength of 28, its skill levels were lamentably low, with the highest merely at LV2, clearly indicating a lack of practical experience and skill proficiency. Chapter 18, The Duel. What? Are you too afraid to speak? Wang Hao, noticing Chen Mu's silence, grew increasingly arrogant, perhaps sensing the vast disparity and feeling intimidated. After all, it is merely a low-tier mortal beast, entirely incomparable to our spirit beasts. The leader, Li, finally spoke, his tone bland yet dripping with undeniable superiority. Wang Hao, do not stoop to the level of the ordinary. It would be beneath us. We still have to discuss our forthcoming training route. Brother Li's words rang true. The young man with yellow hair chuckled awkwardly, falling silent, though his gaze towards Chen Mu remained laced with disdain. Only then did Chen Mu slowly raise his head, directing his gaze towards the table of people, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Whether we are of the same caliber is not something that can merely be declared. Oh, what do you mean by that? Li raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Chen Mu's audacity to retort. Nothing much, Chen Mu replied indifferently. I merely believe that some things that appear valuable may not be as formidable as they seem. You seek death. Wang Hao slammed the table and stood up, incensed. Dare you imply that Brother Li's Golden Horn Lion is merely gilded on the outside? Should I have my rock-armored turtle battle your pitiful dog to demonstrate the disparity? Wang Hao. Li frowned, admonishing him before turning his cold gaze towards Chen Mu. Since you deem your Inferno Hound to be impressive, how about we engage in a sparring match? Just to the point. His competitive spirit was evidently ignited by Chen Mu's words. As a prodigy in the school, his Golden Horn Lion was considered among the elite in all of Flame Radiant City's secondary schools. It had never been outperformed by a mere low-tier mortal beast like the Inferno Hound. Onlookers paused their meals, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Are they students? Their beasts appear quite formidable, one remarked. That young man is likely in for trouble. Is merely an ordinary Inferno Hound. Chen Mu glanced at the eager and combative Inferno, a spark of excitement igniting within him. It was the perfect opportunity to assess the fruits of his recent training. Very well, Chen Mu nodded, but let us keep it light. No one should be harmed. Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint, Li replied confidently. as if victory were already assured. Let us proceed to the vacant lot behind the restaurant. A crowd quickly gathered in the open space behind the establishment as the group arrived. Inferno, be cautious. Do not go overboard, Chen Mu whispered to the Inferno. With a low growl, the Inferno's crimson eyes gleamed with fierce determination. It had long harbored a grudge against the arrogant lion. Golden Horn Lion, attack, Lily commanded nonchalantly. The Golden Horn Lion let out a low roar and stepped forward with a powerful gait, its body shimmering with golden light, exuding an extraordinary aura. Inferno, toy with it using your speed. Chen Mu issued his command. With a swift movement, the Inferno transformed into a red blur, swiftly circling the Golden Horned Lion. Moving so rapidly that even the lion, known for its strength and defense, could not respond in time. Lily's smile faltered. This Inferno Hound's speed seems somewhat unusual. Golden Horned Lion, unleashed the Golden Energy Blast. The Golden Horned Lion opened its mouth, condensing a golden energy orb, which it hurled towards the Inferno. However, the Inferno dodged with ease, the energy blast striking the ground and creating a small crater. Flame Claw, Chen Mu called out at the opportune moment. Seizing the chance as the Golden Horned Lion turned, the Inferno lunged fiercely, its claws alight with flames, striking at the lion's side. With a resounding thud, the Golden Horned Lion stumbled, its formidable defense rendering it unharmed, yet it appeared somewhat disheveled. How is this possible? Lily's expression changed dramatically. Golden Horned Lion, pounce. The Golden Horned Lion roared in fury, its limbs propelling it forward like a cannonball, significantly faster than before. Now, Chen Mu commanded. Fireball technique. The Inferno stood its ground, conjuring a fireball larger than usual, and hurled it directly at the Golden Horned Lion. This fireball, imbued with much of its strength, appeared almost tangible. Boom. The fireball collided with the Golden Horned Lion, resulting in a violent explosion that sent the lion soaring through the air, crashing to the ground, its golden glow noticeably dimmed, indicating it had sustained some minor injuries. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone stared, eyes wide in disbelief. A low-tier mortal beast, the Inferno Hound, had felled a mid-tier spirit beast, the Golden Horned Lion? Li's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding audibly. His prized lion had been bested by a mere dog? The few followers with him were equally stunned. Especially Wang Hao, whose face burned with humiliation. Moments ago, he had derided the dog's worth. Chen Mu approached and gently patted the Inferno's head. His tone calm. I told you, one should not judge solely by appearances. He dismissed the pale faces of Li and his entourage with a glance, turning to leave with the Inferno. Wait. Li snapped back to reality, his voice laced with venom. That dog has some issues. Chen Mu continued walking, leaving behind a single retort. It is your vision that is lacking. Upon returning to the restaurant, their order arrived just in time. Chen Mu and the Inferno dug into their meal as if nothing had transpired in the backyard moments before. Li and his companions were utterly dejected, their faces grim as they lost all appetite, hurriedly settling the bill and departing without further discussion of their training route. The surrounding patrons now regarded Chen Mu with a mix of awe and curiosity. This seemingly unremarkable young man had a beast so extraordinary? Chen Mu paid little mind to their gazes, his thoughts solely occupied with the warm, delicious food before him. After satisfying his hunger, as he stepped out of the restaurant, he was confronted once more by Li and his group. Li's expression was as dark as a thundercloud, while Wang Hao and the others glared at him with malicious intent, as if they wished to pounce. Enough with the arrogance. Wang Hao interjected, stepping forward to point an accusatory finger at Chen Mu. Do not think that mere luck grants you victory. Brother Li's Golden Horn Lion did not even fight at full strength. If you have the guts, let us meet in a proper combat arena for a true showdown. Chen Mu smirked inwardly. These students were clearly losing their composure. However, this presented an excellent opportunity to teach them a lesson about the harsh realities of life. He held unwavering confidence in the Inferno. His unique ability not only allowed him to view attribute panels, but also served as a mobile pharmacy. With the consumption of 3 pills, Strength Pill, Speed Pill, and Vitality Pill, each providing a boost of 5 points to strength, speed, and defense, the effects were undeniably potent. Fight. Very well. Chen Mu casually inserted his hands into his pockets and said, why should I indulge you in your games? It's a waste of time and it affects my mood. What do you intend to do? Li's voice was icy, his gaze sharp as a knife. Chen Mu glanced at them and smiled. It seems the young masters are not short of money. How about this? Let us have a match. With a wager of 50,000 dragon coins. If you win, I want you to take a single coin. Bullshit. Wang Hao immediately erupted. Why would we not take your money if we win? You owe us. Chen Mu scoffed. How ridiculous. You are the ones chasing after me to fight. Do I owe you anything? If you don't want to fight, then get out of my way. With that, he turned to leave. Stop. Li Gu blocked his path, scrutinizing Chen Mu for a few seconds before squeezing out the words through clenched teeth. Fine, 50,000 it is. I refuse to believe that my golden horn lion cannot bring down this mutt. Li Gu is impressive. His followers immediately cheered, as if victory was already assured. The group soon arrived at the small arena in the town center. Chen Mu noticed the sign indicating a venue fee of 1,000 and paused, looking at Li Li. If you insist on fighting, you'll have to cover the cost. Li Li's eyelid twitched, suppressing his fury as he swiped his hand to pay the fee, coldly stating, "Less talk, let your dog come out. Impatient, aren't we?" Chen Mu squatted down and patted Xiaoyan, using the motion to discreetly initiate a mental connection. 3 pills, power pill, agility pill, and foundation pill, were silently delivered into Xiaoyan's mouth. Hold them, don't swallow yet. If anything goes awry, or if I tell you to eat, do so immediately, but act naturally, don't let them notice. Got it? Xiaoyan, feeling the foreign objects in its mouth, blinked its crimson eyes and looked up at Chen Mu, exuding confidence tinged with disdain, as if to say, "Master, you're being overly cautious. That defeated opponent? I can handle it just like last time. Pills. What a waste." Understanding the look in its eyes, Chen Mu chuckled, "It's 50,000. We worked hard to earn 300,000, better to be safe." Xiaoyan huffed in dissatisfaction, seemingly saying, "You don't trust me." Chen Mu gave it a light push. "All right, go, but take it easy." Only then did Xiaoyan stride confidently into the arena. As soon as Xiaoyan entered, the sparse audience and staff erupted in boos and murmurs. A mere flametail hound? What a joke. And facing a golden horned lion, a mid-tier spirit beast. Not worth watching. It'll be a quick defeat. I heard it won in a restaurant's backyard? That must be a lie. Surely it was just a fluke. Almost no one placed their bets on Xiaoyan. In the arena, the golden horned lion had already taken its stance under Li Li's command, its eyes fierce. Li Li took a deep breath and shouted, "Golden King, unleash your full power. Tear it apart." The golden horned lion let out a low growl, its muscles taut, its golden fur gleaming even brighter, its aura more formidable than during the backyard encounter. Clearly, the master had issued a dire command, and it was prepared to fight for real. "Crush it, golden horned lion." Li Gu bellowed. The golden horned lion roared and charged at Xiaoyan like a golden war chariot, exuding a violent aura. Its speed wasn't remarkable, but the pressure it exerted made the audience hold their breath. Xiaoyan, with its crimson eyes, showed no fear. Instead, it radiated fighting spirit. It didn't engage directly. At the moment the lion was about to collide, it suddenly exerted all 4 paws. Whoosh! A crimson afterimage slid away at an acute angle, so swift that it left only a phantom. The golden horned lion, with its overwhelming force, crashed violently into the ground, creating a thunderous sound. How fast? A spectator gasped. Xiaoyan's speed far exceeded their expectations of a mundane flametail hound. With its attack missed, the golden horned lion turned in fury. Yet Xiaoyan danced around it like a wraith, occasionally darting forward with burning claws. Fire Claw LV3. Swish, swish. Though the golden horned lion had tough skin and thick flesh, Xiaoyan's fiery claws, imbued with high temperature and tearing force, precisely targeted its joints and abdomen, its relatively vulnerable spots. Each scratch left charred marks, inflicting pain that disrupted the lion's movements. The golden horned lion roared in anger, attempting to retaliate with golden light bomb LV1 or a powerful pounce LV2, but Xiaoyan's speed and anticipation were too superior. It consistently evaded or countered during the lion's attack pauses. The disparity in battle experience was starkly evident. The skills Xiaoyan honed through life and death struggles were far beyond those of this pampered lion. "Fool, don't let it toy with you. Use the golden light bomb to block its path." Li Li yelled anxiously from outside the arena. Hearing the command, the golden horned lion began to gather golden light in its mouth, preparing a wide-range attack. Just as it was about to unleash its power, Xiaoyan, which had been circling, suddenly locked onto the moment. Now is the time. Scorching bite. Chen Mu's voice resonated in its mind. Xiaoyan's hind legs erupted with astonishing strength, its speed skyrocketing. It didn't dodge but charged directly toward the trajectory of the impending golden light bomb, opening its blazing mouth wide, aiming for the lion's unguarded mouth and vulnerable neck. LV3 Scorching Bite. The ultimate killing move. Boom. Xiaoyan's fiery jaws clamped down fiercely, colliding with the hastily launched golden light bomb at point-blank range. The explosion and flames instantly engulfed both beasts. A chilling cry of pain erupted from the lion first. As the smoke began to clear, Xiaoyan was flung several meters away by the shockwave, rolling once before regaining its footing. Its fur was singed in patches, with a charred mark on its forelegs seeping blood, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet its gaze remained sharp, its spirit undiminished. Before it, the golden-horned lion lay on the ground, Its neck charred and mangled, golden mane burned away in large patches, its mouth a bloody mess, whimpering in agony, utterly devoid of combat capability. Silence enveloped the arena. The audience gaped, incredulous at the sight of the injured, yet standing Crimson Hound. Did it win? My heavens! The Flametail Hound just toppled a mid-tier spirit beast. The Golden Horned Lion? This dog must have transcended. Lily's face turned pale, his body trembling, gazing at the wounded lion and then at the lightly scratched Xiao Yan. A profound sense of humiliation and absurdity engulfed him. His once proud beast had suffered a more devastating defeat after unleashing its full power. Chen Mu entered the arena to check Xiao Yan's injuries, relieved to find it hadn't sustained any serious harm. He approached the dazed Li, extending his hand and shaking the white bracelet. Young Master Li, 50,000. Let us settle up, we're pressed for time. Li abruptly looked up, glaring at Chen Mu with an expression that was a complex mix of anger, resentment, and disbelief, which ultimately morphed into a dark scowl. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his own bracelet and forcefully swiped it across Chen Mu's. Beep. Transfer successful. 50,000 dragon coins. Chen Mu inspected the notification with satisfaction. Patting Xiao Yan, let us go. The duo departed calmly amidst the audience's mixed gazes, leaving behind Li Go, whose face was ashen, and his companions who didn't dare breathe. Li's glare was fixed on Chen Mu's retreating figure, dark enough to squeeze out water. He had not only lost money today, but had also been publicly humiliated. He could not swallow this indignity. Chapter 19. Xiao Yan's abundant gains. Chen Mu walked out of the arena with Xiao Yan, glancing at the 50,000 dragon coins just credited to his bracelet. Feeling quite pleased, he found an economical inn in town and checked into a room. Upon entering, Chen Mu flopped onto the bed and let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Yan hopped up beside him, curling up and licking its charred leg, emitting a satisfied whine. Before long, both man and dog fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the inn room where Li and his companions were staying, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Damn it, 50,000. Just like that, given to that waste? Wang Hao slammed his fist on the table, his face filled with resentment. Li's face was ashen, teeth clenched. We can't let this slide. We must make him return that 50,000. Return it to whom? A chilling voice suddenly emanated from the doorway. Several individuals stiffened, turning to behold Lu Linfeng standing there, his expression frigid. He was their supervising instructor, the very man accompanied by a six-winged snow fox. Lu, teacher, Li stammered, hastily rising to his feet. Lu Linfeng strode in, shutting the door with a swift motion. I leave for but half a day, and you've already caused trouble? Speak up, what transpired? The group faltered, hesitant to articulate their thoughts. Wang Hao, you speak. Lu Linfeng commanded directly. Wang Hao trembled in fear, compelled to relate the incident in a stammering manner. How they had mocked Chen Mu at the restaurant. How they were defeated by the Flametail Hound, and subsequently how they had wagered on a contest at the arena only to lose, incurring a debt of 50,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Linfeng fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly adopted a stern tone. Fools! Defeated twice by a mere mundane beast, a Flametail Hound? And you still dare to contemplate revenge? He pointed at Li. Is your Golden Horned Lion merely for show? A mid-tier spiritual beast unable to best a low-tier mundane beast? All those practical lessons wasted. His gaze swept over the others. You instigated the provocations, and you suffered the humiliation. Do you not feel ashamed? The students were chastened, unable to meet his eyes. Tomorrow morning, Lu Linfeng declared coldly, all of you will go and apologize to Chen Mu. Li, consider the money lost as a lesson. Do not mention it again. The following dawn, Chen Mu was enjoying steamed buns at a roadside stall with Xiao Yan when several figures halted before him. Looking up, he recognized Li and the others, with Lu Linfeng at the forefront. Chen Mu, I am Lu Linfeng, a teacher from Yanhuang 3rd Middle School. Lu Linfeng spoke in a calm tone. I have heard about yesterday's events. He turned to Li, casting a sidelong glance. Li gritted his teeth, steeling himself as he stepped forward and whispered, Chen Mu, I apologize. Yesterday, we were in the wrong. The others followed suit, mumbling their apologies. Lu Linfeng continued. It is my failure in guidance. Though your awakening was unsuccessful, the fact that you can naturally awaken and have nurtured the Flametail Hound to this level is commendable. He produced a metallic business card and a letter, presenting them to Chen Mu. On behalf of the school, I invite you to return and continue your studies. This is a letter of recommendation. With it, your tuition will be waived. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to contact me. Chen Mu was somewhat taken aback as he accepted the items. Thank you, Teacher Lu. I will consider it. Lu Linfeng nodded, refraining from further discussion as he turned to leave with his students. As they walked away, Chen Mu could still hear Lu Linfeng's admonitions. Look at him. The Flametail Hound can triumph over the Golden Horned Lion. And what about you? The best resources, yet the poorest performance in practical skills. I expect you all to take this training seriously. Chen Mu tucked the letter away, resuming his meal of buns. Returning to school? Perhaps that is an option. The original body's knowledge of beast taming was lacking. A systematic education would not be detrimental. However, for now, he must first enhance Xiaoyan's strength. He quickly finished his meal and set off towards the bus station, preparing to return to Yanwang City. Yet the immediate priority remained elevating Xiaoyan's capabilities. He swiftly consumed breakfast, and then took Xiaoyan to the town's material market for a leisurely exploration. As anticipated, given its proximity to the Emberburn ancient forest, the market primarily offered fire, earth, and some common wood and metal attribute materials. Light attribute materials were exceedingly scarce, particularly the pivotal light attribute crystal cores for crafting the radiant light pills. The occasional supplementary materials available were either of inferior quality or exorbitantly priced, rendering them unsuitable for pill concoction. It seemed he would have to return to Yanwang City. Chen Mu sighed in resignation. He had purchased a substantial amount of materials for the Gathering Spirit pill, spending roughly 80,000, leaving him with less than 270,000 in his account. It appeared that nurturing beasts was indeed quite costly. Sigh. Chen Mu glanced down at Xiaoyan and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Xiaoyan, I can't afford to keep you. Perhaps you should consider performing for a living? You seem particularly suited for a fire-breathing act." What followed was an eye roll from Xiaoyan, who seemed to retort, "You, the one cleaning up after me, are suggesting I sell my talents. You should entertain instead. I'll be right here to support you with some fiery displays." Humph. Without further delay, the duo made their way to the bus station in Qingshan Town. The train to Yanhuang City was about to arrive. Upon entering the station, staff members pointed towards the signs indicating the boarding area, instructing, "All beasts must be returned to their spatial confines." Chen Mu, feeling helpless, looked at Xiaoyan, making a gesture to return him to his spatial realm. Xiaoyan emitted a low, displeased whine, nudging Chen Mu's leg with its head. After all, since their bond began, Xiaoyan had seldom entered the spatial realm. Having grown accustomed to the freedom of the wild, it greatly despised that small, confined space. "Be good. Bear with it. They 1T allow beasts on board. And will arrive shortly." Chen Mu squatted down, gently rubbing Xiaoyan's head, soothing him with soft words. The mental connection conveyed a comforting emotion. Although reluctant, Xiaoyan ultimately complied, transforming into a streak of red light, and was drawn into the spatial realm. Chen Mu purchased a ticket and boarded the train. An hour later, the train gradually pulled into the west station of Yanwang City. As he stepped into the throng of people exiting the station, the cacophony of voices enveloped him. The calls of various accents beckoned for patrons. "Hey handsome, looking for a hotel? Cheap and clean. Accommodation. Hot water and Wi-Fi included. Want to stay? We have beautiful ladies. Satisfaction guaranteed. Come on, handsome. I promise you an experience like no other." Several enthusiastic women brandished signs, immediately surrounding Chen Mu. Their words laced with subtle implications. Chen Mu gazed at the familiar yet surreal scene, the memories of his past life overlapping, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch with an amused incredulity. Ah, indeed, all train stations are the same. Although the allure of those calls about beautiful women stirred an instinctive flutter within him, he swiftly dismissed the thought. "I am a respectable individual. Such frivolities do not interest me, especially with important matters to attend to." With unwavering focus, he pushed through the enthusiastic crowd and headed directly towards the public transportation hub outside the station, boarding the shuttle heading to the Beast Tamer Association. Yanwang City, living up to its reputation as a regional hub, boasted towering skyscrapers, wide streets, and a bustling flow of pedestrians and vehicles that vastly surpassed the quaintness of Qingshan Town. Before long, the shuttle halted in front of the grand edifice of the Yanhuang City Beast Tamer Association. The throng of people entering and exiting the entrance was several times more lively than the entire association hall in Qingshan Town. Accompanied by the recently released Xiaoyan, Chen Mu made his way directly to the materials trading zone as indicated on the signs. Upon entering the trading area, Chen Mu immediately sensed a difference. It resembled a colossal indoor bazaar, with clearly defined sections and numerous stalls. In addition to the common array of attribute materials, herbs, and ores, there was a dedicated area labeled Beast Nutritional Supplements. This section was bustling with activity. Bright counters and open shelves displayed a dazzling variety of items. No longer were there only simple jerky and feed, but an assortment of enticing forms. Colorful energy cubes, cans of meat paste exuding peculiar aromas, concentrated nutrient solutions in exquisite bottles, and even freshly prepared, steaming meat steaks wafting irresistible scents. The air was thick with a complex tapestry of enticing fragrances, sweet, salty, rich meaty aromas mingling with herbal notes. As soon as they stepped into the area, Xiao Yin's feet seemed glued to the ground. Its eyes widened in astonishment. Its nose quivering with excitement, and drool uncontrollably dripped from the corners of its mouth, splattering onto the floor. It fixated intently on a counter displaying freshly cut, glistening grilled star beast steaks, emitting an intense gurgle of longing from its throat, its tail wagging furiously as it instinctively lunged toward the counter. Xiao Yin, Chen Mu, quick on his feet, seized the scruff of its neck. Behave. The items here aren't for indiscriminate consumption. Little Flame was seized, anxiously spinning in circles, its tail wagging furiously, fervently transmitting the insistent desire for food. I want to eat. I want that one. And that one too. Through their bond. With a pitiful gaze directed at Chen Mu and a longing glance at the tantalizing array of food before them, Little Flame looked utterly comical, as if it wished to devour the entire counter. Unable to suppress a chuckle at such a gluttonous display, Chen Mu crouched down, adopting a stern expression, and playfully poked Little Flame's damp nose with his finger. Look at you, almost drooling like a river. I've never seen you so ravenous while gnawing on tough jerky in the ancient forest. Woof woof. Little Flame growled in discontent, rolling its eyes dramatically, clearly expressing, how can that be compared? The aroma is utterly irresistible. And do you understand, caretaker? This pup is in a crucial growth period. I need nourishment. Amused by Little Flame's mix of indignation and righteous disdain, Chen Mu couldn't help but laugh, ruffling the fur atop its head. He ultimately felt too soft-hearted to let it gaze longingly for too long. All right, no more rolling your eyes like a dead fish. I'll buy you something nice. As a celebration of our safe return and, for winning that fight yesterday and saving face for this handsome fellow. A woof. Little Flame perked up instantly, its tail wagging with even more vigor, the prior disdain vanishing entirely, replaced by an expression of adoration that seemed to convey, you're the best, caretaker. Chen Mu strolled with Little Flame through the designated area, selecting a few items. The quality was indeed commendable, but the prices were equally striking. In the end, he purchased a large bag of highly rated nutritional meat paste, a box of fire-patterned energy blocks reputed to enhance affinity for fire elements, a hefty bag of fragrant chew sticks, and a small bag of crunchy bone biscuits exuding an enticing aroma of grains and meat, suitable as snacks. All these items amounted to nearly 20,000 dragon coins. Here, this is for you, but make it last, Chen Mu said, handing over the luxurious bag. Little Flame immediately strutted with its head held high, gripping the bag proudly, as if to announce to the world that it had delectable treats. With Little Flame's provisions secured, Chen Mu finally turned to his primary task, sourcing materials for crafting the Mingguang pill. As expected, light attribute materials were scarce in the city of Flame Light, and after scouring nearly the entire materials district, he finally found the requisite radiant grass and morning light sand in a relatively large and reputable shop. Along with additional materials for concocting spirit-gathering pills, he spent nearly 100,000 dragon coins. Watching his account balance plummet to just over 200,000, Chen Mu couldn't help but grimace. The substantial sum he had just acquired was hardly warm in his hands, and nurturing a beast truly felt like an endless money pit. However, witnessing Little Flame happily clutching the snack bag and exuding satisfaction, alongside the bag of light attribute materials in his hand, brought a sense of peace to Chen Mu. The goal was achieved. Although his balance had dwindled to less than 150,000, he had procured everything necessary. He departed the bustling materials trading zone of the Beastmaster Association with Little Flame in tow. Chapter 20. The New Home. After finishing his shopping, it was already noon. Chen Mu casually sought out a noodle shop to satiate his hunger before boarding a public shuttle with Little Flame, heading to the humble abode rented by his former self. Located in the impoverished district at the northeastern corner of Flame Light City, having dropped out of school in his senior year of high school, the original owner had no accommodation provided by his workplace, forcing him to rent the cheapest small room he could find. As the shuttle departed from the bustling city center, the scenery outside gradually grew antiquated. Little Flame seemed to keenly sense the change in environment. No longer curious and eagerly peering out the window as it had in the city center, it instead lay quietly at Chen Mu's feet, its ears slightly pinned back, and its moist nose twitching gently, inhaling the unfamiliar, oppressive scent in the air, emitting faint, anxious gurgles from its throat. Chen Mu extended a hand to gently stroke its head, his warm palm conveying reassurance. We'll be there soon. It's an old home, but bear with it. The devastating beast tide a decade ago had primarily surged toward Flame Light City from the southwest, leveling that area to the ground, which is now filled with soaring new skyscrapers. In contrast, the northeastern corner, though affected, retained more of its old architecture. After 10 years, this enclave had become a forgotten corner of the city, with low, densely packed old houses, peeling walls, narrow streets, and an atmosphere thick with dampness and decay. Those residing here were mostly struggling lower-class citizens. Guided by memory, Chen Mu turned into a narrow alley and finally halted before a weathered wooden door, its paint peeling away. Pushing open the creaky door, he was greeted by a familiar scent, dusty and stale. The tiny room was exceedingly cramped. Upon entering, one could see it all at a glance. A creaky single bed occupying most of the space, a rickety old table, a small wardrobe barely accommodating a few clothes, and a corner piled with miscellaneous items. The walls were dark and chipped, revealing the brick beneath in places. The window was small, allowing little light, making the interior appear dim even during the day. With little flame following him inside, the already confined space felt even more constricted. It curiously sniffed around, but soon let out a small sneeze, clearly unaccustomed to the heavy mustiness and dust. Its little paws restlessly tapping the floor as its tail drooped slightly. This place is far too small, Chen Mu remarked, glancing around with a furrowed brow. With little flame accompanying him, turning around felt cumbersome, let alone engaging in everyday activities. Little flame shared his curiosity, sniffing the air, seemingly disliking the smell, and whimpered softly. Not lingering too long, Chen Mu began to tidy up the remnants left by the original owner. The belongings were scant, a few faded old garments, basic toiletries, and most importantly, an old photograph cherished at the bottom of a tin box. The photograph depicted a family of three, a young couple with radiant smiles, standing alongside a small boy of about 7 or 8, with a park as the backdrop. Chen Mu carefully stowed the photograph away. It was the only emotional connection he inherited from the original owner. The remaining odds and ends were packed into a bag. Throughout this process, little flame watched with curiosity, occasionally nudging the items Chen Mu was sorting as if assisting in the inspection. Once finished, Chen Mu grasped the bag and, with little flame in tow, pushed the door open and headed straight to find the landlord. The landlord was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man with a beer belly. Upon seeing Chen Mu return, his brows raised, and he immediately began to demand the overdue rent, his tone unfriendly. However, when his gaze fell upon little flame at Chen Mu's feet, its bright, lively eyes and glossy coat shimmering even in the dim light, his harsh expression instantly froze, only to be replaced by a forced smile as his demeanor softened considerably. Oh, it's little Chen back already? Chen Mu, uninterested in pleasantries, directly accessed the payment interface on his wrist device and swiftly settled the outstanding rent. Watching the successful transfer notification, the landlord's smile broadened, even going so far as to insincerely say, "Once you're successful, don't forget to take care of your old brother's business." Leaving the dilapidated neighborhood, Chen Mu felt the air become significantly fresher. He promptly led little flame to a relatively reputable housing agency. The agent, a quick-witted individual, greeted them enthusiastically upon seeing Chen Mu enter with little flame. "Hey there, looking to rent a place? Bringing a pet, I see. Rest assured, I have several pet-friendly residences on hand. This particular apartment, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit located in the Qing Tung community, may not be brand new, yet it is characterized by its cleanliness and tidiness. The most significant feature is the presence of a private garden. Your beloved canine can frolic in the yard, sparing it from confinement indoors. The rental fee is reasonable as well, at 2,500 per month, with a deposit of 1 month's rent and 3 months payment in advance." Upon hearing about the garden, Chen Mu felt a sense of satisfaction. The apartment is situated on the ground floor, benefiting from ample natural light. Although the furnishings are modest, they are spacious and clean. The garden, while not extensive, is adorned with stone slabs and boasts a small patch of soil in the corner, providing a refreshing space for Xiao Yin. The two exchanged a satisfied glance, both content with their decision. This environment is a vast improvement over the slums, and the price is within reach. Without further hesitation, Chen Mu signed the contract and paid the deposit along with the agency fee, resulting in a noticeable decrease in his account balance. Upon receiving the keys, Chen Mu and Xiao Yin promptly returned to their new abode. After setting down their minimal luggage, primarily the dog food purchased that day, they began tidying up. They primarily wiped away dust and organized the room. Xiao Yin seemed to sense the significance of having a new home and was particularly exuberant. Playfully grabbing the small cloth handed to him by Chen Mu and ineffectively swiping it across the floor, only to spread dust around, leaving Chen Mu amused and exasperated. "Oh, little one, your task is merely to supervise, not to create more chaos. This pothose plant is thriving. We shall keep it." Chen Mu decided as he repositioned it to a sunnier spot and watered it. Xiao Yin, too, was energetically exploring their new residence, sniffing here and inspecting there, before ultimately settling down contentedly beside a makeshift dog bed lined with old clothes. Observing the refreshed little nest, Chen Mu smiled at Xiao Yin and said, "From now on, this is our home." "Woof," Xiao Yin joyfully replied, wagging his tail enthusiastically. After completing their chores, The pair ventured out to find a small restaurant nearby to have dinner, later stopping at a convenience store to procure towels, toothbrushes, slippers, and other daily necessities. By the time they returned to their new home, the sky was completely dark. Upon switching on the lights, Chen Mu did not rest. He retrieved the glorious grass and morning light sand he had purchased earlier, took a deep breath to concentrate, and began the process of concocting the radiant pill. His mental energy intricately wove through the materials, guiding their fusion. The endeavor was not without its challenges, when 5 pills, each radiating a gentle white light, lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Xiaoyan seemed to sense his master's concentration and the fluctuations of his mental energy. No longer playful, he lay quietly by Chen Mu's feet, resting his chin on his forepaws, his bright eyes focused intently on Chen Mu, occasionally letting out a soft whimper as if to silently encourage him. When the 5 pills rested in his palm, Chen Mu exhaled deeply, feeling a profound weariness and heaviness settle over him. It worked, he rasped. Xiaoyan immediately sprang up, approaching the pills, sniffing the pure light energy with fervor, his tail wagging vigorously, eyes brimming with desire. Here you go, Xiaoyan, give it a try. Chen Mu offered one of the radiant pills. Xiaoyan swallowed it whole, closing his eyes to savor the sensation. Soon, he looked up at Chen Mu with anticipation. Chen Mu offered another pill, but when Xiaoyan sought a third, Chen Mu perceived through their mental connection that Xiaoyan's internal light energy had reached saturation, rendering further absorption ineffective. It appeared that a maximum of 2 pills per day was appropriate. Chen Mu stored the remaining 3 radiant pills in a mysterious space within his mind. Having consumed 2 radiant pills, Xiaoyan displayed noticeable changes. The circular white mark on his forehead shimmered with greater purity and brightness, as if a gentle glow pulsed within. The flame at the tip of his tail blazed brighter, standing out vividly in the dimly lit room, even bordering on dazzling. Through their mental link, Chen Mu observed that Xiaoyan's affinity for light energy had surged from a negligible 0.1 to an impressive 4.3. The results were remarkable. At this rate, 1 more pill would surely elevate him to 5 tomorrow, potentially bringing forth new transformations. Chen Mu felt invigorated. Suppressing the void of his mental energy and the heaviness in his mind, he retrieved 5 spirit-gathering pills to offer Xiaoyan, the maximum he could consume in a day. Xiaoyan, this is your portion for today. Absorb it well and solidify your foundation. Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly approached, swiftly devouring the pills. Before long, he nestled in his little bed, eyes closed, a faint yet stable red glow emanating from him as he focused intently on absorbing the medicinal properties to cultivate. Watching Xiaoyan enter a deep state of meditation, Chen Mu ventured to the bathroom for a quick wash. Turning on the tap, the cool water splashed on his face, invigorating him. As he raised his head, he caught a clear glimpse of his reflection in the mirror, his own face belonging to Chen Mu. It bore a youthful countenance, still retaining a hint of boyish innocence. His skin, somewhat roughened from recent excursions in the ancient forest, framed well-defined features with clear eyes. While not strikingly handsome, his overall appearance was pleasing, falling into the category of clean and aesthetically appealing. Upon closer inspection, he noted a resemblance to his younger self from before his transmigration. Not bad. At least I haven't turned unattractive, Chen Mu murmured, drying his face. Lying on the freshly laid mattress, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Chen Mu sighed deeply, finally finding a semblance of stability. Yet, the emptiness and dull ache in his mind lingered stubbornly. His mental energy remained too weak. Frowning, he acutely felt the fatigue residing within his brain. The process of concocting the radiant pills had nearly depleted his current mental reserves, resulting in a pronounced sense of drowsiness and discomfort. This rate of depletion would take considerable time to recover from, severely limiting his alchemical capabilities. Xiaoyan could only consume 2 radiant pills and 5 spirit-gathering pills each day, merely meeting his current needs. What about the future? Higher-level pills would undoubtedly require even greater consumption. With his current meager recovery rate of mental energy, he would not be able to sustain this, let alone allow for his own cultivation needs. He must find a way to enhance both the total amount and the recovery speed of his mental energy. Searching through his memories, Chen Mu recalled that although his original self was merely a dropout from a poor background, he possessed some foundational knowledge within this world steeped in beast mastery culture. The method of meditation. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. This technique was specifically designed to hone, restore, and elevate mental energy. Fragments of his original self's memories hinted that the most accessible route was to enroll in a beast mastery class at a secondary school. There, the institution would provide free instruction in a universal basic meditation method, one of the fundamental privileges afforded to newly awakened beast masters by Dongxia. Immediately, Chen Mu picked up his newly purchased terminal and swiftly searched for meditation methods online. The results left him astonished. There were indeed offerings for sale, but the most basic and poorly rated meditation methods began at 6 figures. Those with even a modicum of reputation or unique features were priced astronomically, far beyond his current means. As expected, prohibitively expensive, Chen Mu placed the terminal down, furrowing his brow even tighter. This completely blocked off his option to purchase. It seemed that the free route was the only realistic choice available. His gaze swept across the bedside table, landing on a piece of paper casually placed atop it. The very introduction letter given to him by teacher Lu Linfeng from 3rd High School of Huanhuang City that morning. Chen Mu reached out to retrieve the letter. The paper felt ordinary, even somewhat cheap. He clutched the thin sheet of paper, his fingers unconsciously twisting it. The only place offering free instruction in general meditation techniques was the school. This letter of recommendation seemed to be the key to re-enrollment. A wry smile tugged at Chen Mu's lips as he gazed at the letter. During the day, he had contemplated assessing the situation further and felt a tinge of reluctance about returning to the life of a student. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow that evening. A lack of mental fortitude was a significant flaw, meditation was an essential requirement, and the opportunity to obtain it for free lay before him. Clutching the letter, he murmured to himself, "It seems I must indeed return to the 3rd High School." Chapter 21. Meditation Techniques. Early the next morning, Chen Mu arrived at the gates of 3rd High School in Yinhuang City, accompanied by Xiao Yan. The familiar entrance, its paint peeling in places, greeted him. It was the height of the school rush, as students clad in identical uniforms poured into the campus in clusters, the cacophony enveloping him. Among the throng, he recognized a few vaguely familiar faces, his former classmates. However, given his impoverished background and introverted personality, he had been but a shadow in their midst, barely registering in their memories. The hurried students cast no glance in Chen Mu's direction, unaware of the former dropout in their midst. He had no intention of greeting them, his gaze fixed ahead as he strode purposefully towards the gate. The gatekeeper was the same elderly gentleman from his memories, his hair a mix of gray and white, seated at the reception with a cup of tea. He glanced up at Chen Mu, a flicker of recognition crossing his face, before his gaze drifted to the lively Xiao Yan at his feet. Without raising his eyelids, he waved them through. Relying on his past recollections, Chen Mu navigated effortlessly towards the administrative building. The principal's office was located on the top floor. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in," a robust voice called from within. Upon entering, he found a sturdy middle-aged man seated behind the desk. It was Principal Huang Pu Laiyun. Though his hair showed signs of graying, he sat upright, his gaze sharp and spirited, exuding a quiet strength. Chen Mu felt a stir of intuition. This principal was likely a formidable beastmaster. "Good day, Principal. My name is Chen Mu," he introduced himself, his tone steady, imbued with just the right measure of respect, yet devoid of timidity. Years of professional experience had taught him that maintaining a balance of humility and assertiveness was the best approach when addressing someone of higher status. Principal Huang's eyes fell upon Chen Mu, then flickered to the spirited Xiao Yan, a glimmer of understanding passing through them. It was evident that Lu Linfeng had apprised the principal of the events from the previous day in Qingshan town, including Xiao Yan's effortless defeat of Li Li's golden horn lion. "Chen Mu," Huang Pu Laiyun nodded slightly, seemingly sifting through his memories. "You were the one who withdrew after last year's awakening ceremony in your senior year, correct? I recall you came to me to process your withdrawal." "Yes, Principal," Chen Mu acknowledged, refraining from elaborating on the embarrassment of his withdrawal, which would only portray weakness. He immediately shifted to the crux of the matter. "After failing my awakening last year, I withdrew. 2 months ago, I naturally awakened my Beastmaster talent and contracted this Hound of Flame, Xiao Yan. Yesterday, I encountered teacher Lu Linfeng, who, after assessing Xiao Yan's strength, believed it could be a valuable asset for the school in the upcoming ranking competition, thus providing me with this letter of recommendation." He smoothly handed over the thin letter, his actions fluid and natural. Huang Pu Laiyun accepted the letter without scrutinizing it, as Lu Linfeng had already conveyed the details over the phone. He regarded Chen Mu with a hint of regret. "I remember that during your 1st and 2nd years, your academic performance was commendable. It's unfortunate that you withdrew." Each year, after the awakening ceremony, many disappointed students chose to leave, a reality to which he had long grown accustomed. Had it not been for Lu Linfeng's specific mention, Chen Mu would have faded from his memory entirely. Chen Mu offered a slight smile, neither dwelling on the past nor lamenting missed opportunities, instead stating plainly, "Thank you for remembering, Principal. Teacher Lu mentioned that I could return to enroll in the Beastmaster class, with tuition fully waived." He paused, locking his gaze with Huang Pu Laiyun's. Teacher Lu also discussed the pressures the school has faced in recent years regarding the ranking competitions in Yinhuang City. "It seems the allocation of resources has been affected." He refrained from directly stating that their performance had declined, opting instead for the more tactful phrases pressures and affected, subtly addressing the core issue. He could distinctly perceive a flicker of concern in the depths of the principal's eyes. Understanding dawned on Chen Mu. He had laid his negotiating cards on the table. He no longer beat around the bush, his tone earnest yet underscored by a palpable sense of purpose. Principal, I comprehend the reason behind Teacher Lu's recommendation for my return. You must have heard from Teacher Lu about Xiao Yan's capabilities. It can defeat Li Li's Golden Horn Lion, and I believe it can become a significant force for the school in the upcoming ranking competition, helping to secure a better standing and resources. He laid his value before the principal with clarity, more convincing than any hollow assurances. Thus, Chen Mu leaned in slightly. His posture relaxed yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. One of my primary objectives in returning to school, aside from completing my studies, is to learn meditation techniques, which are crucial for my subsequent development. Teacher Lu mentioned that the school offers basic meditation methods. But I believe that if the school desires my utmost effort in the ranking competition, striving for a better placement, it would be beneficial to provide additional effective support, perhaps a more advanced meditation technique. He deliberately emphasized effective and more advanced, intertwining his core appeal with the school's fundamental needs, hinting at the foundation for a mutually beneficial arrangement. Huang Pu Liyun's fingers tapped lightly on the desk, a steady rhythm, while his gaze turned unusually profound. Chen Mu's words were impeccably articulated, clearly highlighting the school's predicament while showcasing his own value, culminating in a straightforward proposition. This was not the negotiation style of an 18-year-old dropout merely awakening his talents. It bore the hallmarks of a seasoned individual well-versed in the ways of the world. The principal scrutinized Chen Mu once more. The young face bore a steadiness and insight that belied his years. Resources, rankings. These two weighty terms pressed heavily upon Huang Pu Liyun's mind. In recent years, the third high school had indeed been on a downward trajectory. If it did not reverse course this year, the following year would be even more challenging. The first, second, and eighth high schools had students who had already advanced to the rank of junior beastmaster, with their main beasts likely reaching levels 11 or 12, the early stages of attendant rank. Ling Wei's Frost Crystal Fox had stalled at level 10, the pinnacle of servant rank, for far too long, with little hope for a breakthrough. Before him stood Chen Mu, whose contract was recent, yet his Hound of Flame exhibited combat prowess far exceeding its rank. This was nearly the greatest variable in the third high school's quest for a better standing. He needed this strength, desperately. Huang Pu Liyun weighed the pros and cons rapidly in his mind. After a moment of silence, he reached a decision. Very well. I will accept the letter of recommendation. You shall enroll in the Beastmaster class today. Tuition will be waived as per Teacher Lu's assurances. He first confirmed the basic conditions. Then, he opened a drawer, retrieving a thin tome wrapped in animal skin, evidently aged, and placed it solemnly on the table. The Xianyuan concentration technique. Observing the sudden brightness in Chen Mu's eyes, he spoke in a deep tone. This is a personal treasure of mine, far more effective than the school's standard version. I can make an exception to lend it to you for study. Chen Mu's heart soared with joy, yet he maintained a facade of restraint, awaiting the principal's caveat. However, Huang Pu Liyun indeed shifted the tone of the conversation, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority, presenting two conditions. First, this technique must not be taken from the school premises. It may only be comprehended within the principal's office or in a designated quiet room that I specify. It must be returned to me at the end of each school day and can be retrieved again the following day if needed. Second, his gaze, sharp and unwavering, locked onto Chen Mu. You must secure a place in the top 10 of the Beastmaster ranking competition at Yanhuang City Middle School in 1 month's time. Top 10? Chen Mu mentally calculated. With his confidence in Xiao Yan's potential and his own alchemical abilities, though the goal was daunting, it was not unattainable. More importantly, this ranking competition also presented a splendid opportunity to acquire resources. He did not exhibit any signs of trepidation, but rather seemed to have anticipated this demand. Promptly nodding in agreement. Deal. For the school, and for myself, I accept this challenge of achieving the top 10. Excellent. A genuine smile finally graced Huang Pu Liyun's face, tinged with a hint of admiration for Chen Mu's astuteness. He pressed a communicator button. Director Wang, please come to my office. Soon, Director Wang arrived. After a brief explanation from Huang Pu Liyun, Mr. Wang led Chen Mu to collect his textbooks and school uniform. The entire process executed with remarkable efficiency. Subsequently, Director Wang guided Chen Mu to the top floor of the teaching building, to class 1 of the Beastmasters. At that moment, a middle-aged teacher named Mr. Lin was lecturing on some topic. Upon signaling at the door, Mr. Lin stepped out. Mr. Lin, this is our new transfer student, Chen Mu. He awakened his talent a bit late, and is now joining class 1 of the Beastmasters. All formalities have been completed. After the brief introduction, Director Wang hurriedly departed. Mr. Lin scrutinized Chen Mu and the spirited Xiao Yan at his feet, then nodded, "Come in." Chen Mu followed Mr. Lin into the classroom. The previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into a subtle stir of curiosity and whispers, particularly when the students noticed the exuberant flame-tailed hound beside him. "Class, quiet down. Mr. Lin clapped his hands. "This is Chen Mu, who joins us in class, one of the Beastmasters starting today. Chen Mu, please introduce yourself briefly." Stepping to the edge of the podium, Chen Mu calmly surveyed the students below. "Hello everyone, my name is Chen Mu." The introduction was succinct, devoid of any embellishment. "Chen Mu? Is it him? The one from the ordinary class, grade 3, 7. Didn't he drop out after failing his awakening? Has he reawakened?" Murmurs rippled through the classroom as several students recognized him, their faces reflecting astonishment. After all, it was not common to see someone who had dropped out following a failed awakening return to school after a few months, having naturally reawakened. "Mr. Lin disregarded the murmurs and pointed to an empty seat at the back. "You may sit there." Following the instruction, Chen Mu walked toward the designated seat. His gaze lingered for a brief moment as he passed by a spot near the front of the class. Seated there was a girl with a demeanor as cool as frost, Ling Wei. She seemed utterly indifferent to the commotion in the classroom and the arrival of the new student. Her attention still fixed on the book before her. Beside her, on a small cushion, lay a fox with ice blue fur, poised and elegant, exuding an innate sense of aloofness. Chen Mu's thoughts stirred, and he subtly extended his mental connection. Beast name, Frost Crystal Fox. Species rank, High Spirit Beast. Level, 10, Peak of Servant rank. Base attributes, Strength 28, Speed 34, Defense 22. Attribute affinity, Ice attribute 98. Vitality, 130, 130. Skills, Ice Spike, LV4. Frost Armor, LV3. Frost Breath, LV2. Status, Alert. Indeed, it was already at level 10. All its basic attributes slightly surpassed those of his current level 7 Xiao Yan, and it excelled in speed as well. Its skill levels were impressively solid. To elevate a beast to the peak of the servant rank within merely 7 months since the start of the 3rd year is a testament to Ling Wei's exceptional talent and diligence. Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. As he observed the Frost Crystal Fox's panel, the ice blue fox seemed to sense the intangible scrutiny. Raising its head warily, its icy blue eyes locking onto Chen Mu and his flame-tailed hound. Chen Mu retracted his gaze, maintaining an impassive expression as he took his seat. Chapter 22, First Meditation. Chen Mu drew out his chair and began to organize his textbooks. He could distinctly feel the probing, curious, and even slightly mocking gazes directed towards himself and Xiao Yan, like a myriad of fine needles pricking at him. A subtle atmosphere enveloped the classroom, as if everyone was waiting for something significant to unfold. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he feigned ignorance, focusing intently on arranging his pristine copies of Fundamentals of Beast Mastery, Analysis of Basic Beast Contracts, and Common Beasts Illustrated, Eastern Xia Edition, neatly at the corner of his desk. Unperturbed by the surrounding scrutinies, Chen Mu opened the fresh Fundamentals of Beast Mastery, immersing himself in the lecture. Having recently traversed into this world, his understanding of the Beastmaster system was still quite superficial. Now, with a free and systematic opportunity for learning, he was determined to seize it, absorbing knowledge with an insatiable thirst. On the podium, Mr. Lin's voice resonated clearly and gently. The essence of a contract lies in the resonance and connection of mental strength. The contract mark serves not only as a bridge for communication, but also as a conduit for the transmission of mental force. Through this channel, Beastmasters can transform their mental strength into specific affinity effects for their beast partners. It is crucial to note that beasts of different attributes exhibit varying compatibility with mental force transmission. For instance, fire-type beasts typically find it easier to accept enhancements that boost physical attributes such as power and speed, while their adaptability to more intricate abilities like mental shields and elemental coordination may be somewhat weaker. This relates to the affinity of attributes and the compatibility of mental force fluctuations. The upper limit for servant-level beasts is level 10. Surpassing level 10 signifies the first leap in the essence of the beast's life, entering the attendant rank. The hallmark transformation of the attendant rank, aside from a significant increase in basic attributes, is the initial condensation of the core of attributes within the beast, bringing about a qualitative change in their application of corresponding powers. Furthermore, they can then absorb energy from the evolution materials prepared by their Beastmaster. The Beastmaster's mental strength must also reach the standard of a junior Beastmaster to stabilize the contract and command their attendant-level beast partners. This systematic and foundational knowledge was like a long-awaited rain to Chen Mu. He rapidly recorded key points, correlating them with the phenomena he had observed through his mental connection. causing many previously vague concepts to crystallize into clarity. The morning passed swiftly, and before long, it was noon. "Hey, Chen Mu." His neighbor, Zhao Lei, a gregarious and warm-hearted classmate, called out. His own beast, a fluffy creature reminiscent of an oversized squirrel, was a high-grade common beast at level 7. Obediently perched on a cushion at his feet, Zhao Lei enthusiastically invited. "Come on, let us head to the cafeteria for lunch. I know the best place for beast food that is both delicious and affordable." Chen Mu, feeling inclined to accept, smiled at Zhao Lei's genuine demeanor and nodded. "Sure. I appreciate it." The cafeteria was indeed as grand as Zhao Lei had described. The first floor was dedicated to a specialized dining area for beasts, divided into various sections, offering a range of nutritional meals tailored to different attributes, tastes, body sizes, and levels of beasts. Outside the cafeteria lies a vast expanse of open land, designated specifically for those oversized beasts that cannot enter the dining hall. The second floor serves as the dining area for students and faculty, adorned with an abundance of windows and offering a diverse array of delectable dishes, each emanating tantalizing aromas. As Xiaoyan stepped into the cafeteria, the alluring sense of various culinary delights wafting through the air instantly captivated its attention, causing its eyes to sparkle with excitement. Just that morning, it had been preoccupied with thoughts of the nutrient-rich meat sauce from home, but now those concerns had been cast aside. Its small nose quivered in anticipation, drool nearly dripping from its mouth, as its short legs seemed glued to the ground, its big, lustrous eyes greedily scanning the different food counters. It emitted eager whines from its throat, yearning to pounce and indulge in a feast at once. Chen Mu watched the gluttonous display of Xiaoyan with a mix of amusement and exasperation, lightly flicking its forehead. "Look at you. Just yesterday you were begging me for meat sauce, and now you can't move an inch at the mere scent of food? You're embarrassing me." Despite his words, Chen Mu's gaze wandered toward the counters, showcasing the exquisite and nutritious beast food. Ultimately, he selected a meal labeled as a special dietary provision for young fire-type beasts, which included high-energy fire meat morsels, vegetable cubes rich in fire element minerals, and a small portion of specially formulated jelly to aid digestion. The price, predictably, was steep, several times the cost of the ordinary meals he would typically purchase for himself. Upon seeing the enticing, fragrant special meal being served, Xiaoyan excitedly circled around Chen Mu's legs, its tail wagging like a little windmill. The pair found a corner to settle down. Zhao Lei, evidently a chatterbox, animatedly narrated the ins and outs of the school while they ate. Which teachers were the strictest, which training facilities were the most efficient, the best local shops for beast food, and even some insider gossip regarding the upcoming ranking competition. Chen Mu relaxed, feeding Xiaoyan while engaging in conversation with Zhao Lei, gradually becoming more acquainted. After a brief respite post-lunch, the afternoon's main event, the practical combat class, commenced. The lesson took place in a specially designated outdoor battle training arena. The rules were straightforward. Draw lots to form groups for one-on-one beast battles, with the intention of testing and enhancing practical combat skills. Chen Mu and Xiaoyan were quickly chosen to take the stage. Their opponent was a boy with a level 7, earthy yellow armored tortoise, an ordinary beast of higher rank. As the battle commenced, the opponent commanded, "Agu, harden your skin." Strength enhancement. A flicker of light flashed from his forehead, and a yellowish glow enveloped the armored tortoise, making its shell glisten more vividly and its limbs appear more robust. However, when faced with the lumbering charge of the enhanced armored tortoise, Xiaoyan did not require Chen Mu to utilize any potions for additional boosts through mental link. It nimbly sidestepped the assault, and almost immediately, in the astonished gaze of the opposing beast master, Xiaoyan propelled itself off the ground with a powerful kick, its front paws suddenly enveloped in a searing crimson glow. Fire Claw, LV3. The fiery claws struck fiercely at the relatively softer side of the tortoise's shell, producing a scorching burn combined with immense physical tearing force. The armored tortoise emitted a pained cry, the hardened defense being breached, leaving a charred mark as its body tilted dangerously to one side, nearly toppling over. "How is this possible?" the boy exclaimed in disbelief. His armored tortoise was considered strong for its level, yet it had been wounded by a mere ordinary-level flame-tailed dog. In the subsequent battles, the experienced Xiaoyan showcased an overwhelming prowess, employing its skills with remarkable finesse. Against a speed-oriented level 6 wind blade sparrow, an ordinary beast of higher rank, the opponent unleashed a swift wind, causing the sparrow to leave behind afterimages in midair. Xiaoyan remained unfazed, opening its mouth to unleash a fiery ball. Little Fireball, LV3. Though small, the fireball traveled at great speed, its trajectory cunningly anticipated, striking the sparrow at the precise moment it attempted to change direction. With a dull thud, the scent of singed feathers filled the air as the wind blade sparrow was sent tumbling to the ground, disoriented and unable to continue fighting. In a match against an adept level 8 poison vine flower, an ordinary beast of higher rank, the opponent activated a toughness enhancement. The resilient vines slithered towards Xiaoyan like venomous snakes. With a glint of cunning in its eyes, Xiaoyan did not retreat. Instead, as the vines were about to ensnare its body, it suddenly crouched low, slipping through the gaps of the vines, and swiftly bit down on the comparatively weak main stem of the poison vine flower. Scorching bite, LV3. Its sharp fangs pierced instantly, and the searing fire energy surged violently into the wound. The poison vine flower let out a sorrowful shriek, its entangling vines withering and blackening, its body convulsing violently as it lost all combat capability. The fire type's dominance over plant types was vividly illustrated in that moment. 1 battle, 2 battles, 3 battles, Xiaoyan. Equipped with astonishing foundational attributes and 3 skills proficiently honed to LV3, swept through its adversaries like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly defeating one opponent after another. Whether the foe excelled in offense or defense, they appeared utterly powerless in the face of Xiaoyan's absolute strength, speed, and skill potency. Xiaoyan's performance gradually silenced the training ground, followed by an eruption of uncontainable chatter. Oh my, another victory? Is it truly an ordinary beast of lower rank? This power, this speed, this intensity of flames is simply outrageous. Lily's golden horn lion at level 9 wasn't he this fierce, was it? This flame-tailed dog must be hiding something. Shock, astonishment, and disbelief replaced the earlier disdainful gazes. All the students recognized that this new transfer student and his flame-tailed dog possessed an absolutely terrifying strength. Only Lily's more experienced beasts and the effortlessly victorious Ling Wei's frost crystal fox might stand a chance against them. On the periphery of the training ground, Ling Wei, who had been quietly observing, finally displayed a flicker of emotion in her icy blue eyes as she watched Xiaoyan, triumphant and prancing back towards Chen Mu to receive affectionate pats. She glanced at Chen Mu's calm expression, a fierce battle spirit ignited within her. The frost crystal fox beside her seemed to sense its owner's emotions, slowly rising, its icy blue eyes locked onto Xiaoyan, a chill emanating from its body, causing tiny ice crystals to form in the air. Unfortunately, just then, the bell signaling the end of the practical combat class rang, interrupting the tension of their impending confrontation. I hope to have a match with you tomorrow. Ling Wei's cool voice was not loud, but resonated clearly in Chen Mu's ears. He looked up to meet her cold yet challenging gaze, merely nodding slightly in response. I am at your service whenever you wish. Following the practical combat class was a meditation session. As the instructor had indicated, after the intense exertion of mental energy required to command their beasts during battle, the students' mental faculties were significantly drained, making this the ideal moment for meditation to stimulate growth in their mental strength. The meditation classroom was spacious and tranquil. Furnished with soft mats, the students found their spots to sit, summoning their various-sized beast companions to quietly remain by their sides. Chen Mu carefully retrieved the tome titled Xian Yuan Concentration Method given to him by Principal Huangfu. He opened the slender booklet, which contained minimal text, featuring only a few small words and annotated diagrams. Perhaps it is the unique resilience brought about by the fusion of spiritual energies from 2 lifetimes due to his transmigration. Or perhaps it is the result of his recent frenzied alchemical practices in the wilderness, where he relentlessly pushed his mental faculties to their limits through barbaric training. Chen Mu's spiritual sea exhibited an astonishing adaptability and yearning for this meditative technique. As he followed the method's guidance to embark on his inaugural meditation, an unexpected transformation occurred. Centered around Chen Mu, the air surrounding him seemed to tremble gently. An invisible force emerged from thin air, drawing the previously evenly distributed and gently flowing particles of spiritual energy in the classroom towards him with wild fervor, as if attracted by a powerful magnet. Above his head, a minuscule energy vortex, almost imperceptible to the naked eye but distinctly felt by those with keen spiritual awareness, began to form. Buzz. Many students who had already entered a meditative state found their spiritual seas abruptly disturbed by this sudden and intense wave of energy, jolting them back to reality. They opened their eyes in astonishment, their gazes converging on the center of the vortex, Chen Mu. He appeared with his eyes tightly shut and brows slightly furrowed, seemingly bearing some form of pressure, yet his countenance radiated an extraordinary brilliance. A veil of invisible aura enveloped his being, and his presence ascended visibly at a remarkable pace. Condensing. What is happening? Such a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Is he absorbing the energy around him? An anomaly occurring during his first meditation? Surely. He possesses the principal's most treasured Xian Yuan concentration technique. Goodness, is this Xian Yuan concentration technique truly this formidable? I wish to practice it too. No, wait. This phenomenon is excessively exaggerated. The The speed at which his spiritual energy is growing is terrifying. What kind of monster is he? Under the incredulous and uncertain gazes of the entire classroom, Chen Mu's spiritual power surged like a parched desert, finally receiving a torrential downpour, escalating at an unprecedented velocity. Undergoing a profound metamorphosis, he could even distinctly sense the boundaries of his spiritual sea rapidly expanding. The barrier representing the threshold of a novice beast master now seemingly within his grasp. Chapter 23. Xiaoyan's new skill, Light Shield Technique. As the bell signaling the end of the meditation class rang, Chen Mu slowly opened his eyes, and the invisible energy vortex above him dissipated. He felt an unprecedented fullness in his spirit, as if he had just experienced a refreshing and profound slumber. His spiritual sea was evidently broadened, and the totality of his spiritual energy had significantly increased, bringing him closer to the elusive barrier of a novice beast master. The gazes within the classroom were now even more complex than after the combat class. Awe, shock, inquiry, and even a tinge of reverence all converged upon him. If the performance of Xiaoyan during the combat class had led them to believe that Chen Mu had fortuitously stumbled upon a mutated flame-tailed dog, then the anomaly during this meditation made them truly realize that this seemingly ordinary transfer student was far from simple. Many students whispered among themselves, their eyes darting back and forth between him and the small booklet in his hands. In Ling Wei's ice-blue eyes, her previous battle intent sharpened. Like a blade tempered in frost, she gazed deeply at Chen Mu, as if trying to see through him. Chen Mu remained oblivious to her scrutiny, calmly tidying his belongings and carefully wrapping the thin booklet in animal hide. He could sense the eyes upon him, yet his heart remained undisturbed. Others' opinions mattered little to him. What was significant was his tangible advancement. Without a moment's delay, he headed straight towards the principal's office with Xiaoyan. Principal Huangfu, Xian Yuan concentration technique. Returning what belongs to its rightful owner. Chen Mu placed the booklet wrapped in animal hide on the expansive desk. Huangfu Liyun set aside the documents he was holding, his gaze falling upon Chen Mu, his profound eyes seemingly capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. With his formidable spiritual power, he clearly sensed the still unsettled, yet significantly denser fluctuations of spiritual energy within Chen Mu. Although this wave had yet to surpass the threshold of a novice beastmaster, its purity and vitality far exceeded those of ordinary students newly acquainted with meditation. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. It appears you have initially grasped it. Huangfu Liyun's voice remained steady, devoid of excessive emotion. To achieve such results during your first meditation demonstrates considerable talent. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Subsequent perseverance and comprehension are of greater importance. The Jade Slip is merely a guide. True cultivation lies within oneself. The student understood, replying respectfully. Thank you, Principal. He sensed that the principal seemed to have seen through many things, but he would not inquire further since the other party remained silent. Go on. Cultivate diligently. Your performance in the combat class was commendable. Maintain that momentum. Huangfu Liyun waved his hand, adding in a neutral tone. Chen Mu nodded, expressing his gratitude once more before turning to leave the office with Xiaoyan. As the door gently closed, Huangfu Liyun's gaze shifted from the entrance to the jade box. He did not immediately put away the jade slip, lightly tapping his fingers on the smooth surface of the box. A faint smile finally became more apparent on his face. He picked up the internal communicator on the desk and contacted the head of instruction. Old Wang, keep a close eye on Chen Mu, who just arrived today, and his flame-tailed dog. Within the bounds of the rules, provide certain conveniences and observations, especially in combat. After hanging up the communicator, he murmured to himself, to evoke a resonance with the Xian Yuan concentration technique during the first meditation. With a resilience and capacity for spiritual energy far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, this lad has indeed presented me with quite a surprise. That Lu Linfeng fellow certainly has a sharp eye. It seems our school stands a chance of achieving remarkable results in this year's ranking competition. He gazed out the window, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As he exited the school gates, the afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky in warm orange hues. The area outside the school buzzed with life, resembling a bustling marketplace. The queue for the public shuttle stretched long, while several well-off students were picked up by private shuttles sent by their families. The air was infused with diverse scents from various beasts, mingling with the laughter of students and the hum of shuttle engines. Although the dormitory conditions at Beastmaster High School were commendable, featuring single rooms with independent small activity areas for beasts, the exorbitant accommodation fees deterred many families, prompting most students to opt for day schooling. Chen Mu stood quietly at the end of the line with Xiaoyan, who curiously looked around at the array of beast companions. After much effort, they finally squeezed onto the somewhat crowded public shuttle. Following a bumpy ride, Chen Mu returned to his familiar little home, closing the door behind him. He shut out the clamor and bustle of the outside world, and the modest furnishings within the house instead brought him a sense of comfort. All right, time to get to work, Chen Mu cheerfully declared, setting down his backpack. Xiao Yan immediately spun around him in excitement, sniffing the air with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the aroma of concoctions. The effects of the Mingguang pills from yesterday were truly remarkable. The 2 Mingguang pills he had administered had boosted Xiao Yan's affinity for light attributes from a meager 0.1 to an impressive 43. He had crafted 5 pills yesterday, but Xiao Yan had reached saturation after consuming only 2. Today, with a mindset of experimentation, he offered the remaining 3 pills to Xiao Yan. The outcome delighted him and was, as expected, quite promising. After adapting to the light attribute energy, Xiao Yan successfully absorbed all 3 pills' medicinal effects. When the little creature finished the 3rd pill, it visibly belched, a faint glow radiating from its body. However, the enhancement effects began to diminish as he had anticipated. The 3 Mingguang pills only increased Xiao Yan's light affinity by 26, raising it from 43 to 69. This diminishing trend was evident. To continue enhancing his light affinity, either more advanced light attribute pills would be required, or considerable time and resources would need to be devoted to gradual refinement. Little Flame tilted her head, as if sensing a subtle transformation within her. A nascent power beginning to bud. The moment her affinity for the light attribute steadfastly surpassed the critical threshold of 50. It felt as though an invisible barrier within her had been shattered with a resounding crack. Suddenly, Little Flame's body stiffened, her previously languid posture instantly straightening. The white circular contract mark on her forehead erupted with a soft, yet resolute white light, akin to igniting a tiny lamp. Following this, countless minuscule, visible milky white light points, resembling a disturbed swarm of fireflies, began to emanate from her petite form, particularly from the area of the mark on her forehead, twinkling and dispersing. These light points did not scatter chaotically. Rather, they were drawn by an unseen force, swiftly converging around her body, spiraling with purpose. The gathering light points increased in number and brightness, resembling a miniature milky white nebula. Within this nebula, the light points began to arrange themselves in an orderly fashion, gradually outlining a thin, translucent membrane of light around Little Flame's surface. Initially, this membrane was somewhat unstable, rippling like a wind-tossed water surface, fluctuating erratically. Little Flame appeared slightly tense and strained, emitting low whimpers from her throat, her 4 short legs trembling as she struggled to control the burgeoning, warm yet unfamiliar power within. Attempting to stabilize it, Chen Mu held his breath, anxiously watching. Through their mental connection, he could distinctly sense the faint light attribute power within Little Flame being swiftly guided, compressed, and shaped, a process rife with uncertainty. After several tense breaths, the rippling light membrane suddenly collapsed inward, the brilliance coalescing instantaneously. A clear, oval-shaped small light shield seamlessly enveloped her body about an inch outwards, hovering steadily. The light shield radiated a gentle, stabilizing milky white halo, while it appeared quite thin, seemingly fragile enough to puncture with a mere poke. Upon closer inspection, one could feel an enduring protective essence coursing within. Success. Light shield technique, LV1. Woof, woof. The moment the light shield took form and stabilized, Little Flame joyously leaped up, issuing cheerful barks. She lowered her head to admire the beautiful light membrane surrounding her, then looked up at Chen Mu, her big, round eyes brimming with curiosity, pride, and a hint of a boastful desire for praise. She began to prance around Chen Mu, intentionally brushing her body against the legs of tables and chairs, the walls, and even attempting to nudge with her nose. Each contact of the light shield with objects produced soft popping and humming sounds, creating rippling circles of tiny waves, yet it remained intact, steadfastly protecting her. All right. I see you're impressive. That new skill looks quite splendid, and your defense seems commendable. Chen Mu chuckled, thoroughly amused by her cheeky and lively demeanor, his tense heartstrings relaxing. He retrieved the jerky snacks he had purchased yesterday, tearing them into small strips to feed her. As Little Flame savored the delicacies, she continued to maintain the light shield, her little tail wagging furiously. The two, a boy and his dog, frolicked for quite some time, during which Chen Mu took the opportunity to closely observe the form and energy fluctuations of the light shield, formulating a preliminary assessment of its strength. Once Little Flame settled down and dismissed the light shield, licking her lips contentedly, Chen Mu settled cross-legged, immersing his mental energy into the mysterious space within his mind. In this space, the ancient and substantial Xianmen Danjing and the enigmatic 9-turn Qiankuan furnace floated silently, serving as the core of this realm. Surrounding them were various herbs meticulously categorized, alongside a plethora of auxiliary materials required for refining fundamental elixirs. The finished elixir section housed the remaining potions, 2 strengthening pills, 1 agility pill, 2 foundation pills, 2 healing pills, and 6 spirit gathering pills. Today, his mental energy had significantly increased, and with his state being optimal, he could refine more elixirs. Considering that Little Flame had nearly reached saturation after absorbing 3 spirit gathering pills today, he decided to first refine 4 additional spirit gathering pills for reserve. The refining process proved to be much smoother than yesterday, with the consumption of mental energy being more efficient, and he found himself handling the spiritual fire with greater ease, the quality of the elixirs seemingly improving slightly. After successfully refining 4 spirit gathering pills that emitted a soft white glow, and feeling the mental energy still abundant in his sea of consciousness, Chen Mu resolved to challenge himself by refining more spirit gathering pills. These pills would expedite Little Flame's absorption of spiritual energy for upgrades, fundamental to her leveling up. And currently, she could absorb as many as 4 a day, indicating high demand. He concentrated, continuously channeling mental energy into the furnace, carefully controlling the temperature fluctuations and the rhythm of the herbal essences fusion. As his mental energy approached depletion, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead when the furnace emitted a low hum, its lid automatically lifting to reveal 4 plump, round spirit gathering pills, rich in pure spiritual energy, which Chen Mu deftly caught with a jade vial. 4. Chen Mu gazed at the newly refined spirit gathering pills within the jade vial, a look of delight spreading across his face. The effects of the Xian Yuan concentration method were truly remarkable. He marveled internally. The enhancement of his total mental energy, combined with the improvements in his mental control from practicing this method, had significantly boosted his refining efficiency. If only he had learned this meditation technique sooner, Little Flame's growth could have accelerated even more. His current total mental energy and recovery speed far exceeded his previous levels, making the process of refining elixirs no longer a mere strain, but rather a task he could handle with relative ease. After securing the newly refined 4 spirit gathering pills and 4 spirit gathering pills, Chen Mu watched as Little Flame, having played enough, eagerly anticipated the 5 spirit gathering pills he prepared for her today. Little Flame yipped contentedly, promptly understanding and scampering back to her cozy little nest lined with soft cushions, curling up, closing her eyes, and beginning to absorb the pure spiritual power contained within the elixirs with all her might. Gentle waves of spiritual energy began to emanate from her nest. Chen Mu also settled cross-legged, palms facing upwards, beginning to operate the Xian Yuan concentration method. As the profound visualization pathway flowed clearly within his sea of consciousness, the depleted mental energy began to recover rapidly. The mental fatigue receded like a tide, and to his surprise, deeply practicing this meditation method also alleviated the physical fatigue, soothing the soreness in his muscles and any lingering strain in his bones as if washed over by gentle energy. This effect surpassed mere sleep, providing a highly efficient deep rest. As he practiced late into the night, the world outside fell silent, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. Chen Mu immersed himself in profound meditation, his sea of consciousness becoming clear and luminous, with mental energy flowing in like a gentle stream, replenishing its depletion and nourishing its essence. In this state of transcendence, a faint yet extraordinarily pure stream of spiritual energy, seemingly originating from an invisible life link, quietly flowed from the outside world back into his body. This spiritual energy coursed through his limbs, bringing an indescribable sensation of comfort wherever it traveled. Subtle hidden injuries within his body were nourished, and his bones felt subtly reinforced. Even his mental sea seemed to be washed clearer and more stable by this warm current. Chen Mu's heart stirred, momentarily diverting a thread of his consciousness from the depths of meditation. This sensation felt so warm and familiar, imbued with Little Flame's essence. Could it be that as she absorbed today's spirit gathering pills, she leveled up again, and the spiritual energy flowed back to him through their contract? This thought flickered briefly. Yet at this moment, he was in the crucial phase of deep meditation recovery, prioritizing the enhancement and refinement of his mental energy, and thus did not delve deeper, retracting his focus to concentrate on restoring and strengthening his mental energy. When his mental energy was once again restored to a full and abundant state, even slightly more robust than before he began meditating, the dawn began to break. Chen Mu gradually withdrew his energy, acutely aware that although the growth he experienced during this session of cultivating the Xian Yuan concentration method was far less dramatic than during his initial practice, his mental strength had indeed solidified and expanded slightly. The sensation of being on the brink of crossing into the realm of an intermediate beast tamer became increasingly vivid and urgent. That intangible barrier seemed to be riddled with fine cracks, poised to shatter at the slightest opportunity. Chapter 24, Equal in Strength. Having finished his cultivation, Chen Mu opened his eyes to find that dawn had just begun to break outside the window. Almost simultaneously, he sensed the awakening of his little companion, Xiaoyan, who promptly sprang from its nest, joyfully darting around his feet, its little tail swirling like a pinwheel. With its head held high, it emitted a series of proud sounds, as if proclaiming, "Look at me, look at me, I have grown stronger." Observing the little creature's eager demeanor seeking praise, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle and reach down to ruffle its fluffy head. All right, I know you're impressive." At the same time, with a flicker of thought, he initiated a mental connection to check on Xiaoyan's latest status. Indeed, the delightful sensation of spiritual energy replenishment from last night was no mere illusion. Beast name, Xiaoyan. Species rank, High Ordinary Beast. Level, 7, 8, mid-tier servant level. Base attributes, Strength 28, 2. Speed 34, 2. Defense 23, 1. Attribute affinity, Fire 9701, Light 69. Vitality, 85, 85, 5. Skills, Fireball, LV3, Flame Claw, LV3, Scorching Bite, LV3, Light Shield Technique, LV1. Affinity, 100. Status, Healthy. The enhancement in strength, speed, and vitality was strikingly evident. "Well done, little one," Chen Mu sincerely praised. Xiaoyan puffed up with pride, nuzzling against his pant leg affectionately. After playfully teasing Xiaoyan for a while, Chen Mu glanced at the time and realized he still had ample time before school. Recalling his habit of exercising during his time on Earth, he rose to stretch his limbs and began to perform the 8-section brocade, a series of gentle movements he remembered. The motions were slow and the breaths deep. Upon completing the set, his body felt slightly warm, his muscles relaxed, and a wave of warmth coursed through his limbs. He distinctly sensed that in this world brimming with spiritual energy, practicing this ancient health regimen yielded results far beyond those of his earthly days, seemingly drawing forth a thread of subtle heavenly energy to nourish his being. After finishing, he felt invigorated and completely free of fatigue. After a simple breakfast with Xiaoyan, the time was nearly upon him. Chen Mu packed his school bag and stepped out with the still exuberant Xiaoyan, boarding the crowded shuttle bus to school. Upon entering the classroom, the atmosphere was palpably different from the day before. The remnants of shock lingered, as students' inquisitive gazes frequently drifted towards him and Xiaoyan, filled with curiosity and intrigue, yet the intense whispers from the previous day had subsided. Chen Mu paid little heed, calmly settling into his seat. During the morning's cultural and beast training theory classes, Chen Mu found himself in an unexpectedly excellent state of learning. The material seemed considerably easier to grasp and remember than the day prior. It became evident that the enhancement of his mental strength indeed sharpened his cognitive clarity and memory. He understood that this boost in learning efficiency was undoubtedly promising news. At noon, he shared lunch with Zhao Lei, who still had his timid fluff mouse curled up in his pocket. Soon, the bell for the afternoon practical combat class rang again. As the instructor announced the commencement of free challenges, Ling Wei was the first to step forward, her gaze as cold as ice as she addressed Chen Mu. "Classmate Chen Mu, shall we have a spar?" Beside her, the frost crystal fox, Shuanglin, held its head high, its icy blue eyes fixed intently on Xiaoyan, a palpable aura of combat rising. Xiaoyan maintained its usual haughty demeanor, nostrils flared, tail flicking, ready to face any challenge. Observing Xiaoyan's inflated confidence, Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, fully aware that the little creature had been growing overly proud due to its rapid increase in strength. The opportunity to temper its exuberance through a match with Ling Wei's formidable frost crystal fox was timely. He nodded in agreement. Very well. Of course, Chen Mu did not forget to conceal his own strengths. Before the battle commenced, he sternly instructed Xiaoyan through their mental connection. "Remember, you can only use Fireball, Flame Claw, and Scorching Bite. The Light Shield technique is absolutely off limits." With a low growl, Xiaoyan acknowledged the command. Ling Wei wasted no time, commanding Shuanglin, "Prepare for battle." The fox emitted a clear, ringing call. "Begin." The battle erupted instantaneously. Shuanglin exhibited remarkable proficiency in skill application. The LV4 ice spike was swift and precise, effectively limiting Xiaoyan's mobility, while the LV3 frost armor enveloped its body to bolster defense, seizing opportunities to unleash LV2 frost breath, attempting to diminish Xiaoyan's speed and attack frequency. Ling Wei's commands were calm and precise. Each directive was impeccably timed. Under Chen Mu's composed guidance, Xiaoyan executed its 3 fire-based skills fluidly: Fireball for long-range harassment, Flame Claw for close combat, and Scorching Bite seeking its moment to strike. However, Shuanglin's higher level and rich combat experience, coupled with the inherent counter-effect of ice against fire, meant that despite Xiaoyan's fierce onslaught, it could not gain a decisive advantage. becoming increasingly flustered by the opponent's intricate maneuvers and counterattacks. How formidable! Ling Wei's command is so steady. That Houndoom is also impressive. It wields its 3 fire skills with such ferocity. They are evenly matched. I didn't expect Chen Mu's command to be so strong. The onlooking classmates were captivated, their exclamations rising and falling, seemingly more engrossed than the combatants themselves. At that moment, Shuang Lin, under Ling Wei's command, launched a flurry of ice spikes. Xiaoyan, unable to evade, was grazed by a few, leaving shallow frostbite and scratches, its dark brown fur now tinged with frost. Ouch! The pain ignited Xiao Yan's innate ferocity and stubbornness. Its eyes turned a fierce red, and with a growl, its offensive not only did not wane but intensified. It began to disregard its own defenses, trading injury for injury, its flame claw accompanied by scorching waves of heat, and scorching bite aimed relentlessly at Shuang Lin's vital points. Even at the risk of being struck by ice spikes or succumbing to the chill. Xiaoyan, calm down. Chen Mu furrowed his brow, attempting to soothe the creature through their bond, but Xiaoyan, in a fervor of battle, was solely focused on annihilating its opponent. Shuang Lin, Ling Wei, equally startled by Xiaoyan's ferocity, commanded her fox to respond with all its might. The clash between the two beasts escalated violently, fire and ice colliding fiercely, energy scattering in all directions. The platform was a chaotic blend of ice shards and fiery sparks, both beasts suffering numerous wounds. Xiaoyan's fur was frostbitten in multiple places, while Shuang Lin's beautiful ice blue coat had been singed in spots by the flames. The audience's gasps transformed into a tense silence, holding their breath. Finally, with a resounding crash, during an intense collision, Xiaoyan's scorching bite slammed into Shuang Lin's fully concentrated frost armor, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The two opposing energies erupted violently, shockwaves sending both beasts tumbling backward, crashing heavily onto the stage, struggling for a moment before managing to rise, both panting heavily and covered in injuries. Time's up. The instructor's voice rang out just in time. All right, everyone, cease your attacks. This round is a draw. Chen Mu, unfazed by the outcome, promptly stepped forward to restrain the clearly unsatisfied Xiaoyan, who still seemed eager to charge ahead, and withdrew it back into the beast's space. At the same time, he had a thought and retrieved a healing pill from the mysterious space within his mind, directly transferring it through a mental connection to the side of Xiaoyan in the Beastmaster space. Xiaoyan seemed somewhat displeased, letting out a whimper of grievance before picking up the pill and swallowing it. On the other side, Ling Wei rushed onto the stage with a heart full of concern, swiftly applying a special healing ointment to the wounds of Shuang Lin, and then fed it a small vial of light blue healing potion, before recalling it back to the Beastmaster space to recuperate. Observing Chen Mu, who appeared calm and seemingly unaffected by the draw or triumph, Ling Wei was filled with astonishment and curiosity. How could a flame-tailed dog, which was 2 levels lower than Shuang Lin and ostensibly of the common beast rank, engage in a stalemate with Shuang Lin? Moreover, she keenly sensed that both Chen Mu and Xiaoyan had yet to exert their full strength. What secrets was this transfer student harboring? With this thought in mind, Ling Wei cast a meaningful glance at Chen Mu. The gazes of their classmates toward Chen Mu had also completely transformed, mingling awe with incredulity. A pet-type demon beast? The power displayed hardly resembled that of an ordinary pet. In the subsequent meditation class, everyone made their way to a specialized meditation room. Upon entering, Chen Mu immediately felt a difference. The air was saturated with vibrant and concentrated particles of spiritual energy, and the entire room seemed to possess an invisible force field that guided and amplified the resonance frequency of mental power, significantly enhancing meditation efficiency. Chen Mu settled into a cross-legged position and activated the Xianyuan concentration method. Indeed, the results were markedly superior to his solitary meditation sessions at home, with both the recovery and growth of his mental power being far more efficient. However, the exhilarating surge of mental power he had experienced during his initial training had faded. Today's growth was a steady and gradual trickle. Yet, he could distinctly perceive that his training efficiency far surpassed that of most of his classmates. This may be attributed to the advantages brought by the fusion of his traverser's soul, or perhaps it was due to the inherent strength of the Xianyuan concentration method. He noticed Ling Wei not far away. Her ability to attract spiritual particles was considerably faster than that of her peers, suggesting that her cultivation method was also remarkable, likely the Xianyuan concentration method as well, but Chen Mu felt that his absorption rate was still slightly superior to hers. He focused his mind, concentrating on his own cultivation. The following 3 days unfolded in a regular and fulfilling manner for Chen Mu. In the mornings, he immersed himself voraciously in a sea of theoretical knowledge, studying the fundamentals of beast mastery, analyzing common demon-beast behaviors, and understanding the principles of energy property interactions. An abundance of information was efficiently absorbed and comprehended. The enhancement of his mental power brought clarity of thought and an extraordinary memory, allowing his learning efficiency to soar beyond that of ordinary individuals. In the afternoon's practical combat class, it became a regular sparring ground for him and Ling Wei. The battles between Xiaoyan and Shuanglin grew increasingly intense, with both beasts rapidly improving their skills in coordination, evasion, and seizing opportunities amidst high-stakes confrontations. Xiaoyan's use of fiery claws became more ingenious, timing its searing bites with greater precision, while Shuanglin's ice spike technique grew more elusive. And the application of its frost armor became increasingly agile. Although each battle ended in a draw, the visible progress in their combat abilities was undeniable. The meditation sessions following practical classes served as the foundation for Chen Mu's steady increase in mental power. In the unique, amplifying environment of the meditation room, practicing the Xinyuan concentration method proved more effective than at home. Chen Mu could clearly sense that the invisible barrier of the junior beast master was becoming increasingly thin, and he was just one suitable opportunity away from a breakthrough. Returning home in the evenings, alchemy and meditation consumed the remainder of his time. The potions he crafted were prioritized for Xiaoyan. 5 spirit-gathering pills were produced daily without fail, and Mingguang pills were continuously administered. Under the sustained influence of the Mingguang pills, Xiaoyan's affinity for the light attribute had painstakingly risen to 96, nearly catching up to the fire attribute's 98. However, Chen Mu also distinctly felt that the effectiveness of the Mingguang pills had diminished considerably. Continuing to consume them would likely be a waste, with perhaps 1 or 2 more needed before they became entirely ineffective. Under Chen Mu's strict orders, Xiaoyan had never revealed the light shield technique during practical classes. However, upon returning home, it had practiced diligently. The translucent light membrane that enveloped its body had become thicker and more refined, shifting from a milky white to a pure, luminescent white. When the light shield was struck, the ripples that emanated were smaller, and the stability of its defense had significantly improved, with the effectiveness of the light shield technique, LV2, being considerably stronger than before. Before long, the weekend arrived. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the small room. Chen Mu did not attend school, but woke earlier than usual. Rather than immediately rising, he habitually sank his mental power into the mysterious space within his mind. The situation inside the space caused him to furrow his brow. The previously towering stockpile of foundational alchemy materials had been depleted to a mere handful. The finished potion area held the last of the inventory: Strength Pill, 2, Agility Pill, 1, Solidifying Pill, 2, Healing Pill, 3, Spirit Gathering Pill, 5, Mingguang Pill, 3. The Spirit Gathering Pills were the most significant shortfall, Chen Mu pondered. Today, Xiaoyan could still absorb 5 Spirit Gathering Pills, but once those were consumed, the stock would be entirely exhausted. The remaining materials in the space would only suffice for the production of 2 to 3 additional Spirit Gathering Pills. Hardly enough for tomorrow's needs. He opened his personal terminal, glancing at the displayed balance: 120, 785 dragon coins. This figure weighed heavily on his heart. Just over 100,000. Raising a beast master truly burned money. Chen Mu sighed in resignation. The frenzied alchemy of the past few days had led to a consumption rate far beyond his expectations. Yet, gazing at Xiaoyan in its cozy nook, stretching languidly and brimming with vitality, Chen Mu felt that the expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Xiaoyan's growth was tangible. Through their mental connection, he could distinctly sense the surging power and vibrant life force within the little creature. The wave of spiritual energy belonging to the peak of level 8 was brimming to the point of overflowing. Breaking through to level 9 felt imminent within the next couple of days. Money could be earned again, but strength was paramount. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Chen Mu resolved to procure materials today, especially for the spirit gathering pills, ensuring he stocked up adequately. Simultaneously, he needed to consider ways to generate income. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain Xiaoyan, the pill-consuming beast. Chapter 25, Setting up a stall to sell strength pills. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Mu set out with Xiaoyan. The duo squeezed onto the public shuttle, heading towards the Beast Master Association in Yanhuang City. Regardless, acquiring materials for crafting spirit gathering pills was of utmost priority. On the shuttle, Chen Mu remained industrious. Leaning against the window, he surveyed the bustling shops lining the streets. Some displayed signs for demon beast materials, others flashed advertisements for skill discs on electronic screens, while many sold various beast food, potions, and daily necessities. The throngs of people bustled about, with beast masters accompanied by a diverse array of demon beasts weaving through the crowd, creating a scene of vibrancy and prosperity. How to generate income? Chen Mu contemplated. Alchemy was his greatest asset, but directly selling finished potions carried considerable risk, likely exposing his secrets. Working a job? A drop in the bucket. Hunting in the Ember Forest? Inefficient and perilous. The public shuttle soon reached its destination. Stepping once more into the grand hall of the Beast Master Association, the familiar clamor and energetic vibrations enveloped him. With purpose, Chen Mu, accompanied by Xiaoyan, headed straight for the materials trading area. The dazzling array of herbs, ores, and demon beast materials left one in awe. With the profound knowledge of alchemical formulas residing in his mind, Chen Mu swiftly and accurately selected the necessary herbs for the spirit-gathering pill and several other fundamental elixirs. This time, his procurement was substantial, particularly the primary ingredient for the spirit-gathering pill, for which he purchased enough to concoct over 30 doses. Upon settling the bill, Chen Mu felt a pang in his heart as he glanced at the terminal displaying the deducted amount, 350 dragon coins. His balance instantly dwindled to a mere 435 dragon coins. Truly, it was a costly endeavor, he murmured to himself, feeling the pinch as he stuffed the bulging bags of herbs into his backpack. As he exited the trading area, he passed by a counter dedicated to selling finished potions and instinctively halted his steps. The counter displayed an array of potion bottles in various hues, with labels proclaiming titles such as Strength Potential Stimulator, Speed Enhancement Essence, and Basic Defense Fortification Liquid, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. His gaze was immediately drawn to a pale blue potion, identical to the one he had seen Ling Wei administer to the frost crystal fox, Shuang Lin, during their practical lessons over the past few days. He scrutinized the label and the price, a first-tier healing potion, designed to accelerate wound recovery and alleviate damage caused by energy impacts, showing remarkable efficacy on servant-class demon beasts. Price, 20,000 dragon coins per bottle. A sharp intake of breath escaped Chen Mu. Over the past days, Xiao Yin and Shuang Lin had been engaging in increasingly intense sparring sessions, and he had witnessed Ling Wei administer no fewer than 10 bottles of this pale blue potion to the frost crystal fox. He was certain that the effectiveness of this potion was far inferior to his own healing pill, at best only 1/3 as potent. 10 bottles? That equated to a staggering 200,000 dragon coins. Meanwhile, after tirelessly battling in the Ember Ancient Forest for over 10 days, he had only procured slightly above 300,000 dragon coins worth of demon beast materials. Chen Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "This little rich girl is truly extravagantly affluent." How he wished to be pampered by such a wealthy benefactor. The thought of hard work suddenly felt burdensome. At that moment, Xiao Yin, sensing her master's complex emotions tinged with envy and jealousy, raised her head and cast a distinctly human-like, disdainful glance, as if to say, "Get a grip." Chen Mu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat, playfully patting Xiao Yan's head. What do you know? Youthful ignorance of the perks of wealth. How foolish. I'm leaving." With a bag full of herbs and a mind swirling with thoughts about Ling Wei's financial prowess, Chen Mu once again embarked on the return journey aboard the public shuttle. Along the way, he glimpsed several banners and electronic billboards hung by municipal departments, emblazoned with slogans promoting the flourishing street economy, invigorating urban vitality, benefiting the public, and regulating business practices. As he absorbed these advertisements, an idea regarding the safe selling of potions and making profits crystallized in his mind, like a match striking a flame in the darkness. He smacked his thigh, excitement bubbling within him as he turned to Xiao Yin at his feet. "Xiao Yin, what do you think about us setting up a stall to sell strength potions?" "Woo." Xiao Yin tilted her head, her large eyes filled with innocent confusion, as if a giant question mark hovered above her small head. "Selling strength potions? What does that mean? Has the master been influenced?" Upon returning home, Chen Mu eagerly sought to validate his hypothesis. He first retrieved a strength pill from his mysterious space, carefully placed it into a bowl, added a small amount of water, and meticulously ground it with a spoon until it was well mixed. He then scooped out approximately 1/3 of the potion and poured it into Xiao Yan's food bowl. "Come, Xiao Yan, try this diluted strength potion." Though filled with doubt, Xiao Yan's unwavering trust in her master prompted her to lower her head and lick it without hesitation. Within moments, she had cleaned the dish entirely. Almost instantaneously, Xiao Yan's body began to undergo a transformation. The muscles in her limbs and torso expanded at a visible rate, and the veins beneath her fur became slightly pronounced. Although this expansion was less pronounced than that experienced when consuming a full-strength pill, and the momentum somewhat diminished, the feeling of power was undeniably real. Chen Mu promptly checked Xiao Yan's status through their mental connection. Basic attributes, strength 28, 2. The strength had temporarily increased by 2 points. His eyes lit up instantly. Although this was less than the 5-point boost from a complete strength pill, the effect undoubtedly surpassed those overpriced strength stimulators available on the market. When Xiao Yan had first used a strength pill, it had temporarily augmented her strength by a whopping 8 points. even at 1/3 of the dosage. Other demon beasts should experience at least a 2 or 3-point increase. If 3 bottles were used simultaneously, Chen Mu envisioned the explosive sales potential. Most importantly, this confirmed that diluting the potion was indeed feasible. Indeed, Xiaoyan, we have uncovered a path to prosperity. A stable source of income, Chen Mu exclaimed, filled with elation, as he scooped up the still experiencing changes Xiaoyan and couldn't resist planting a couple of affectionate kisses on her fluffy head. Whoa! Startled by her master's sudden display of affection, Xiaoyan's face was once again adorned with question marks. Simultaneously, she felt the lingering sense of power within her, which had been diluted, yearning for an outlet, restlessly agitated. Just then, Chen Mu, seemingly inspired, set Xiaoyan down, grabbed his keys, and dashed out of the house without so much as a word, slamming the door behind him. Woo! Xiaoyan stared at the closed door, then lowered her head to sense the restless energy surging within her. She felt a pent-up strength that desperately needed release. She flicked her tail and unconsciously glanced at the shoe rack by the door, where several pairs of Chen Mu's shoes were neatly arranged. Suddenly, a vivid memory of the day she first encountered Chen Mu flashed in her mind. The painful sensation of being struck by a shoe that had fallen from the sky. It was this very object that had caused her injury. A wave of inexplicable new grievances surged within her, compounded by the urgently restless energy inside her. Whoa! You started it, Xiaoyan growled, leaping fiercely towards the shoe rack. She bared her tiny teeth and unleashed a flurry of fury upon the innocent shoes. Rip! Crack! The poor shoes suffered instant devastation, their surfaces torn apart, shoelaces yanked apart, and rubber soles bearing bite marks as Xiaoyan reveled in the gratification of revenge and the exhilarating release of her pent-up power. You hurt me. I'll bite you to death. Woo-woo. Time passed without her notice. And just as she was about to deliver the final blow to the last somewhat intact sports shoe belonging to Chen Mu, the front door creaked open. Chen Mu burst in, excitement radiating from him as he carried a large plastic bag filled with inexpensive popsicles and a roll of cheap fabric. His smile froze the instant he beheld the devastation in the living room. The floor was strewn with shoe fragments and debris. The shoe rack was completely bare, and the culprit, Xiaoyan, stood frozen in place with Chen Mu's last remaining shoe in her mouth, caught in the act of tearing it apart. Their eyes locked. Whoa! Master, let me explain. It was her who started it. Xiaoyan released the shoe from her mouth, emitting a low whimper filled with guilt and defensiveness. Her small eyes darting nervously. Chen Mu's gaze slowly traversed the chaos around him, then shifted to Xiaoyan, before he raised his foot to examine the cheap flip-flops he was wearing. Emotionless, he removed one and held it in his hand. Xiaoyan, his voice was chillingly calm. Today, I shall show you what a complete childhood and the absence of paternal love truly feels like. Whoa! No! Xiaoyan recoiled in terror. I was only gone for a moment, and you dared to chew on my shoes. If I had been gone any longer, would you have torn the house apart? Whoa! My master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. In the ensuing moments, the living room was transformed into a comical scene of a slipper-chasing dog, accompanied by the pitiful howls of Xiaoyan and the crisp sound of slippers slapping against the floor. After the lesson, Chen Mu pointed at the remnants strewn across the floor and commanded, Now, immediately, clean this up. Not a single scrap shall remain. With drooping ears and tail, Xiaoyan resignedly began the task. Meanwhile, Chen Mu retreated into the cramped kitchen, deftly cutting open the plastic top of a bag of popsicles, pouring out the sugary liquid, and thoroughly cleaning the containers. He then carefully filled 2 empty popsicle molds with a diluted concoction of the strength-enhancing elixir, approximately 1/3 full. He meticulously sealed the openings with transparent tape and affixed a handwritten label reading strength elixir to each. Following the same method, he diluted the remaining complete strength elixir into 3 bottles. He similarly diluted the swiftness elixir into 3 bottles, labeling them as swiftness elixir. Each of the 2 solidifying elixirs was diluted and bottled into 3 containers, resulting in 6 bottles of the solidifying elixir. The 2 healing elixirs were likewise diluted and bottled into 6 bottles. In the end, Chen Mu had acquired 5 bottles of strength elixir, 3 bottles of swiftness elixir, 6 bottles of solidifying elixir, and 6 bottles of healing elixir. These potions were contained within inexpensive popsicle bags, adorned with rudimentary handwritten labels that rendered them somewhat shabby. As he emerged from the kitchen with the first batch of products, he was met with an amusing sight. Xiaoyan was laboriously attempting to stand on his hind legs, clumsily wielding a broom with one front paw while steadying a dustpan with the other, painstakingly sweeping the fragments of slippers into the pan before wobbling over to the trash bin to dispose of them. The sight was both comical and pitiable, embodying the essence of a creature acknowledging its mistakes. Chen Mu couldn't help but chuckle, his earlier anger dissipating significantly. All right, that's enough, he said, swiftly completing the remaining cleanup. He then stuffed the cleverly disguised popsicle potions and the ragged cloth into his backpack and patted Xiaoyan on the head. Let us go? Xiaoyan, we're off to start a business. Setting up a stall to sell strength elixirs. Huh, again? Xiaoyan gazed up at his master's exuberant demeanor, confusion shimmering in his small eyes, yet he obediently followed along. The pair ventured out once more, with a clear objective in mind, the designated street vendor area of the city. The public shuttle halted at the fireworks alley stop, one of the officially designated street vendor zones in Yanhuang City. The long pedestrian street was already brimming with various stalls, bustling with crowds. The air filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the clamor of bargaining, creating a vibrant market atmosphere. Navigating through the throngs of people, Chen Mu sought an appropriate stall. Ultimately, he settled in a relatively less crowded, yet still conspicuous corner, adjacent to a middle-aged man selling assorted books and opposite a stall peddling cheap crystal shards. This will do, Chen Mu declared, unfurling the inexpensive cloth upon the ground. He meticulously arranged the potion-filled popsicle bags by type. 5 bottles of strength elixir, deep red liquid. 3 bottles of swiftness elixir, light blue liquid. 6 bottles of solidifying elixir, earthy yellow liquid, and 6 bottles of healing elixir, milky white liquid. The simple handwritten labels stood in stark contrast to the more elegantly packaged products surrounding him, appearing rather pitiful. Xiaoyan crouched by Chen Mu's feet, curiously observing the bustling crowd, occasionally casting wary glances at the squeaking treasure-hunting mice caged in the stall opposite. Clearing his throat, Chen Mu prepared to commence his sales pitch. However, upon surveying his exceedingly humble merchandise, even he, seasoned by the trials of society, felt a twinge of hesitation to shout out loudly like the other vendors. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally produced a cardboard sign he had prepared earlier, positioning it prominently in front of the stall. The sign bore the hastily scrawled words, Ancestral Secret Potion, Strength Elixir, Temporary Power Enhancement, and increases Beast Mastery Potential, 10,000 Dragon Coins per bottle. Swiftness Elixir, Temporary Speed Enhancement, and increases Beast Speed Potential, 10,000 Dragon Coins per bottle. Solidifying Elixir, Temporary Defense Enhancement, and increases Beast Defense Potential, 10,000 Dragon Coins per bottle. Healing Elixir, accelerates Beast Injury Recovery, significant effect, 10,000 Dragon Coins per bottle. No deception, refunds available if effects are not evident. Once the sign was displayed, its effect was immediate, drawing curious glances from passers-by. However, the expressions often conveyed mockery or skepticism rather than genuine interest. Popsicles filled with potions? An ancestral secret? 10,000 per bottle? Why not just rob a bank? Healing effect? Can it compare to the legitimate potions sold by the Beastmaster Association? Those are only 20,000 a bottle. Look at that label. It looks like a dog wrote it. That dog looks lively though. Too bad its owner seems a bit dim. The disparaging remarks floated into Chen Mu's ears unabashedly. Xiaoyan seemed to grasp the disrespect directed at his master. Emitting a low growl and glaring at the pointing fingers, Chen Mu felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he remained composed in his heart, confident in the authenticity of his potions. He decided to sit cross-legged, adopting an air of indifference, as if to say, buy or don't buy, I care not. Observing his master's stillness, Xiaoyan also relaxed, laying down beside him and yawning in boredom. Chapter 26. The First Order Sells Out. Chen Mu sat cross-legged behind the stall cloth, watching the throngs of people. Groups of curious onlookers were drawn to the simple sign, pausing to inspect the ancestral potions contained within the cheap popsicle bags. However, the mockery and skepticism far outweighed any genuine interest, and despite the constant flow of people, no one was willing to part with their money. As time elapsed, the crowd continued to surge. Yet it felt as if an invisible barrier separated Chen Mu's stall from the vibrant atmosphere around him. Xiaoyan, initially alert, had transitioned to boredom, eventually resting his head on his paws and dozing off. With 20 bottles of potions displayed before him, not a single coin had been earned. Chen Mu began to feel anxious. Could it really be failing? The packaging was undeniably shabby. Perhaps he should take a chance and shout out a call? Or perhaps he could come up with a more enticing phrase. As he pondered, his face grew warm with embarrassment. The thought of bellowing like the middle-aged man selling books next door felt utterly mortifying. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether he should clear his throat and shout about the ancestral secret potions with exceptional effects, a commotion arose, drawing nearer. A group of 5 or 6 well-dressed young individuals, their hairstyles trendy, approached with laughter and chatter. Accompanying them were several striking beast companions, a cloud-patterned leopard cub with fur gleaming like satin, a winged antelope with a subtly protruding jade horn, and a metal-tinged iron-beaked hawk. Chen Mu's spirit surged as he sensed their innate bond with these beasts. Each one of them was of at least medium grade. Though their strength appeared to be at the late servant level, The implications of their purchasing power were unmistakable. They chatted and laughed along the way, casting only casual glances at the roadside stalls, showing little interest. Soon, this group of affluent heirs noticed Chen Mu's incongruous stall. The silver-haired youth at the forefront glanced at the words on the sign, and then at the ice pop bags adorned with dog-like labels on the ground, bursting into laughter. Huh, brothers, look at this. The ancestral secret recipe for ice pops, 10,000 a bottle. Huh. He exaggeratedly pointed at Chen Mu's stall, laughing heartily. Oh my, this packaging. This font ancestral? Surely, it must have been learned just yesterday at a street stall. Another youth in a floral shirt joined in the mockery. And if it doesn't work, you refund on the spot. Are you refunding with ice pops? Ha. The laughter erupted, drawing more onlookers to gather around. Chen Mu observed the crowd, particularly the valuable, rare beast cubs by their side, and instead of feeling anger, a light bulb flickered in his mind. An opportunity had arisen. This group clearly had an abundance of money, loved to play, cared about their image, and could not withstand provocation. Years of social experience allowed Chen Mu to swiftly adjust his strategy. With no hint of embarrassment from the ridicule, he instead adopted a calm demeanor, even slightly enlightened by the world's affairs, and slowly spoke. His voice not loud, but clearly cutting through their laughter. Gentlemen, you appear to be well versed in the ways of the world. My humble stall may indeed seem rather rudimentary. However, can one truly ascertain the quality of a product merely by its packaging? The basic healing potion sold at the association for 20,000 a bottle yields similar results. Yet it still finds many buyers. If my concoction were truly inferior, would I dare to price it at 10,000? He paused, casting a glance at the disdainful wealthy heirs, noting their extraordinary beasts, evidently not short of funds. Spotting the arena badges subtly peeking from their wrists. A faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, laced with a hint of provocation. Of course, with so many treasures at home. Perhaps you gentlemen do not mind this small sum. But what if my ice pops indeed possess some merit? Should your beasts, say, falter in strength during a gamble later, and lose a bit of the stakes, that would be. His words struck a nerve with the affluent heirs. They indeed had a beast gambling match scheduled for the evening nearby. The silver-haired youth, provoked by Chen Mu's expression that suggested they would not dare to try, especially the implication of losing stakes, felt a surge of anger. Nonsense. Who's afraid to try? It's just 10,000 bucks. As if I would buy snacks for my dog. He pointed at the deep red potion. This one, give me a bottle. Let us test it. If it doesn't work or there's any trickery, I'll make sure you regret it. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. Really buying it? This young man is incredibly bold. 10,000 for an ice pop? Must be burning money. Who knows what's inside? Let us hope it doesn't kill his cloud-patterned leopard. Shoo, keep it down. That cloud-patterned leopard cub is worth at least $1 million. If it dies, he can just buy another. Can you compete with that? Ignoring the protests of his companions and onlookers, the silver-haired youth promptly transferred the 10,000. Chen Mu calmly handed over a bottle of the potion. The youth took it, unscrewed the cap, and gestured to his robust cloud-patterned leopard cub. The little leopard, though puzzled by the strange container, obeyed its master's command without hesitation, quickly licking up a third of the diluted potion. Almost instantly, a transformation occurred. The cub's limbs and shoulder muscles began to visibly swell, its previously smooth contours becoming more defined. The veins beneath its fur subtly engorged, and an aura of strength emanated from its body. Though not as dramatic as when Xiao Yin consumed an entire pill, the change was undeniable. A woo. The little leopard seemed to sense the surge of power within and let out an excited low growl, its claws scratching restlessly against the ground. What the hell? The silver-haired youth felt the exhilaration of the enhanced power through the bond with his beast, his eyes widening in astonishment. His companions were equally dumbfounded, their earlier mockery frozen on their faces. The crowd erupted with fervor. Is it really effective? The muscles are bulging. The results are much better than the strength potions sold at the association. My heavens, there's actually something good in that ice pop. Look, the leopard looks like it has bulked up. This effect is too fast and too intense. There won't be any severe side effects, right? Like exhausting its potential? Who cares? They got the money to play. The silver-haired youth, both astonished and delighted, repeatedly checked his beast's condition. Chen Mu saw that the moment was ripe and timely added, You, sir, have a discerning eye. The enhancement effect of my potion is basic at 1 bottle. But with a maximum of 3 bottles taken simultaneously, the enhancement can reach a peak. Of course, the duration of the significant enhancement is limited, roughly half an hour. However, the benefit is that once the effect ends, it leaves a bit of permanent potential enhancement, which is worth it in the long run. You won't regret the purchase. 3 bottles? The silver-haired youth looked at his noticeably stronger cloud-patterned leopard, contemplating the gamble ahead. Resolutely, he declared, All right, give me 2 more bottles. If, as you say, there's a permanent potential enhancement, this money is well spent. He readily transferred another 20,000. Chen Mu quickly handed over 2 more bottles. The little leopard drank again, its muscles bulging even more prominently, the sensation of power almost bursting forth, its gaze sharpening considerably. You. The silver-haired youth stored away his terminal, pointing at Chen Mu, his tone imbued with the typical arrogance of the wealthy. I've seen the effects. For now, you've passed. But I warn you, if my wind chaser exhibits any potential side effects or suffers any degradation afterwards, I assure you, you'll regret it in Yanwang City. Let us go. With that threat, he hurriedly departed, accompanied by his equally excited yet somewhat apprehensive companions and the noticeably enhanced cloud-patterned leopard, clearly in a rush to attend the gamble. As Chen Mu gazed at the 30,000 credited to his account, his heart was elated, though his expression remained composed. Safe travels. The effects will soon reveal themselves. He knew well that diluted pills were mild in potency, and even Xiao Yin could consume them without issue. What side effects could there be? A guaranteed profit. The crowd, now buzzing with discussion due to the wealthy heir's departure and the immediate effects, remained largely skeptical and cautious about potential side effects. With no one rushing to make an immediate purchase, Chen Mu, however, was in no hurry, his gaze sweeping to the side. He noticed Xiao Yin had, unbeknownst to him, settled beside a stall selling old books, its fluffy head nestled next to an open, beautifully illustrated tome titled Collection of Eastern Summer Mythology. The little creature was utterly engrossed, its eyes fixated on the vibrant illustrations of mythical beasts, its tail occasionally swaying in sync with the poses of the illustrated creatures, completely immersed in that fantastical world. As if the earlier commotion and the 30,000 in earnings had nothing to do with it, Chen Mu withdrew his gaze, swiftly calculating in his mind. The material cost of a single strength pill, at most, would amount to around 3,000 Longting coins. A single elixir, when diluted with water, filled 3 bottles of the potent tonic, each fetching an impressive 30,000. The profit margins soared tenfold, netting a staggering 27,000. This venture, indeed, bore fruit. A wave of indescribable exhilaration and reassurance surged within Chen Mu. Selling the tonic at a street stall appeared to be a path truly worth pursuing. He cast a glance at the remaining bags of popsicles, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Before long, a cacophony erupted from the end of the street. The group of wealthy heirs had returned, their footsteps hurried and their presence anything but subtle. The nearby vendor of used books was the first to notice, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly lowered his voice to alert Chen Mu. Young man, you should leave. That gang is back. They look like they're here for trouble. The other stall owners and onlookers grew tense, their eyes urging Chen Mu to hastily pack up and flee. Yet, Chen Mu remained unperturbed, seated cross-legged, even gently reaching out to caress the little flame beside him, who was still engrossed in a book of myths. He was acutely aware that the efficacy of his elixir was indisputable. It could only yield positive results. Indeed, as the affluent youths approached, there was no trace of anger on their faces. The silver-haired leader wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear, while the others radiated excitement, their faces aglow. They had a clear objective, making a beeline for Chen Mu's stall. Boss, the silver-haired youth exclaimed, barely finding his footing before loudly declaring, this stuff is incredible. His companion, a young man in a floral shirt, chimed in enthusiastically, haha, that little lion belonging to Lu Yufeng was absolutely dominated by Hao Ji's Chasing Wind. What a thrilling victory. The silver-haired youth affectionately patted Chasing Wind's head, feeling the vitality coursing through their mental bond. He keenly sensed that Chasing Wind had developed a newfound foundation of strength, no longer merely the fleeting effects of the elixir. This was precisely what Chen Mu had described, the enhancement of permanent strength potential. Chen Mu discreetly activated his mental connection, scanning the cloud-patterned leopard cub. Indeed, its foundational strength attributes had been permanently elevated by 3 points compared to before consumption. This enhancement was quite remarkable for a high-grade young spirit beast experiencing its first dosage. Boss, no need to say more. The silver-haired youth proclaimed with a sweeping gesture, brimming with confidence. I'll take everything you've got left of that tonic. Whatever you have, I want it all. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. The plot twist was almost too rapid to fathom. Just moments ago, it seemed they were intent on causing trouble, and now they had transformed into enthusiastic customers? A popsicle priced at 10,000 each, and he wanted to buy them all? Could it be that the elixir truly worked? A well-timed smile graced Chen Mu's face. He did not immediately acquiesce, but calmly reminded, of course, I'll sell you everything. However, I must clarify 2 points first. He raised 2 fingers. Firstly, the same elixir can only be consumed up to 3 bottles in a single day. Exceeding this limit renders any additional consumption ineffective and merely a waste of money. He then lowered his second finger. Secondly, the permanent enhancement effect of the elixir is most potent during the first consumption. For your Chasing Wind, This dosage has established a solid foundation. Subsequent uses of the same elixir will yield progressively diminished effects until they become entirely ineffective. The silver-haired youth, unperturbed, waved his hand dismissively. Understood. You're a straightforward guy, boss. I grasp the rules. Just pack up the remainder for me. I trust in your elixir. He was now riding high on both profit and prestige, finding Chen Mu particularly agreeable. This reminder only served to reinforce his impression of the street vendor as reliable. Chen Mu said nothing further, efficiently packaging the remaining popsicles and handing them over to the silver-haired youth. Here you go, esteemed young master. A total of 170,000. The silver-haired youth did not reach for the popsicles immediately, but introduced himself. Boss, my name is Huang Mingho, a student from the second high school of Yanhua City. Your elixir is impressive, and I would like to befriend you. Will you be setting up your stall again tomorrow? Let's exchange contact numbers. I wish to purchase more. And my friends are eager to try it for their spirit beasts as well. Observing the eager expressions of the flamboyantly dressed youths surrounding him, Chen Mu thought to himself that they were indeed walking bundles of cash. Quite promising. Rest assured, young Master Huang, I will be here every day to set up my stall. All young masters are welcome. They exchanged contact information, and only then did the silver-haired youth contentedly take the popsicles and transfer the payment to Chen Mu. Ding, 170,000 received. With the arrival of the funds, Chen Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 27. Aluminum Alloy Slippers, you deserve them. With 30,000 credited, coupled with the 17,000 from Huang Mingho for the remaining bottles of the tonic, and more than 20,000 in previous savings, Chen Mu gazed at the terminal displaying a balance of 220,000, his heart ablaze with ambition. The tonic was sold out, and the diluted versions of the rapid elixir and the foundation elixir were completely gone. Today's stall was undeniably worth it. He swiftly rolled up the makeshift stall cloth, stowing it into the backpack filled with empty popsicle bags and over 100,000 worth of medicinal materials. Little Flame, let us go, Chen Mu called out. Little Flame was still nestled beside the open book of Eastern summer mythology, its fluffy head nearly buried in the pages. Its large eyes fixated on the vibrant illustrations of mythical beasts, its tail swaying unconsciously, clearly reluctant to leave. We're heading home, Chen Mu reiterated. And only then did Little Flame reluctantly lift its head, glancing back 3 times at the hefty tome before scurrying to Chen Mu's side. The middle-aged vendor of used books had witnessed the entire transformation of Chen Mu, from being ignored to facing the wealthy heirs, and finally being revered as a guest of honor, his expression complex. As Chen Mu packed up, the vendor initiated a conversation. Young man, quite impressive. You've kept your talents hidden well. Chen Mu smiled, just fortunate to encounter discerning eyes. May I ask your name, sir? You seem to frequent this area often. I am Chu Yunsheng, the vendor replied, his name exuding an artistic flair that seemed at odds with his used book stall. I've been here for nearly half a year, come rain or shine. And you? I'll definitely return tomorrow, Chen Mu nodded. My name is Chen Mu. I look forward to your guidance, Uncle Chu. Agreed. Let us look out for each other. Chu Yunsheng responded with a smile, refraining from probing further into Chen Mu's elixirs. After bidding farewell to Chu Yunsheng, Chen Mu, accompanied by Little Flame, made his way back to the materials division of the Beastmaster Association. With money in his pocket, he felt considerably more confident. He had a clear goal, purchasing materials sufficient to concoct around 10 pills each of the strength elixir, rapid elixir, foundation elixir, and healing elixir. Based on their formulas, the association's material prices were transparent but not cheap. This time he spent over 120,000 dragon coins. Watching his balance dwindle from the recent influx of 200,000 to just over 100,000, Chen Mu felt no trepidation. Instead, he was invigorated. These materials would soon transform into even greater wealth. Returning home to Qingtung Garden with Little Flame, Chen Mu promptly began strategizing his upcoming alchemical endeavors. With his mental energy restored, he could concoct about 8 pills, but Little Flame was a veritable money-consuming beast. Just for 5 spirit-gathering pills each day, the material cost would exceed 10,000 dragon coins. Moreover, Little Flame was on the verge of breaking through to level 9, and its demand for spirit-gathering pills would only escalate. On a particular day, the sustenance for your little companion exceeds 10,000, a burden most cannot bear. Chen Mu gazed at the small flame nestled in its bed, once more acutely aware of the financial demands involved in nurturing a beast of prowess. Only 3 Mingguang pills remained, and he estimated that once consumed, the Little Flame's affinity for the light attribute would reach its current limit. With just 1 healing pill left, he realized he needed to procure some more for backup. 5 spirit-gathering pills were still in stock, just enough for the Little Flame's needs today. Chen Mu offered the 3 Mingguang pills and 5 spirit-gathering pills to the Little Flame. Its eyes sparkled with delight as it joyfully emitted a sound of excitement. Swiftly swallowing the pills with a flick of its tongue, Content, it lay back in its nest, closing its eyes to absorb the medicinal energy, a faint red glow emanating from its form. After consuming the 3 Mingguang pills, the little flame's affinity for the light attribute stabilized at 98, equaling its affinity for fire, presumably reaching the enhancement limit offered by the Mingguang pills. Chen Mu then set about preparing for alchemy. He resolved to concoct 2 each of the strength pill, swiftness pill, essence pill, and healing pill that night. This would ensure a supply for tomorrow's ventures while also providing some healing pills as a precaution. Having arranged his plans, he completed his alchemical tasks and, leaving the little flame to its training, retreated to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed, delving into meditation to replenish the mental energy expended throughout the day. As night deepened, Chen Mu immersed himself in meditation, his spiritual energy gradually restoring. In the dead of night, he seemed to hear the faintest click of the door to his room, as if something had nudged it open just a crack, only to gently close again. Assuming it was merely the wind or a figment of his imagination, he paid it little mind and continued his meditation. As dawn broke, painting the horizon in soft hues, Chen Mu emerged from his deep meditation, feeling invigorated and mentally replenished. Contemplating the astonishing rate at which the little flame consumed pills and his subsequent financial strategies, he opted not to rise from his bed, but to commence crafting spirit-gathering pills right there. With a steady flow of spiritual energy, he meticulously refined the medicinal power. 1, 2, 5 spirit-gathering pills were successfully produced, radiating a gentle luster. After completing 5, Chen Mu sensed that much of his spiritual energy had been expended. Yet he was far from the previous state of exhaustion. He still had strength to spare. Upon finishing his alchemical endeavors, Chen Mu let out a sigh of relief. Preparing to rise and attend to his morning routine. Habitually, he lowered his gaze to search for his lone pair of flip-flops, only to find the space beside his bed utterly bare. Stunned, he distinctly recalled entering his room last night wearing those very flip-flops, which he had left by the bedside. The soft sounds of the door opening and closing suddenly echoed in his mind. Little flame. Chen Mu's irritation flared as he flung open the door and stormed out. There lay the little flame, quietly nestled in its dog bed, the red glow from its training just fading, appearing as if it had completed its session in serene tranquility. Upon seeing Chen Mu emerge, it tilted its head, eyes brimming with innocence and a hint of perfectly timed confusion, as if to say, "Master, what is the matter? Is there an early morning grumpiness?" Had Chen Mu not been keen-eyed, noticing the suspicious, charred remnants of rubber at the corners of the little flame's mouth, along with a faint, acrid scent reminiscent of burnt plastic wafting through the air, he might have been entirely deceived by its masterful act. Feigning innocence, Chen Mu gritted his teeth and strode purposefully toward the kitchen. He opened the freezer and retrieved 2 ice pops, solidly frozen and filled with water, which he had specifically prepared for his own enjoyment. The little flame remained in its nest, casting furtive glances at Chen Mu's retreating figure, its tail tip slightly raised, seemingly pleased with its ability to cover its tracks and perform so convincingly. However, upon seeing Chen Mu emerge from the kitchen, wielding one of the frozen ice pops like a weapon, his demeanor fierce and his gaze threatening, the little flame panicked. It instinctively recoiled, the innocence and confusion in its eyes swiftly morphing into guilt and a desperate attempt to appease. "Master, please, remain calm. I was wrong. I don't need ice pops in the morning. Really, eating ice in the morning is bad for the stomach. It can cause diarrhea." "Oh, whoa." Chen Mu dismissed its protests, striding 2 steps closer to the dog bed, raising the 2 rigid ice pops, and delivering a series of resounding thwacks upon the little flame's furry backside and back. "This is for stealing my flip-flops. This is for feigning innocence. This is for sneaking around in the dead of night. This is for leaving evidence at the corners of your mouth. This is for the burnt smell in the room. Oh, whoa, oh, whoa, oh, whoa. I want to do it again, master. I truly want to." The little flame curled up in its bed, emitting exaggerated cries of distress. Yet, in truth, Chen Mu was careful not to strike too hard. The noise was considerable, but given the little flame's robust physique, nearing level 9, it barely felt more than a tickle, akin to a gentle massage. Its cries were merely for dramatic effect, attempting to elicit sympathy. With a few more thwacks, Chen Mu watched as the little flame hunched its neck, playing the part of the pitiful victim, eliciting both amusement and frustration in him. "If you dare steal something again, I will lock you in the freezer with the ice pops." Upon hearing this, the little flame immediately shook its head vigorously like a rattle. Its eyes filled with sincerity. "I want to do it again. I promise, master." "Oh, whoa." Having delivered its lesson, Chen Mu glanced at the scattered charred remnants of the flip-flops on the ground, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed he would need to buy a new pair before leaving the house today. Consequently, he set out barefoot, braving the astonished and murmuring gazes of passers-by. hastily making his way to the nearby convenience store to purchase the cheapest pair of flip-flops before awkwardly returning home. Upon his return, Chen Mu wasted no time and immediately set about processing the pills he had crafted the previous night. 2 strength pills, 2 swiftness pills, and 2 essence pills were diluted with water and carefully poured into the ice pop molds. Each pill was mixed with 3 bottles of potion, yielding a total of 18 bottles, 6 each of strength, swiftness, and essence. As for the 2 healing pills prepared last night, he left them untouched, intending to reserve them for tomorrow's practice match between the Little Flame and Shuanglin, just in case. Once all was completed, the time remained ample. Chen Mu engaged in some light exercises, practicing the 8-section brocade in the cramped living room. After several days of consistent practice, he indeed felt a slight lightness in his body, and his circulation had improved. After finishing his exercises, Chen Mu resumed meditation to recover the spiritual energy he had expended. After a simple meal with the Little Flame at noon, he packed up the ice pop potions and the mat, setting off once more towards the bustling economic district. Upon arrival, Uncle Chu Yunxing had indeed set up his old book stall. The two exchanged greetings, and Chen Mu swiftly laid out his mat, arranging the 18 labeled bottles of ice pops neatly, alongside a sign proclaiming the ancestral secret recipe with a refund guarantee if the effects were not evident. The Little Flame, familiar with the surroundings, sidled up to Uncle Chu's book stall, gazing longingly at the volume titled Mythical Tales of Dongxia from yesterday. Seeing this, Uncle Chu cheerfully opened the stall for it, and the Little Flame eagerly leaned in, thoroughly engrossed, its tail wagging gently. Chen Mu had no intention of calling out to customers. Instead, he settled cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of light meditation, replenishing his spiritual energy while awaiting discerning patrons. As the afternoon passed, a few passers-by paused to glance at the humble ice pops and their outrageous prices, most shaking their heads and walking away with bemused or skeptical expressions. Chen Mu remained unperturbed, calmly meditating. As dusk approached, the familiar sounds of commotion drifted from the end of the street. Huang Mingho, accompanied by his flamboyantly dressed friends, arrived with great fanfare. Moreover, observing their demeanor, they appeared even more exuberant than the day before. Huang Mingho, leading the way, wore an excited smile upon his face. After returning home yesterday, he had calmed down and realized his impulsiveness. Thus today, he brought his companion, Chasing Wind, for a thorough examination. To his delight, he discovered that after administering Chen Mu's potion, there were no side effects. Rather, Chasing Wind's condition had remarkably improved. Huang Mingho came to the realization that the potion he had impulsively purchased was indeed a treasure, prompting him to enthusiastically return to buy more. Brother Chen, we have arrived. From a distance, Huang Mingho waved to Chen Mu. Chen Mu opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face, aware that today's business would surely thrive. Huang Mingho approached the stall with great enthusiasm, his face beaming. Brother Chen, your potion is miraculous. Yesterday, I administered the trio of great strength, swift, and solidifying essence to Chasing Wind, and the effect was astounding. I must acquire more today. Chen Mu nodded with a smile. As long as it is effective, that is what matters. Indeed, it is remarkably effective. Huang Mingho replied, promptly transferring the payment. Chen Mu swiftly packaged the potions and handed them over. Young Master Huang, here you go. In the blink of an eye, the goods were sold out, and Chen Mu's spirits soared as he began to tidy up the stall. He cast a glance at the adjacent bookstall, where Xiao Yan was still nestled beside a volume of myths and legends of the Eastern Summer, her little paws absent-mindedly pawing at the edges of the pages, displaying a reluctance to part with it. Chen Mu approached Uncle Chu Yunxing and said, Uncle Chu, it seems that Xiao Yan genuinely adores this book. How much is it? I will buy it. Chu Yunxing waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's just an old book. It's not worth much. If the child likes it, let her take it. Consider it a gift. That won't do. Uncle Chu, you are also in business. Chen Mu insisted on paying. After several rounds of polite refusals, seeing Chen Mu's resolute attitude, Chu Yunxing accepted a nominal amount, which was nearly equivalent to a gift. Chen Mu expressed his gratitude and picked up the hefty mythology book. Xiao Yan, let us head home, he called, stuffing the book into his backpack. Upon seeing the book being stowed away, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled instantly, her tail wagging vigorously as she trotted after Chen Mu, instantly shedding her earlier fixation on the pages. The man and his dog made their way home. As they passed a stall selling miscellaneous goods, Chen Mu halted in his tracks. The stall showcased a myriad of items, among which a few pairs of shimmering silver slippers stood out, crafted from aluminum alloy. Goodness, what kind of genius thought up this design? Chen Mu mused, his eyes twitching at the sight. Yet in the next moment, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in his gaze. They seemed rather fitting for me. To prevent the shoe-chewing maniac at home from wreaking havoc again, Chen Mu promptly squatted down and selected the sturdiest pair of aluminum slippers. After a moment's thought, He also purchased 2 pairs of ordinary, robust athletic shoes from a nearby stall. After all, one cannot solely rely on slippers for outings. Let us see how you manage to chew these. Chen Mu weighed the cold, heavy aluminum slippers in his hands. Envisioning the expression on Xiao Yan's face when she inevitably gnawed at them, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Xiao Yan seemed to sense something amiss, looking up curiously at the shiny metal object in her owner's hand, then at the smile on his face. A strange sensation of phantom pain flickered in her back and rear, causing her to shrink her neck and silently quicken her pace. Chapter 28. The Divine Hound Howls at the Sun. Upon returning home, Chen Mu closed the door and immediately cast a vigilant glance at Xiao Yan. She, however, had a singular focus, immediately nosing her way to the backpack Chen Mu had set down, grunting impatiently at the zipper. All right, don't rush, the book is yours. Chen Mu reassured her, unzipping the backpack to extract the hefty myths and legends of the Eastern Summer. Xiao Yan let out an excited whine, carefully grasping the spine of the book in her mouth, treating it as if it were an unparalleled treasure, scampering back to her little nook, eagerly flipping through the pages with her fluffy head buried deep within, utterly engrossed. Chen Mu watched her concentrated demeanor, shaking his head in amusement. He tiptoed into his room, quietly closing the door behind him to avoid drawing Xiao Yan's attention. Rising on tiptoes, he stowed the newly purchased athletic shoes in the seldom-used corner of the top of the wardrobe, ensuring they were out of reach and sight. Glancing at the heavy, cold aluminum slippers in his hand, and then at the ordinary slippers he had just bought, Chen Mu hesitated for a moment. Better safe than sorry, he muttered, removing the new slippers from his feet and donning the cold aluminum ones. The metallic touch and weight sent a chill through his soles, producing a faint clattering sound with each step. He tossed the ordinary slippers forcefully, perfectly landing them atop the wardrobe to keep them company with the athletic shoes. Let us see how you chew these. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction and confidently exited his room. Xiao Yan was completely absorbed in the mythology tales, oblivious to her owner's little maneuver. Chen Mu took a moment to regroup, sitting on the living room floor and activating his terminal. Gazing at the 30,000 dragon coins displayed on the screen, a sense of security washed over him. The income from the past 2 days of selling, combined with his previous savings, had finally accumulated a substantial base. His heart was ablaze with enthusiasm and determination. It was time to hasten his alchemical pursuits. Chen Mu immediately set to work. Today's goal was clear: to concoct 2 each of the Great Strength Pill, Swift Pill, and Solidifying Essence Pill, replenishing his stock for tomorrow's market. He noted the 5 Spirit Gathering Pills quietly floating in the mysterious space, just enough for Xiao Yan's consumption today. Let us brew 2 more Spirit Gathering Pills to avoid a morning rush, he calculated, recognizing that Xiao Yan, the golden-eating beast, had a constant demand that needed to be met. Thus, his plan evolved into 2 Great Strength Pills, 2 Swift Pills, 2 Solidifying Essence Pills, and 2 Spirit Gathering Pills. Focusing intently, he channeled his mental energy like a stream into the 9-turn Qianquan alchemy furnace. The 2 Spirit Gathering Pills emerged first, radiating a gentle aura of spiritual energy. Following were the Great Strength Pills, Swift Pills, and Solidifying Essence Pills, each 2 in number. Once the alchemical process was complete, Chen Mu felt his mental energy significantly drained, a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. He handed the 5 Spirit Gathering Pills to the eagerly awaiting Xiao Yan, who had been salivating at the aroma, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiao Yan gobbled them down joyfully, contentedly returning to her nook to digest the medicinal essence while continuing to paw at the pages of her mythology book. As usual, Chen Mu retreated to his room, sitting cross-legged to meditate, replenishing his expended mental energy while simultaneously accumulating power for his personal cultivation. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the red glow emanating from Xiao Yan fluctuated in intensity with her training. She was engrossed in an illustration from the myths and legends of the Eastern Summer, depicting the solar divine hound howling at the sun, a magnificent golden hound, proud and majestic, unleashing a resounding howl towards the rising sun, exuding an aura of dignity and sanctity. This image left an indelible mark on Xiao Yan's young heart. At that moment, the accumulated medicinal power of the Spirit Gathering Pills within her finally surged past the last barrier. An energy wave, far more potent than usual, erupted from Xiao Yan. Instinctively mimicking the sacred image in her mind, she sprang from her nook, her hind legs slightly bent as she gathered strength, her front legs standing straight, head held high. Facing the window, although the only view was of the moon outside, her chest swelled, and with all her might, she let out a long, resounding howl filled with joy and the impulse to imitate. A whoa! I am the solar divine hound. This howl possessed tremendous penetrating power. With a crack, 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 the sound reverberated, illuminating every voice-activated light in the entire building from the first floor to the top. The stillness of the night was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of furious shouts from all directions. Whose dog is that? Howling like a banshee at this hour. Are you out of your mind? Can't anyone get a wink of sleep? I have to rise early to work tomorrow. Have you no sense of public decorum? Damn. You startled me. If you keep this up, I'll stew you. In the midst of his meditation, Chen Mu was jolted awake by the thunderous howls and the ensuing display of lights and curses, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He dashed out of his room, exclaiming, Xiaoyan, what are you doing? There stood Xiaoyan, maintaining the pose of a divine hound howling at the sun, chest puffed and head held high. Gazing out the window, though his eyes bore a hint of confusion from his recent breakthrough and a touch of remorse from the chaos he had caused, Chen Mu immediately sensed an unusually pure surge of spiritual energy flowing back to him through their bond, enveloping him in a warm embrace. He hastily focused his mind to inspect Xiaoyan's information. Beast name, Xiaoyan, species rank, high ordinary beast, level 8, 9, late servant level, base attributes, strength 32, speed 37, 3, defense 24, 1, attribute affinity, fire 9901, light 9901, vitality 9095, skills, fireball, LV4, flame claw, LV4, scorching bite, LV3, light shield technique, LV2. Indeed, he had leveled up. From level 8 to 9, his attribute points had increased according to the previous pattern, and most impressively, both attribute affinities had risen by 0.1, reaching 99. The continued investment in the spirit gathering pills was evidently paying off, bringing him significantly closer to the pinnacle of servant level, level 10. Chen Mu exhaled in relief, only to feel a wave of anger wash over him again. He cast a glance at the mythological book sprawled before Xiaoyan, the illustration of the divine hound howling at the sun standing out vividly. Seeing Xiaoyan mimic the pose perfectly, he felt both exasperated and amused. You naughty pup. Learn something worthwhile. Who taught you to howl like a wolf in the middle of the night? Chen Mu admonished in a hushed tone, gesturing towards the ongoing clamor outside that had yet to fully subside. Do you hear that? You're disturbing the neighbors. If this continues, there will be no snacks for you tomorrow, and the books will be confiscated. Xiaoyan wilted under the reprimand, his ears drooping and tail tucking between his legs. Seemingly understanding that his vocalizations had stirred the ire of the masses, he whined softly and nestled against Chen Mu's leg, rubbing his head against his trousers. His eyes filled with apology and a desire for forgiveness, emitting a pitiful gurgling sound. Seeing Xiaoyan's forlorn demeanor, Chen Mu's heart softened as he recalled the pup's recent breakthrough, causing his irritation to dissipate significantly. All right, let this be the last time. Get back to your training. And no more howling. He ruffled Xiaoyan's head, issuing a stern warning once more. Xiaoyan promptly nodded vigorously, obediently returning to his nest, casting furtive glances at Chen Mu to ensure he was truly no longer upset before cautiously redirecting his gaze back to the mythological book, this time with a mix of affection and guilt. With a resigned sigh, Chen Mu retreated to his room to resume his meditation. The motion sensor lights in the corridor gradually extinguished, and the shouts outside began to fade, restoring the night's tranquility. The following morning, as was customary, Chen Mu performed a set of Ba Duan Jin in the cramped living room. His movements were fluid and graceful, enhanced by the fullness of spirit cultivated through meditation, leaving him feeling invigorated and refreshed. No alchemy today. I shall maintain my mental acuity for class, he resolved. He swiftly gathered his belongings, preparing each of the strength pill, speed pill, and vitality pill he had concocted the previous night, diluting them with water as per routine, filling 18 bottles of popsicle potions to stow in his backpack. 2 spirit gathering pills were set aside for later use. Before departing, Xiaoyan earnestly nudged the book Eastern Siam mythological tales into the innermost part of his little nest, covering it with a scrap of old blanket in a manner befitting a treasure guardian. The duo boarded the public shuttle to school. Throughout the journey, Chen Mu sensed something peculiar about Xiaoyan today. Unlike his usual lively self, Xiaoyan ambled with his head slightly raised, making an effort to stand tall, though his furry form obscured any visible posture. His eyes seemed to try to convey a deeper depth, exuding a comical yet earnest attempt at appearing dignified. Chen Mu watched in bemusement. As they stepped onto campus, they discovered a throng gathered in front of the teaching building, the atmosphere bubbling with excitement. It turned out that the group of students, led by Mr. Lu Linfeng and Ms. Lin Qingyu, who had ventured to the burning ancient forest for training days prior, had returned. Among them were 5 boys, including Li Li and Wang Hao, along with 4 girls. At that moment, Li Li stood at the center of the crowd, animatedly boasting, "You wouldn't believe it. When that armored rhinoceros charged at us, the ground shook. If it weren't for my golden-horned king reacting swiftly to pounce and blasted in the eye with a golden light projectile. Our team would have been done for. Beside him, the golden horn lion appeared even more imposing, its golden horn glistening brightly as it held its head high, exuding an air of majesty. Nearby boys chimed in, recounting the perils and spoils of their battles, eliciting waves of envious gasps from those who hadn't been able to attend. Chen Mu discreetly scanned Li Li's golden horn lion through their mental connection. Beast name: Golden Horned Lion, Golden Horned King. Species rank: Medium Spirit Beast. Level: 10, Pinnacle Servant Level. Base attributes: Strength 29, Speed 21, Defense 26, Attribute Affinity, Gold 9-1, Vitality 110, 110 Skills, Golden Light Projectile, LV3, Pounce, LV3, Metal Hardening, LV2. Indeed, it had reached level 10. The pinnacle of servant level, with improved skill levels and the addition of a metal hardening skill. The other boys' beasts had also generally leveled up. Their skill proficiencies evidently enhanced, indicating substantial gains from this training. As Li Li continued to boast, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Mu and Xiao Yan on the outskirts of the crowd. The pride on his face instantly froze, replaced by a surge of intense hostility. Oh, look who it is. Our genius classmate Chen Mu. Li Li deliberately raised his voice, dripping with sarcasm, drawing the attention of all present to Chen Mu. You really dare to come back to our school? You have some nerve. Did you think that by winning once through some dubious means, you could waltz into our Beastmaster class? His companions, Wang Hao and others, quickly joined in the jeering. Exactly. How dare you come to the 3rd high school's Beastmaster class with just a mutt? I think he is here for comic relief. Now that the Golden Horn King is at level 10, with even stronger skills, it's perfect. Let us teach that presumptuous pup a lesson today. Li Gu, let us go? Encouraged by his peers, Li Li grew even more arrogant, pointing at Xiao Yan and shouting at Chen Mu. Chen Mu, are you brave enough to let your dog fight my Golden Horn King again? This time, I'll make sure it leaves with its tail between its legs. Golden Horn King, go. Show it what you're made of. Upon hearing this, the Golden Horn Lion turned its gaze towards Xiao Yan. However, as it locked eyes with the pup, its massive form flinched imperceptibly. The memories of being mercilessly pinned to the ground by this small-sized mutt resurfaced vividly. Although it had leveled up and its skills had become more formidable, the deep-seated fear of Xiao Yan's flames and speed still lingered within. It let out a low growl, tinged with reluctance. But under the stern commands and urgings of its master, Li Li, it begrudgingly directed its attention towards Xiao Yan, emitting a couple of half-hearted howls, clearly lacking in spirit. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was fully immersed in the role of a divine canine. Faced with the provocations of the Golden Horn Lion and the derision from Li Li and his companions, it did not lose its composure. Rather, it maintained an air of noble aloofness. With a slight tilt of its head, it cast a disdainful glance at the imposing lion out of the corner of its eye, emitting a barely audible huff, as if regarding a noisy ant. Its gaze seemed to convey the message: a mere lion dares to challenge this divine hound. It then lifted its head slightly, fixing its gaze ahead, exuding an air of indifference. This demeanor was more infuriating to Li Li and the others than any furious roar could have been. Chen Mu observed Xiao Yan's unusually haughty behavior and, recalling its strange posture that morning and the mythical book from the night before, he suddenly understood the situation to a great extent. Amused yet somewhat exasperated, he had no desire to engage in a verbal spar with Li Li and his group. Faced with their provocations, he wore a neutral expression, merely glancing at them as though they were a troupe of foolish clowns, before striding through the crowd with his proud canine companion, heading towards the Beast Taming class. Li Li and his companions were infuriated by Chen Mu and Xiao Yan's blatant disregard, their faces flushed with rage as they clenched their fists, feeling as if their punches would land on cotton. Just as they contemplated pursuing Chen Mu to continue the verbal onslaught, a gentle yet authoritative voice interrupted. What are you all doing here? Shouldn't you be preparing for class? It was teacher Lu Linfeng, accompanied by another female teacher. The petite female teacher exuded an air of competence and vigor, unmistakably Lin Qingyu, the leader of the girls' team. They had just returned from reporting the situation of the recent training to the principal. The crowd quickly quieted down, dispersing. Lu Linfeng's gaze fell upon Chen Mu and Xiao Yan as they made their way to the classroom, a sincere smile gracing his face. Good morning, Chen Mu. It seems you have settled in well. Splendid. Chen Mu reciprocated the smile, grateful for the introduction letter that had guided him in finding the meditation techniques. As Lu Linfeng's keen spiritual perception swept over Chen Mu and Xiao Yan, it momentarily paused, a flicker of surprise and admiration flashing in his eyes. He could distinctly sense that, in just a few days, Chen Mu's spiritual energy had notably intensified, and that the fiery canine, Xiao Yan, had remarkably strengthened as well. Already reaching level 9, this rate of growth surpassed his expectations. He nodded inwardly, convinced he had not misjudged the young man, who possessed extraordinary qualities. Teacher Lin Qingyu followed Lu Linfeng's gaze, observing Chen Mu and Xiao Yan's retreating figures. She lingered for a moment on Xiao Yan, who strutted with an air of confidence, her eyes reflecting a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity. Lu Linfeng and Lin Qingyu briefly addressed the students, summarizing the training experience and outlining important considerations before dismissing them to prepare for class. Though reluctant, Li Li and his companions dared not act out in front of the teachers, casting one last resentful glare at Chen Mu's back before returning to their seats. Chapter 29. The Three Defeats of the Golden Horn King. Chen Mu entered the Beast Taming class with Xiao Yan in tow. Ling Wei had evidently arrived early, now seated and intently poring over an open textbook, her brow furrowed in contemplation over a challenging topic. Beside her, on a designated mat, Shuang Lin, the exquisite frost crystal fox, lay with closed eyes, surrounded by a faint chill, evidently focused on her training, seizing every moment to enhance her abilities. Xiao Yan entered with its chest puffed out, striving to maintain the demeanor of a divine hound, its gaze deliberately deep, albeit somewhat comically. Shuang Lin seemed to sense the familiar aura and cracked one eye open, observing Xiao Yan's haughty posture with a flicker of human-like confusion and disdain in her ice-blue eyes. With a barely audible sound, she emitted a questioning whine, as if silently critiquing, after 2 days apart. Has this foolish dog taken some strange medicine, or had its head caught in a door? Chen Mu, noticing Shuang Lin's reaction, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He guided Xiao Yan to his seat, pulled out a chair, and began to review the day's lesson. Unlike its usual behavior, Xiao Yan did not immediately lie down on its mat. Instead, it stood beside the mat, straining to maintain its dignified posture, head held high, and casting an authoritative glance around the classroom, embodying the role of a sentinel. Not long after, Li Li, Wang Hao, and the others returned to the classroom. Upon seeing Chen Mu sitting earnestly with a book in hand, Li Li's facial muscles twitched with irritation and his eyes blazed with hostility. Wang Hao and the others also directed unfriendly glares towards Chen Mu, muttering curses under their breath. However, just then, the teacher entered with the lesson plan in hand, forcing them to suppress their anger and begrudgingly return to their seats, their glares like daggers piercing into Chen Mu's back. The morning's theoretical class passed swiftly. As soon as the bell rang, Chen Mu gathered his belongings, taking Xiao Yan, who had finally consented to rest for a moment, alongside Zhao Lei and his fluffy mouse to the cafeteria. Once seated with their meals, Zhao Lei stuffed his mouth with a pork chop and, lowering his voice in curiosity, asked, "Bro Mu, what is up with Li Li and his gang? Their glares this morning felt like they wanted to devour you whole. Did you provoke them?" After swallowing his food, Chen Mu briefly recounted his encounter with Li Li and his group during their outing in Qingshan town, including the times Xiao Yan had decisively pinned Li Li's golden horn lion to the ground. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow, so that is what happened. Well done, Bro Mu. Xiao Yan is amazing." He excitedly lowered his voice, adding, "That Li Li, taking advantage of his family's wealth, has always been arrogant in our school. His Golden Horn King is quite renowned among our peers, yet it crumbled so easily before Xiao Yan. Haha, what a relief." However, his excitement was tinged with concern as he continued, "But Bro Mu, you ought to be careful. Li Li is the type who bears a grudge. After suffering such a significant loss, he won't let it go easily. His lackeys aren't good news either." Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement, his expression calm. "It's all right. When soldiers come, we will meet them. When water rises, we will build dikes." He was indifferent to the campus bullying-style provocations, believing that as long as boundaries were respected, retaliation was justifiable. After a brief rest following lunch, the afternoon's practical class soon commenced. The students gathered in the spacious training arena. As soon as Li Li and Wang Hao arrived, they stormed directly towards Chen Mu, brimming with aggression. "Chen Mu, if you're a man, don't shrink back. You couldn't let loose in the classroom. Now we have ample space for a rematch. Dare you to face me again?" Li Li pointed at Chen Mu, his tone aggressive. "This time, my Golden Horn King is at level 10, fully peaked, and it has a new skill. Watch as I beat your dog to a pulp." Wang Hao and others chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Chen Mu furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He had no intention of squandering time on inconsequential individuals, yet observing the demeanor of his opponent, he surmised that unless he thoroughly subdued them, the matter would likely drag on interminably. He glanced down at the little flame by his feet. The small creature yawned in boredom, casting a disdainful glance at the enormous golden-horned lion across from it, its expression replete with contempt, clearly conveying the sentiment. Yet again, this insipid, clumsy lion? I have vanquished it twice already, and it offers no novelty. Engaging it holds no thrill. I would rather practice with that little fox, Shuanglin." "Very well." Chen Mu replied with a nonchalant tone, before addressing the little flame. "Make it quick. Do not squander time. Upon receiving the nod of approval, the little flame immediately perked up. With a swift leap, it entered the designated combat circle, first displaying a scornful grin. It then raised its head with an air of importance, directing a mighty howl towards the lofty ceiling of the training ground. A whoa. Oomph. Once again, you foolish lion. Your so-called golden hue pales in comparison to the brilliance of my sun, reduced to mere dull rubble beneath my feet. Lowering its gaze, it looked contemptuously at the golden-horned lion, its eyes brimming with disdain. The golden-horned lion instinctively shuddered at the piercing howl, memories of its two past humiliating defeats flooding back. Though it had leveled up and acquired new skills, the ingrained sense of dread compelled it to instinctively tuck its tail, its low growl tinged with a note of uncertainty. You useless creature. What are you afraid of? Charge at it. Li shouted vehemently, simultaneously urging the contract to command the golden-horned lion to engage. Under Li's coercive command, the golden-horned lion reluctantly summoned its courage, roaring as it lunged towards the little flame, unleashing a shimmering energy orb, golden light orb. However, after days of intense, evenly matched battles with the equally gifted frost crystal fox, the little flame's combat experience and skill integration had reached an entirely new level. Faced with the incoming golden light orb, it remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping with a graceful glide, simultaneously launching a fireball that accurately struck the side front of the golden-horned lion's path. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending scorching shockwaves that compelled the golden-horned lion to alter its trajectory, causing a slight delay in its movements. Now's the moment. Flame Claw. Chen Mu's calm voice resonated. The little flame propelled itself with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, soaring forward like an arrow, its forepaws engulfed in blazing flames, striking fiercely against the exposed flank of the golden-horned lion. Bang! Crack! The glow of metal hardening illuminated the surface of the golden-horned lion, absorbing the blow. Yet the colossal force still staggered its massive form backward, dimming the metallic sheen of its side and leaving behind several charred claw marks, eliciting a pained roar. Without missing a beat, the little flame landed and immediately surged forward again, its hind legs propelling it as a streak of red, baring its fiery fangs and sinking them into the comparatively softer abdomen of the golden-horned lion. Scorching bite. Roar. The golden-horned lion emitted a heart-wrenching cry. The little flame's fangs penetrated the hastily reformed layer of metal hardening, and although Chen Mu had commanded it to moderate its strength, it did not completely pierce through the internal organs. However, the explosive surge of fiery energy detonated at the point of contact. Sizzle. A pungent odor of charred flesh filled the air. The resilient skin and fur of the golden-horned lion were torn open, revealing a long, charred gash from which blood mixed with singed tissue oozed forth. The lion's enormous body was toppled to the ground by the force of the explosion and impact. Writhing in agony, utterly devoid of fighting capability, the entire combat unfolded seamlessly in a mere span of seconds. Li watched in dismay as his once proud golden-horned lion, now at the pinnacle of level 10, lay defeated yet again, this time sustaining even graver injuries. His face flushed a deep shade of crimson, fists clenching and cracking. Yet not a single word escaped his lips. Wang Hao and the others stood there, utterly astounded, gazing at the little flame, which merely panted lightly as if it had just begun to warm up, no longer daring to utter a word. With their strongest member, Li, so decisively bested, they realized that stepping into the fray would be tantamount to serving themselves on a platter. They hurriedly rushed to assist the injured golden-horned lion, retreating to a corner of the training ground to administer treatment. Chen Mu cast a fleeting glance at them before dismissing them entirely. Noticing the little flame's expression of lingering enthusiasm, he gestured towards Ling Wei's direction. Little flame, practice with Shuanglin again. Upon hearing this, the little flame's eyes sparkled with excitement. It promptly turned towards Ling Wei and Shuanglin, instinctively puffing out its chest and howling once more with fervor. "Oh whoa, I am the sun god dog." Shuanglin elegantly rose, her ice blue eyes observing the little flame's display of melodrama, as if several invisible black lines appeared on her forehead. Her gaze filled with exasperation. This silly dog must be truly mad. Chen Mu, witnessing his pet's embarrassing antics, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His lips twitched involuntarily as he silently lamented. This wretched book has truly led the dog astray. Perhaps I should dispose of it when we return. After its howl, the little flame dashed toward Shuanglin. Despite her disdain, Shuanglin, facing a worthy opponent, quickly assumed a serious demeanor, an aura of chill enveloping her. The two beasts engaged in a fierce clash, the red flames colliding violently with the icy blue aura, producing hissing sounds as they fought. Their speed, power, and skill utilization far exceeded what the little flame had demonstrated against the golden-horned lion. The temperature in the training ground fluctuated wildly due to their battle. Hiding in the corner, Li Li and the others watched in horror as the two beasts fought fiercely, each move perilous, glancing at the severely injured golden-horned lion beside them. Their expressions darkened further, feeling utterly humiliated, realizing that their previous engagement had not even utilized the opponent's full strength. Chen Mu, however, paid no heed to the battle unfolding. He settled into a cross-legged position at the edge of the training ground, closing his eyes as if entering a meditative state. Ling Wei, fully engrossed in directing Xuanglin against the little flame, was momentarily taken aback to see Chen Mu completely disregarding the little flame and entering meditation. However, sensing the palpable pressure emanating from the little flame, which was evidently stronger than the previous week, she quickly refocused her mind, concentrating on commanding Xuanglin, pay attention to its fire trajectory. Use ice spikes to restrict its movement. Frost breath. The battlefield became a tapestry of intertwining ice and fire, the combat intensifying. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, seated in meditation, appeared outwardly tranquil, yet his consciousness had delved deep into the mysterious realm within his mind. The ancient 9 revolutions Qiankuan alchemy furnace floated serenely before him. Only 2 spirit-gathering pills remained, and with the little flame now at level 9, its consumption would undoubtedly increase, necessitating replenishment for the day's quota. Chen Mu calculated in his mind. With morning classes demanding his full attention, he could not afford to expend mental energy on alchemy. The current practical class presented the perfect opportunity to feign meditation, unnoticed by others. Later, during the meditation class, he could efficiently restore his mental energy in the meditation room. Resolute in his decision, Chen Mu began to channel his mental energy into the alchemy furnace. The spiritual flames surged, and the ethereal images of his medicinal materials gradually merged and refined under their embrace, ultimately transforming into rounded, plump spirit-gathering pills that emitted a faint glow. When the 8th pill successfully materialized, the furnace's brilliance dimmed, and Chen Mu's mental energy felt as though it had been instantly drained, nearly depleted. He abruptly opened his eyes, a wave of intense dizziness and fatigue crashing over him like a tide. As darkness enveloped his vision, Chen Mu felt a throbbing at his temples, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His complexion had paled significantly, presenting a picture of utter exhaustion, even more so than Ling Wei, who was beside him, fervently utilizing the mental enhancement of the frost pill. With a deep sigh, Chen Mu expelled a breath laden with fatigue, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming sense of weakness, and discreetly stored away the 8 newly refined spirit-gathering pills into his consciousness space. He lifted his gaze slightly, only to meet Ling Wei's penetrating stare. She had just commanded Frost Pill to unleash an icy barrier to thwart Xiao Yan's fiery claws, temporarily pausing the battle. Observing Chen Mu's evident overexertion and fatigue, a flicker of subtle confusion crossed her ice-blue eyes. During the practical combat class, everyone had been engaged in directing their battles, while he sat at the side meditating. Why did he appear more fatigued than I? Could he be cultivating some unique mental technique? Just then, the bell signaling the end of the practical class rang. Xiao Yan, come back, Chen Mu called, his voice slightly hoarse. In the arena, although Xiao Yan bore several traces of frost left by Frost Pill, and its fur was slightly disheveled, it still strutted back with an air of pride, its head held high, as if it had just undergone a grand coronation rather than a fierce battle. It even made sure to rear its head towards Frost Pill, emitting a short and self-assured howl that conveyed its supposed majesty, divine canine of the sun, victorious return. Frost Pill elegantly shook off the lingering embers, casting a glance at Xiao Yan's demeanor, rolling its eyes in a remarkably human-like fashion, and emitted a soft, disdainful sound before turning away, choosing not to regard the foolish dog any longer. This silly dog's divine canine affliction seems hopeless, it thought. Let us go to the meditation room, Chen Mu said, forcing himself to stand as he addressed Zhao Lei and Ling Wei. The group departed from the training ground, heading towards the meditation room. Li Li, Wang Hao, and a few others trailed behind, carrying the injured, moaning golden-horned lion. Their expressions complex as they cast glances at Chen Mu and Xiao Yan's retreating figures. However, they ultimately refrained from approaching to provoke or utter harsh words. Xiao Yan's crushing victory over the golden-horned king, coupled with the stark contrast to the fierce battle with Frost Pill, extinguished any lingering thoughts they might have had about reclaiming their dignity, at least for the time being. Inside the meditation room, a gentle aura of energy enveloped each individual tatami mat. As Chen Mu sat cross-legged, he immediately sensed the distinct ambience of the space. The particles of mental energy permeating the air were far more concentrated and pure than those outside, as if countless tiny motes of light were actively converging upon his weary mental essence, soothing his drained consciousness. Within just 2 hours, the restoration of his mental power equated to the amount he would have regained at home after 4 or 5 hours. With the aid of the meditation room's unique formation and the rich spiritual energy nourishing him, Chen Mu felt his consciousness replenishing, banishing the heavy fatigue and dizziness. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance illuminating his gaze, banishing the previous lethargy. Relishing in the resurgence of power and clarity of thought, Chen Mu silently marveled. The school's meditation room is indeed worth its weight in gold, with efficiency surpassing all expectations. Xiaoyan lay on its designated little mat, maintaining its proud posture with its head held high, nostrils flaring, seemingly lost in its own world of imagination during meditation. Ling Wei, having concluded her meditation, appeared revitalized. Her gaze swept over the invigorated Chen Mu. Her earlier confusion lingered, yet she refrained from probing further, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. Chapter 30. The Foolish Lu Yufeng. After the meditation class, Chen Mu and Xiao Yan headed to the cafeteria for dinner. The pair exited the school gates and boarded a shuttle to the familiar street vendor area. Upon arriving at their usual spot, Uncle Chu had already set up his book stall. Chen Mu greeted him with familiarity. "Uncle Chu, I'm here." "Ah, little Chen, you've arrived." Uncle Chu responded with a smile. "You're a bit late today." Chen Mu nodded, swiftly unfurling his stall cloth and neatly arranging boxes of colorful frozen potion popsicles. He had informed Huang Mingho and the others that he would arrive late, hence his regular customers had yet to arrive. Unperturbed, Chen Mu sat cross-legged, re-entering a light meditative state to recover the mental energy expended during the afternoon's alchemy. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan adeptly made its way to Uncle Chu's stall. Its beloved collection of Eastern summer myths had been purchased by Chen Mu and was now nestled in its little den. Today, its attention was captured by another illustrated book, Legends of the Ancient Shaluo. The mysterious totems and illustrations of ancient beasts on the cover were equally exquisite, prompting Xiaoyan to eagerly approach. Maintaining its dignified canine posture while intently gazing at the pages, its little paws occasionally attempting to turn them. Uncle Chu chuckled at the sight, shaking his head in amusement. This little pup truly has become refined, taking a liking to these mystical tales. Before long, a series of deliberately exaggerated, mocking remarks wafted over. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this our school's genius, Chen Mu?" A voice jeered. "For sure. Strutting around the training field during the day. And now reduced to selling popsicles at night? What a disgrace." Another added, "Oh dear, what are you selling? Popsicles? Chen Mu, are you so broke that you can't even afford a decent meal? Need us to spare some change?" Chen Mu frowned slightly, opening his eyes from his light meditation. He saw Li, Wang Hao, and a few sycophants surrounding a young man clad in luxurious attire, his demeanor haughty. This young man, Lu Yufeng, appeared to be around 18 or 19, donned in designer brands that clearly indicated his affluent background. Li pointed at Chen Mu, ingratiatingly saying to Lu Yufeng, "Brother Lu, look at this brat. It was his broken dog that injured my golden horned king during the day. So arrogant." Lu Yufeng, upon hearing this, disdainfully assessed Chen Mu's meager stall in him, a smirk of contempt curling his lips. "Oh, this is him. Doesn't he look like much? Quite the pathetic sight." His voice was not loud, but the condescension was unmistakable. Beside Lu Yufeng stood a lion-like beast radiating a soft white glow, exuding an impressive aura. Though its size was not colossal, it emanated an extraordinary presence. Despite being only at the peak of the servant level, its noble and wild essence, stemming from its bloodline, was already apparent. It was indeed a high-grade luminous lion. This was the first time Chen Mu had seen a beast wielding light-type powers, apart from Xiaoyan. As its gaze swept past Uncle Chu's stall and settled on Xiaoyan, who was engrossed in legends of the ancient Shaluo, it paused slightly. Xiaoyan's proud, oblivious stance seemed to pique the curiosity of the haughty luminous lion. Lu Yufeng cast a disdainful glance at Chen Mu's humble stall and the popsicles, then at Xiaoyan reading in front of the stall, scoffing. "Is this the kind of creature that dares to touch my brother? Li, your judgment is lacking, being bullied by such lowly beings." As soon as he finished speaking, Li and the others appeared to receive a signal and moved to topple Chen Mu's stall. Chen Mu felt no ripple of emotion in his heart, and even found it somewhat amusing. With the pitiful beasts they had brought along, the imposing radiant lion was merely for show, lacking any real combat experience. Li's golden horn lion had already been bested 3 times by the infernal flame paw. If it came to blows, infernal flame could effortlessly dispatch them all. Indeed, before Chen Mu could even rise, the little flame, lost in the world of ancient legends, was thoroughly incensed by the commotion. It abruptly lifted its head from the book stall and, with an air of aggression, charged a few steps towards Chen Mu's stand, positioning itself defiantly between its master and the group of intruders. With its tail raised high, flame glared at Li, Wang Hao, and Lu Yufeng, unleashing a thunderous roar imbued with a divine pressure, albeit one it somewhat misinterpreted, a woo. I am the solar divine dog. You all should retreat at once for daring to stir chaos here. The force of its voice reverberated through the bustling street, momentarily freezing the cacophony into silence. All gazes were drawn to this unexpected, whimsically fierce bark. The foremost targets, Li Li, Wang Hao, Lu Yufeng, and their accompanying beasts, were so taken aback by the roar that they instinctively recoiled a step, especially Li Li's golden horn lion. It was already deeply terrified of the formidable flame-tailed dog, and now, in the narrow street, it was confronted by the very roar that had led to its 3 previous defeats. The immense psychological shadow exploded in an instant. Its colossal body trembled violently. A warm liquid, tinged with fear, uncontrollably streamed down its hind legs. It had been so frightened that it had urinated. Golden Horn King. Li Li's face flushed a deep crimson, a mixture of humiliation and rage at the public disgrace of his proud beast. Lu Yufeng, too, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events and the Golden Horn Lion's disgrace, his haughty expression freezing as his radiant lion cloud pattern crouched low, emitting a low, anxious growl. The group was left utterly deflated, caught between shock and anger. Lu Yufeng, desperately maintaining his composure, pointed at Chen Mu and shouted, You mad dog, just wait. This isn't over. We're leaving. At that moment, a mocking voice interjected. Oh, if it isn't my defeated opponent, Lu Yufeng. What brings you here to embarrass yourself again after your last loss to me? Huang Mingho, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, had just arrived. With his arms crossed, he regarded Lu Yufeng with derision, his cloud pattern leopard, Chasing Wind, at his feet. Chasing Wind appeared in splendid condition, its coat glossy, eyes sharp, and its physique seemingly more robust than a couple of days prior, undoubtedly a testament to the effects of Chen Mu's potions. Upon seeing Huang Mingho, Lu Yufeng's expression darkened further. Huang Mingho, don't get too cocky. Your last win was merely luck. Do you dare to face me again? I've spent a whopping 200,000 today to enhance my cloud pattern's strength and speed. I will surely bring your little kitty down. He patted his radiant lion, cloud pattern, in an attempt to regain some of his lost bravado. Huang Mingho glanced at Lu Yufeng's evidently still immature radiant lion, then looked down at his own Chasing Wind, which had undergone comprehensive enhancement from the ice cream potions, feeling quite confident. His greater concern was that Lu Yufeng might discover the affordable yet effective potions at Chen Mu's stall, thus diminishing his secret weapons advantage. Let us compete. Who is afraid? Same place, the arena. Let us go. Huang Mingho readily accepted the challenge, immediately beckoning his 2 lackeys. Come on, don't keep young Master Lu waiting. He half-pushed, half-dragged Lu Yufeng and Li Li away from Chen Mu's stall, anxious that Lu Yufeng might linger too long over those ice creams. The 2 groups bickered and swiftly vanished down the street, headed towards the nearby arena to settle their grievances. Seeing that the bothersome group had finally departed, Flame contentedly shook its head, letting out a cheerful gurgle before eagerly returning to Uncle Chu's bookstall, resuming its position. With little paws delicately turning the pages of the ancient legends of Shaluo, it immersed itself once more in the realm of ancient mythology, silently relishing, at last. Those fools have left. I can continue my reading in peace. Chen Mu observed the engrossed demeanor of Flame and shook his head in resignation, resuming his shallow meditation with closed eyes. Shortly after the 2 groups exited, a tall, lanky lackey, who had been following Huang Mingho, stealthily returned. He glanced around cautiously, his furtive movements nearly eliciting a laugh from Chen Mu. Once certain that Lu Yufeng's group was nowhere in sight, he hurried to Chen Mu's stall, lowering his voice to speak quickly. Boss, same as before. 6 bottles each of the 3 potions, a total of 18, right? As he spoke, he swiftly operated his personal terminal. With a beep, Chen Mu received a notification for an 18,000 transfer. The lanky lackey deftly grabbed all the potion boxes arranged on Chen Mu's stall, a total of 18 bottles of ice cream, stuffing them into a large bag he had brought, then flashed a knowing smile at Chen Mu before vanishing into the crowd. Chen Mu gazed at the suddenly empty stall cloth and then at the extra 18,000 in his account, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. Huang Mingho was surprisingly quick. It seemed he had tasted the sweetness of success. Meanwhile, Huang Mingho and Lu Yufeng's group arrived at the familiar arena, bustling with light and a crowd gathering around several small battle platforms. Eager to reclaim his honor, Lu Yufeng wasted no time in urging, Huang Mingho, stop dragging your feet. Get your chasing wind up here. Today, you'll witness the true power of cloud pattern. Yet Huang Mingho remained unperturbed, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, responding nonchalantly. What's the rush, Lu? My chasing wind needs to warm up first. Just make sure you don't come up with excuses if you lose. He intentionally delayed the proceedings. Lu Yufeng glared in frustration, ready to retort. At last, Huang Mingho spotted his lackey, who had made the excuse to use the restroom. sneakily entering with a bulging bag and giving Huang Mingho a discreet thumbs up. Huang Mingho's face broke into a confident grin, feeling assured. He turned to Lu Yufeng, his tone laced with provocation. Lu, seeing how eager you are to lose, how about we raise the stakes? Small skirmishes are rather dull. Lu Yufeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, how much do you want to wager? Just don't end up crying for mercy when you lose everything. Huang Mingho chuckled, extending 5 fingers. 500,000. For you, Lu, that's merely pocket change. I assent to it. Do you dare to accept? 500,000. Lu Yufeng's heart skipped a beat. That was no trifling sum. It represented nearly 2 months' worth of his allowance. The thought of losing made him instinctively glance at his account balance, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, upon witnessing Huang Mingho's insufferably arrogant expression and contrasting it with the majestic and radiant figure of his own Yao Guang Lion Yunmeng, who stood tall and emanated a gentle glow, Lu Yufeng couldn't help but recall that he had expended a staggering 200,000 on the most premier enhancement potions for strength and speed today. He could distinctly feel the latent power coursing through Yunmeng's muscles and the lightness of its steps, far superior to what he had experienced during his last wager against Huang Mingho. Last time, his victory was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. This time, with Yunmeng's power significantly bolstered, even if Huang Mingho's chasing wind had made some progress, it could never rival the effects of the 200,000 he had invested. Lu Yufeng reassured himself, a surge of defiance and disdain for Huang Mingho washing over him, dispelling any lingering hesitations. 50,000 it is. Who's afraid of whom? Huang Mingho, don't you dare default if you lose later. Lu Yufeng declared with determination. Splendid. Lu Xiao is indeed magnanimous. Huang Mingho feigned praise, secretly reveling in the thought. This gullible fool has taken the bait. Soon, both beasts ascended to the central battle stage. The Yaoguang Lion Yunmeng radiated a flowing white light, growling with a fierce demeanor. In contrast, the cloud-patterned leopard chasing wind crouched low, its gaze sharp and predatory, filled with an oppressive air. Having repeatedly consumed strength, speed, and solidification potions, its physique appeared even more streamlined, its muscles brimming with explosive power. Begin. With the referee's command, the two beasts sprang into action. As anticipated, Yunmeng's speed had markedly improved, its forepaws propelling it forward like a streak of light towards chasing wind, its forepaws descending with a powerful whoosh. Simultaneously, the golden markings on its forehead glimmered slightly, unleashing a blinding flash of light in an attempt to disrupt chasing wind's vision. Indeed, there was an enhancement in both strength and speed. Huang Mingho quickly sensed the change, but assessed in his mind that this increase was perhaps equivalent to the effects of 3 bottles of strength and 3 bottles of speed potions from Brother Chen. That was the maximum. Moreover, Huang Mingho was well aware of the trickery behind the so-called premier enhancement potions Lu Yufeng had purchased. Though exorbitantly priced, and only injectable once per type, the effects were permanent, sounding impressive but yielding only modest enhancements. The most critical point was that there were already rumors circulating in their circle that such forcibly stimulating potions could potentially overdraw a beast's future growth potential, or even leave hidden injuries. In contrast, Brother Chen's miraculous potions, encased in popsicle wrappers, could be consumed multiple times for compounded effects, delivering swift and gentle results at an absurdly low price, only 10,000 a bottle, making them utterly perfect. To Huang Mingho, Lu Yufeng's expenditure of 200,000 on such hazardous items was sheer folly. Chasing wind, evade. Use wind shadow steps. Huang Mingho commanded clearly. Chasing wind responded with remarkable swiftness. It seemed to have already predicted the trajectory of Yunmeng's attack and the impending flash. At the moment of the light's eruption, its body melded seamlessly with the wind, leaving behind a faint afterimage as it skillfully glided away at an astoundingly cunning angle, perfectly dodging the claw strike and the blinding light. Yunmeng's assured strike whiffed, its body propelled slightly forward by inertia. Now's the time. Chasing wind, tear claw. Huang Mingho seized the opportunity. A fierce glint flashed in chasing wind's eyes, exploiting the brief moment when Yunmeng's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to manifest. Its hind legs surged with power, propelling it back like an arrow. The sharp claws of the leopard gleamed with a chilling light, accompanied by a piercing shriek as they aimed for the relatively vulnerable waist of Yunmeng. Swoosh! The protective glow surrounding Yunmeng was effortlessly torn apart, leaving 3 distinct gashes on its resilient fur. The searing pain elicited a pained roar from Yunmeng, causing it to stagger backward. Yunmeng, don't panic. Use light impact. Lu Yufeng shouted anxiously. Enduring the agony, Yunmeng forced its mouth open, conjuring a somewhat diffuse ball of white energy to shoot towards chasing wind. Too slow. Chasing wind, maneuver behind. Huang Mingho smirked. Chasing wind exhibited speed and agility far surpassing that of Yunmeng. effortlessly executing a Z-shaped retreat, not only dodging the energy sphere, but also swiftly maneuvering behind Yun Meng. Finish it. Heavy tread. Chasing wind leapt high. Its powerful hind legs, akin to two massive hammers, struck down mercilessly on Yun Meng's lower back. Yowling in pain, Yun Meng's massive form was forcefully brought to the ground, struggling momentarily before collapsing, unable to rise, only able to emit pitiful whines. The outcome was clear. The entire battle transpired in just over a minute. Huang Mingho's cloud-pattern leopard chasing wind, with overwhelming speed, strength, and combat prowess, had decisively defeated the Yao Guang lion Yun Meng, which had consumed the exorbitantly priced enhancement potions. I concede, Lu Xiao. 50,000. Let us settle the transfer, shall we? Huang Mingho approached the edge of the stage, gazing at the pale-faced, incredulous Lu Yufeng, with a smile, extending his wrist to reveal the payment code on his personal terminal. Secretly delighted, he thought, Brother Chen's potions are indeed exceptional. Earning this money was a breeze. 50,000 could procure a full 50 potions. Enough to lavishly feed chasing wind to satisfaction. Lu Yufeng stared at his beloved pet, now groveling on the ground in pain, then at Huang Mingho's infuriatingly smug face. Feeling a surge of blood rush to his head, darkness clouding his vision. 50,000. His painstakingly saved allowance. Just like that, it was gone, and he lost to the person he despised the most. He trembled with rage, pointing at Huang Mingho. Yu. Beside him, Li Wang Hao, and others were utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless. They had presumed that with Lu Yufeng's investment of 200,000, he would surely have the upper hand over Huang Mingho. Yet the defeat was even swifter and more humiliating. When did Huang Mingho's cloud-pattern leopard become this formidable? Chapter 31. A Little Rich Girl Sponsorship? The commotion within the arena had yet to fully dissipate as Lu Yufeng watched the impending deduction of 50,000 from his personal terminal, his hands trembling, his expression more ghastly than if he had ingested a fly. Huang Mingho, on the other hand, wore a smug expression, practically thrusting the payment code under Lu Yufeng's nose. Lu Xiao, a bet is a bet. Let's wrap this up quickly, everyone else watching. Just then, another battle stage nearby erupted with even more fervent cheers and applause. The crowd instinctively turned to look, only to see a frost-blue frost crystal fox moving gracefully across the stage. Its opponent, a sizable rock-type beast, now encased in ice, rendered incapable of fighting. Commanding from the edge of the arena was none other than Ling Wei. She appeared calm, seemingly accustomed to such victories. The frost crystal fox let out a proud howl, retracting its chilling aura as it returned to Ling Wei's side. Ling Wei's gaze swept across the arena, naturally landing on the unusually tense atmosphere surrounding Huang Mingho and Lu Yufeng. She frowned slightly, walking over with the frost crystal fox in tow. Sister Wei. Greetings, Sister Wei. As Ling Wei approached, both Huang Mingho and Lu Yufeng, along with Li and Wang Hao, instinctively tempered their demeanor, greeting her with evident respect in their tones. Ling Wei's strength and status among her peers in the third middle school and throughout the entire Yanhuang city were unparalleled. What transpired? Ling Wei's voice was cool, her gaze flitting between the pale-faced Lu Yufeng and the triumphant Huang Mingho, finally resting on the whimpering Yao Guang lion still sprawled on the ground, her brow furrowing further. What happened to Yun Meng? Sister Wei, it's nothing serious, just a little spar with Lu Xiao, Huang Mingho interjected, maintaining his smile but adopting a more earnest tone. Lu Yufeng, stifling his indignation, felt a mix of shame and anger. Spar? Huang Mingho took advantage of me. He wagered 50,000. Moreover, his wind chaser must have employed some dubious means, abruptly becoming so formidable. Dubious means? Ling Wei cast a glance at Huang Mingho. Huang Mingho shrugged, feigning innocence. Sister Wei, on my honor, I, Huang Mingho, conduct myself with utmost integrity. It is Lu Xiao who, in his quest to triumph over me, squandered 200,000 on a potion that claims to permanently enhance potential, yet may indeed jeopardize the very foundation of beast mastery, injecting it into Yun Meng. And what was the result? As you can see, it still cannot rival my legitimately trained wind chaser. He deliberately emphasized the words that hint at potential harm. Upon hearing this, Ling Wei's gaze sharpened, directing it toward Lu Yufeng. Lu Yufeng, did you resort to using the potential explosion series of potions? Her tone was laced with severity. Lu Yufeng felt a twinge of guilt under Ling Wei's piercing glare, yet he stubbornly retorted, yes, and so what? It did indeed enhance my abilities. Foolish. Ling Wei scolded without reservation. Such potions are strictly prohibited among genuine high-ranking beastmasters for use on undeveloped young beasts. They deplete the future potential and vitality of the beast, and the short-term enhancement comes at the cost of long-term ruin. Yun Meng is a spirit beast of great aptitude. You are destroying it with your own hands. Her eyes held a trace of sorrow as she regarded the radiant lion Yun Meng. Lu Yufeng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he opened his mouth to counter, But ultimately, cowed by Ling Wei's formidable presence and undeniable tone, he lowered his head in defeat. Deep down, he was vaguely aware of the hidden dangers of such potions, but the desire to win had clouded his judgment. At that moment, Li Li's eyes flickered with a thought. Recalling that Ling Wei seemed to hold a favorable impression of Chen Mu, he immediately approached, blending flattery with a hint of accusation. Sister Wei, you may not know this, but that fellow Chen Mu is quite the character now. During the day, he pretends to be studious at school, and by night, he runs a stall selling popsicles on the street. That place is a chaotic mix of people. It's utterly disgraceful for our school. Who knows what kind of junk he is selling? Wang Hao chimed in, echoing Li Li's sentiments. Exactly. Just now, Lu Gu confronted him about it. And he let that mad dog of his nearly injure Lu Gu. Ling Wei listened to the embellished tales from Li Li and Wang Hao with an impassive expression, as if she were hearing trivial matters of no consequence. She merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," her gaze sweeping over Li Li. Chen Mu's stall is his personal affair. The school does not prohibit students from engaging in part-time work. As for you two, she paused, her eyes carrying a warning, mind your own business. Li Li and Wang Hao felt a jolt in their hearts under Ling Wei's calm, yet pressuring gaze, quickly retracting their necks, too wary to speak further. Meanwhile, Huang Mingho felt a stir of intrigue. Chen Mu? From our school? He had previously assumed Chen Mu to be a wandering beast master from a fallen family, or perhaps an outright independent practitioner. But to discover he was still a student was quite unexpected. Over the past few days, he had discreetly sought information about Chen Mu's identity. But since Chen Mu had only recently returned as a beast master, he had yet to uncover any details. Reflecting on Chen Mu's poised demeanor and unflappable nature while operating his stall, Huang Mingho's appraisal of him rose even higher. However, regarding the secret of Chen Mu's potions, he certainly would not be foolish enough to disclose it in front of Lu Yufeng and Ling Wei. Good fortune should be quietly amassed, for that is the true path to success. At the street stall, Chen Mu surveyed the suddenly vacant space and the additional 180,000 in his account, bringing his balance to 480,000, and felt quite pleased. He called to the little flame, who was still engrossed in the ancient legends of Shera at the book stall. Let's go home. The little creature seemed somewhat reluctant, its tiny paw still resting on the page, emitting a discontented rumble, as if to say, just a little longer. We'll come back tomorrow, Chen Mu said, unyielding, bending down to scoop up the little flame. The small creature was eventually led away from the book stall, glancing back repeatedly. The duo took a shuttle back home. Upon entering, the little flame wriggled free from Chen Mu's embrace, darting like a little cannonball to its nook, retrieving the collection of myths from Dongxia, and promptly resumed its engrossed reading, its tail wagging in delight. Chen Mu observed his beast's bookworm demeanor and shook his head helplessly, slightly exasperated. Yet he had grown accustomed to this. The little creature had recently developed a particular fascination with mythological tales. Not bothering with the little flame, Chen Mu retreated to his room to prepare for alchemy. After recovering a significant portion of his mental energy in the meditation room that afternoon, coupled with the light meditation during his stall hours, he felt his spiritual strength nearly restored. He delved into the mysterious space. According to plan, he would continue to concoct two each of the mighty pill, swift pill, foundation pill, and spirit gathering pill tonight. The first three would be reserved for tomorrow's stall, while the spirit gathering pills would be accumulated further. With the previous batch, the stock of spirit gathering pills reached 12. 12 should suffice for a day's consumption. Even with the little flame's impending upgrade, Chen Mu mused, feeling his reserves were temporarily adequate. After completing the alchemy, Chen Mu called for the little flame. The little creature scampered over, still clutching its book, its eyes glued to the pages. Chen Mu produced the spirit gathering pills, administering them one by one. This time, the little flame consumed 10 spirit gathering pills before finally letting out a satisfied burp, signaling its fullness. It promptly dashed back to its nook, not lying down as usual, but instead striking an exceedingly peculiar pose, its limbs rigid, body slightly leaning forward, chest puffed out, eyes attempting to convey an air of superiority. It then began to absorb the medicinal energy for cultivation. Chen Mu found the little one's odd stance amusing, yet he paid it no mind. As long as it quietly cultivated without disturbing others, that was sufficient. He returned to his room to resume meditation. That night proved to be peaceful. The little flame maintained its strange posture, quietly absorbing the immense medicinal energy without emitting the disruptive howls it had the previous day. The next morning, Chen Mu concluded his meditation and stepped out of his room, only to discover the little flame still maintaining that bizarre stance in its nook, immobile in its cultivation. Clearly, the vast energy contained in those 10 spirit-gathering pills required more time for digestion and absorption. Having held this position throughout the night, the little creature's body showed signs of stiffness. Its limbs trembled slightly, appearing quite fatigued, yet it stubbornly upheld that pose, its small eyes reflecting an inexplicable determination. Curious, Chen Mu leaned in closer and noticed that beside the little flame's nook lay the collection of myths from Dongxia. Open to the page the little flame had been reading. He picked up the book, flipping to the illustration it had been captivated by, depicting a majestic divine canine radiating a sacred light. The posture of this divine canine mirrored that of the little flame, limbs perfectly straightened, head held high, surrounded by swirling lines akin to ethereal energy. As if it were inhaling the essence of heaven and earth, absorbing vast amounts of spiritual power. Chen Mu glanced down at the little flame, which was laboriously attempting to mimic the illustrated pose, legs trembling from fatigue, yet still persevering, and then back at the grand image of the divine canine in the book. Unable to contain himself, Chen Mu burst into laughter, then shook his head in exasperation. This little flame had truly become infatuated with the book. Did it genuinely believe itself to be a divine canine? He sighed, feeling no inclination to correct its overly dramatic cultivation stance. As long as it found it beneficial, that was enough. Chen Mu resumed his practice of Ba Duan Jin in the living room. However, when it came time for breakfast with the little flame and preparing for school, a problem arose. Due to its prolonged maintenance of that rigid stance, the little flame's limbs had become quite stiff, causing it to walk in a wobbly manner, akin to a drunken individual, with its 4 short legs completely out of sync. Nearly tripping over itself multiple times, Chen Mu observed the comical yet labored strides of his familiar, stifling a chuckle, before ultimately bending down to scoop it up in his arms. Well then, I suppose I shall carry you for a while today. Thus, with one person cradling a dog, the latter attempting to maintain an air of noble canine dignity despite trembling legs, they made their way towards the 3rd Beastmaster School of Yanhuang City. Upon arriving at the school, Chen Mu astutely noticed that Li and Wang Hao, who had been so brazen the previous day, now resembled wilted quails, their eyes darting about nervously. Even upon seeing him and Little Yin approach, they instinctively veered away. Clearly, the lesson administered yesterday had borne fruit, and Chen Mu relished the tranquility it brought. The morning's classes passed by in this subtly charged atmosphere. During the afternoon practical session, Chen Mu effortlessly settled into an inconspicuous corner. Little Yin lay at his feet, its small head bobbing slightly, evidently still recovering from the fatigue of last night's noble canine stance. Coupled with its earlier wobbly walk, it appeared rather listless. Chen Mu contemplated. Little Yin now consumed 10 spirit-gathering pills each day, an exorbitant expenditure, necessitating that he refine more as soon as possible. Just as he prepared to delve into the mysterious realm to commence alchemy, a cool, hesitant figure approached him. Upon raising his head, he was taken aback to see Ling Wei, who today, unlike her usual self, did not directly summon Shuang Lin for practice, but instead stood there, vacillating between words. What is the matter? Chen Mu inquired, puzzled. Is Shuang Lin not in good condition today? Not practicing? He assumed Ling Wei had come to cancel their sparring session. Ling Wei bit her lip, her bright eyes fixed upon Chen Mu, seemingly steeling herself before she spoke. Chen Mu, if you encounter any difficulties, you can confide in me. Her voice retained its icy tone, yet there was an unmistakable earnestness in her demeanor. I will do my utmost to assist you. Huh. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected concern, instinctively replying, I'm not facing any difficulties. Little Yin and I are doing quite well. He patted the sleeping Little Yin at his feet. Ling Wei appeared to think he was merely putting on a brave face, and, after a moment's hesitation, candidly stated, I heard that you're setting up a stall. If it's due to financial constraints. She paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. I could potentially assist you, perhaps by introducing you to more suitable part-time jobs, or lending you some money. Following her gaze, Chen Mu instinctively glanced at Li and his companions in the distance, who were pretending to practice while eavesdropping. Suddenly, he comprehended the situation. Those rascals had been gossiping about him in front of Ling Wei. Ah, so that is what this is about, he realized, observing his serious classmate, who came from a well-off family and was quite powerful, offering her help. A scene from countless web novels he had perused in a previous life flashed through his mind. Ha ha ha, could this little heiress be considering taking me under her wing? The thought emerged uncontrollably, laced with wistful imaginings typical of a former office worker. He had always desired to be pampered, but had never encountered anyone willing to do so. This little heiress was quite attractive. If she were to support him, he would be more than happy. As he mused, a silly, slightly daydream-like smile crept onto his face. Ling Wei, bewildered by his sudden grin, felt a hint of embarrassment flush her cheeks, and quickly clarified, You mustn't overthink. I'm merely assisting a fellow student. After all, your strength should contribute positively to our school's performance in the upcoming Yanhuang City Beastmaster School ranking competition. I wouldn't want, external factors to affect your state and training. She attributed her motives to collective honor, striving to maintain her aloof persona. Chen Mu was jolted back to reality by her somewhat flustered explanation, hastily suppressing his unrealistic fantasies and goofy smile. Clearing his throat, he adopted a casual demeanor. Thank you for your concern, but truly, I'm facing no difficulties. He gestured toward little Yen, half jokingly yet half seriously stating, look at him. He's well fed, sleeping soundly, and utterly engrossed in mythical tales. Setting up a stall is merely a small hobby of mine. A way to earn a bit of pocket money for little Yan's reading material and to experience life. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if selling premium popsicles was no more than a playful endeavor. Ling Wei regarded his composed expression, then glanced at the somewhat listless yet evidently sprightly little Yan, and considered Chen Mu's stable demeanor, which surpassed that of his peers. For a moment, she could not discern whether he was being genuine or merely putting on a brave front. She nodded, refraining from further inquiries. That's good. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. Shall we practice today? Absolutely, let us practice. Chen Mu responded eagerly, eager to test little Yan's condition after consuming 10 spirit-gathering pills. Despite the little fellow appearing somewhat fatigued, seeing his enthusiastic agreement, Ling Wei temporarily set aside her doubts, nodding in affirmation. Without delay, she turned to summon Shuanglin. Chen Mu watched her retreating figure, rubbing his nose, and mused. This little heiress is rather enthusiastic, but the notion of her supporting me is indeed far-fetched. I should stick to selling my popsicles to sustain my whimsical canine companion. He allowed little Yen to engage in practice with Shuanglin while he focused his mind, preparing to commence alchemy. As for Li Li and his crew, who had been eavesdropping in the corner, they felt even more frustrated upon witnessing that Ling Wei did not seem to scorn Chen Mu's stall endeavor, but rather appeared concerned, leaving them to swallow their confusion and discontent. Chapter 32. Predicament and Breakthrough. As the school bell rang, Chen Mu picked up the still striving little Yen and made his way outside. Instead of heading directly to the stall street, he first veered towards the Yanhuang City Beastmaster Association. His objective was clear: to purchase materials. The supplies for the spirit-gathering pills he had procured last time were nearly depleted, and with little Yen consuming 10 each day, it was like a bottomless pit. Additionally, he needed to replenish the materials for strength pills, swiftness pills, and solidifying pills, as they constituted his only source of income at present. After a flurry of shopping in the association's materials section, watching over 200,000 vanish from his terminal within moments, Chen Mu felt a pang in his heart as his balance dwindled to just above 20,000. It truly was a costly endeavor. Earning money was arduous, yet spending it felt like a deluge. The expense of raising a whimsical canine companion was substantial. Not long after the vehicle started, his personal terminal vibrated on his wrist. Chen Mu pulled it out to see Huang Mingho's name flashing on the screen. Hello? Chen Mu answered. Chen Gu, it's me. Huang Mingho's voice brimmed with an uncontainable urgency. Are you coming to set up your stall today? I've been waiting at the usual spot for ages. I was worried you might not show up. Chen Mu felt somewhat bemused. I just went to the Beastmaster Association to buy some materials. I'm on my way. Great. I'll be waiting at your stall. Huang Mingho's tone brightened instantly, his eagerness palpable even through the terminal. When Chen Mu arrived at his customary stall location, he indeed found Huang Mingho standing there alone, clad in a plain jacket, a stark contrast to his flamboyant attire from the day before, without any of his usual entourage. As soon as he spotted Chen Mu, his eyes lit up, and he bounded over like a spring-loaded toy. Chen Mu was taken aback. You're here so early? Didn't you just buy some yesterday? I was just worried you were busy. Chen Gu? Huang Mingho chuckled with a hint of ingratiation in his tone. Chen Gu, your potions are simply remarkable. The effects are so invigorating. I can't afford to miss a day. Hurry over. I'm waiting right here. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he approached Chen Mu. Without further ado, he activated the transfer interface on his terminal. The usual, right? 6 bottles each of Dali, Jueku, and Guyuan. I'll send the money immediately. Chen Mu had just set down his backpack, the stall cloth still unspread, when he was taken aback by Huang Mingho's impatience. Instinctively, he handed over the bag containing the potions. Without a glance, Huang Mingho stuffed it into his backpack and rapidly operated his terminal. Moments later, Chen Mu's terminal chimed with a notification, 180,000 received. Looking at his bare stall, still awaiting arrangement, then at the newly credited 180,000 in his account, and finally at Huang Mingho's face, which radiated satisfaction from a task well executed, Chen Mu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. I say, Huang Xiao, I haven't even set up my stall yet, he lamented. Oh, it makes no difference. After all, it's all for me. This way, you won't have to trouble yourself. Chen Gu. Huang Mingho chuckled, patting his bulging backpack. You're a man of integrity. I'll be back at the same time tomorrow. With that, as if fearing a change of heart from Chen Mu, he vanished swiftly into the crowd. Chen Mu watched the direction in which Huang Mingho disappeared. then cast his gaze down at the unspread stall cloth at his feet, feeling a mix of amusement and dismay. Well, it seems today a stall yielded nothing but solitude. There was no need to set it up. His stock was already depleted. He decided against setting up the stall and headed home with Xiaoyan. On the way, Chen Mu pondered Huang Mingho's eagerness. This fellow had been on a shopping spree for several consecutive days, purchasing 18 bottles at once, and today he was particularly enthusiastic. Was money simply blowing in from the wind? Little did Chen Mu know, Huang Mingho was reveling in his fortune. Just yesterday, he had won 500,000 in a gamble with Lu Yufeng and promptly resold the popsicles he bought from Chen Mu at a markup to his wealthy friends. During their celebration last night, his friends witnessed the visible transformations after taking the Chasing Wind potion and reviewed the testing report provided by Huang Mingho, which indicated excellent beast control status and a slight boost in potential, dispelling any doubts. Huang Mingho cleverly claimed that he only possessed a limited supply of these secret potions and sold the remaining sets, 3 bottles each, on the spot at 30,000 per bottle, raking in more profit than Chen Mu himself. He had even instructed his friends to keep the source a secret, warning them that future purchases depended on discretion. He also cautioned the few underlings who had visited Chen Mu with him not to disclose any information about him. This was the real reason Huang Mingho had been lurking around early in the morning, fearing Chen Mu might not show up. Now that he had tasted success, this reselling business was turning out to be incredibly profitable. By purchasing potions at a low price from Chen Mu and selling them at a premium, he not only recouped the costs for his own Chasing Wind potions, but also made a substantial profit. Naturally, he was determined to keep Chen Mu, his golden goose, close. Upon returning home, Chen Mu observed Xiaoyan, who was diligently trying to mimic the postures of the divine hound from illustrations, stretching out its limbs in its little nest. Sighing, he reflected, but I am currently constrained by daily production limits. Calculating in his mind, he realized that with his mental energy at full capacity, he could refine only 2 batches of pills each day, yielding a total of 16 pills. However, Xiaoyan, this insatiable golden-consuming beast, required 10 gathering spirit pills daily. With only 6 pills left over, he could only produce 2 bottles each of Dali, Jueku, and Guyuan, making a total of 6 bottles available for sale. Thinking about his daily schedule, he needed to stay mentally alert for morning classes, could only use the time during afternoon practical classes to refine pills, and then rely on the school's meditation room to efficiently restore most of his mental energy. He would meditate during his stall time to recover the remainder, and upon returning home, he would immediately exhaust all his mental energy refining pills for the second time. At night, he would forego sleep altogether, relying on the Xian Yuan concentration method for recovery, and repeat the cycle the following day. This relentless routine of training and alchemical refinement reminded him of the grueling 996 work culture of his past life. No, it was even harsher than that. With a bitter smile, Chen Mu acknowledged that through selling 18 bottles of potions daily, generating an income of 180,000, and deducting around 50,000 for materials and Xiaoyan's daily consumption, he was left with a net profit of 130,000 each day, not too shabby. He approached Xiaoyan's little nest, observing the little creature striving to maintain its awkward posture, trembling slightly from exertion, yet displaying unwavering determination. His heart ached with both sympathy and helplessness. As long as he could sustain such consumption, he needed to ensure a daily revenue from potion sales. This way, even when Xiaoyan reached level 10 and required more gathering spirit pills, he could rely on his previous savings for a while until he found a solution or enhanced his mental energy to refine more pills. Gently, Chen Mu poked Xiaoyan's taut little backside. "You little rascal, truly an insatiable golden-consuming beast." Subsequently, he resumed his alchemical endeavors like a relentless refining machine. After completing his pill refinement, Chen Mu, feeling somewhat fatigued, shuffled back to his room in his aluminum slippers, the sound echoing softly, and began to meditate. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan continued to absorb the potion's essence, dreaming of one day becoming a true solar divine hound. In the following days, Chen Mu maintained this cycle. Each afternoon, he refined pills in a corner during practical classes, restored his energy in the meditation room, and after school, he was greeted by Huang Mingho, who had been lurking in wait. Transactions were completed in a flash at the street corner, with Chen Mu skipping the need to even lay out his stall cloth. After several consecutive days of exhausting his mental energy, Chen Mu's condition visibly deteriorated. His eye sockets were sunken, dark circles resembling unyielding ink marred his eyes, and his lips lost their color, revealing a slightly sickly pallor. Naturally, gossip circulated within the school. Rumors quickly spread that Chen Mu was engaging in some peculiar nighttime work, particularly catering to the whims of certain wealthy women, which had left him looking so drained. The malicious nickname, kidney-deficient young master, began circulating in whispers. Chen Mu could easily guess that it was Li and Wang Hao stirring the pot. However, he paid them no mind, having lived 2 lives. Such trivial gossip held no weight for him. With a thick skin and a stable mindset, he continued with his endeavors. Occasionally, when he caught the complex gazes of several girls, was it sympathy or disdain, he would inwardly scoff, "I'm merely sacrificing my well-being for my dog. Do you understand?" Efforts were not without reward. Under the continuous nourishment of 10 gathering spirit pills each day, Xiaoyan's internal energy had accumulated to a critical point. Its aura was undergoing a transformation, becoming more refined and restrained. Even the slightest fluctuation emanating from it carried a heavy sense of oppression. Chen Mu could clearly sense that the little creature was on the brink of reaching the peak of servant level, level 10. The breakthrough was imminent. As for Chen Mu, after enduring several days of exhausting his mental energy, pushing his limits, and then recovering, his once ethereal mental energy had become remarkably resilient and solid. Each time he recovered from exhaustion, he felt as though the reservoir of his mental energy had expanded slightly, the power flowing within more viscous and tenacious. He could distinctly touch the invisible threshold of a junior beast master. That gossamer thin, yet extraordinarily resilient barrier was now within reach. It seems that all it takes is a single opportunity, a slight impetus, to shatter the constraints. Indeed, a turning point soon arrived. On that afternoon's practical combat class, the arena buzzed with fervor. Various beasts clashed fiercely, the sounds of energy colliding and the roars of creatures echoing in a cacophony. The central area of the arena drew the gaze of the majority, hosting one of the most esteemed duels recognized among the student body of the 3rd Beastmaster Academy. Ling Wei stood tall, her ice blue hair gently swaying, her expression one of intense concentration. Before her, the frost crystal fox, Shuanglin, exhibited grace and swiftness, its body adorned with fur resembling blue ice crystals, emanating a chilling aura, and encased in a barely perceptible layer of icy armor. Its ice blue eyes resembled a frozen pool. Currently fixated on its adversary, Xiaoyan, whose gaze was laden with seriousness and vigilance. At this moment, Xiaoyan raised its head, its fiery golden eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent, exuding an undeniable, overwhelming aura of pressure. Shuanglin, ice spike technique. Ling Wei's cool voice resonated. Empowered, Shuanglin let out a low growl and transformed into a streak of ice blue light. In rapid motion, it elegantly flicked its tail. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of ice spikes, each as thick as an arm and shimmering with cold brilliance, coalesced in the air, spinning faster and tracing more devious trajectories, shooting towards Xiaoyan from all directions like pursuing arrows. The onlooking students held their breath in anticipation, confronted with the enhanced barrage of ice spikes. Xiaoyan's crimson pupils glimmered like lightning, and it abruptly executed a fierce lateral turn, simultaneously opening its massive jaws. Whoosh! Several fireballs, each the size of a human head, erupted forth, precisely targeting the densest cluster of ice spikes. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions reverberated in the air. The fireballs collided with the ice spikes, erupting into great clouds of white mist and ice shards. Some ice spikes shattered, yet several still penetrated the explosion zone, striking at odd angles. Xiaoyan's enormous claws struck out like lightning. Bang! Crack! 2 ice spikes were accurately smashed by the colossal claws. Ice shards scattered. The remaining 2 grazed its thick fur, embedding deeply into the ground, sending chills that made its fur stand on end, yet failing to inflict any substantial harm. Impressive. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ling Wei's battle spirit intensified, and her commands quickened. Frost breath. Shuanglin halted abruptly, taking a deep breath, its chest swelling. With a powerful opening of its jaws, an ice blue torrent of freezing gas, far denser and colder than usual, surged forth like a bursting glacier, sweeping towards Xiaoyan with the force to freeze everything in its path. Wherever the breath passed, the ground instantly formed a thick layer of ice, the air cracking with freezing sounds. This vast expanse of breath nearly enveloped all of Xiaoyan's escape routes. The biting cold rapidly consumed it, and fine ice crystals began to coat its crimson fur, visibly hindering its movements. Roar! Xiaoyan emitted a deep growl, its golden eyes blazing with intensity. Rather than retreating, it advanced, erupting with a fierce golden flame that engulfed its massive claws. This flame, propelled by its newfound strength, blazed even more vigorously and densely, radiating a terrifying heat. Sizzle! The ice crystals covering its body were instantly melted and evaporated by the searing flames. Concurrently, Xiaoyan faced the oncoming icy torrent, crossing its fiery claws forward like a mighty axe, tearing through the chilling gale. Incinerating claw. 2 colossal energy claw marks, composed of highly compressed golden flames, surged forth with a savage force, crashing into the ice-blue torrent. Thunderous roars echoed, the clash of ice and fire creating a cataclysmic explosion. The icy breath and golden flames annihilated, devoured, and detonated with ferocity. Great plumes of scalding white mist shot skyward, momentarily enveloping much of the arena. Ice shards and sparks rained down like a tempest. Xiao Yan's massive form swayed slightly amidst the shockwave of the explosion, yet its claws remained firmly planted on the ground, forcefully tearing a searing gap through the oppressive frost breath. It advanced like a colossal beast treading on lava, braving the remnants of the cold, moving step by step. With each footfall, the thick ice beneath melted instantly, leaving scorched paw prints. Its golden eyes fixed intently on the Shuanglin that released the breath, unleashing a roar imbued with sheer power, its battle spirit reaching a fever pitch. Hiss, how formidable! The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yan's audacious clash with Shuanglin's frost breath, even tearing through it with ferocity, shattered their previous understanding. Ling Wei's expression turned grave, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. After unleashing its powerful breath, Shuanglin's energy fluctuated, its ice-blue eyes locked onto Xiao Yan, which was advancing through the billowing white mist, its body crouching low, its frosty armor shimmering, bracing for a full defensive posture. Just as Xiao Yan approached striking distance, a resounding howl erupted from the heart of the mist-laden battlefield. Awo! I am the sun god dog. The clarion call, imbued with authority, instantly drowned out all noise within the arena. All beasts engaged in combat or training froze in bizarre stillness. In another corner of the arena, Li Li was commanding his golden-horned lion, King Jinjiao, to spar with Wang Hao's rock-armored turtle. However, just as King Jinjiao prepared to launch an attack, that howl struck like a hammer upon its fragile psyche. The terrifying memories of being crushed 3 times flooded back in an instant. The amassed power shattered in an instant. Its forelegs buckled, and its massive body collapsed forward. Its lion-like eyes shrank to pinpricks, with only the faint outline of a crimson giant visible within the mist, brimming with indescribable, profound terror and utter despair. Its body trembled violently, and a desperate whimper escaped its lips. Then, a pungent, acrid stench swiftly permeated the air. A pale yellow liquid surged forth from beneath the collapsed form of King Jinjiao, instantly staining the ground with a large, unsightly wet patch. The humiliation of being crushed 3 times and the bone-deep dread, in the face of the opponent's newly declared strength, utterly obliterated all its will and physical control. Jinjiao, you worthless creature. Li Li was first stunned by the howl, then overwhelmed by the familiar foul odor. Witnessing his formidable beast once again utterly lose control and collapse in a flood of filth, a massive wave of shame and fury clouded his mind, his face turning purple-black, features contorted. He felt the scornful and mocking gazes of those around him. Useless. I'm so furious I can barely speak. Meanwhile, the source of the howl, Xiao Yan, stood proudly in the arena. Its form seemed to be enveloped in an invisible, divine aura, head held high, its dark brown fur dancing wildly in the wind. A power far greater than before surged forth, radiating a sense of majesty and heat akin to a volcanic eruption. The barrier of levels shattered. The peak of servant level, level 10, power surged within. In its crimson eyes burned the essence of 2 suns, filled with overwhelming strength and the noble presence that looks down upon all life. Even the poised Shuanglin crouched low, its ice-blue eyes firmly fixed on Xiao Yan. Emitting a low growl filled with intense caution, it could distinctly sense the monumental power surge from the level breakthrough, along with an oppressive weight of a higher life form that sent shivers through its very soul. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Chen Mu's consciousness snapped back to reality. Suddenly, a breakthrough. An immense joy surged within, washing away all fatigue. Xiao Yan has finally ascended to the pinnacle of the servant level, level 10. Chapter 33, The Radiant Flame Spirit Hound. The moment Xiao Yan transcended the peak of the servant level, an unprecedentedly pure and formidable torrent of spiritual energy surged through the contract link, flooding back into Chen Mu's body. Ugh! Chen Mu's body trembled violently, a sensation of indescribable euphoria washed over him. The fatigue accumulated from days of intense alchemy seemed to be washed away by more than half. His muscles and bones emitted a faint hum, and his physical prowess was evidently enhanced under the nurturing of the spiritual energy. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. A more significant transformation occurred deep within his mind. The gossamer thin but remarkably resilient barrier that lay between him and the novice beast master began to crack under the relentless assault of this ferocious restorative power. Emitting a sound of strain, cracks spread like a spider's web in an instant. Boom. In Chen Mu's mind, it felt as though a crisp and resounding shatter echoed. That barrier was utterly obliterated. He had become a novice beastmaster. Chen Mu suppressed his overwhelming joy and immediately plunged his consciousness into his spiritual sea. The scene that unfolded before him left him in utter astonishment. The once hazy and indistinct spiritual sea, shrouded in a thin mist, underwent a monumental transformation. All the mist frantically converged toward the center, coalescing into a vast and profound ocean of spirit. Although this newly formed ocean was still shallow, its total volume had surged several-fold compared to before. The spiritual energy that had been nearly depleted during his alchemy was now not only instantly replenished, but even felt as though it might overflow. The spiritual energy itself had become more refined and pure, flowing through his control with effortless grace. Following that, the core space representing the Beast Master contract within the spiritual sea erupted with tremendous expansion. It seemed infused with the power of creation, its spatial range multiplying several times. The energy mist swirling within had become denser and more pure, exuding vibrant vitality. Chen Mu could distinctly feel that the stability of this space had significantly increased, leading to a qualitative leap in its nurturing effect on the beasts. The most critical change occurred within the mysterious space that housed the Xianmen Danjing and the Nine Turns Universe Dan Furnace. The space itself had solidified and stabilized, its boundaries clearly defined, and its size had expanded dramatically. At the center of this space, the ancient Nine Turns Universe Dan Furnace floated silently, emanating an overwhelming aura of ancient majesty from the once muted arcane patterns on its surface, now radiating a presence tenfold stronger than before. Chen Mu's gaze immediately fixated on the Xianmen Danjing beside the furnace. At this moment, the Danjing erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to a miniature sun illuminating the entire mysterious space with exquisite clarity. The light flowed with an air of profundity and longing. Chen Mu's heart raced. His greatest anticipation upon breaking through to the novice Beast Master lay here. Without hesitation, he instinctively reached out with his spiritual energy to touch the resplendent Xianmen Danjing. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The moment his spiritual energy made contact, the dazzling light emitted by the Danjing abruptly retracted, transforming into a bottomless vortex radiating a terrifying gravitational pull. This is not good. Alarm bells rang in Chen Mu's mind. Having just broken through, his vast spiritual sea now felt like a flood bursting through a dam, uncontrollably pouring into that vortex. An immense amount of spiritual energy was being devoured at a frenzied pace. The speed and intensity exceeded all imagination. Chen Mu felt as if the world were spinning, darkness enveloping his vision, and his very soul was being violently wrenched from his body. The overwhelming sensation brought by his breakthrough was drained away in mere moments. A wave of weakness and panic surged from the depths of his soul, just as Chen Mu sensed his spiritual energy nearing depletion, and his consciousness threatened to fade. Buzz. A sound akin to the satisfaction of having indulged in divine nectar resonated from within the Danjing. The terrifying gravitational pull ceased abruptly. The vortex vanished, and the light on the surface of the Danjing completely receded, becoming warm and gentle, returning to its essence, quietly suspended in place. The most astonishing sight unfolded before Chen Mu. The once tightly closed and heavy cover, which had only allowed the opening of the first page, now silently revealed the second page. Indeed, achieving the novice Beast Master level had fulfilled the conditions to unlock the second page. Chen Mu, suppressing the weakness from the substantial extraction of his spiritual energy, immediately immersed his consciousness into the second page. As he had anticipated, the second page contained the formulas for second-tier elixirs suitable for servant-level magical beasts. Their effects were similar to those of the first-tier formulas on the first page, yet far more potent. With the required materials and consumption of spiritual energy naturally on the rise, second-tier strength pill significantly enhances the strength attribute of servant-level magical beasts. Second-tier agility pill significantly enhances the speed attribute of servant-level magical beasts. Second-tier fortification pill significantly enhances the defensive capabilities of servant-level magical beasts. Second-tier fire spirit pill enhances fire attribute affinity for servant-level magical beasts. Exclusive fire attribute elixir replaces the first-tier fire spirit powder. Second-tier radiance pill enhances light attribute affinity for servant-level magical beasts. Exclusive light attribute elixir replaces the first-tier radiance pellet. Second-tier essence pill significantly increases the life force limit of servant-level magical beasts and provides substantial healing capabilities, replaces and surpasses the first-tier healing pill. Second-tier true essence pill provides purer and more abundant spiritual energy, aiding servant-level magical beasts in rapid advancement, replaces the first-tier spirit gathering pill. Second-tier blood ignition pill provides explosive comprehensive enhancement for a short time, followed by severe weakness. Overuse may lead to foundational damage or death. All second-tier elixirs carry a faint common effect. They can slightly improve the qualifications of magical beasts, elevating their potential limits. This was the aspect Chen Mu valued most, clarifying the monumental changes within the Danjing in his mind. He suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze towards the imposing Xiao Yan in the arena. The little fellow had just broken through, and its aura was at its peak. Habitually, he accessed Xiao Yan's attributes through their mental link. Magical beast name: Xiao Yan, species rank: high ordinary beast, level Level 10, Pinnacle of Servant level. Base attributes, Strength 34, 4. Speed 42, 5. Defense 28, 4. Attribute affinity, Fire attribute 100, 01. Light attribute 100, 01. Vitality, 110, 110, 20. Skills, Fireball, LV4. Flame Claw, LV4. Scorching Bite, LV4. Light Shield Technique, LV3. The attribute panel clearly displayed the comprehensive enhancements brought about by the breakthrough. However, just as Chen Mu was preparing to conclude his examination, an unexpected event unfolded. The mysterious space deep within his spiritual sea undulated once more without warning. A beam of black light, reminiscent of the black lightning encountered during his travels, and a faint blue light that felt like fragments of the laws of the blue star suddenly emanated from it. Swiftly merging into the attribute panel he was examining, these two beams of light were exceedingly subtle, seemingly perceptible only to Chen Mu himself. Shortly thereafter, a new line of shimmering text appeared beneath Xiao Yan's attribute panel. Evolution Path, Crimson Flame Hound, Low-Level Spirit Beast, Adaptation Degree, 85. Evolution Conditions, Achieve the rank of Apprentice, Level 11. Consume and absorb the core material imbued with pure fire energy, Heart of Molten Fire, or an equivalent item. And undergo metamorphosis in an environment rich in flame elements. Radiant Hound, Low-Tier Spirit Beast, Compatibility, 80. Evolution Conditions, Achieve the rank of Apprentice, Level 11. Consume and absorb the core material containing pure light energy, luminous crystal, or an equivalent item. And undergo metamorphosis in an environment abundant in light elements, such as under the direct rays of midday sun. Explosive Flame War Hound, Mid-Tier Spirit Beast, Compatibility, 75. Evolution Conditions, Achieve the rank of Apprentice, Level 15. Consume and absorb the core material infused with raging fire energy and life essence. Core of Explosive Flame, or an equivalent item, and undergo metamorphosis in a high-pressure environment filled with combat will, such as after intense practical combat. Holy Flame Guardian, Mid-Tier Spirit Beast, Compatibility, 78. Evolution Conditions, Achieve the rank of Apprentice, Level 15. Simultaneously consume and absorb the balanced material containing both pure fire and light energy, Holy Flame Crystal, or an equivalent item. And undergo metamorphosis in an environment that harmonizes fire and light elements. Shadow Flame Hunter, Mid-Tier Spirit Beast, Compatibility, 65. Evolution Conditions, Achieve the rank of Apprentice, Level 15. Consume and absorb the rare material that fuses special shadow and ethereal properties with flame, Seed of Shadow Flame, or an equivalent item, with inherent conflict risk. And undergo metamorphosis in a unique environment where day transitions to night, with intricate light and shadow interplay. Skyfire Inferno Wolf, High-Tier Spirit Beast, Compatibility, 70. Evolution Conditions, Achieve the peak rank of Apprentice, Level 20. Consume and absorb the core material that embodies extreme high temperatures and destructive characteristics. Embers of Skyfire, or an equivalent item, and undergo metamorphosis in the core of a lava vein or in the aftermath of a major volcanic eruption's intense heat. Radiant Holy Beast, High-Tier Spirit Beast, Compatibility, 68. Evolution Conditions, Achieve the peak rank of Apprentice, Level 20. Consume and absorb the core material endowed with divine purifying power. Source Liquid of Holy Radiance, or an equivalent item. Additionally, consume and absorb high-quality light attribute essence, Luminous Crystal Core, and perform the metamorphosis ritual in a sacred place filled with divine aura or pure light, such as ancient temples or sacred springs. Luminous Flame Hound, Rare Low-Tier Beast, Compatibility, 92. Evolution Conditions, Achieve the peak rank of Apprentice, Level 20. Consume and absorb the core medium that embodies utmost yang, divinity, and the primordial characteristics of light and fire, fragments of sunstone. Consume and absorb the rare celestial treasure containing pure solar essence, Sunfire Blossom, and consume and absorb high-quality light attribute essence, Luminous Crystal Core. The metamorphosis ritual must be performed at noon under the unfiltered rays of the blazing sun. All evolutionary paths require the spirit beast to be in a healthy, energy-rich state, consuming substantial evolution energy and core materials. The higher the compatibility, the smoother the evolution process. The greater the success rate, and the stronger the potential gained. A compatibility below 60 carries a high risk of failure or distortion. Dozens of evolutionary chain details cascaded through Chen Mu's vision like a waterfall, each marked with the evolutionary species level, primary characteristics, and a critically important value, compatibility. Compatibility for the evolutionary path of the Luminous Flame Hound is 92. A tumultuous wave surged within Chen Mu as he beheld the route marked for the Luminous Flame Hound, coupled with that astonishing compatibility of 92. His gaze instantly ignited with fervor. Little Flame possessed the potential to directly evolve into a rare low-tier grade. During this period, Chen Mu had diligently immersed himself in the theoretical knowledge of beast taming each morning. He had come to understand a crucial point. Many spirit beasts indeed possess the potential to evolve into higher species grades. Through centuries of research and exploration by beast tamers, the evolutionary pathways of many common spirit beasts had been uncovered. However, this was no simple task. Much of the core knowledge regarding these evolutionary routes was tightly held by various factions and esteemed beast taming academies. The publicly available information on evolutionary paths accessible to ordinary beast tamers was exceedingly scarce. The truly valuable routes leading to high grades were regarded as core secrets, meticulously safeguarded by powerful factions, top beast taming academies, and even national institutions. For instance, the Eastern Xia Kingdom possessed some uniquely powerful evolutionary routes that were never disclosed to outsiders, with reports suggesting they even contained pathways that could lead specific spirit beasts to ultimately evolve into high-tier holy beasts. Take, for example, an exceedingly rare Xuanjia turtle, which, upon fulfilling stringent conditions and undergoing multiple evolutions, had a minuscule chance of transforming into the formidable Zhenhai dragon turtle, capable of commanding the seas. Of course, the specifics of how to operate such high-level evolutionary routes, the required materials, and the conditions that must be met were all classified secrets, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Moreover, evolution was not simply a matter of desire. A critical threshold was the spirit beast's own power level. The theoretical lessons made it abundantly clear that only when a spirit beast reached the rank of apprentice, level 11 or above, with a stable energy core, could it qualify to absorb and transform those evolution materials, which contain vast, pure, and even uniquely attributed powers. Without this energy core to serve as a furnace and stabilizer, forcing the absorption of evolution materials could lead to uncontrolled energy surges, resulting in catastrophic failures or unpredictable distortions. This elucidates why spirit beasts at the servant level, levels 1 to 10, generally experienced slow and arduous growth. They could not directly absorb high-density energy packs such as crystal cores and could only gradually siphon the sparse spiritual energy from their surroundings to accumulate slowly and grow. At this stage, the beast tamer's own beast taming space became particularly crucial. The beast taming space is the embodiment of the tamer's spiritual energy, its internal environment. Concentration of spiritual energy and elemental affinity would directly impact the growth rate of the contracted beasts. A space rich in spiritual energy, comfortable, and well suited to the attributes of the spirit beast would resemble a top-tier greenhouse, significantly accelerating the growth of the beasts within. Conversely, if the beast taming space were thin in spiritual energy, harsh in environment, or misaligned in attributes with the contracted beast, the growth rate of the spirit beast would be severely hampered, or even come to a standstill. Time, resources, and gaps in talent would widen the chasm at this stage. Naturally, affluent families had the means to create advantageous environments through various methods, constructing cultivation rooms that concentrated spiritual energy, setting up spiritual gathering formations, and providing attribute-compatible nurturing treasures, all of which could dramatically expedite the growth of servant-level spirit beasts. And what of Chen Mu? His method could be deemed nothing short of cheating, concocting spirit-gathering pills. These pills, which directly supply pure spiritual energy, perfectly circumvented the restrictions of beast levels and environmental influences, directly infusing spiritual energy into the spirit beast. This was why Little Flame was able to rapidly ascend to the pinnacle of the servant level. Such an ability, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite envy among countless beast tamers, which is precisely why Chen Mu had refrained from selling the spirit-gathering pills. Chapter 34, Mutual Benefit. The surge of spiritual energy caused by Little Flame's breakthrough arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, soon calming down. Almost simultaneously, the sharp bell signaling the end of the practical class rang out. The students promptly recalled their contracted beasts and made their way toward the meditation room in small groups. Along the way, many classmates cast curious and envious glances at Chen Mu and his confidently strutting companion, Little Flame, whose aura was markedly different. Zhao Lei sidled up to Chen Mu, lowering his voice with a hint of excitement and schadenfreude. "Brother Mu, did you feel that?" The commotion when Little Flame broke through was quite something. That pressure, TSK, Li Li's golden horn lion. Guess what? It got scared again. Ha, he spoke, casting a furtive glance towards Li Li, who was not far ahead. It was evident that Li Li had overheard Zhao Lei's words, though he did not turn around. His face flushed a ghastly shade akin to liver, his shoulders tensed, fists clenched, eyes brimming with indignation and resentment as he hastily made his way into the meditation room. Inside, the ambience was serene, illuminated by soft light. Chen Mu seated himself cross-legged, immersing his consciousness into the sea of awareness. Having ascended to the rank of a novice beast master, not only did his mental prowess surge, but his sea of consciousness transformed into an expansive ocean, and the beast taming space stabilized and expanded. More importantly, the second page of the Xianmen Danjing had unfurled, bringing with it the sudden emergence of the evolution route capability. As he meditated to recuperate the mental energy that had been drawn upon by the Danjing, he meticulously explored this newfound ability. With a mere thought, the attribute panel of Xiaoyan materialized once again, and beneath it, the numerous shimmering evolution routes became distinctly visible. Chen Mu's heart stirred as he shifted his gaze to Zhao Lei's contracted beast, a seemingly ordinary, fluffy mouse. In the instant his focus sharpened, new information appeared beneath the mouse's attribute panel. Evolution routes. Gold Digger Mouse, Low-Tier Spirit Beast. Compatibility. 82 Sharp-Toothed Hamster, Mid-Tier Spirit Beast. Compatibility. 78 Gale Mouse, High-Tier Spirit Beast. Compatibility. 65 Other routes omitted. There were indeed more than a dozen routes. Surprised, Chen Mu swiftly turned his attention to Li Li's Golden Horn Lion, which quivered slightly beneath the displayed information. Evolution routes. Golden Maned Lion, Low-Tier Rare Beast. Compatibility. 85 Earth-Shattering Lion, Mid-Tier Rare Beast. Compatibility. 75 A total of 8 routes. Finally, he gazed at the elegant Frost Crystal Fox, Shuang Lin. Owned by Ling Wei in the front row. The ice blue fox lay quietly beside its master, and the information displayed beneath it was notably sparse. Evolution paths. Cold Crystal Spirit Fox, Low-Tier Rare Beast. Compatibility. 88 Extreme Ice Demon Fox, Mid-Tier Rare Beast. Compatibility. 80 Snowfield Celestial Fox, High-Tier Rare Beast. Compatibility. 68. It appeared that the higher the grade, the more directed the potential became, resulting in fewer and more specialized evolution routes. Conversely, the lower the grade, the greater the malleability and the more numerous the evolution directions. Xiaoyan's dual attributes significantly broadened its possibilities. Understanding dawned upon Chen Mu as his gaze returned to the path of Radiant Flame's Spirit Dog, High-Tier Rare Beast, boasting an impressive compatibility of 92. He promptly retrieved his personal terminal, swiftly researching the core materials required for evolution. His heart sank as reality doused his fervor with a cold splash of water. Day Sunstone Fragments, Fiery Sunflowers, Radiant Crystals, each material's price that flashed before him made Chen Mu's eyelids twitch. Each began at several 100,000, even reaching millions. His painstakingly saved over 1 million from selling potions at the market was but a drop in the bucket against these materials. Money. An immense amount of money was required. Chen Mu felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. This was merely the cost of materials. Not to mention the resources needed to cultivate Xiaoyan from its high-tier ordinary beast status to the pinnacle of the attendant level, level 20. Typically, the limit for a high-tier ordinary beast only reached the mid-level of the attendant stage, around level 15. Breaking through this ceiling to achieve the pinnacle of the attendant stage demanded a staggering investment of resources. Moreover, having now advanced to the rank of novice beastmaster, he was able to contract a second beast. Acquiring a promising young beast would also entail a considerable expense. The pressure was immense. Chen Mu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as he began to contemplate his upcoming plans. The primary objective was to enable Xiaoyan to break through to the attendant level. He needed to continue refining spirit-gathering pills. This was currently the only means to swiftly elevate Xiaoyan's level. He had to ensure that Xiaoyan condensed a demon pill and ascended to the attendant level, level 11, before the ranking competition. This was the minimum requirement and the foundation for participating in the contest. Secondly, he needed to generate income. Substantial income. Although Huang Mingho had been purchasing his potions in recent days, it was evident that his urgency had diminished compared to the initial days. Chen Mu surmised that his cloud pattern leopard, chasing wind, had likely reached the limit of permanent enhancement through the consumption of strength and speed potions, much like Xiaoyan. Huang Mingho's continued purchases could only mean one thing. He had discovered a sales channel, acting as a middleman to profit from the price difference. A thought flickered in Chen Mu's mind. Perhaps a large-scale collaboration with Huang Mingho could be beneficial, now that he had ascended to the novice beastmaster rank. His mental power had greatly surged, and the efficiency of refining first-tier pills, strength pills, speed pills, solidifying pills, would undoubtedly improve significantly, allowing for increased production. Relying solely on his stall was inefficient and risky. If he could partner with Huang Mingho, who seemed to be a student from second high, his channels would likely extend to the student community of that institution. Moreover, Chen Mu recalled Ling Wei's Frost Crystal Fox, Shuang Lin. It seemed to have shown some enhancement in its base attributes recently. Could it be that Ling Wei also procured her potions from Huang Mingho? A vague yet feasible plan began to take shape in Chen Mu's mind. The bell signaling the end of the meditation class rang. Without delay, Chen Mu retrieved his terminal and dialed Huang Mingho's number. Hello? Chen Gu? Are you not going to the usual place today? Huang Mingho's voice came through, laced with habitual familiarity. Yes, I have something to discuss with you. If convenient, shall we meet at the usual spot? Chen Mu replied calmly. There was a brief pause on Huang Mingho's end before he responded eagerly, sure. If Chen Gu says so, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Chen Mu gathered his belongings, taking Xiao Yin with him as he made his way directly to the street corner where he usually set up his stall. Upon arriving at his usual spot, Huang Mingho had yet to arrive. He casually greeted Uncle Chu, who sold used books nearby. "Uncle Chu, how's business?" "Same as usual. Just scraping by," Uncle Chu replied with a cheerful smile, his gaze falling upon the spirited Xiao Yin behind Chen Mu. "Xiao Yin looks even more energetic." "Just had a small breakthrough," Chen Mu replied vaguely. He quickly spread out his stall cloth, neatly arranging several bottles of potion. Xiao Yin, familiar with the surroundings, scampered over to Uncle Chu's stall, pawing at a mythological book adorned with a flaming beast on the cover, engrossed in it. Ignoring Xiao Yin, Chen Mu seated himself cross-legged and closed his eyes, entering a shallow meditative state to swiftly recover the mental energy that had been drawn away by the Danjing. Though the newly formed ocean of mental energy within his sea of consciousness was vast, the water level had noticeably decreased, necessitating immediate replenishment. Before long, a furtive figure appeared at the street corner. Huang Mingho glanced around cautiously, ensuring he hadn't attracted undue attention, before hastening to Chen Mu's stall. "Chen Gu, you're here so early today? Have you set everything up?" Huang Mingho rubbed his hands together, a grin on his face as he eyed the potions on the ground. Chen Mu opened his eyes, concluding his meditation, and gazed at him calmly, bypassing any mention of potion sales as he directly stated, "Business seems to be thriving lately. Doesn't it? Acting as a middleman, earning 20,000 per bottle. It must be quite comfortable?" Huang Mingho's smile froze instantaneously, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes before he quickly composed himself, chuckling. "Chen Gu, you know about that? Ah well, I just thought your potions worked so well that I wanted to help promote them further." "Promote them to 30,000 per bottle?" Chen Mu spoke in an unremarkable tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Huang Mingho's heart skipped a beat. He realized that his ruse had been uncovered and decided to be forthright. "Brother Chen, the market price is simply this way. You see, I run the channels, and I bear the risks, which entails costs." Chen Mu did not engage with his lamentations, but instead stated his objective directly. "Enough of that. Do you wish to play on a larger scale? To earn more?" Huang Mingho's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Yes. What do you say, Brother Chen? Collaboration. I provide the goods, and you handle the sales." Chen Mu fixed his gaze on him. 70-30. 70-30? Huang Mingho immediately protested. "Brother Chen, that is far too low. I have to maintain the channels, communicate with clients, manage payments and deliveries. The risks are all on me. How about 50-50? That way, I'll have the incentive to sell diligently." 50-50? Chen Mu's lips curled slightly, as though he had heard a jest. "Without my medicine, your channels are meaningless. Do you truly believe that you are the only one capable of selling this drug? Students from number 2 high school find it easy to make money. Number 1, no? 4, and number 5 high schools have plenty who are eager to take over. I chose you because you are more familiar and somewhat shrewd. 70-30 is non-negotiable. If you refuse, I will find someone else, or..." Chen Mu paused momentarily. "I can sell it myself. It would merely take longer. But you would earn nothing." Huang Mingho's face contorted in dismay, his eyes darting around as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons. He understood that Chen Mu was speaking the truth. The efficacy of this drug was unparalleled, and sales would not be a concern. His greatest asset was his familiarity with the student circles of No. 2 high school and others. Losing this supply would result in significant losses. "Brother Chen, how about 60-40? I can offer you 60. Huang Mingho made one last desperate attempt to negotiate for a better deal. Chen Mu merely regarded him with an indifferent expression, his silence conveying a clear message. There would be no further discussion. Huang Mingho, observing Chen Mu's resolute demeanor and contemplating the staggering profit margins of the drug, realized that even a mere 30% would far surpass his profits from dealing in other commodities. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot. "Fine. 70-30 it is. But Brother Chen, you must guarantee the supply. As long as the materials are sufficient, production will not be an issue," Chen Mu replied, seeing him acquiesce. "However, I have conditions. Please, go ahead. First, prioritize selling some at a lower price to Ling Wei. Strengthening her position will benefit us in the rankings. As promised to the principal, you can negotiate the specific price with her, but it must be lower than what you sell to others. The price difference will be counted as my cost." Upon hearing Ling Wei's name, Huang Mingho's face immediately brightened with an understanding smile, and he cheekily winked at Chen Mu. Understood. Don't worry, Brother Chen, I'll make sure Sister Wei is satisfied." Chen Mu dismissed his playful expression and continued. "Second, the sales cannot be limited to your number 2 high school. We need to expand across all 8 middle schools in Yanhuang City, ensuring that the sales are relatively balanced. We cannot allow one school to suddenly produce a swarm of drug users. It would be too conspicuous and could lead to trouble. Each individual can purchase a maximum of 3 bottles of each type of medicine." That. Huang Mingho hesitated. If there are purchasing limits, the profits will accumulate more slowly. Safety is paramount. Do you understand the concept of quietly amassing wealth? I do not wish to attract the attention of certain influential figures or the black market. Follow my instructions. Chen Mu's tone brooked no argument. All right. I'll heed your advice. Huang Mingho conceded, recognizing the logic in Chen Mu's words. Finally, Chen Mu fixed his gaze on him, his tone turning serious. Keep your mouth shut. My identity must not be disclosed through you. If anyone inquires, you know what to say. Huang Mingho patted his chest in assurance. Brother Chen, rest assured. I, Huang Mingho, am most loyal and tight-lipped. I am merely a go-between and have no idea where the goods come from. Even if captured, if anyone presses me, I will plead ignorance. Chen Mu nodded. Remember your words. May our collaboration be fruitful. He gestured to the medicines on the ground. As per usual, payment up front for today's goods. Huang Mingho gazed at the colorful ice pops, envisioning them as sparkling Longting coins. His previous reluctance evaporated as he promptly transferred the payment, eagerly collecting the medicines and departing with a cheerful stride. Watching Huang Mingho disappear into the crowd, Chen Mu let out a soft sigh. With the partnership established, it seemed he had opened a stable revenue stream. Yet, considering the astronomical costs of the upcoming evolution for Xiao Yin and the impending expenses for the second beast, this income remained but a drop in the ocean. The road ahead is still long, he murmured to himself, his gaze resolutely regaining its focus. After Huang Mingho left, Chen Mu packed up his stall and called out, Xiao Yin. The little creature, currently engrossed in a picture book in front of Uncle Chu's stall, perked up instantly. Its ears twitching, it scampered back, its tail joyfully sweeping the ground behind it. Chen Mu ruffled its head, and together, they walked home side by side. Once home, Chen Mu eagerly began testing his newly acquired alchemical abilities following his breakthrough. He concentrated, channeling the expansive ocean of mental energy within his sea of consciousness, activating the 9-turn Qian Kuan alchemy furnace. Indeed, the mental prowess of a novice beast master was incomparably greater than during his apprentice days. By fully investing his mental energy, the furnace hummed to life, and astonishingly, he successfully concocted nearly 20 rounded spirit-gathering pills in one go. 20. Chen Mu gazed at the warm pills in his hand, exhilaration washing over him. This efficiency was more than double his previous record of 8. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, reality dealt him a new blow. He offered one spirit-gathering pill to the eagerly awaiting Xiao Yin. The little creature gulped it down in one bite, its energy fluctuating slightly before rapidly absorbing it, then fixating its longing gaze on him, its tail wagging furiously. Chen Mu was taken aback and offered another pill, then another, until the 15th was consumed. Only then did Xiao Yin let out a satisfied burp and settle in a corner, a faint red and white halo enveloping it as it began to fully digest the immense influx of energy. 15. Chen Mu's eyes twitched. This gluttonous creature, having reached level 10, was consuming at a truly terrifying rate. This was merely for daily cultivation, excluding the additional consumption required during breakthroughs. He quickly calculated that his mental recovery speed had also improved significantly. Pushing himself to his limits, he could likely concoct 2 batches of pills in a day. Each batch producing 20 spirit-gathering pills would yield a total of 40 daily. Xiao Yin required 15 pills, leaving a surplus of 25 spirit-gathering pills. If all 25 were used to concoct first-tier medicines, like strength pills, agility pills, and solidifying pills, with the conversion rate allowing 3 bottles of medicine from 1 batch of spirit-gathering pills, that would equate to a staggering 75 bottles of first-tier medicine. At the collaboration price agreed upon with Huang Mingho, each bottle would sell for 30,000, totaling 225 million Longting coins. With a 70-30 split, he would pocket 70%, amounting to 157.5 million. Huang Mingho would receive 67.5 million. In a single day, over 150 million? Even though he had mentally prepared himself, his heart raced upon calculating this figure. This was more than 10 times his previous earnings from street vending. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As his mental prowess continued to grow, his alchemical efficiency could potentially increase. Furthermore, for Huang Mingho, earning nearly 70 million in a day was a far cry from the haphazard profits he made as a middleman. He was a student of prodigal tendencies. Even with a wealthy family, his allowance could never reach such staggering amounts. If he could consistently earn such a substantial extra income each day, his status and influence within the family would undoubtedly rise, garnering him a newfound respect. This immense benefit would effectively tether Huang Mingho to his chariot, compelling him to diligently safeguard the sales channels and maintain confidentiality. The issue of finances seemed to show a glimmer of resolution, and Chen Mu exhaled a sigh of relief, suppressing his excitement. However, the pressure had not diminished. The astronomical digits required for Xiaoyan's evolution, as well as the plan to nurture a second beast companion, loomed over him like 2 colossal mountains. There could be no slackening. Every minute must be seized. Chen Mu's gaze hardened with determination. Without a moment's delay, he collected his thoughts and began to meditate. Xiaoyan, in the corner, diligently absorbed spiritual energy, its body flickering with luminous energy. Chapter 35. Cannons for flies, light, swords for mosquitoes. In the stillness of the night, only the occasional chirping of insects could be heard from outside. Chen Mu sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind delving into the sea of consciousness, guiding the surging mental energy to flow gently, consolidating his status as a novice beast master while also hastening the recovery from the day's exertions. Xiaoyan lay in its little nest, surrounded by a haze of spiritual energy, striving to digest the potency of the 15 spirit-gathering pills it had consumed that evening. The room was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the sporadic sounds of insects outside. Time slipped away, perhaps into the early hours of the morning. Suddenly, a muffled howl, suppressed yet brimming with excitement, rang out. A woo, accept the judgment of holy light. This sound, though deliberately muted, reverberated with an explosive force, abruptly jolting Chen Mu from the depths of his meditation. The entire old building's motion sensor lights flickered to life, illuminating it from top to bottom. Immediately, the neighbors, roused from their slumber, erupted in furious shouts. What the hell? Who's causing a ruckus at this hour? Mom, I think I just saw a light sword. So cool. I want one. Is it that dog causing trouble again? Last time it was. Damn it, I have to work tomorrow. Have some common decency. Call the police. This decrepit building is bound to collapse. A jolt of realization struck Chen Mu as he recognized the howl belonged to Xiaoyan. He leaped from his bed, neglecting to put on his shoes, and dashed into the living room. Indeed, Xiaoyan was absent from its nest. A quick glance revealed it standing upright in the garden, its front paws awkwardly pressed together before its head, striking a pose reminiscent of a mighty warrior. Before it lay a small, smoking crater in the previously smooth earth. Upon hearing Chen Mu's entrance, Xiaoyan jolted, hastily abandoning its grand demeanor. Its tail tucked between its legs, its once proud head drooped, transforming from a formidable figure into a timid one in an instant. It crouched slightly, wagging its tail and trying to muster a painfully ingratiating smile. Cautiously, it approached Chen Mu, emitting soft whimpers and blinking its large eyes, filled with a desperate plea for understanding. Its expressive gaze and body language seemed to scream, "Master, master. You're awake? Hee hee, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. It's all a misunderstanding. A colossal, poisonous spotted mosquito attempted to ambush me. It had nefarious intentions towards my precious dog blood. I was merely acting in self-defense. A precise counterterrorism strike. And I really remembered this time. I specifically used silent mode. Isn't that more civilized than last time? But that is not the point. Master, look how impressive I am. I've grasped a new skill. So cool." Chen Mu, observing Xiaoyan's cowardly yet boastful antics, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. With a stern expression, he retorted, "Get lost. I'm not looking at you. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'll break your legs." Terrified, Xiaoyan's legs trembled as it sensed Chen Mu's displeasure, retreating to a distance of a couple of meters, too scared to come closer. However, after a brief moment, noting Chen Mu's lack of immediate action, its desire to show off overwhelmed its fear. It suddenly stood upright again, raising its front paws high above its head. Before long, energy gathered rapidly between its paws, forming a shimmering energy sword about a foot long, radiating a pure, white glow. Though the sword appeared somewhat ethereal, it emanated a sharp and intense aura. Chen Mu's pupils dilated in shock, his mind racing. What on earth is this? A Jedi warrior? No, it should be called a Jedi pup. In the next moment, Xiaoyan prepared to bring its paw down forcefully, the energy sword following suit, while it lowered its voice, attempting to sound heroic. A woo. Accept the judgment of holy light. As the energy sword was about to strike the ground with another thunderous explosion, Chen Mu's scalp prickled, and he urgently commanded, "Stop. Disperse it." Immediately, Xiaoyan froze mid-action, the energy sword trembling violently before precariously halting in mid-air. Its canine face contorted in distress, as if stifling a sneeze midway, filled with conflict and discomfort. Yet, under Chen Mu's formidable presence, it begrudgingly dissipated the energy of the sword with great difficulty. However, it remained adamant about completing the downward motion, as if the culmination of this grand gesture was essential for the skill's fulfillment. Once it finished the faint strike, Xiaoyan sighed in relief, as if it had accomplished a monumental task, and once again gazed eagerly at Chen Mu. At that moment, Chen Mu had no time to reprimand it. He swiftly connected mentally to examine Xiaoyan's information closely. Skills: Fireball, LV5, Flame Claw, LV5, Scorching Bite, LV5, Light Shield, LV4. Light Sword Technique, LV1. Indeed, the skill list now prominently featured Light Sword Technique, LV1. Moreover, the previous Little Fireball had evolved into Fireball, and its level had risen to 5. The other 3 skills had also ascended by 1 level each. Chen Mu instantly grasped the situation. This transformation stemmed from Xiaoyan breaking through to level 10 in the afternoon, achieving a dual affinity for both fire and light attributes at level 10. The elevation of attribute affinity not only enhanced existing skills, but, upon reaching a critical threshold, could also lead to the comprehension of new attribute skills. Previously, reaching a fire affinity of 5 had awakened the Flame Claw, while a light affinity of 5 had awakened the Light Shield. Now it appeared that the new skill's realization required a certain opportunity and self-exploration. Chen Mu was utterly unprepared for the fact that Xiaoyan's epiphany of the seemingly formidable light sword technique was triggered by its absurd attempt to swat a mosquito. In the past, there were cannons to shoot mosquitoes. Now, there was Xiaoyan wielding a light sword against them. This foolish dog never failed to surprise him with its antics. Chen Mu gazed at the eager yet somewhat guilty Xiaoyan, then turned his attention to the small, smoking pit outside and the lingering shouts from upstairs and downstairs. Feeling an inexplicable mixture of amusement and despair. Mosquitoes, it seemed, were universally despised across all realms, and could even provoke the emergence of hidden skills. With a resigned sigh, he began contemplating how to explain, or rather, deceive, the neighbors about the situation the following day, as well as how to keep a close watch on this demolition expert who could only wield a lightsaber against mosquitoes. Before he could ponder further, an exceedingly irritating buzzing sound invaded his ears. A plump, spotted mosquito buzzed arrogantly in front of him, circling in a figure-8 pattern, its hum dripping with provocation. Almost simultaneously, Chen Mu sensed the muscles of Xiaoyan beside him tense up, its canine head snapping toward the mosquito with a sudden intensity, self-perceived. Its eyes sharpening with an imagined ferocity, and its front paws instinctively raising as if to strike. The tips of its claws even began to emit a faint, holy yet perilous white light. Hey, no. Chen Mu's scalp prickled, reacting with lightning speed, nearly shouting as he forcefully grasped Xiaoyan's head, commanding, "Stop. Put your paws down. Disperse. Immediately. Right now?" Xiaoyan lowered its head under the pressure, the glowing point at its claw tip extinguishing with a soft pop. It looked utterly aggrieved, turning to Chen Mu with wide eyes, emitting an urgent whimper as if to say, "Why? The enemy is right there. Let me show it who's boss. Show it who's boss, my foot." Chen Mu snapped, poking its forehead. "You think you can slice a mosquito with that thing? Have you lost your mind to the spirit-gathering pill?" He lowered his voice and quickly scolded. "Do you even realize how much spiritual energy a single strike with that lightsaber would consume? Huh, you're using your ultimate move to swat a mosquito? You're more wasteful than anyone I know." Xiaoyan's ears drooped from the reprimand, yet its eyes remained defiantly fixed on the still buzzing mosquito, its paws restlessly scratching at the ground. "And look," Chen Mu continued, pointing at the still flickering motion sensor light and the distant murmur of complaints outside. "Look at the mess you've made. Do you want to do this again? Do you really want to end up in jail munching on stale bread? Or would you prefer to have Grandpa Jean upstairs break your legs with his cane?" At the mention of broken legs, Xiaoyan quivered slightly, finally pulling its gaze away from the mosquito, utterly dejected. It lay down on the ground, burying its nose between its front paws, emitting a pitiful whimper. The mosquito, sensing the threat had passed, grew even bolder, provocatively buzzing around the wet tip of Xiaoyan's nose. Xiaoyan stiffened, struggling to restrain itself. Its big eyes filled with humiliation and resentment, glaring at its close foe, emitting a low, suppressed growl of threat. Chen Mu watched this comical creature, feeling a mix of anger and amusement. He rubbed his temples in exasperation. All right, stop looking so miserable. It's just a mosquito, for heaven's sake." Glancing around, he spotted a fly swatter in the corner and walked over to pick it up, weighing it in his hand. "Watch and learn," Chen Mu said to Xiaoyan, his gaze locking onto the mosquito perched on the nearby wall, holding his breath in concentration before flicking his wrist. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, swift and precise. The world fell silent. Chen Mu tossed the fly swatter aside, looking at Xiaoyan, who was now wide-eyed in astonishment. "Did you see that? That's called efficiency. That's called cost-effectiveness. That's called subtlety. Understand?" Xiaoyan stared at the almost imperceptible mark on the wall, then turned back to Chen Mu, its canine eyes surprisingly reflecting a hint of disdain. As if to say, "Is that it? It lacks the grandeur and ceremonial feel of a lightsaber strike. Are you complaining?" Chen Mu chuckled at its expression. "Hurry back to your nest and digest the potion. If you dare to use that lightsaber again, especially against mosquitoes, I'll take away all your canned food for next month." At the mention of the canned food crisis, Xiaoyan hastily dismissed any notion of grandeur or ceremony. Darting back to its little nest, obediently lying down, closing its eyes, and striving to absorb the potion's energy as good as could be. However, the occasional twitch of its ear tips suggested that it might still harbor some regret over the mosquito that had escaped the divine judgment. The next morning, as Chen Mu settled into his seat, he noticed Ling Wei stealthily approaching, her eyes darting nervously, signaling him with furtive glances. Her small hands hidden behind her back as she stealthily beckoned. A sudden unease gripped Chen Mu. Was there a situation brewing? He followed Ling Wei out of the classroom, traversing the corridor until they reached a secluded corner devoid of others. Observing her somewhat tense yet mysteriously poised figure, his mind began racing with wild scenarios. Could this clandestine meeting be a confession? TSK, indeed, my irresistible charm cannot be concealed even with a fresh face. Subconsciously stroking his chin, he mused, this little wealthy girl. Could she be looking to invest in my boundless potential, perhaps even support me? As he entertained thoughts of whether to drive a supercar or live in a grand villa in the future, Ling Wei abruptly halted and spun around. Chen Mu quickly composed himself, readying a demeanor that was both reserved and expectant. However, Ling Wei swiftly scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was watching, then quickly produced a bag from behind her, unceremoniously shoving it into his hands. Chen Mu glanced down, stunned. In his grasp was a popsicle wrapped in colorful plastic, its familiar packaging unmistakably containing the potent potions he had concocted: strength potion, speed potion, and fortification potion. 3 bottles of each, none missing. Here, this is for you, Ling Wei whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from nervousness or the rush of running. I got someone to buy this through special channels. The effects are extraordinary. She pointed at the popsicles, earnestly explaining, the red one boosts strength. The blue one accelerates speed. The yellow one enhances defense. They're specifically designed for servant-level beast companions and absolutely have no side effects. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged, you must take this back and give it to Xiao Yan. It will surely benefit him immensely. Chen Mu, momentarily speechless, surveyed the popsicle potions in his hands, then looked at Ling Wei's eager expression, his emotions a tumultuous mix of complexity. He fought back laughter, feeling both amused and bewildered, quickly pushing the popsicles back towards her. No, 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 Ling Wei, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Ling Wei froze, clearly taken aback by his refusal, hastily insisting, it's not expensive at all. Please, take it. It's truly useful. Chen Mu shook his head, forcing a semblance of resilience onto his face, speaking sincerely, I really can't. I've been selling things these past few days just to save up for potions like these for Xiao Yan. I appreciate your kindness. But perhaps you should save these for Shuanglin. If it becomes stronger, it can achieve better rankings in the competitions. Ling Wei regarded Chen Mu's stubborn yet understanding demeanor, glancing at the rejected popsicles, her lips parting as if to say something more. However, recognizing his unwavering resolve, she ultimately sighed and reluctantly retrieved the potions. Well, all right then, she conceded, a hint of disappointment in her voice, but remember, when you earn money from selling things, you must buy some. These potions are truly excellent. Absolutely. Chen Mu nodded fervently, his heart nearly bursting with mirth. As Chen Mu observed Ling Wei meticulously organizing her potions before turning to leave, a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. This little heiress, reluctant to share her luxurious acquisitions with Shuanglin, seemed eager to present them to him instead. How curious, he mused to himself. Her level of concern appeared to exceed the ordinary. Could it be that I have indeed hit the nail on the head? Perhaps she harbors a semblance of affection for me? With this notion taking root, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel that Ling Wei's earlier furtive demeanor bore an ambiguous significance. Chapter 36. Re-entering the Emberburn Ancient Forest. Days swiftly passed. Huang Mingho, this young fellow, demonstrated remarkable efficiency, leveraging his connections and eloquence. The 3 varieties of ice cream potions, Dali, Jueki, and Guyuan, quickly found their way into the affluent circles of the 8 high schools in Yanhuang City. The efficacy of these potions was undeniably impressive, and as word spread, sales proliferated. Yet, Chen Mu's enforced rule of limiting each individual to a single purchase was strictly upheld. Consequently, within a mere few days, the students with purchasing power and demand had nearly exhausted their options. Naturally, the sales of the potions began to decline from their initial fervor to a steadier pace, ultimately dwindling to a mere trickle of a few sets sold daily. Despite this, when Chen Mu checked his account, he found his savings had surpassed the 10 million mark. Gazing at the long string of zeros brought him a modicum of comfort, but as he recalled the exorbitant materials required for Xiao Yan's evolution, he swiftly deemed that 1 million was hardly a significant sum. Finances remained inadequate, he sighed, while the prospect of purchasing evolution materials for Xiao Yan seemed out of reach. Acquiring a new beast cub appeared to be barely feasible. The price for high-grade beast cubs typically ranged from 100,000 to several hundred thousand, while spirit beasts could fetch between 1 million to 10 million. As for rare beasts, they generally started at 10 million. Seizing a moment, Chen Mu ventured to the Beastmaster Association's Beast Sales Center, where a dazzling array of beast cubs awaited. However, after perusing the selection and utilizing his mental connection to assess each cub's information, he found none particularly captivating or displaying exceptional potential. let alone one with dual attribute potential like Xiaoyan. After careful consideration, Chen Mu resolved to hold off on any purchases for the time being. Contracting a second beast was a significant matter that warranted careful deliberation. Instead of spending on beast cubs, he opted to procure a batch of materials for refining second-tier elixirs. Though Xiaoyan remained at the servant level, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Only upon purchasing did he realize the exorbitant costs associated with second-tier elixirs, many of which required corresponding attribute beast cores as primary materials, with a single batch costing around 40 to 50,000 Longting coins. Alas, when Xiaoyan reached the attendant level, the expenses for elixirs would likely escalate even further. Observing Xiaoyan diligently consuming the spirit-gathering pills, Chen Mu felt an immense weight of pressure. Concurrently, Ling Wei, having consistently fed Shuang Lin with a plethora of potions, witnessed its foundational attributes surge rapidly, gradually erasing the lead Xiaoyan once held, and even surpassing it in defensive capabilities. It seemed Shuang Lin's potential in defense was indeed superior to that of Xiaoyan. As Chen Mu analyzed the comparative data, he drew a conclusion. The differences became even more apparent during practical training sessions. Once dominated by Xiaoyan, Shuang Lin now managed to engage in reciprocal exchanges. This shift was, of course, aided by Chen Mu's stringent demands on Xiaoyan, prohibiting the use of both the Radiant Shield and Radiant Blade techniques. Through their ongoing sparring, Chen Mu also recognized the predicament Xiaoyan currently faced. Despite daily consumption of spirit-gathering pills and unwavering training, it appeared to be stagnating at the pinnacle of the servant level, perpetually just shy of breaking through to the attendant level, as if hindered by an impenetrable barrier. Chen Mu understood the underlying cause. The lack of life-and-death combat pressure and stimulation in their routine training rendered Xiaoyan's potential dormant. What it truly required was a genuine battle, one that necessitated full commitment to awaken its latent abilities. Moreover, due to the rarity of dual attribute beasts, most were of higher levels, and the existence of a servant-level beast like Xiaoyan possessing dual attribute skills was almost unbelievable. To avoid complications, he refrained from allowing Xiaoyan to utilize light-based skills in the crowded training grounds during practical classes. This limitation resulted in painfully slow progress in mastering the Radiant Shield and Radiant Blade techniques. As the impending Beastmaster ranking competition at Yanhuang City High School loomed just a week away, Chen Mu resolved to act decisively and sought an audience with Principal Huang Pu. Principal, Xiaoyan seems to have hit a bottleneck. I intend to take it to the Emberburn Ancient Forest for a few days to seek opportunities for breakthrough, he explained. Principal Huang Pu set aside his documents and scrutinized the aura of Xiaoyan, who stood at Chen Mu's side, significantly more solid than the average servant-level peak. A glimmer of admiration and complexity flickered in his eyes. Chen Mu, the principal spoke gently. The speed and method with which you nurture your beasts truly astonished this old man. Xiaoyan's foundation is exceptionally solid, far surpassing its peers, indicating the remarkable investment of effort and resources you have dedicated to it. Its true combat power is likely on the cusp of the attendant level, is it not? A slight jolt of apprehension coursed through Chen Mu at the principal's keen insight. He sensed that the principal might have discerned something. Nonetheless, he maintained a humble demeanor. You flatter me, principal. I merely consider myself fortunate that Xiaoyan is so diligent. Principal Huang Pu waved his hand, dismissing his modesty, then sighed, revealing a hint of concern. This is precisely what I worry about. Xiaoyan and Ling Wei Shuang Lin represent our greatest hope in this ranking competition. Both are exceptional and advancing swiftly. However, they remain at the servant level. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice. I have received word that several students from 1st, 2nd, and 8th high schools had their primary beasts break through to the attendant level months ago. Moreover, it appears that other schools have also seen successful breakthroughs recently. Attendant-level beasts will likely be common in this ranking competition. You two are our school's aces, but facing attendant-level opponents as mere servant-level peaks is ultimately disadvantageous. Principal Huang Pu regarded Chen Mu with solemnity. I fully support your decision to train and seek a breakthrough. The Emberburn Ancient Forest is a place of both opportunity and peril. But remember, safety comes first. If the situation becomes untenable, do not force it. Returning alive is paramount. While the ranking competition is significant, your futures hold even greater importance. Chen Mu could feel the principal's concern and pressure, and he nodded earnestly. I understand, principal. Rest assured. We will exercise caution. Our purpose for this journey is to achieve a breakthrough, and I will give it my all. Good. Determination is commendable. Principal Huang Pu said as he picked up his pen, readily signing the leave request and handing it back to Chen Mu. Go. And I look forward to your good news. Remember to act within your means. Thank you, principal. Chen Mu accepted the leave form and, accompanied by Xiaoyan, exited the principal's office. Upon returning to the classroom to gather his belongings, he noticed Ling Wei's seat was also vacant. Inquiring further revealed that she had also taken leave. After all, Shuang Lin had been stalled at the servant level peak for an even longer duration than Xiao Yin, and Ling Wei was evidently more anxious. Having taken Shuang Jinghu away for specialized training, it appeared everyone was putting in considerable effort. The pressure seemed substantial. Chen Mu muttered to himself, shouldering his backpack and setting off with Xiao Yin, directly leaving the school grounds to board the public shuttle heading to the train station. Chen Mu arrived at the train station in Yanhuang City. The familiar scene greeted him in the station square, with numerous middle-aged women holding signs advertising accommodation, affordable hotels, and hourly rooms, their eyes scanning the passing solitary male travelers like searchlights. Upon spotting a suitable target, one would immediately approach, lowering their voice and infusing their words with suggestive undertones, speaking of younger sisters and exceptional service, assuring satisfaction. However, this time, Chen Mu was entering the station rather than emerging from it. The seasoned women, recognizing his intent to leave the city, deemed the business prospects scant, and thus only a couple approached him with a tentative demeanor. "Hey, young man, staying at a hotel? We offer special services, quite comfortable," one woman said with a wink. Chen Mu's expression hardened. He maintained a resolute gaze and firmly waved his hand, providing an excuse. "No, thank you. My train departs in 10 minutes. I need to hurry into the station." Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled, and she moved closer, lowering her voice further. 10 minutes? That's plenty of time. You'll be quite satisfied. There's still time." A wave of exasperation washed over Chen Mu. "What on earth? 10 minutes is hardly enough for me." Chen Ding Tian. He chose not to engage further, instead hastening his steps, almost fleeing from her, and made a beeline for the entrance. "Hey, don't go. Just think about it." Her voice echoed behind him. Compared to the last time he returned from Qingshan town, when he was surrounded by several women, this encounter, though peculiar, allowed him to escape with relative ease. He successfully traversed the square and entered the station hall. After collecting his ticket and passing through security, it wasn't long before he boarded the train to Qingshan town. As he gazed out at the rapidly retreating urban landscape, a plan began to form in his mind. He would indeed return to Qingshan town. It was time to revisit where it all began. Little Yin, in the beast space, seemed to sense his emotions and emitted a soft whimper. When Chen Mu spoke of returning, he referred to the cave located on the outskirts of the Jinren ancient forest, once belonging to the Flametail canine clan, a place that held the memories of their arduous beginnings. It was where Little Yin was born and raised, a site of familial loss, and the place where their bond was forged in vengeance. That cave bore special significance for both of them. The train moved swiftly, and the scenery outside transformed from towering buildings to sprawling countryside, eventually giving way to undulating mountains. In less than an hour, the familiar, slightly antiquated platform of Qingshan town appeared before him. Chen Mu disembarked with Little Yin. The air in the town was fresh, imbued with scents of flora and a faint trace of smoke, a stark contrast to the clamor of Yanhuang City. He made no prolonged stops in town, merely replenishing his supplies with high-energy food and water from local shops before resolutely heading towards the Jinren ancient forest. Following the route etched in his memory, Chen Mu and Little Yin re-entered the realm of the ancient forest. As they crossed into the forest's domain, the air grew noticeably warmer, filled with the familiar scent of sulfur mingled with the essence of vegetation. Unlike the previous cautious approach, this time, Little Yin strode confidently ahead, tail wagging with exuberance, radiating excitement. "Oh whoa, this divine canine has returned." Indeed, it wasn't long before a rather oblivious beast leapt out, a level 6 explosive flame mouse. Little Yin, without even utilizing a skill, darted forward in a blur, a powerful paw swatting the creature aside. The explosive flame mouse, akin to a ball struck by a mighty force, let out a shriek and crashed into a nearby tree, rendered unconscious. "Oh whoa, mere fodder. Not even worthy of a warm-up for this divine canine," Little Yin declared with an air of disdain. The following journey became a personal showcase for Little Yin. Whether facing the defensive rock armor turtle, the swift fire-tongue lizard, or swarms of fire-poison bees, they all fell before Little Yin's overwhelming speed and strength with ease. He hardly bothered with fireball spells, often resorting to straightforward pounces, swipes, and bites to conclude the skirmishes. As he fought, he narrated his own exploits. "Oh whoa, behold my fiery charge. Oh whoa, feel the searing claws." Chen Mu, understanding the general meaning behind Little Yin's exuberant declarations through their bond, couldn't he help but twitch his lips in amusement, exasperatedly murmuring, "Little Yin, where did you learn all these antics?" With his powers having surged, Little Yin dispatched foes with remarkable efficiency. What would normally have taken half a day was accomplished in merely a few hours, leading them to the familiar cliff's edge. Over 20 days had passed, and the marks left by Chen Mu's fall had long since washed away, obscured by rain and fallen leaves. Only the large boulder remained, quietly testifying to the events of the past. "This is it." Chen Mu halted, running his hand over a rough rock nearby, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "This is where I fell, nearly losing my life. only to land right on you, my unfortunate little friend. Oh woo, little Yin quieted. Approaching Chen Mu's side and nuzzling against him, its eyes devoid of earlier bravado, filled instead with memories and affection. It remembered that day when this two-legged creature had fallen from the sky, ultimately becoming its most cherished companion. Let us go home and take a look, Chen Mu said, affectionately ruffling little Yin's fur. Together, they continued onward, and soon, the concealed entrance of the cave appeared before them, just as Chen Mu had anticipated. The cave's mouth was blocked by a large stone, the very one little Yin had pushed aside previously. Little Yin, push it aside. Oh woo, leave it to this divine canine. Little Yin, brimming with confidence, approached the rock, pressing against it with its paw. With a slight exertion, the stone, which once felt heavy to little Yin, was effortlessly rolled aside. However, as the entrance opened, a gust of hot, foul-smelling wind surged forth. Immediately, several crimson figures erupted from the darkness, lunging towards little Yin at the cave's entrance. These were serpentine beasts, entirely red with dark circular patterns. Their tongues flickering like burning coal, hissing ominously, their jaws lined with sharp fangs exuding a searing aura. Crimson ring fire snakes. Chen Mu recognized these common fire-type beasts, of moderate rank, known for occupying existing caves as their lair. Oh woo, how dare you occupy this divine canine's home? You seek death. Little Yin, initially taken aback, erupted in fury. There was no need for Chen Mu's command. The flames enveloping little Yin surged violently as the crimson ring fire snakes charged. Little Yin did not flinch or evade, directly rushing forward. The battle concluded with utter predictability. To little Yin, the snakes moved as slowly as snails, with casual swipes. He easily crushed their heads, sweeping his tail to send those attempting to coil around him flying, and with a mere breath, a fireball obliterated one of the crimson ring fire snakes. In mere seconds, 7 or 8 of these serpents lay lifeless on the ground. Oh woo, humph. Mere fish are just that, mere fish. Little Yin shook off its paws, as if disgusted by the remnants, and strode confidently into the cave. Chen Mu followed suit. Inside, the cave was filled with an unpleasant odor, a mix of the snake's musk and the scent of charred flesh. The once dry ground was now scattered with dried grass and snake skins, while a few unhatched snake eggs lay in the corner. Little Flame adeptly cleared away the debris with several fireballs, purifying the air within the cave with searing flames, and soon the cavern regained its former appearance. As they gazed upon this familiar place, with claw marks etched into the rock walls and the small mat where they once huddled together for warmth in the corner, Chen Mu and Little Flame fell into a contemplative silence. A soft whine escaped Little Flame, who then laid down in the small depression, resting its chin on its paws. Its ruby-like eyes fixed on Chen Mu, as if to say, "Look, our home." Chen Mu approached, leaned against the rocky wall, and gently caressed Little Flame's warm fur. "Indeed, we have returned," he murmured, his voice imbued with nostalgia. "It was here that you brought me back, and it was here that we resolved to live together." The cave remained unchanged, yet both man and dog were no longer the frail and helpless beings they once were, teetering on the brink of despair. After a brief moment of tranquility and reminiscence, Chen Mu's gaze sharpened once more. "Rest for a moment, Little Flame. This is merely the beginning. Our goal lies deeper within the ancient forest. There, you will find the pressure and adversaries necessary for your breakthrough." Chapter 37. First Victory at the Servant Level. After tidying up the cave, Chen Mu retrieved food and fresh water from his backpack, sharing it with Little Flame, and also fed it today's portion of spirit-gathering pills. The night in the Ember Ancient Forest was anything but tranquil, yet within this familiar cave, both man and dog felt a sense of security. Little Flame lay on the patch of grass where it often slept, while Chen Mu reclined beside it. And soon they both drifted into a peaceful slumber. At dawn the next day, Chen Mu instructed Little Flame to push a boulder to block the cave entrance. Then, both man and dog set out energetically. This time, Chen Mu had deliberately purchased a rudimentary map of the outskirts of the Ember Ancient Forest from Qingshan Town. Although the map was crude, it at least outlined the general boundaries of the perilous Misty Forest. "We shall head northwest," Chen Mu pointed at the map, speaking to Little Flame with a hint of trepidation. "We must steer clear of that haunted forest. The gray mist is too malevolent, capable of distorting one's mind." He vividly recalled how, during their last encounter, Little Flame had merely inhaled a trace of the thin mist at the edge, which amplified its hatred and drove it to irrationally seek vengeance against the Firethorn Wolf Pack. If not for Chen Mu's timely concoction of the Bloodfire Pill, Little Flame might not have returned. The eerie and terrifying nature of the Misty Forest warranted a wide berth. A soft whine escaped Little Flame, whose ears drooped slightly, seemingly recalling the harrowing experience of losing control and nearly perishing, a flicker of fear flashing in its eyes. This time, both man and dog proceeded with utmost caution, following the map's guidance as they advanced northwest, determined to circumvent the Misty Forest. Initially, their journey progressed smoothly, with Little Flame effortlessly dispatching the encountered beasts. However, as they continued, Chen Mu's heart grew heavier. The surrounding trees began to exhibit an unhealthy pallor, and that familiar, unsettling dampness permeated the air once more. He abruptly halted, not far ahead. Although the mist was less dense than in the central region, the silhouette of the silent, twisted woodland was unmistakable. Damn it! Chen Mu cursed under his breath. The map's inaccuracies were far too egregious. Or perhaps the extent of the misty forest was broader than indicated. He could even see the edge of the misty forest, where the alluring bloodfire flowers stood out starkly against the gray-white backdrop. The temptation was tantalizingly close. The bloodfire flower was a crucial ingredient for crafting the bloodfire pill, and thus quite valuable. Chen Mu's breath quickened, his inner turmoil intensifying. Just a little closer. Gather a few and depart swiftly, he thought. The moment this notion crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine, and he immediately recognized something was amiss. It was the influence of the mist. He stumbled back a couple of steps, sensing his emotions shift towards restlessness and greed. Even the thin mist in this marginal zone was subtly eroding his rationality. He swiftly glanced at Little Flame, only to find it exhibiting signs of agitation. Its paws scratching at the ground, emitting suppressed whines while its gaze fixated on the bloodfire flowers, occasionally darting nervously towards the depths of the gray mist. As if engaged in an internal struggle. Little Flame, steady yourself. Chen Mu transmitted a calming thought through their bond. We must leave this place. Immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively turned and retreated, pulling Little Flame along until they had completely distanced themselves from that area. Only when the unsettling dampness dissipated did Little Flame's agitation gradually subside. A soft nuzzle from Little Flame brushed against Chen Mu, its eyes regaining clarity, tinged with a hint of lingering fear. It seems we did not steer far enough away. Chen Mu scrutinized the map, his brow furrowed. Onward, northward. I would rather take a longer route than risk proximity to that place. They proceeded along a larger, more circuitous route heading northward. Throughout their journey, he remained particularly vigilant, only collecting those bloodfire flowers that grew at a safe distance, far from the influence of the gray mist. Only when he could no longer sense the eerie aura of the misty forest did Chen Mu finally exhale in relief. Once they had fully exited the influence of the misty forest, the surrounding scenery gradually transformed. The trees remained dense, but occasional signs of human activity became visible: severed vines, remnants of long-extinguished campfires, and even discarded packaging of ordinary supplies. It seemed this was the conventional path most beast tamers took when entering the ember-ancient forest. Chen Mu realized with clarity why he and Little Flame had wandered for so many days without encountering a single soul. They had been in a completely desolate area, devoid of visitors. With a relatively clear route established, Chen Mu and Little Flame quickened their pace, delving deeper into the ember-ancient forest. As they ventured further, the level of the creatures they encountered markedly increased, with the presence of level 10 beasts, the pinnacle of the servant level, becoming more frequent. Iron-tailed fire scorpions, explosive flame ants, and fong fire boars, various fire-type beasts emerged in abundance. Yet, Little Flame's performance was nothing short of formidable. The solid foundation established by consuming numerous pills was now on full display. Its strength, speed, and defense thoroughly overwhelmed the wild beasts of equal rank. The advantage of its 100 affinity manifested clearly, as its fireball technique became more powerful and quicker to unleash, while its flame claws and scorching bite struck with greater ferocity. Most importantly, in the wilderness, there was no need for concealment. Chen Mu could finally allow it to unleash its full potential. Little Flame, light shield technique. A soft yet robust light shield coalesced instantaneously, blocking the iron-tailed fire scorpion's cunning tail strike. Light sword technique. Immediately afterward, a short sword crafted from pure light energy materialized out of thin air, swiftly penetrating the scorpion's relatively vulnerable head shell. Howl. Ha ha. Behold. The radiant blade of this divine canine. Evil scorpion, meet your demise. Little Flame exclaimed excitedly, delivering one dramatic line after another. Chen Mu watched nearby, feeling both gratified and exasperated. He was pleased that Little Flame, unleashed to its fullest combat prowess, could easily handle these level 10 beasts. Yet he was perplexed by the sheer volume of its theatrics. Hush and focus on the fight. Where do all these lines come from? Chen Mu couldn't help but chastise with a laugh. During the brief interludes between battles, Chen Mu stretched his muscles. His consistent practice of the 8 pieces of brocade, coupled with the reciprocal enhancement of Little Flame's spiritual energy, had yielded remarkable results. He felt his physical condition had improved significantly. On one occasion, 2 explosive flame ants charged simultaneously, one targeting Little Flame while the other barreled towards Chen Mu. Chen Mu was taken aback, yet he responded swiftly, rolling sideways to narrowly evade the acidic spray of the gigantic ant. Xiaoyan, he called out. Having just dealt with an opponent, Xiaoyan immediately reacted, darting forth like a bolt of red lightning, and with a fiery bite, eliminated the giant ant that had threatened Chen Mu. Well done. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Though somewhat disheveled, he was unscathed, and his reflexes were commendable. It seemed he was no longer a complete liability. A sense of pride swelled within him, but it was overshadowed by a pressing urgency. This situation remained perilously dangerous. Observing Xiao Yan as it cleared the battleground, Chen Mu pondered. It was time to consider contracting a second beast. With two contracted beasts working in tandem, he could better safeguard himself. Otherwise, if unforeseen circumstances arose and Xiao Yan were ensnared, he would be left in dire straits. He hoped to encounter a suitable beast in the Emberburn ancient forest. Otherwise, purchasing one in Yanhuang City would incur substantial expenses, not to mention the uncertainty of finding one with great potential. Resolute, Chen Mu began to scrutinize his surroundings more meticulously, not only for dangers, but also for traces of suitable beasts to contract. Let us go, Xiao Yan. Deeper into the forest to find you a worthy opponent, and perhaps a new companion. Oh whoa, a new companion? Splendid. This divine hound is in need of a little brother. Chen Mu sighed, realizing that communicating with this overly dramatic little dog was futile. Shaking his head in resignation, he pressed onward into the depths of the ancient forest, accompanied by the exuberant Xiao Yan. As they ventured deeper into the Emberburn ancient forest, Chen Mu scanned his surroundings, hoping to discover a suitable juvenile beast or one with promising potential. Yet, such fortuitous encounters were evidently rare. Instead, he stumbled upon several materials needed for crafting second-tier potions. A pleasant surprise. However, while he had yet to encounter a fitting contracted beast, formidable opponents began to appear uninvited. As they delved deeper, the ambient temperature rose, and the presence of beasts became increasingly formidable. Finally, they encountered their first subordinate-level beast of this trial, a robust, tusked creature, the flame-tusk wild boar. Beast name, flame-tusk wild boar. Species rank, high ordinary beast. Level, 11, early subordinate level. Base attributes, strength 43, speed 29, defense 39, attribute affinity, fire 80, vitality, 150. 150, skills, rampaging charge, LV3, fiery tusk, LV4, thick skin, passive LV3. Status, exhilarated upon perceiving these attributes through their mental link. Chen Mu felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Indeed, the disparity in levels was palpable. The strength and defensive attributes of this wild boar evidently surpassed Xiao Yan's, especially its defense, which exceeded by a full 10 points. Xiao Yan, be cautious. This creature possesses significant strength and defense. Do not engage recklessly. Chen Mu promptly cautioned. Oh whoa. Understood. Watch how this divine hound toys with that foolish pig. Though Xiao Yan was somewhat dramatic, its combat instincts were sharp. It sensed the pressure posed by its opponent and quickly shed its earlier disdain. The battle was imminent. The flame-tusk wild boar roared, digging its hooves into the ground before launching into a rampaging charge, barreling towards Xiao Yan like a blazing tank, an impressive display of might. Dodge! Chen Mu shouted. Xiao Yan agilely leaped aside, evading the attack with ease. The boar crashed into a nearby tree, shaking it violently and causing leaves to rain down. Now's your chance. Flame Claw, attack its flank. Xiao Yan swiftly closed the distance, its fiery claws raking against the boar's side. However, sparks flew, leaving only shallow white marks. A woof. The boar, stung by the pain, angrily swung its head, its flaming tusks poised to strike at Xiao Yan with the fiery tusk. Light shield technique. A luminous shield materialized before Xiao Yan. With a resounding thud, the shield flickered violently, successfully absorbing the blow, though Xiao Yan was knocked back a couple of steps. TSK. Its defense is too high. The damage from Flame Claw is minimal. Chen Mu furrowed his brow, deciding to try the fireball technique, aiming for its vulnerable spots like the eyes and mouth. Xiao Yan leaped back to create distance and unleashed two fireballs in quick succession. The flame-tusk wild boar was caught off guard, one fireball striking its cheek and eliciting a furious roar, while the other was absorbed by its hard forehead, scorching only a small patch of fur. This one do. The damage from the fireball technique is mostly negated by its thick skin and fire resistance. Chen Mu's mind raced. Speed. Xiao Yan, your speed far exceeds its own. Use that to your advantage and keep darting around. Prepare the light sword technique. Look for an opportunity to strike hard. Oh whoa. Got it. Xiao Yan began to dash around the boar at high speed, constantly changing positions, occasionally using Flame Claw to harass it. Though these strikes did not inflict fatal damage, they succeeded in agitating the boar. The wild boar charged several times, only to be deftly avoided by Xiao Yan, exhausting itself in the process. At last, an opportunity arose. After another mischarge, the boar momentarily stiffened from fatigue. Now, light sword technique. Xiao Yan, having prepared for this moment, concentrated light energy into a brilliant sword that shot forth, accurately piercing the boar's relatively weak eye. Thud. The boar let out a harrowing scream, the excruciating pain driving it into a frenzy, causing it to charge wildly. Good. Weevee got it. Maintain your distance. Don't get caught in its dying thrash. Chen Mu exhaled in relief, issuing his final command. With its sight lost and engulfed in pain, the boar posed significantly less threat. Xiaoyan kept a safe distance, landing fireballs with precision on its wounds and head. Minutes later, the subordinate-level flame-tusk wild boar finally collapsed, no longer moving. A woo. Merely a subordinate-level beast, nothing more. Before the wisdom of this divine hound, it was utterly impotent. Though Xiaoyan panted from exertion, it immediately began its performance. Chen Mu paid no heed to its dramatic pronouncements and hurried to check on Xiaoyan. Fortunately, the little hound had merely expended considerable energy and sustained minor shock, with no severe injuries. Turning his gaze to the carcass of the flame-tusk wild boar, his expression grew solemn. Despite their victory, the battle had been arduous. The disparity in levels and attributes was indeed significant. Xiaoyan's skill proficiency and dual attribute advantage were crucial factors. Clearly, to handle subordinate-level opponents with ease, Xiaoyan needed to break through at the earliest opportunity. Collecting the spoils, the boar's tusks and demon core, Chen Mu sought out a relatively safe spot for them to rest and recuperate. He understood that the true trial was just beginning. Deeper within this forest, there were undoubtedly more formidable subordinate-level beasts awaiting them. Chapter 38, Breakthrough. Subordinate level. Having firmly established themselves in this area teeming with subordinate-level beasts, Chen Mu and Xiaoyan's daily routine evolved into a cycle of relentless battles, rest, and further combat. The sight of servant-level beasts had entirely vanished. The weakest they encountered now were at least level 11, in the early subordinate tier. Occasionally, they even encountered formidable beings at levels 14 and 15, equivalent to the mid-subordinate tier. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Xiaoyan began to feel the strain. Merely relying on basic attributes and skill levels was no longer sufficient to bridge the vast chasm created by their levels. Chen Mu was compelled to resort to the potions in his inventory. Xiaoyan catch. During the brief intervals of combat, Chen Mu seized the opportunity to transmit first tier, mighty potion, agility potion, and vitality potion through their mental connection. Once consumed, Xiaoyan experienced a temporary boost of 5 points in strength, speed, and defense. Though fleeting, it granted them the means to contend with these mid-tier opponents for that brief window. Boom. A fireball erupted, sending the scales flying from a level 14, blazing python. Sizzle. Empowered by the mighty potion, Xiaoyan's fiery claws tore ruthlessly into the relatively softer abdomen of a level 15, armored fire rhinoceros. The battle grew increasingly perilous and arduous, yet the rewards were substantial. Under the intense pressure and with the assistance of the potions, Xiaoyan's proficiency in various skills surged. Fireball Art LV5, Flame Claw LV5, Scorching Bite LV5, Light Shield Art LV5, Light Sword Art LV5. All combat skills had reached their current pinnacle at LV5. However, upon attaining LV5, no matter how diligently Xiaoyan practiced, the potency and condensation speed of the skills seemed to encounter an invisible ceiling, making further enhancement nearly impossible. Chen Mu understood that a certain opportunity, or perhaps Xiaoyan achieving a higher level, was necessary to break through to LV6. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan's own level had been tempered through the series of intense battles. The barrier to ascending to the rank of a familiar was becoming increasingly tenuous. Chen Mu could distinctly sense the surging spiritual energy within Xiaoyan, just a step away from breaking through. Here, it should be close. Chen Mu observed Xiaoyan, who had just vanquished a level 15 beast and was now panting to catch its breath, deciding not to delve deeper. The pressure here was already sufficient. However, the dangers of the Emberwood Forest always exceeded expectations. Just as Chen Mu thought they had begun to adapt to this area, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly erupted from the thickets to the side. The ground trembled slightly as a colossal beast, far exceeding all previous opponents in size, burst forth, shattering trees in its path. It resembled a lion, yet was cloaked in dark red crystalline scales, its tail like a blazing whip, fangs bared, with saliva dripping from its maw, corroding the ground and emitting hissing white smoke. Beast name, Crystal-Scaled Flame Lion. Species grade, Intermediate Spirit Beast. Level, 18, Late Stage Familiar. Basic attributes, Strength 58, Speed 42, Defense 55. Attribute Affinity, Fire Attribute 95. Vitality, 185, 185. Skills, Rampaging Lion's Roar, LV4. Fiery Bite, LV5. Crystal Scales, Passive LV5. Flame Whip, LV4. Status, Enraged. Level 18. Late Stage Familiar. Chen Mu's pupils constricted, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Xiaoyan, retreat. Without needing Chen Mu's urging, Xiaoyan's first stood on end, sensing the imminent threat, and leaped backward at once. Yet the crystal-scaled flame lion's speed was astonishing. Its massive form exhibited agility that belied its size, pouncing forward in an instant, its fiery maw unleashing, fiery bite, towards Xiaoyan. Light Shield Art. Xiaoyan put forth all its strength to erect a light shield. Crack! The LV5 light shield shattered in an instant. Xiaoyan was violently thrown back by the tremendous impact, landing awkwardly on the ground, losing a portion of its vitality in the process. Roar! The crystal-scaled flame lion, emboldened by its advantage, unleashed a deafening, rampaging lion's roar, sending shockwaves that left Chen Mu dizzy, while Xiaoyan's movements noticeably faltered. Immediately after, the fearsome, flame whip struck with a whoosh. Xiaoyan dodged. Chen Mu shouted anxiously. Xiaoyan desperately evaded, but was still caught by the whip's tip, leaving a charred gash on its body, causing it to whimper in pain. Strength, speed, and defense were all overwhelmingly crushed, even after Xiaoyan hastily consumed the mighty potion. Agility potion and vitality potion, the temporary attribute boost still paled in comparison to this level 18 behemoth. The battle was entirely one-sided. Xiaoyan could only rely on its relatively nimble movements and light shield art to barely keep up, being pushed back repeatedly, accumulating more wounds, and its vitality steadily dwindling. At this rate, not only would victory be unattainable, but even escape could become problematic. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Mu's forehead as his mind raced. He had tried every skill, yet could not penetrate the opponent's LV5 crystal scale defense. What to do? His gaze swept through the storage space, suddenly locking onto a few blood-red potions. First-tier blood ignite potion. It was time to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mu made his decision. Compared to the first time he consumed it, Xiaoyan was now of a higher level, with greatly enhanced physical attributes, and in peak condition. Thus its resistance to the potion should be stronger. The side effects would undoubtedly still exist, but it would not be as severe as last time, when it nearly lost half its life. Xiaoyan. Through their mental connection, Chen Mu transmitted a blood ignite potion along with a resolute intent. Swallow it. Let us fight. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyan, while desperately dodging, opened its mouth and consumed the potion. Boom. A surge of violent energy erupted within Xiaoyan. Its eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. The flames enveloping its body surged nearly doubled, and its aura transformed into something wild and ferocious. Blood ignites state. Vitality continues to drain. Strength 20, speed 20, defense 20, skill power 20, duration 300 seconds. The explosive attributes instantly compensated for the disparity, even achieving a reversal. A whoa! Xiaoyan emitted a prolonged howl, entwined with pain and power, and charged toward the crystal-scaled flame lion. Bang! This time, in a head-on clash, Xiaoyan was only slightly at a disadvantage, no longer utterly powerless. Good. Now's the time. Attack its eyes and mouth. Chen Mu directed anxiously, his heart in his throat. With its attributes boosted, Xiaoyan's fireball spell was formidable, cracking the scales of the crystal-scaled flame lion, while its fiery claws left deep charred marks on the beast. The crystal-scaled flame lion, in pain, retaliated even more fiercely. The clash between the lion and the canine unfolded into a brutal melee amidst the forest. Flames erupted, roars reverberated, trees were toppled, and the ground lay in ruins. Thanks to the potent enhancements from the blood ignite potion and its agile maneuvers, Xiaoyan narrowly avoided lethal strikes time and again, while continuously inflicting wounds upon the beast. The battle was fraught with tension, Xiaoyan's vitality dwindling under the dual effects of the blood ignite potion and its injuries, causing Chen Mu's palms to sweat profusely. Finally, just as the effect of the blood ignite potion was about to wane, Xiaoyan seized an opening after the crystal-scaled flame lion had pounced. Lightsword art. A brilliantly radiant lightsword coalesced, no longer a mere thrust, but like a heavy hammer, crashing down onto the previously cracked forehead scales of the crystal-scaled flame lion. Splat! The lightsword finally pierced through the defense, plunging deep. The crystal-scaled flame lion let out a cataclysmic wail, its massive form swaying a few times before collapsing to the ground, twitching briefly before falling still. Almost at the moment the crystal-armored flame lion fell, the long-suppressed aura within Xiaoyan surged forth, shattering the invisible barrier that had constrained it. A wave of spiritual energy, far more potent than before, erupted from within. As flames enveloped its form, burning with an intensified fervor and density. Its stature expanded at a visible rate, its shoulders nearly reaching Chen Mu's waist, and its fur became more lustrous and silky. The white circular mark on its forehead grew slightly more intricate, and its gaze sharpened, radiating the majesty of a truly formidable beast. Beast Mastery, Xiaoyan, Level 11, Initial stage of the Attendant level. Base attributes, Strength 44, 10, Speed 54, 12, Defense 36, 8. Attribute Affinity, Fire 112, 12, Light 112, 12, Vitality, 45, 150, 40. It succeeded. Under the duress of life and death combat, and the stimulant effects of the blood-igniting pill, Xiaoyan had finally broken through to the Attendant level. Howl! At last, this divine hound has transcended. Power! An infinite surge of power courses through me, reveling in the tumultuous vigor within. Xiaoyan could not resist throwing back its head and howling, its voice resounding as it attempted to maintain the imposing aura of its recent elevation. However, such grandeur was short-lived. The effects of the blood-igniting pill abruptly waned, and the frenzied strength that had sustained it ebbed away like receding tides, soon replaced by a wave of profound weakness and lethargy. Alas, it had just raised its noble head only to let it droop instantaneously, its limbs turning to jelly as it nearly collapsed on the spot. With great difficulty, it managed to stagger upright, its weakened state utterly shattering the majesty it had just exhibited. Xiaoyan. Chen Mu rushed forward, anxiously examining its condition. Its vitality continued to dwindle, albeit at a much slower pace. Xiaoyan appeared fatigued, its eyes dulled, and its breath significantly weakened. Yet it was nowhere near the skeletal wretch it had been in its first bout. Thank goodness. Chen Mu exhaled a long sigh of relief, tenderly ruffling its head. It was merely exhaustion. With some rest and a good supply of medicinal pills and food, it would surely recover. Xiaoyan nuzzled against his palm weakly, its eyes still sparkling with the joy of its breakthrough and the pride of conquering a formidable foe. Chen Mu gazed at the disheveled, yet markedly transformed Xiaoyan, his heart swelling with excitement. The attendant level. This represented a qualitative leap. From this moment on, he and his beast could truly claim a modicum of standing in this perilous world. All right, no need to push yourself. Sit and rest. We must promptly address the scene and find a safer location for your recovery. As he spoke, Chen Mu swiftly set about collecting the most valuable materials from the crystal-armored flame lion, while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. The commotion of Xiaoyan's breakthrough had been considerable, its aura radiating and flames soaring, serving as a conspicuous signal in this treacherous jungle. Chen Mu dared not linger. Hastily extracting the precious demon core and the powerful tail tendon from the lion, neglecting other materials in his urgency to support the still slightly unsteady Xiaoyan. Can you walk? We must leave at once. Howl. Humph. Mere exhaustion cannot daunt this divine hound. Once I regain even a fraction of my strength, this forest shall tremble at my feet. Oh dear. Xiaoyan intended to bolster its pride with a fierce proclamation, but inadvertently stumbled into a pit, nearly toppling over until Chen Mu caught it. Disgruntled, it closed its mouth and obediently leaned against Chen Mu as the duo swiftly vacated the blood-soaked battlefield. Finding a secluded crevice, Chen Mu meticulously assessed Xiaoyan's condition. The side effects of the blood-igniting pill were indeed much milder than the first time, primarily manifesting as profound fatigue and a depletion of vitality. The loss of life force had ceased, but it remained in a debilitated state. Chen Mu promptly retrieved the healing pills and dried meat he had prepared, urging Xiaoyan to consume them. Rest well, you have done remarkably today, he praised, affectionately ruffling its fur. How? Naturally. It is the duty of this divine hound to awaken sacred power, vanquish evil, and uphold world peace. Once I recover, I shall seek retribution against that dark force, Zhenzi. Before it could finish its declaration, the utterly exhausted Xiaoyan's head drooped, resting against Chen Mu's leg, sinking into a deep slumber, even emitting soft snores. Chen Mu, bemused, chuckled softly, adjusting his posture to ensure its comfort while maintaining a vigilant watch. As Xiaoyan slumbered, Chen Mu's anxiety persisted, his brow furrowed. He clenched a few first-tier healing pills in his hand, having already administered some to Xiaoyan. However, as the pills dissolved and their medicinal effects coursed through Xiaoyan, the recovery of its singed wounds and lost vitality was disappointingly slow. The efficacy has diminished significantly. Chen Mu muttered under his breath, probing Xiaoyan's condition. Is it because, having transcended to the attendant level, the demands for vitality have surpassed what first-tier pills can provide? Observing Xiaoyan's twitching nose in its sleep, a sign of weakness and discomfort, Chen Mu felt a pang of sympathy. He needed to find a way to expedite its recovery. New dangers could arise at any moment in this smoldering ancient forest. He recalled his own breakthrough to the novice beast master level, and how that mysterious tome, the Xianmen Danjing, had unlocked several second-tier pill formulas. Among them was one named Source Pill. Delving into his mental consciousness, he touched upon the floating specter of the pill scripture, and information regarding the Source Pill flowed through his mind. Second-tier Source Pill, crafted primarily from condensing element grass, life flower, and blood essence fruit, supplemented with various spiritual essences, refined through spiritual fire. It significantly enhances the vitality ceiling of attendant-level beasts while providing formidable healing capabilities. This is it. Chen Mu felt a surge of excitement. Not only could it heal wounds, but it could also elevate vitality limits. This was undoubtedly the most suitable pill for Xiaoyan at this stage. Fortunately, before departing from Flamebright City, he had spent a fortune procuring various second-tier pill materials for unforeseen circumstances. These materials now lay quietly in the corners of the mysterious space. Condensing element grass, life flower, blood essence fruit, Chen Mu's mental energy swiftly navigated the collection of materials, precisely extracting every ingredient needed to concoct the source pill. With the ingredients gathered, he directed his focus to the ancient, 9-transformation Shinkuan pill furnace at the center of the space. Open. With a thought, the furnace lid lifted, and the materials were sequentially added within. The lid closed with a firm thud. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu concentrated his mental energy, igniting the spiritual fire beneath the furnace. Boom. An invisible flame surged upward, enveloping the pill furnace. Almost instantly, Chen Mu sensed a distinct difference. The mental energy required to refine second-tier pills far exceeded that of first-tier. His mental force flooded into the furnace like a burst dam, continuously sustaining the stability of the spiritual fire and ensuring the precise refinement of the materials. Phew, this is quite taxing. Chen Mu felt a slight throb in his head. When refining first-tier pills, his mental energy could typically support the creation of around 20 pills. At this rate of consumption, he feared he would exhaust his mental energy after crafting just 5 source pills. He dared not waver, focusing entirely on controlling the heat and sensing the transformation of the materials within the furnace. Time passed incrementally. The energies within the furnace began to meld, exuding a faint yet vibrant aura, but the process of pill formation was excruciatingly slow. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, beads of perspiration had already formed on Chen Mu's forehead, and his complexion began to pale, a manifestation of excessive mental strain. At last, a faint humming emanated from the alchemical furnace, and a rich aroma of elixir wafted through the air. Although imperceptible in reality, Chen Mu's spirit could distinctly sense it. Success! A surge of joy welled up within him as he promptly extinguished the spiritual flame. The lid of the furnace opened, and a plump, lustrous elixir, imbued with a deep hue and exuding a gentle vitality, soared forth. Exiting the mental realm, he shook his slightly dizzy head and swiftly procured the second-tier primordial elixir. Xiaoyan, awaken, consume this, and then return to slumber. Chen Mu gently roused Xiaoyan. With drowsy eyes, Xiaoyan opened them, instinctively parting its mouth to swallow the elixir at the scent of the rich aroma. As the elixir entered its belly, a torrent of potent, gentle medicinal energy surged forth, akin to warm tides flooding through Xiaoyan's limbs and bones. The charred scars upon its body rapidly scabbed and fell away, revealing fresh skin and fur beneath. Its weakened aura swiftly burgeoned, the resurgence of vitality far exceeding that experienced after consuming the first-tier healing elixir. Remarkably, this medicinal energy had not been entirely expended on healing. A portion seemed to have settled, merging with its very essence of life. Through their bond, Chen Mu distinctly perceived that Xiaoyan's vitality limit had surged upward slightly, from the original 150 points to an impressive new threshold. Vitality, 110, 170, 20. Indeed, a 20-point enhancement. Chen Mu was both astonished and delighted. The efficacy was extraordinary. Observing Xiaoyan stabilize, its breath becoming steady and vigorous, it once again succumbed to deep slumber, indicating a profound recuperation state. Finally, Chen Mu could set his mind at ease. The effects were truly remarkable, yet the toll was undeniably overwhelming. Chapter 39. The Reforging of the Bald One, Crisis Approaches. Gazing at Xiaoyan's rapid recovery during its deep slumber, Chen Mu exhaled in relief, yet he did not linger idly. Suppressing the fatigue that accompanied the significant depletion of his mental energy, he once more immersed himself in the sea of consciousness. The effectiveness of first-tier elixirs was no longer sufficient. He needed to prepare some commonly utilized second-tier elixirs. While contemplating this, he deftly summoned the spiritual flame of the furnace. The refining process remained arduous. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mu broke out in a cold sweat as he persevered to complete the concoction. He successfully produced one each of this second-tier Great Strength Elixir, second-tier Swift Elixir, and second-tier Solidifying Elixir, along with an additional freshly made second-tier Primordial Elixir as a backup. As the final elixir took shape, Chen Mu felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, resonating with a dull thrum. And his vision began to darken. Pushed to his limits, he immediately exited the space, refusing to delay further. He sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state to hastily recover his nearly exhausted mental energy. Uncertain how much time passed, when Chen Mu sensed that his mental energy had returned to a substantial degree and the dizziness had abated, a resounding howl filled the air, brimming with vitality and a clear tone of bravado. Awo! The slumbering deity awakens, the darkness trembles, and the light calls forth. Humble mortals, prepare to welcome this divine hound. Chen Mu opened his eyes, speechlessly gazing at the sight of Xiaoyan. The creature stood upright, one paw raised skyward, striking a pose it deemed supremely imposing. Enough with the theatrics. Come here. Chen Mu gestured with exasperation. Xiaoyan immediately abandoned its pose and scurried over, its large tail wagging exuberantly as it circled around Chen Mu, clearly in an excellent state. Having just leveled up, its control over its newfound strength was still unstable. It was time to test this. Open wide, Chen Mu presented the freshly concocted second-tier Great Strength Elixir to its mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyan licked its tongue and swallowed it whole. The effects of the elixir were instantaneous. Muscles in its limbs and torso visibly expanded, the contours becoming more defined and powerful, as though its entire body had gained considerable heft. radiating an overwhelming sense of strength. Temporary strength, 20. Oh whoa. I can feel the surge of power. Xiao Yan exulted with a low growl, leaping in place, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. Stop howling. Quickly adapt to your newfound strength. Control it. Don't waste your energy. Chen Mu commanded urgently, stepping back a few paces to give it space. Oh whoa. Behold the might of this divine hound. Following the command, Xiao Yan began to frolic, initiating its adaptive training against nearby rocks and trees. However, the rapid surge in attributes from consecutive breakthroughs and the consumption of potent elixirs significantly diminished its control over its body. With a powerful swipe, it struck a nearby rock. Boom. The rock shattered into fragments, scattering debris in all directions. Oh whoa. Haha. Tiny stone, feel the might of this divine hound. With another vigorous leap, its immense strength caused it to crash into the ground, leaving a small crater. Chen Mu's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he instinctively took several steps back to distance himself. After a brief period of chaotic movement, Xiao Yan seemed to find its rhythm and attempted to practice a long-range skill. Rising upright, it channeled energy, preparing to unleash fireball technique. Roar. A fireball, larger and more intense than before, soared forth, the potency enhanced by its increased affinity for fire. However, the drawback lay in its unsteady footing while upright. The slightest wobble altered the trajectory of the fireball. Unfortunately, this deviation was precisely aimed at Chen Mu. Watch out. Chen Mu saw the massive fireball hurtling toward him, trailing flames, and instinctively dodged to the side, crouching low. The fireball roared past his head, barely missing him. Sighing with relief, he soon felt a wave of heat above him, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed hair. When he reached up to touch his head, he realized half of his hair had been singed away, and his scalp felt scorched. With Xiao Yan's enhanced affinity for fire, the temperature and range of the fireball had evidently increased. Even having evaded the direct impact, the scorching edges were enough to inflict harm. The atmosphere fell silent. Xiao Yan stood frozen in its firing posture, staring in astonishment at Chen Mu's bizarre hairstyle, half singed and half intact, emitting a small whimper, a whoa. This divine hound did not intend for that. It was the power that would not heed my command. Chen Mu, annoyed, replied, that was my freshly grown hair. His expression darkened as he gazed at Xiao Yan's sheepish demeanor, torn between laughter and frustration. Sighing, he resigned himself to the task of retrieving a dagger, skillfully beginning to shave his head. Minutes later, a gleaming bald head emerged once more. Alas, this marks the second time, Chen Mu lamented, running his hand over his smooth scalp, feeling utterly disheartened. Next time you adapt to new powers, keep your distance. At least 100 meters. He shot a glare at Xiao Yan, who promptly nodded vigorously, its tail tucked, not daring to utter a sound. Half an hour later, the effects of the second-tier great strength elixir gradually waned, and Xiao Yan's inflated muscles returned to their original state, yet a more solid sense of strength settled within. Permanent strength, 6. The results were indeed impressive. Chen Mu, sensing Xiao Yan's transformation, nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he prompted Xiao Yan to consume the second-tier swift elixir. This time, Chen Mu had learned his lesson. Upon issuing a command, he swiftly concealed himself behind a massive rock, peeking out only to observe. After consuming the elixir, Xiao Yan's form seemed to become ethereal and agile, her speed attribute surging by an astonishing 25 points. She transformed into a streak of crimson light, weaving and leaping through the forest, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, moving with incredible swiftness. Adapting to this newfound speed was not without its challenges. She stumbled and snapped several branches, but fortunately, it did not attract the attention of Chen Mu, who remained at a distance. Half an hour later, the effects began to wane, resulting in a permanent speed increase of 8. Next was the second-tier solidifying elixir. After ingesting it, Xiao Yan's fur shimmered with a barely perceptible resilience, temporarily boosting her defense by 18 points. She tested her strength against the rock, producing a series of resounding thuds. Yet she remained unscathed. Half an hour later, her defense had increased permanently by 4. Feeling the solid foundation of Xiao Yan's enhanced attributes, Chen Mu was overwhelmed with astonishment and joy. The effects of this second-tier elixir were simply extraordinary. Alas, my hard-earned hair has once again turned me bald. What a pity. Subsequently, Chen Mu calculated the time remaining until the Beast Master ranking competition at Yanhuang Secondary School. Only 3 days left. With their objectives already exceeded, it was time to return. Let us head back to Yanhuang City, Xiao Yan. Chen Mu called out to Xiao Yan, who was still awkwardly adjusting to her new body, occasionally stumbling in her movements. They set off toward the outskirts of the Jinhua ancient forest. Not long after, suddenly, a golden shadow, swift as lightning, erupted from the nearby underbrush, almost indistinguishable in form, lunging directly at Xiao Yan. With a sharp sound, Xiao Yan, taken completely by surprise, bore a deep gash on her body, staggering from the tremendous impact. Ow! What was that? How dare you ambush this divine hound? Xiao Yan howled in pain and fury. Chen Mu's heart sank. and he immediately checked the source of the attack through their mental link. Beast name, golden-furred mouse. Species grade, high spirit beast. Level, 26, mid-warrior level. Base attributes, strength 71, speed 112, defense 65. Other information omitted. Level 26, mid-warrior level. Chen Mu's heart constricted sharply. How could such a powerful beast appear in the vicinity designated for attendance? Moreover, he recalled that Zhao Lei's fluffy mouse had an evolutionary line leading to the golden-furred mouse, albeit with a low compatibility. This beast was renowned for its speed and keen sense of smell, often employed for treasure hunting and tracking, though its offensive capabilities were relatively weak. Nevertheless, it was still a mid-warrior level beast, its attributes overwhelming Xiao Yan, especially that terrifying speed of 112. No wonder she was caught off guard. Just as Chen Mu was engulfed in confusion, footsteps echoed nearby, and two figures emerged slowly from the trees. One of them, with a sinister gaze and an unhealthy pallor, was undoubtedly the beast master of the golden-furred mouse. The other figure made Chen Mu's pupils dilate. It was Li Li. Upon seeing Chen Mu and Xiao Yan, Li Li was initially startled, particularly by the evident wounds on Xiao Yan and the potent aura she now exuded, attendant level, his face flashing with jealousy and astonishment. However, upon noticing Xiao Yan's disheveled state, he quickly resumed his habitual mockery. "Oh, if it isn't Chen Mu, what's got you in such a sorry state? Has your foolish dog become so weak that anything can draw blood from it? And you still dare to compete in the ranking tournament?" Chen Mu paid no heed to Li Li's derisive remarks. He understood Li Li. The boy was simple-minded, impulsive, and easily manipulated. But orchestrating an ambush with a mid-warrior level beast was not his style. Chen Mu's gaze shifted beyond Li Li, locking onto the man with the cold, malevolent eyes. The man scrutinized Chen Mu, a chilling smirk curling at his lips as he rasped, "You must be Chen Mu, right? The extraordinary potions that Huang Mingho possesses, those were provided by you, weren't they?" He didn't even glance at Li Li. A wave of dread washed over Chen Mu. Indeed, they had come for the potions. Meanwhile, the bewildered expression on Li Li's face morphed into shock and confusion upon hearing this. The sinister man, named Lu Ran, was a mid-level beast master whom Li Li had hired for $1 million to protect him during his trials in the Jinhua ancient forest. Fearing being left behind while Chen Mu and Ling Wei were off training, Li Li had begged his family to fund this escort. Li Li, utterly perplexed, stammered, "Potions? What potions?" "Lu Ran, you." It suddenly dawned on him why Lu Ran had been subtly probing about Chen Mu all along. When he mentioned having seen Chen Mu selling strange ice pop potions, Lu Ran's reaction had been notably unusual. Moreover, the mysterious potions that had become all the rage throughout Yanhuang Secondary School's Beastmaster class, costing him a staggering 300,000 to acquire, bore striking resemblance to those ice pops Chen Mu had sold at his stall. Li Li's eyes widened in realization as he pointed at Chen Mu, his voice rising an octave. "What the hell? The powerful potions in those glass vials sold by Huang Mingho, they were made by you. I knew that color looked familiar. Just like those ice pops you sold back then. It was you." Chen Mu neither confirmed nor denied it, merely fixing his gaze on the sinister man, Lu Ran. As his mind raced, the fact that the golden-furred mouse had been ordered to injure Xiao Yan instead of attacking him, the Beastmaster, indicated a desire to control the situation and coerce him into revealing the formula. There was no way he could divulge the formula. Doing so would seal his fate. Furthermore, he could not surrender the formula, as the potion was purely a concoction he had brewed himself. His alchemical skills were his most closely guarded secret, and revealing them would only lead to his capture and exploitation as a mere alchemical machine, ruthlessly drained of his abilities, or worse, subjected to dissection for research. While feigning fear and hesitation, he stammered, "What potions? I don't know what you're talking about." All the while, he subtly shifted his position, placing himself between Xiao Yan and the line of sight of Lu Ran and Li Li. Simultaneously, through their mental connection, he transmitted the previously reserved second-tier source pill to Xiao Yan, urgently conveying his thoughts. "Quick, swallow it to recover your injuries. But hold on. Keep pretending to be severely injured." Xiao Yan, understanding their unspoken communication, subtly moved, rolling the pill into her mouth. The potent energy surged forth, instantly beginning to mend her wounds, yet she remained prostrate on the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers, her acting skills reaching new heights. Lu Ran, observing the evasiveness in Chen Mu's eyes, impatiently remarked, "Stop playing dumb. My golden-furred mouse's sense of smell is infallible. I can detect the faintest remnants of those potions on you. Though subtle, they are undeniably present. Hand over the formula, and I might consider sparing your life." Chen Mu continued to stall for time. I truly don't know. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else." His peripheral vision caught sight of the vigilant golden-furred mouse, a mid-warrior level beast, high in speed and attack, yet its defenses and strength were relatively lacking. If only he could have Xiao Yan consume a first-tier blood ignite pill, her attributes would temporarily surge, potentially allowing her to surpass in strength and defense. Although her speed would still be overwhelmed, at least they would have a fighting chance, as opposed to being utterly powerless as they were now. He sensed that Xiao Yan's injuries were healing rapidly, providing him with a measure of reassurance. At the same time, he transmitted the last first-tier blood ignite pill to her, commanding mentally, "Hold it in your mouth. Don't swallow yet. Wait for my signal." Xiao Yan quietly concealed the pill within his cheek. Chen Mu gazed at Lu Ran, then abruptly shifted the conversation, feigning a posture of submission. "Big brother, if I tell you, will you truly spare me?" Lu Ran scoffed. "That will depend on your performance." Chen Mu endeavored to make his expression appear fearful and sincere. "The formula, I haven't written it on my body. It's stored in my mind. This place feels rather unsafe. Why not come a bit closer, and I'll whisper it to you? I'm afraid the walls have ears." He attempted to lure Lu Ran closer, creating an opportunity for Xiao Yan to ambush this beastmaster. However, Lu Ran was exceedingly cautious. He glanced at the feeble blazing hound behind Chen Mu and chuckled derisively. "Kid, don't try any tricks. Just stand there and speak. I can hear you." The golden-furred mouse on his shoulder emitted a squeak, its small eyes fixed intently on Chen Mu. A wave of despair washed over Chen Mu. This fellow was indeed not easily deceived. Lu Ran seemed to have lost his patience, his gaze turning perilous. "My patience is limited. I shall ask one last time. Will you hand it over, or not?" At this tense juncture, Xiao Yan's injuries had healed under the influence of the source pill. And through their bond, Chen Mu could sense the surging power within him. Taking a deep breath, he realized he could no longer afford to wait. "Xiao Yan, now is the time, swallow it." Chen Mu no longer hesitated and conveyed the command through their mental connection. Xiao Yan, who had been holding a first-tier blood ignition pill in his mouth, suddenly swallowed it. Boom. A torrent of ferocious energy erupted from within Xiao Yan, his form slightly expanding. The flames surrounding him igniting with a newfound ferocity, their color deepening as if blood itself were ablaze. Temporary power 30, speed 25, defense 20. Roar, little mouse. Prepare to meet your end. Xiao Yan unleashed a roar imbued with raw power, the sheer force of it causing the surrounding air to resonate. His muscles tautened, and he unleashed all his might, creating a small crater in the ground as he shot forth like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Lu Ran. Humph. A futile struggle. Although Lu Ran was taken aback by the blazing hound's sudden surge of might, he remained unperturbed. Squeak. The golden-furred mouse on his shoulder transformed into a streak of golden light, darting forth with astonishing speed, arriving ahead of Xiao Yan. Bang. The two figures collided violently in midair, producing a muffled thud. Xiao Yan was forced back several steps, while the golden-furred mouse was compelled to reveal itself, landing on the ground and baring its teeth in a menacing display. In this direct confrontation, although Xiao Yan still found himself at a disadvantage, he managed to hold his ground. A flicker of evident astonishment crossed Lu Ran's eyes. His golden-furred mouse was a mid-tier battle beast, yet it had been momentarily stymied by a blazing hound that had only just broken into the early stage of a servant-level creature. Though Xiao Yan was clearly at a disadvantage, engaging in a subsequent struggle where he could only defend passively, occasionally retaliating but being easily evaded by the mouse's exceptional speed. His mounting injuries were nonetheless impressive. Indeed, this lad harbored something peculiar, such a potion capable of temporarily amplifying combat prowess, or rather, something else. It must be acquired. The greed in Lu Ran's eyes was palpable, his initial murderous intent temporarily overshadowed by this fervent desire. Acquiring this secret would undoubtedly lead to an exponential increase in his own strength. Meanwhile, Lily stood by, utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape as if an egg could fit within it, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, this cannot be. How could that worthless hound's blazing hound possibly contend with a battle beast? What kind of monster is this? He muttered in disbelief. Watching the very dog he had scorned, now bravely engaging in a fierce battle with a mid-tier battle beast, though covered in wounds, it fought with remarkable tenacity. This completely shattered his understanding. His golden-horned lion, too, crouched low, emitting anxious whines, intimidated by the fierce battle and the pressure emanating from the enemy beast. At this moment, Chen Mu was too preoccupied to regard Li Li's astonishment. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield, his heart sinking. Although Xiao Yan was managing to persist with the aid of the first-tier blood ignition pill, the disadvantage was glaringly apparent. The mouse's speed was simply too swift. Its attacks too cunning. Most of Xiao Yan's strikes missed their mark, forcing him to rely solely on the enhanced defense and stamina granted by the blood ignition pill to withstand the onslaught. What truly unsettled Chen Mu was Lu Ran's demeanor. After the initial shock, Lu Ran quickly regained his composure, even sporting a smirk that resembled a cat toying with a mouse, simply crossing his arms and observing. As a mid-tier beast master, he undoubtedly had another beast at his disposal. Yet, he showed no inclination to summon a second creature. He was waiting. waiting for the effects of the blood ignition pill to wear off. In an instant, Chen Mu grasped Lu Rant's intentions. He was utterly confident in his golden-furred mouse. Or perhaps he simply deemed it beneath him to deploy a second beast against them. This was unacceptable. The first-tier blood ignition pill's effects only lasted 5 minutes. Once the time elapsed, Xiao Yin would succumb to exhaustion, leaving them as mere prey to be slaughtered. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Mu, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Should he feed Xiao Yin a second-tier might pill or a speed pill? No. A single attribute enhancement would not alter the tide of battle. The disparity of 112 points in speed was insurmountable. His consciousness involuntarily sank into the depths of his spiritual realm, skimming through the second-tier formulas within the Xianmen Danjing. Finally, his gaze fixated on the final entry. Second-tier blood ignition pill. It was the only option. Gritting his teeth, Chen Mu, despite having never concocted it before, and with its side effects unknown, recognized that as a second-tier pill, its adverse effects would undoubtedly be more severe than those of the first-tier blood ignition pill. Yet there was no other choice. To not gamble was to invite death. Before leaving Yinhuang City, he had, on a whim of precaution, purchased the exorbitantly priced materials for the second-tier blood ignition pill, never expecting he would actually need them. He would gamble it all. Chen Mu no longer hesitated, a steely determination flashing in his eyes. He feigned a commanding presence in the battle, occasionally shouting, "Xiao Yin, to the left. Be careful. Watch out for its claws. Breathe fire to distract it. Strike at its lower body." Yet inwardly, he divided his focus, plunging deep into his spiritual realm, concocting the second-tier blood ignition pill. The alchemical furnace roared to life once more as materials were sequentially added, divided between orchestrating the external battle and enduring the exhaustion of his still recovering mental energy. The process of refining the pill became exceedingly arduous and slow. Chen Mu felt as though his head might split, cold sweat soaking his back, even biting his lip until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, yet he dared not relent. Time passed second by second. In the external world, signs of instability began to manifest in Xiao Yan's aura, his movements slowing slightly, allowing the golden-furred mouse to seize the moment and inflict another grievous wound upon him. Blood flowing profusely. Squeak. The mouse emitted a triumphant cry. Lu Rant's smile broadened. He knew the effects of the potion were waning. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, within the spiritual realm, the alchemical furnace hummed, and a pill the size of a longan, dark red as coagulated blood, its surface swirling with violent energy patterns, suddenly formed. Second-tier blood ignition pill, complete. Xiao Yin, catch. Almost as soon as the pill materialized, Chen Mu transmitted it through their mental link to Xiao Yan's mouth. On the brink of power decline, the pain-racked Xiao Yan, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed the newly appeared pill whole. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap exploded within Xiao Yan's body. A torrent of energy, several times more ferocious than that of a first-tier blood ignition pill, instantaneously surged through its limbs and bones. The muscles, which had just begun to wither slightly due to the pill's side effects, swelled dramatically, inflating like a balloon, becoming as hard and exaggerated as granite. The bones emitted a series of spine-chilling crackling sounds, visibly expanding, standing there like a dark red calf radiating a terrifying aura. The flames surrounding it no longer burned but erupted explosively, transforming into a horrifying dark red. Temporary power 60. Temporary speed 50. Temporary defense 40. A howl of agony intertwined with power erupted from Xiao Yan, shaking the surrounding leaves from their branches. It lashed out with a claw, its speed and strength now utterly transformed. The previously playful golden-furred rat had never anticipated a second explosive surge from its opponent and caught off guard. It was struck by a claw. Eek! The golden-furred rat emitted a shrill scream, akin to a golden cannonball, violently propelled away, shattering several branches before crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, its body a mangled mess, clearly gravely wounded. This sudden and astounding reversal left Lu Rant's previously calm smile frozen in shock and disbelief. What? This is impossible, he exclaimed. Yet, in the next moment, all his astonishment was swiftly supplanted by an endless malice and a chilling intent to kill. He fixed a cold, venomous gaze upon Chen Mu. You little brat. You continue to surprise me time and again. It seems your secrets are far greater than I had imagined. Lu Rant's voice was hoarse and filled with murderous intent. He had initially intended to interrogate Chen Mu, but now, it was he who sought death, and he would not hesitate to employ his true means. With a sudden wave of his hand, the space beside him twisted violently, and a pitch-black summoning array, exuding an aura of ominous, deathly stillness, abruptly materialized. A chilling, bloodthirsty, chaotic, and frenzied energy instantaneously enveloped the surroundings, dimming the light and causing the temperature to plummet. From within the array, a bizarre creature slowly emerged. Its form resembled that of a dog, yet it was cloaked in a disquieting, semi-transparent gray-black hue. As if composed of pure shadows and cold mist, the edges of its body constantly distorting and fluctuating, at times solidifying like a physical entity, and at others, appearing ephemeral, as though it could vanish at any moment. Its eyes glimmered with two pulsating orbs of crimson light, devoid of any rationality, only exuding the purest desires for slaughter and greed. This is the Netherrealm hunting hound. Chen Mu's pupils constricted in shock as he gasped. He had encountered this creature's illustrations and descriptions in his Beast Master Fundamentals course. The Netherrealm hunting hound, one of the signature beasts of the anti-human organization, the Endgame cult. Strictly speaking, this beast is not a true demon beast. It is an otherworldly entity transmitted through a tenuous rift from a realm known as the Netherrealm, a space filled with death and chaos, communicated with by the cult's mysterious leader through a special ritual. Its body exists between the tangible and the intangible, exceedingly bizarre. When it attacks, it can solidify instantaneously, delivering real damage with its fearsome claws and fangs. Yet, when defending or moving, it can become ethereal, allowing most physical attacks and even some energy strikes to pass through it harmlessly, making it exceptionally difficult to contend with. However, its consciousness is quite chaotic, inherently bloodthirsty and brutal, requiring a certain amount of fresh flesh and blood to pacify its nature each time it strikes, before being returned to the Beastmaster's space. Beside him, Li was utterly terrified, his face turning as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, his legs trembling like leaves in the wind. The Netherrealm hunting hound? The Endgame cult. Lu ran. You are one of them. No, please don't kill me. I saw nothing. I won't say a word. His first instinct was to flee. He shouted to the Golden Horn Lion, run away. Yet, Lu Ran merely cast a cold glance at him, issuing a command to the newly appeared Netherrealm hunting hound. Eliminate them, silence them. The Netherrealm hunting hound let out a silent roar, its two crimson lights locking onto Li and the Golden Horned Lion. In an instant, the hound's form became ethereal, darting like a specter. Swoosh! The sound of claws slicing through flesh echoed. Li froze, incredulous as he looked down at the massive, rapidly charred void in his chest. He didn't even have time to scream. The light in his eyes dimmed swiftly, and he collapsed to the ground. The Golden Horned Lion, upon the death of its beast master, suffered an immediate backlash from their contract, howling in agony, blood streaming from its orifices, collapsing in a weakened state. The Netherrealm hunting hound casually swiped its claws again, effortlessly severing the Golden Horned Lion's head, blood gushing forth. The hound greedily absorbed the spilling life force, its ethereal form seeming to solidify a fraction more. Chen Mu felt a chill run down his spine, his entire being frozen in terror. He attempted to probe the Netherrealm hunting hound's information through their mental connection, yet was met with a haze of question marks, utterly undetectable. It was fast, though perhaps not as supremely swift as the golden furred rat, more akin to a shadow traversing short distances. Its attack power was immense, and its defenses, along with the ability to shift between reality and illusion, set Chen Mu's mind racing as he analyzed the situation. No, wait. When it attacked just now, it solidified. While its speed was impressive, it seemed, it didn't surpass Xiao Yin under the influence of the second-tier blood ignition pill. Moreover, there was an exceedingly brief moment of transition from solid to ethereal after its attack. In this life-or-death moment, Chen Mu's thoughts raced to their peak. The already injured golden-furred rat had been incapacitated, while the Netherrealm hunting hound, though not weak, was not faster than the current Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, forget about the golden-furred rat. Unleash your full strength and attack the Netherrealm hunting hound with fireballs, then run as fast as you can. Chen Mu immediately roared through their mental connection. Empowered by the second-tier blood ignition pill, Xiao Yin was brimming with strength and executed the command without hesitation. It roared, gathering all its power, launching an enormous, dark red, super-enhanced fireball towards the Netherrealm hunting hound, which was still absorbing the life force. Boom! The fireball exploded, engulfing the hound's form in flames. Yet, Chen Mu did not pause to observe the outcome. The instant Xiao Yin launched the attack, he had already leaped onto its back. Go! Run with all your might. Xiao Yin's limbs propelled it forward, transforming into a dark red blur, racing away at a speed far exceeding before, wildly sprinting in the opposite direction of the Netherrealm hunting hound. As the explosive flames dissipated, the hound's form re-emerged. Most of its body had become ethereal during the fireball's impact, sustaining minimal damage. Yet the interruption to its feeding and the peculiar energy within the flames incited a furious mental shriek from it. Lu Ran's expression darkened ominously. He glanced at the wounded golden-furred rat, then at the direction in which Chen Mu had fled, snorting coldly. Trying to escape? Lu Ran scoffed, his eyes filled with malice. Shadow, pursue and tear them apart. He commanded the Shadow Hound to absorb the remaining essence of blood, then stowed away the severely injured Scarlet Mouse. In a swift motion, he leaped onto the back of the Shadow Hound. The creature emitted a low growl, its limbs moving with purpose. Although its absolute speed seemed inferior to that of the diminutive Xiao Yin at this moment, It possessed an uncanny ability to meld into the shadows, executing short bursts of flickering pursuit, thus maintaining a commendable pace. A desperate chase erupted suddenly within the ancient forest. Chapter 41. Struggles in the Misty Woods. Listening to the chaotic and bloodthirsty howls of the shadow hound echoing from behind, Chen Mu felt his heart sink. To the east lay the direction blocked by Lu Ran and the shadow hound, which was also the route back to Qingshan town. This path was impassable. He and the desperately fighting Xiao Yan were thus forced to flee westward, deeper into the perilous Emberwood forest. Continuing on this path would only lead them further into the ancient woods. It was common knowledge that the depths of the forest harbored more formidable and terrifying beasts. The effects of the second-tier bloodburn pill on Xiao Yan were dwindling, with merely 4 minutes remaining. Once the potency wore off, they would be plunged into a state of extreme weakness, making them easy prey for any subservient-grade beast they might encounter. The thought of turning back to fight was fleetingly dismissed by Chen Mu. The Shadow Hound's ability to shift between corporeal and ethereal forms was too troublesome. In just a few minutes of enhanced strength, Xiao Yan could hardly guarantee a victory over it. Moreover, Lu Ran still had a soldier-grade scarlet mouse, which, though grievously injured, had not entirely lost its fighting capability. If they were to be beset by 2 soldier-grade beasts, even mere survival would be a luxury. In this deadlock, Chen Mu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The situation before him truly seemed to descend into a desperate plight. The only small consolation was that the unmasked aura of the Shadow Hound emanated freely, coupled with its frenzied roars, causing the typically subservient-grade beasts along the path to flee in terror, allowing Xiao Yan to sprint unhindered, thus conserving considerable stamina. As Xiao Yan raced forward, the surroundings began to change ominously. The trees gradually exhibited a sickly gray hue, and the familiar, unsettling dampness pervaded the air once more. Chen Mu's heart jolted. This sensation was ominous. How had they wandered back towards the Misty Woods? The Misty Woods should have been in their southwestern direction. Evidently, Xiao Yan's frantic flight had veered slightly off course, bringing them to the fringes of this eerie forest. The howls of the Shadow Hound drew ever closer, filled with a rage provoked by their flight. Chen Mu cast a glance over his shoulder at the flickering, distorted shadow and steeled himself. Damn it. There's no choice left. Let us go in. The mist in this cursed place could drive even normal creatures mad. Perhaps the Shadow Hound, with its already chaotic mind, would be even more affected. It was a gamble that the peculiar environment of the Misty Woods could serve as their shield, or even present an opportunity for a counterattack. Xiao Yan, charge in. Chen Mu issued the command through their mental connection, simultaneously gesturing towards the fog-shrouded forest ahead. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan surged forward, its dark red form shooting into the Misty Woods like an arrow. Behind them, Lu Ran, riding the back of the Shadow Hound, also noticed the changing environment. The trees grew increasingly desolate, and thin gray mist began to swirl about, aligning perfectly with the ominous descriptions he had heard of a forbidden place. The Misty Woods. Lu Ran's expression shifted, fear gripping his heart. Had this fool truly dared to run into such a place? The tales surrounding the Misty Woods were too horrifying. No one had ever returned from within. His pursuit hesitated for a moment. Damn it, this little brat really knows how to pick a spot. Lu Ran cursed vehemently, battling internally with his indecision. Just as he wavered on whether to abandon the chase, the Shadow Hound beneath him let out a more frenzied roar. Lu Ran felt the emotions transmitted through their bond shift rapidly towards madness and bloodlust, an almost uncontrollable frenzy. Shadowy phantom, stop. I command you to halt. Alarm bells rang in Lu Ran's mind as he urgently commanded the Shadow Hound to cease its advance. However, the creature, typically difficult to control, yet compliant to basic commands, seemed to have completely lost its reason at that moment, its crimson eyes fixated solely on the fleeing prey, ignoring Lu Ran's orders and even accelerating further. Damn it, come back. I command you to return. Lu Ran was consumed by fury and panic, desperately urging the Bond's powers, even attempting to forcibly retract the Shadow Hound into his beast space. Yet, the Shadow Hound's strength resisted vehemently, thwarting his attempts. The surrounding mist thickened, the unsettling aura pervading every crevice. The fear of death finally outweighed his greed and murderous intent. No more advancing. Lu Ran made a decisive choice. Eyeing a moment when the trees were relatively sparse, gritting his teeth, he leaped off the rapidly galloping Shadow Hound. Thud! The tremendous inertia sent him tumbling clumsily across the ground for several rolls, finally halting with a heavy crash against the trunk of a robust, gray tree. Gasping, Lu Ran coughed up blood, feeling as if his entire skeletal structure had shattered, a piercing agony coursing through him, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Struggling to rise, he glanced ahead. But the figures of the Shadow Hound and Chen Mu had long vanished into the thick mist. The distant echoes of the Shadow Hound's increasingly frenzied, and irrational howls lingering in the air. Coughing, cursed Lu ran, enduring the pain. Casting a fearful glance into the depths of the forest, he dared not linger any longer, stumbling as he turned back, making his way out of the misty woods. On the other side, Chen Mu and Xiao Yan were equally beleaguered. Upon entering the core of the misty woods, that familiar sense of chaos assaulted Chen Mu's consciousness anew, violently battering at his psyche as an array of negative emotions and auditory visual hallucinations began to emerge. Xiao Yan was similarly affected, its running becoming sporadically disjointed. Yet, bolstered by its formidable willpower and the protective bond it felt towards Chen Mu, it persevered. However, misfortune struck. Chen Mu distinctly sensed Xiao Yan's speed beginning to wane, the dark red flames surrounding it flickering erratically, rapidly diminishing. The effects of the second-tier bloodburn pill were about to expire. Chen Mu's heart tightened. Xiao Yan, slow down, find a place to stop, he ordered urgently. Xiao Yan emitted a weak whimper, as if chastising itself for not being strong enough, yet it valiantly steadied itself and gradually came to a halt, its legs trembling. In that moment of cessation, its inflated form rapidly deflated as if losing air, reverting to its original size, appearing even frilier. Its limbs gave way, collapsing onto the ground. Devoid of the strength to stand, only its chest heaved rhythmically, its tongue lolling out, and lifting its head seemed an insurmountable task. Yet, its moist eyes remained locked on Chen Mu, filled with exhaustion, weakness, and deep concern. Chen Mu had barely managed to dismount from Xiao Yan before he too fell to the ground. The side effects of the bloodburn pill had erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mu opened the beast space, his voice laced with an undeniable command, yet betraying a tremor. Xiao Yan, get in. Now. Xiao Yan emitted an exceedingly faint whimper, struggling to lift its head, nudging Chen Mu's leg with its nose, eyes brimming with reluctance. It could not abandon its master here. Obey. Chen Mu nearly roared, his eyes stinging with emotion as he forced himself to harden his heart. Get in and recover. This is an order. Do you wish to distract me? Quickly. He dared not meet Xiao Yan's gaze, filled with attachment and reluctance, and resolutely activated the contract, forcibly retracting the weakened Xiao Yan into the beast space. With a stern tone, he disregarded Xiao Yan's feeble resistance and pulled it back into the space. After retrieving Xiao Yan, the sounds of the frenzied destruction and sniffing from the spectral hound grew ever closer. Chen Mu endured the discomfort in his consciousness and swiftly surveyed his surroundings, discovering a narrow crevice in the rocks. He hurried over, scattering some beast-repelling powder along the way to mask his scent, and squeezed himself into the rock fissure with great effort. Just as he settled in, the silhouette of the spectral hound appeared nearby. It seemed to have lost all rationality, roaring madly in place, clawing at the ground and rocks, sending debris and dust flying. A stone that had been shattered whizzed past Chen Mu's cheek, sending cold sweat coursing down his spine. Fortunately, the beast-repelling powder and the crevice effectively concealed his scent. After a violent outburst, the spectral hound seemed to lose its target, drawn instead by something deeper within, and it gradually retreated, still howling. After a while, Chen Mu could even hear the sounds of fierce combat and the hound's increasingly frenzied roars in the distance, clearly indicating that its brazen actions had provoked the attention of other entities in the misty forest. For the moment, he was safe. Chen Mu let out a slight sigh of relief but immediately plunged his consciousness into the beast space. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's spirit so depleted and its condition so dire, his heart ached. Hold on, Xiao Yan, I will not allow anything to happen to you, he murmured, as if speaking to Xiao Yan, yet also encouraging himself. He had to swiftly concoct a source pill. He dared not delay, and his consciousness immediately returned to the mysterious space. While grappling with the encroaching mist that threatened to invade his consciousness, he focused intently on refining a second-tier source pill. This process was several times more arduous than usual. The mental fatigue and external disturbances nearly caused him to falter multiple times. At last, just as he felt he could not hold on any longer, a plump pill took shape within the alchemical furnace. When Chen Mu drew the newly refined source pill from the mysterious space into his hand, a faint aroma wafted through the air. Astonishingly, inhaling the fragrant scent cleared the fog in his mind, sharpening his senses considerably. This pill also had a mind-clearing effect. Chen Mu was both astonished and delighted as he quickly inhaled deeply twice, feeling the mental pressure lift significantly. Yet, he could not afford to focus on himself. His concern for Xiao Yan's condition surged, and he immediately released Xiao Yan from the beast space. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared even more frail, its breath shallow. Chen Mu hurriedly pried open its mouth and fed it the still warm source pill. As the pill dissolved, its medicinal properties began to nourish Xiao Yan's parched body. Noticing a slight stabilization in Xiao Yan's breath, Chen Mu felt a measure of relief and gently patted its head. Xiao Yan, go back and absorb the medicine properly. We will survive. He retracted it back into the space. Witnessing the calming effects of the source pill's aroma, Chen Mu glimpsed hope. He once more submerged his consciousness into the mysterious space. Continue refining. Having inhaled the fragrant aroma earlier, his spirits lifted somewhat, making the refining process slightly smoother and quicker this time. After successfully concocting another pill, he once again retrieved it into his hand and inhaled deeply 2 more times, savoring the refreshing scent. Then, he released Xiao Yan once more. After consuming a source pill, Xiao Yan's condition visibly improved, though it remained weak, at least able to stand on its own. Upon emerging, its first instinct was not to check itself, but to stagger over to Chen Mu, urgently sniffing him from head to toe. It gently licked his palm with its still weak tongue, emitting a whimpering sound as if to ascertain his well-being. Only after confirming that Chen Mu was unharmed did it seem to release a heavy weight from its shoulders, affectionately nudging Chen Mu's knee with its head, letting out a sigh of relief, though its body still trembled slightly from weakness. A warm tide surged within Chen Mu as he vigorously rubbed its ears. I'm fine. Don't worry. He produced the second source pill and offered it to Xiao Yan's mouth. Here, eat this as well. It will help you recover faster. Sensing the pill's aroma and its mind-clearing effects, Xiao Yan glanced from the pill to Chen Mu's somewhat pale, yet clear-eyed face. Suddenly, it turned its head away, emitting a weak yet resolute whimper and even extending a paw to gently push Chen Mu's hand, which held the pill, back. It did not wish to eat it. This pill could help Chen Mu resist the mist, and it wanted him to keep it. Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, then understood its intentions. Feeling a pang in his nose, "You foolish dog," he attempted to force it upon Xiao Yan. Yet, it stubbornly kept its mouth shut, burying its head low and emitting a pitiful yet determined gurgle, making its stance clear. Seeing its frail yet resolute demeanor, Chen Mu realized he could not sway it. Feeling a mix of gratitude and helplessness, and reluctantly decided to temporarily pocket the pill. All right, I will listen to you. We will keep it for now. Subsequently, Chen Mu intended to retract Xiao Yan back into the beast space, as the crevice was too narrow to accommodate both of them. However, the slightly improved Xiao Yan instantly protested with its actions. It lay down at the mouth of the crevice, using its body to block the entrance, and though weak, it maintained a vigilant posture, turning back to look at Chen Mu with unwavering eyes, emitting short, sharp whines that conveyed its message. I will guard you here, and I will not go anywhere. It was concerned that the crevice was unsafe and wanted to personally stand guard outside. Observing Xiao Yan's determination to protect him despite its unsteady stance, Chen Mu found all his persuasive words lodged in his throat. He extended his hand, gently combing through its disheveled fur, and finally spoke hoarsely. All right, then we will endure together. But you promise me, if you cannot hold on, you must tell me. Xiao Yan comfortably squinted its eyes, letting out a rumbling sound of agreement from its throat, then perked up, vigilantly watching the gray mist. Thus, in a corner of the eerily silent misty forest, a somewhat comical yet tender scene unfolded. Chen Mu was squeezed into the narrow rock crevice, while Xiao Yan lay weak yet resolute outside. Between them rested the source pill, emanating a gentle fragrance. They occasionally poked their heads out simultaneously, taking deep breaths of the pill's aroma, exchanging glances as if silently encouraging one another. Xiao Yan absorbed the meager spiritual energy while remaining alert, and Chen Mu, feeling slightly revitalized, once again plunged his consciousness into the mysterious space to continue refining the source pill. Chapter 42, Bloodthirsty Mosquito Swarm and Abandoned Base. Chen Mu did not dare to delay, immediately feeding the newly refined source pill to Xiao Yan. As the second source pill was ingested, its medicinal effects rapidly permeated. Xiao Yan, which had appeared somewhat emaciated due to weakness and the side effects of the blood-burning pill, began to swell visibly, as if being inflated, and its once dull fur regained a healthy sheen. The nearly exhausted power within it surged back to life. Oh, feeling the return of its strength, Xiao Yan's youthful spirit ignited instantly. It raised its head, puffed out its chest, and was on the verge of letting out a resounding howl to proclaim its return as king. Close your mouth. Chen Mu, quick as lightning, grasped its long snout, stifling the latter half of its howl. He lowered his voice, urgency and frustration evident. You foolish dog. Do you wish to attract that mad dog or something else? A whimper interrupted his tirade, as Xiao Yan emitted a disgruntled gurgle from its throat, its large, moist eyes innocently gazing at Chen Mu, as if to say, I have grown stronger. What is wrong with a little roar? Chen Mu, looking at its silly demeanor, felt a mix of irritation and amusement. With a resigned sigh, he released his grip and affectionately ruffled its head. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. You really need to refrain from indulging in those chaotic mythological tales when we return. What have you learned? Despite his mental fatigue, Chen Mu felt capable of attempting another alchemical concoction. He focused his dwindling mental energy and delved into the mysterious space once more. This time, The process proved exceptionally arduous, with the near exhaustion of his mental strength causing a relentless, piercing pain that assaulted his consciousness. Yet, gritting his teeth, he persevered, and finally, a plump source pill took shape. As soon as the pill was completed, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. He hastily exited the space, leaning against the cold rock wall, gasping for breath and forcing himself into a meditative state to recover a fraction of his nearly depleted mental energy. After meditating for approximately half an hour, although far from his optimal state, the intense headache had subsided considerably, and his dizziness diminished. Chen Mu opened his eyes, surveying the surrounding desolate gray mist, his unease intensifying. This cursed place was too sinister. They could not linger here. Now that the hellhound should have been drawn away, they needed to make haste. With that thought, he rummaged through his backpack to retrieve the resilient beast tendons he had previously collected. He carefully threaded the 2 source pills onto them, crafting 2 simple necklaces. One adorned Xiao Yan's neck, while he placed the other around his own, adjusting it so that the pill hung just near the tip of his nose. The faint aroma of the pill continuously wafted into his nostrils, effectively warding off the encroaching gray mist's influence on his mind. All right, Xiao Yan, let us depart. We must seek a way out, preferably along the path we entered, Chen Mu said, patting Xiao Yan's head. He took a moment to ascertain his bearings, or rather, what he believed to be the correct direction, and cautiously guided Xiao Yan along what he presumed to be their route back. However, the interior of the misty forest presented a monotonous landscape, filled with dilapidated trees and swirling fog, rendering it nearly impossible to discern cardinal directions. Damn it! We've lost our way, Chen Mu thought, his heart sinking as he trudged forward, forced to stubbornly choose a direction he believed was correct. Just then, a faint yet dense buzzing sound emanated from ahead. Xiao Yan's ears perked up, instantly rising to its feet, its right front paw instinctively lifted. Shadows and flames began to coalesce, and the posture it assumed clearly indicated it was preparing to unleash another radiant strike to cleave through the mosquitoes. Stop! Don't move! Chen Mu quickly intervened. The intensity of the buzzing was enough to send chills down his spine. It was undoubtedly more than just 1 or 2 mosquitoes. Xiao Yan lowered its paw in confusion, tilting its head to regard Chen Mu, seemingly unable to comprehend why it was being restrained from attacking. In the next instant, the buzzing crescendoed. A mass of dark shadows surged forth from the gray mist like a storm cloud, rapidly closing in on them. What was once a dim sky turned pitch black as this mass approached, as if nightfall had descended prematurely. Xiao Yan's bravado evaporated instantaneously, the remnants of its previous bravado vanishing without a trace. This was no mere mosquito. This was a legion composed of billions of them. It could almost envision itself covered in welts, rolling in agony from incessant itching, its 4 legs trembling uncontrollably. Chen Mu felt a surge of panic, instinctively probing with his mental connection. Beast name, blood-sucking mosquito. Level, subordinate. Status, hungry, frenzied. The information that flooded back sent a chill down Chen Mu's spine. All were subordinate level. With such a horrifying quantity, there would be no opportunity to resist. Should they be caught, they would be drained to mere husks in an instant. Xiao Yan, run, quickly. Chen Mu's voice cracked as he scrambled onto Xiao Yan's back. Xiao Yan, terrified by the impending doom, surrendered to its survival instincts. Bolting with an unprecedented speed that exceeded its usual limits, careening through the mist in a frenzied escape. They ran for an indeterminate distance, and due to the prolonged exertion, Xiao Yan's tongue lolled out, frantically flapping in the wind, while drool, propelled by their swift flight, splattered all over Chen Mu. Chen Mu paid no heed to the saliva drenching his face, gripping Xiao Yan's fur tightly, glancing back intermittently. The terrifying black cloud remained relentlessly on their tail, and the distance between them seemed to be closing slowly. In the midst of their panicked flight, Chen Mu suddenly spotted a low hill ahead, at the base of which appeared to be the outline of a massive stone door. Over there, Xiao Yan, to that stone door, Chen Mu shouted, grasping at the hope of salvation. Xiao Yan, too, recognized the possibility of refuge and summoned the last vestiges of its strength to charge toward the stone door. Upon reaching it, they confirmed it was indeed a colossal door, encrusted in dust. The buzzing from behind was now alarmingly close, the dark horde of mosquitoes almost upon them. Push it open, quickly. Chen Mu leapt from Xiao Yan's back, and together they rammed their shoulders against the stone door. The door was remarkably heavy, emitting a grating, screeching sound as they strained against it. With immense effort, they finally managed to create a narrow opening barely wide enough for 1 person and 1 dog to squeeze through. The dust that was stirred up caused them to cough violently. With little time to spare, Chen Mu and Xiao Yan hurriedly squeezed inside. A glance back revealed that the black cloud of blood-sucking mosquitoes was nearly at the threshold. Hurry, close the door, Chen Mu urged, and they both frantically pushed against the door from within. Just as the swarm was about to surge in, the stone door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Immediately following, a relentless barrage of impacts echoed from outside, akin to raindrops striking against the surface. Chen Mu, still shaken, leaned against the cold stone door, sliding down to sit as exhaustion washed over him. He gently stroked Xiaoyan's head. "Well done, Xiaoyan. We are safe for now." After resting for a moment and regaining some strength, the sporadic thuds from outside kept Chen Mu from daring to venture out. He resolved to explore the space behind the door. It was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his vision entirely. After a moment of thought, he turned to Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, use the light shield technique." "Woof." Xiaoyan looked bewildered, unsure of the purpose behind such a technique in this place. Yet, it held unwavering trust in Chen Mu and complied. A thin layer of faint luminescence enveloped it, radiating a gentle glow that illuminated the surroundings for several meters. "Wow!" Xiaoyan gasped, turning its head in amazement, marveling at how its body was bathed in light while surveying the illuminated environment. Its eyes sparkled with wonder and admiration, realizing that the light shield technique could be utilized in such a manner. How clever its master was. Chen Mu had no time to indulge in its admiration. He focused on the illumination to observe their surroundings. It appeared they were in a corridor, slanting downward into the depths below, with further expanses still hidden in darkness. The radiance of the light shield technique proved to be somewhat feeble. "Xiaoyan, give it a try. Concentrate the energy of the light element without forming a shield, and instead coalesce it into a luminous sphere, making it brighter," Chen Mu instructed, recalling the knowledge acquired in class. The subordinate level beast had already condensed its essence core, laying the foundation for the preliminary and precise manipulation of its internal energy. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan furrowed its brow tightly, lying on the ground in deep contemplation, striving to grasp Chen Mu's request. Meanwhile, Chen Mu crouched down to examine the dust accumulating on the floor. A uniform layer of fine dust covered the ground, suggesting that this place had been sealed for quite some time, especially given the heavy dust despite the tightly shut door. Just then, a sudden brilliance enveloped the surroundings. He looked up and nearly burst into laughter. Above Xiaoyan's head, a brilliant ring of pure light energy hovered gently, akin to an angelic halo, moving in synchrony with the dog's head as it wobbled, firmly positioned above it. It appeared that Xiaoyan intended to form a solid sphere, but, lacking the requisite control, ended up creating a ring instead. Energy ring? Halo dog? Angelic dog? Though it still lacks wings, Chen Mu couldn't help but jest. Upon hearing the mention of wings, Xiaoyan's face contorted again as it began to seriously ponder how to manifest wings using light energy. Observing this, Chen Mu, fearing it would overthink, quickly encouraged, "You're doing wonderfully. Xiaoyan, splendid. This is much brighter." Indeed, he was astonished. Xiaoyan, in its early subordinate level, had achieved this feat, displaying a mastery of energy far surpassing many warrior-level beast tamers. Yet, that rather juvenile demeanor, sigh. Flattered by the praise, Xiaoyan puffed up with pride, bounding ahead with the luminous halo, urging Chen Mu to proceed. "All right, enough boasting. Let us venture inside," Chen Mu beckoned. With the halo atop its head, Xiaoyan strutted confidently ahead. The passageway was short, leading to another ordinary stone door. Xiaoyan took the initiative to push it open. Beyond the door was a more expansive space, resembling a corridor with numerous doors flanking either side. The walls and doors bore clear claw marks and scorch marks, remnants of battles fought. Yet no traces of blood were visible, lending an air of peculiarity. Chen Mu cautiously opened one of the doors, revealing what appeared to be an office, adorned with several white robes and some specialized protective suits and gas masks. He opened another room, finding empty potion vials and scattered syringes, while the cabinets meant for storing potions were utterly bare. In the next room, there were numerous filing cabinets labeled Subject Number 1, Subject Number 2, and so forth. Yet the cabinets were similarly empty, indicating it was a data room. Several consecutive rooms were devoid of any contents. At the end of the corridor, they encountered a fork. One side led to a narrow passage, while the other presented an imposing iron door. Upon seeing the iron door, Xiaoyan instinctively approached to show off its strength. However, the door was exceedingly heavy, and after much effort, it managed to pry it open just a crack. As soon as the gap appeared, a thick, darker gray mist poured forth from within. "Yikes!" Xiaoyan yelped, leaping back in fright. Chen Mu, standing a short distance away, felt a sharp sting on his exposed skin upon brushing against the mist's edge. He quickly retreated, his heart racing. The thick gray mist behind the iron door was indeed corrosive. Remembering the protective suits in the earlier office, Chen Mu hurriedly returned with Xiaoyan, donning a seemingly intact protective suit and gas mask. Xiaoyan, shielded by the energy membrane of the light shield technique, felt no immediate discomfort. Gazing at the iron door from which the mist continued to seep, Chen Mu decided against approaching it for now and opted to explore the narrow passage instead. The passage was brief, leading to an ordinary metal door. This time, Chen Mu kept his distance, allowing Xiaoyan to open the door. It swung open effortlessly, revealing no mist spilling forth. Inside was a control room, equipped with a console, screens, and chairs, all cloaked in dust. A massive reinforced glass window faced outward, seemingly overlooking the space behind the earlier iron door, yet the distance and the dense mist obstructed any clear view. On the opposite end of the control room was another door. Upon entering, Chen Mu discovered a slightly larger office, adorned with a severely damaged regional map hanging on the wall. He scrutinized it carefully. The map marked 5 points and interconnected lines, although most of the lines had faded into obscurity. Is this a map of the Misty Woods? Chen Mu pondered, a thought sparking in his mind. Could these 5 points represent laboratories? Were those lines safety routes? He meticulously removed the damaged map from the wall, tucking it away carefully. It might be the key to their escape. This place seemed to be an abandoned laboratory, one that had witnessed a significant catastrophe. While Chen Mu was deep in thought, he noticed Xiaoyan crouched beneath a table, frowning at something intently. Curious, he bent down to take a look. Beneath the table's surface, a peculiar symbol had been etched into the wood with a sharp instrument, an asymmetrical wing design. The left wing shimmered with a silvery gray metallic sheen, while the right wing exhibited a dark crimson hue, resembling the eerie texture of biological muscle, with both wing tips entwined in twisted streams of energy. At the center of the wings lay an intricately designed symbol that seemed to glow faintly. Chen Mu's pupils constricted sharply, a gasp escaping his lips. He had encountered this symbol in his textbooks at school. Wings of Evolution. This is the abandoned laboratory of the Evolution Sanctuary. Chapter 43. The Wingless Hound and the Skeletal Ape. Chen Mu was fixated on the emblem of the Wings of Evolution. Fragments of information regarding this enigmatic organization racing through his mind. It was rumored that they fervently pursued the ultimate evolution of life, employing radical methods. With secret laboratories established in numerous locations, albeit with a rather notorious reputation. He never expected this abandoned laboratory would have ties to them. How? Come forth. Sun God Wings. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiaoyan suddenly inhaled deeply, letting out a robust howl brimming with excitement and a hint of boastfulness. The sound reverberated through the silent chamber, causing dust from the ceiling to rain down. Startled by the unexpected noise, Chen Mu turned to see what was amiss, exclaiming, "What are you barking mad about now, you foolish dog?" However, the latter half of his sentence lodged in his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight on Xiaoyan's back. It had sprouted a pair of wings formed from the energy of the light shield technique, which, to his astonishment, resembled wings quite well. Yet, the orientation of these wings was entirely incorrect. Normally, wings should point backward for efficient flight. However, Xiaoyan had evidently misinterpreted the design while tilting its head to observe the emblem of the Wings of Evolution, resulting in the wings being reversed. Now, the tips pointed directly towards its canine head, resembling two enormous, curving, glowing horns awkwardly affixed to its back. The absurdity of this appearance was simply off the charts. Chen Mu's eye twitched uncontrollably, nearly choking on his own blood at the sight. This ridiculous design, this peculiar thought process, this late-stage Chenibu little fool of a dog, clearly, it was a lost cause. Taking it out would be an embarrassment. Alas, Xiaoyan was completely oblivious to any issues with its unconventional wings. Instead, it proudly trotted up to Chen Mu, raising its head high, its glistening eyes brimming with a desire for praise, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive and stylish?" Chen Mu covered his face, utterly at a loss. Observing the creature's eager expression for commendation, paired with the jarringly mismatched horns sprouting from its back, he felt his mouth twitch in exasperation. Though speechless, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. This little one's capacity for learning and imitation was utterly remarkable. Having only glanced at it a few times, it had actually managed to conjure a rudimentary pair of energy wings using the light shield technique, albeit in entirely the wrong direction. Nevertheless, progress was progress, and he couldn't afford to dampen its enthusiasm. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu suppressed his urge to scoff and half-heartedly ruffled its furry head, murmuring, "Well done, quite creative." Upon receiving its master's approval, Xiaoyan's tail instantly transformed into a whirling propeller, brimming with pride. It then began to bounce around the room, producing sound effects of whoosh, swoosh, as it imagined itself soaring through the skies. Unfortunately, the wings were merely a phantom of energy, lacking any real function. No matter how vigorously it kicked its legs, its body merely hopped in place, while the horns remained steadfast, refusing to flap. Chen Mu shook his head in bemusement, choosing to ignore the silly dog lost in its own world. Unable to bear the ridiculous sight any longer, he shook his head, carefully stowed away the tattered map, and organized his thoughts. "Let us go, "Xiao Yan, enough playing around," he called out, leading the way towards the exit. Hearing the command, Xiao Yan promptly followed suit, sporting its halo and those peculiarly oriented wings, bouncing along behind Chen Mu, believing itself to be the epitome of style as they exited the room. They made their way back to the imposing iron door. By now, the dense, corrosive gray mist that had once seeped through the cracks had dissipated, suggesting that the pressure within had reached equilibrium. "Xiao Yan, push the door open, but be cautious," Chen Mu ordered, tightening his protective suit and gas mask. Xiao Yan approached, exerting force once more, and with a shrill screech of metal against metal, the heavy door slowly creaked open. Bathed in the radiance of the energy halo atop Xiao Yan's head, they beheld what appeared to be a large laboratory or cultivation chamber. Dozens of enormous transparent glass jars were meticulously arranged inside, each topped with a thick tube that converged at a bizarre, seemingly damaged apparatus in the center of the ceiling. From the cracks of this device, wisps of a gray mist, far denser than the external air, occasionally seeped out, drifting languidly. It became clear to Chen Mu that this apparatus was responsible for purifying and condensing the mist of the misty forest. Most of the glass jars below had shattered. Shards scattered across the floor. Some contained remnants of eerie white bones, while others were entirely empty. A palpable aura of silence and death pervaded the entire space. At the farthest end of the room, one jar remained intact, filled with a viscous, almost liquid gray mist that rolled slowly, obscuring its contents. Chen Mu cautiously ventured further inside, noting numerous claw marks and scorch marks on the ground and jar walls, evidence of past battles, some jars appearing as though they had been violently shattered from the outside. Yet, curiously, much like the corridor outside, there were no traces of blood. It seemed that the high concentration of gray mist was potent enough to completely erode even bloodstains. Recalling the sharp pain he had felt in his hand earlier, Chen Mu heightened his vigilance. Suddenly, as both man and dog delved deeper into the room, a faint yet distinct sound of impact resonated from within, jarringly interrupting the stillness. Both Chen Mu and Xiao Yan were startled, halting in their tracks, their gazes sharply directed towards the source of the noise. It was emanating from the innermost jar, the one filled with the thick, gray mist. Chen Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. After being sealed away for so long, what could possibly lurk within that jar? Yet Xiao Yan, initially startled by the sound, quickly regained its bravado, thinking, the sun god can conquer all evil spirits. As a self-proclaimed sun god dog, would it truly fear such things? Casting a disdainful glance at Chen Mu's cautious demeanor, it didn't wait for permission and eagerly bounded towards the sound, its horns quivering with each leap. "Hey, you foolish dog. Don't run off," Chen Mu hissed, but Xiao Yan had already scurried forward. The object within the jar seemed to sense Xiao Yan's approach, and the impact sounds grew more frequent and urgent. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yan leaned closer to the jar, eyes wide with curiosity, almost pressing its nose against the glass surface. At that moment, Chen Mu vaguely noticed several exceedingly fine cracks already present on the glass jar wall. "Xiao Yan, be careful. Step back," he shouted urgently. However, his warning came too late. Crack. Hiss. The already fragile cracks finally succumbed to another violent impact. A fissure abruptly appeared, and the highly compressed, viscous gray mist within found its escape, erupting outward. Xiao Yan reacted with lightning speed, dropping low and leaping back just in time. The gray-white mist sprayed forth like a high-pressure water jet, narrowly missing its head and crashing onto the distant ground with a hissing corrosive sound. Xiao Yan scrambled back to Chen Mu's side, panting heavily, though it quickly adopted a facade of bravery, puffing out its chest to convey that it was entirely unafraid. Just as Chen Mu exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to check for any injuries, his gaze fell upon Xiao Yan's head, and his pupils dilated in shock. He barely managed to bite down on the inside of his lip to suppress a laugh. For atop Xiao Yan's fluffy head, the area once enveloped by its self-created halo, the very center of its crown, was now completely devoid of hair, revealing a smooth, pink scalp. The result was a comically standard Mediterranean bald spot. Evidently, the recently erupted, concentrated gray mist was highly corrosive. Although Xiao Yan was protected by an energy membrane from the light shield technique, the energy in the halo's central area was likely the thinnest, allowing it to be permeated and completely eradicating the hair. Yet Xiao Yan remained blissfully unaware of this devastating blow, its attention fully captured by the shattered jar. Wide-eyed and exhibiting a mix of vigilance and curiosity, as though eager to uncover what treasures lay within. This foolish dog, with a radiant halo atop its head, a perfectly circular bald patch at its center, a fringe of fur still surrounding it, and those horns on its back, its appearance had become utterly beyond description in terms of hilarity and absurdity. Yet, Xiao Yan remained oblivious. Its curiosity piqued as it gazed intently at the broken jar, prepared to discover what marvels awaited within. Chen Mu pinched his thigh with great force. compelling himself to avert his gaze, his expression contorting as he looked elsewhere, fearing that another glance would provoke an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Forget it, for now. Let us not disclose this, as it won't affect combat effectiveness, right? Crack. With a series of shattering sounds, the jar was finally obliterated from within. A diminutive, humanoid creature, composed of bleached bones, staggered forth from the dense fog and shattered glass. It stood at approximately Chen Mu's waist, slightly shorter than Xiao Yan when she was on all fours. In the hollow eye sockets of its skull, two ethereal blue flames flickered, scanning the surroundings. This bizarre scene sent shivers down Chen Mu's spine, causing him to instinctively take a half-step back. Yet, Xiao Yan merely tilted her bald head in curiosity, examining the skeletal figure without a hint of fear. Chen Mu quickly focused his mind, probing through their mental link. Beast name, ghostly skull, D, stone ape, mutated evolution. Species rank, rare beast, low grade. Level, 6, mid-tier servant level. Basic attributes, strength 23, speed 22, defense 24. Attribute affinity, undead 46, earth 31. Vitality, 20, 100. Skills, bone reforging, innate passive, LV2 after sustaining physical damage, consumes undead energy to gradually repair its skeletal body. Earth vein absorption, innate passive, LV1 channels earth attribute power to slowly draw energy from the ground, slightly restoring itself or replenishing consumption. Withered bone charge, LV2 condenses undead energy within its bones to launch a collision attack infused with a breath of death. Status, weak, confused. Evolution path, ghostly remnant, rare beast, high grade. Compatibility, 82. Evolution conditions, must reach elite level, 31. Consume and absorb substantial core materials containing pure undead energy, phantom crystal, or equivalent items, and undergo metamorphosis in a cold, deathly environment rich in undead elements. Rocky barbarian ape, rare beast, high grade. Compatibility, 80. Evolution conditions, must reach elite level, 31. Consume and absorb substantial core materials containing pure earth energy, core fragments, or equivalent items, and undergo metamorphosis in an environment abundant in earth vein energy and dense with earth elements. Infernal stone ape, low-grade king beast. Compatibility, 88. Evolution conditions, must reach elite pinnacle, 40. Simultaneously consume and absorb phantom crystal and core fragments, complemented with rare materials, yin-yang bridging stone, or equivalent items, and undergo metamorphosis in an environment that maintains an extreme balance of pure undead and earth energy. Hiss. Chen Mu inhaled sharply. The moment he glimpsed the information regarding this skeletal creature, his heart raced, and his breath instinctively quickened. A rare beast. Dual attributes. Possessing 2 innate passive skills. Moreover, it boasted 3 highly promising evolution paths, one of which even led directly to a king beast rank. This was akin to a pie falling from the sky, nay, dragon meat descending from above. Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement, the previous unease vanishing into the ether, leaving only one thought in his mind. He must capture it. The ghostly skullstone ape exhibited exceptional defense and survival capabilities, with the 2 passive skills, bone reforging and earth vein absorption, perfectly complementing each other, making it a nearly indestructible entity. This precisely compensated for Xiao Yan's current vulnerability, with Xiao Yan's speed for offense and the ghostly skullstone ape for defense and distraction. Their synergy would yield an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, it seemed to have been confined within the jar, deprived of energy, stalling its level at a mere 6, and currently in a weakened state with a vitality of only 20 points. Its bones already showing cracks. This was the ideal moment for capture. Chapter 44, Misunderstandings and Elixirs. The ghostly skullstone ape staggered to a halt, its hollow eye sockets scanning the surroundings. When its gaze landed on Chen Mu, clad in a specialized protective suit and gas mask, the 2 ethereal blue flames within flared violently. Chen Mu distinctly sensed a flicker of sheer terror in the flames, as if awakened by a haunting memory, only to be swiftly replaced by a more potent hatred. Crack! Its jaw snapped shut with a sharp sound, and without granting Chen Mu any time to react. The diminutive skeletal figure lunged forward, a wisp of gray-black energy swirling around its stark, white bones, charging directly at Chen Mu with the skill, withered bone charge. Damn! Chen Mu, still basking in the joy of discovering a rare beast-level creature and contemplating how to forge a contract, was taken aback by the sudden attack, instinctively retreating. Howl! Without needing a command, Xiao Yan, sensing her opportunity for action, immediately growled and sprang forward with all 4 paws. The halo atop her head and the cow-horned wings on her back swayed with her movement. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the bones collided with Xiao Yan's energy-coated body. The outcome was inevitable. Despite the ghostly skullstone ape's commendable attributes, it was only at level 6 and in a weakened state, falling short in comparison to Xiao Yin. The impact merely caused Xiao Yin to stagger slightly, while the ghostly skullstone ape was thrust backward, staggering several steps, with its fine cracks appearing even more pronounced. After being knocked back, the ghostly skullstone ape's flames flickered as it seemed to scrutinize Xiao Yin more closely. Upon noticing the bright halo above her head, the comical baldness beneath it, and the uniquely shaped cow-horned wings on her back, it paused momentarily, transmitting a hint of confusion and a barely perceptible trace of fear through its soul flames. Xiao Yin's appearance was indeed somewhat intimidating, particularly due to her pure energy. Yet, it quickly grew agitated, ceasing its attempts to attack, instead opening and closing its jaw rapidly toward Xiao Yin, emitting a series of urgent clicks. Simultaneously, it pointed its bony right hand at Chen Mu, then gestured towards the depths of the laboratory, finally indicating the shattered jar from which it had just emerged. A mixed sentiment of fear and warning struggling to communicate. As Chen Mu observed this scene, a sudden realization struck him, and he glanced down at his protective suit. No way. It can't be that it mistook me for the personnel who conducted experiments here in the past. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. This ghostly skullstone ape harbored a profound hatred for those dressed in this attire, charging forth with reckless abandon. Yet, toward Xiao Yin, it appeared to convey more of an urgency and a warning. It seemed to be persistently urging Xiao Yin to distance herself from it, to leave this room. Xiao Yin, stay here and do not move, nor provoke it, Chen Mu commanded swiftly through their bond, while he began to slowly retreat. I'll step outside to test the waters. With that, he cautiously backed away, striving to avoid any provocative actions, gradually exiting the large, fog-filled laboratory and hastening back to the office where he had previously stored the protective suit. Here, the density of the gray mist was significantly lower. After removing the suit and mask, only a mild stinging sensation remained, still within tolerable limits. Once he had shed the potentially misleading attire, Chen Mu took a deep breath and re-established contact with Xiao Yin through their bond. What's the situation? What was its reaction? Upon witnessing the terrifying figure of Chen Mu in white retreat, the YD Shuan indeed calmed considerably. Although it remained vigilant, its previous aggression had dissipated. It turned toward Xiaoyan, continuing to click and clack in an attempt to communicate. The flickering flames of its soul emitted strong vibrations, conveying messages of danger, urging departure, and fear, especially when directed towards those jars. The sentiment of terror was particularly potent. Xiaoyan tilted its dog-shaped head, eyes wide with confusion, and uttered, "Wu? What are you saying?" Noticing Xiaoyan's complete incomprehension, the YD Shuan paused, seemingly pondering. After a moment, Xiaoyan perceived a more fragmented and intermittent mental transmission, the core message still being, "Leave. Danger. Here bad." Chen Mu then re-established contact with Xiaoyan through their bond. "Xiaoyan, try to communicate with it, express our lack of malice, and inform it that we are not affiliated with those who previously confined it." Complying with the command, Xiaoyan cocked its bald-headed form and attempted to convey its message, primarily through mental impressions interspersed with its characteristic yips and yaps. However, the communication proved abysmal. The YD Shuan's intellect was already limited, and it seemed its capacity for expression had further diminished in its skeletal form, its mental energy weak and disordered. Most of the time, it simply conveyed thoughts of danger and the desire to flee, occasionally glancing down at its bony claws in bewilderment, its movements awkward and uncoordinated, as if still acclimating to its new skeletal body. Xiaoyan cautiously approached, and upon seeing no violent resistance, gently nudged its head against the creature's bony leg. It then turned and took 2 steps toward the iron door, looking back at it while emitting a low, inviting hum. The YD Shuan hesitated for a prolonged moment, the flames in its eye sockets flickering erratically. It glanced back at the terrifying space filled with shattered jars, ultimately allowing its trust in Xiaoyan, or perhaps its fear of this space, to prevail. It cautiously stepped forward, one deliberate pace at a time, following Xiaoyan as they exited through the large iron door. Chen Mu concealed himself behind the office door, holding his breath as he observed the YD Shuan in the corridor. Having escaped the confines of the laboratory, it stood bewildered, surveying the dilapidated rooms and scattered debris around it. The hollow flames in its eye sockets flickered slowly, as if overwhelmed by the strangeness of its surroundings, instinctively trailing the peculiar, yet seemingly benign luminescent orb before it. Chen Mu regarded its diminutive frame, composed of stark white bones, and as he recalled the earlier encounter and the experimental apparatus he had seen, knowledge acquired in the classroom began to coalesce in his mind. Earth vein absorption. This was the signature innate skill of the mid-tier spirit beast, the stone vein ape. It was highly probable that this YD Shuan had once been a stone vein ape juvenile. His gaze sharpened as he swept through the corridor, as if piercing through the walls to glimpse the horrifying jars within. The evolution sanctuary, those madmen had captured various juvenile demon beasts, including the stone vein ape, imprisoning them within specially designed glass jars. Through the pipes at the top, they continuously infused a concentrated gray mist, which possessed a potent corrosive quality and some peculiar energy. Their objective was to use this extreme method to erode the flesh and blood of the demon beasts, leaving only the hardest bones, while simultaneously harnessing the necromantic energy contained within the gray mist to forcibly induce mutations. It was a gamble with life at stake. Failure would mean turning to mere bones. But success could yield extraordinary beings like the YD Shiwan, possessing both necromantic and earth attributes. Chen Mu recalled the signs of conflict within the laboratory and the unnaturally clean environment, devoid of bloodstains. A few years prior, there must have been an incident. Perhaps an experimental subject had escaped from its jar and attacked the staff, instigating a battle. Ultimately, those who fled should have been suppressed or eliminated, which explained the lack of bodies, only remnants of chaos remaining. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, this laboratory had been abandoned, with the evolution sanctuary personnel retreating, taking with them all salvageable research and vital resources, leaving behind this disarray. Having pieced together this narrative, Chen Mu's gaze softened with compassion as he regarded the bewildered YD Shiwan. This little creature had endured an unimaginable ordeal. He resolved to form a bond with it, vowing to treat it with kindness henceforth. Determined, he retrieved 2 first-tier healing pills from his mysterious space. Xiaoyan, come here. Xiaoyan scampered over eagerly. Chen Mu handed the pills to it. Find a way to get it to consume these. They should aid in its recovery. Demonstrate it to him. Xiaoyan carefully grasped one of the pills in its paw and hurried back to the YD Shiwan, presenting it. The YD Shiwan regarded the pill, now slightly dampened by Xiaoyan's saliva, and instinctively recoiled, displaying a hint of disdain. However, under Xiaoyan's earnest gaze, it hesitated and cautiously accepted the pill with its bony fingers. Yet, it merely held the pill, staring blankly at Xiaoyan. Remembering Chen Mu's instructions, Xiaoyan promptly placed the other pill in its paw and awkwardly attempted to bring it to its mouth, its odd appearance rendering the action rather comical. As it fumbled, it conveyed simple thoughts of eating, deliciousness, and recovery through its mental energy. The YD Shiwan seemed to grasp the intent, hesitantly bringing the pill closer to its mouth. Xiaoyan watched eagerly. However, the pill simply fell through the gap in its jawbone and landed on the ground. YD Shiwan. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan wore an expression of disbelief, transmitting a strong mental message to Chen Mu. Master, it can't eat the pill. It can't even consume the pill. What is the point of it following us? The worldview of the YUDN dog had been shaken. Chen Mu also felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Undeterred, the dog and the skeleton attempted several more times, with the results remaining the same. The pill simply could not remain in its mouth devoid of flesh. Just as Chen Mu began to feel somewhat exasperated, Xiaoyan suddenly fixated on the flickering azure flames within the YD Shiwan's skull, a glimmer of insight flashing in its eyes. Excitedly, it yipped twice, pointing at its own eyes and then at the YD Shiwan's empty eye sockets, indicating that it should insert the pill through its eyes. The YD Shiwan appeared perplexed, but under Xiaoyan's persistent encouragement, it hesitantly brought the pill to the empty socket, carefully placing it inside. This time, the pill did not fall out. The azure flames, as if imbued with life, gently coiled around the pill, which began to diminish at a visible pace until it ultimately vanished completely. Chen Mu immediately checked through their mental link. Life force, 25, 130, 100. It was indeed effective. Moreover, the recovery speed seemed even faster than anticipated. Splendid. Chen Mu exhaled in relief. Although the method of administration was somewhat peculiar, efficacy was all that mattered. Observing the YD Shiwan's life force beginning to rejuvenate, Chen Mu realized that the first step towards establishing trust had finally been taken. Sensing the opportune moment, he took a deep breath and slowly emerged from behind the office door. Xiaoyan, who had been attentively watching its master, promptly barked and scampered over, its bald head and the horned wings on its back quivering with each bound. Upon seeing Chen Mu reappear, the YD Shiwan's skeletal frame tensed visibly, the azure flames in its eye sockets flickering more intensely, revealing unmistakable wariness. However, this time, it did not launch an attack upon seeing Chen Mu, nor did it anxiously urge Xiaoyan to leave. Instead, it remained stationary, its skeletal hand slightly curling, its hollow gaze oscillating between Chen Mu and Xiaoyan, seemingly engaged in some form of deliberation. Chen Mu felt a modicum of reassurance, understanding that shedding his protective gear was crucial. He endeavored to present himself as harmless, retrieving from his mysterious space a healing pill and a new first-tier gathering spirit pill. Xiaoyan, let us give this a try, he said, extending the 2 pills towards Xiaoyan, signaling it to present them to the spectral stone ape. With excitement, Xiao Yin took the 2 pills in its mouth and swiftly returned to the spectral stone ape, eagerly presenting the pills before its bony claws. Its eyes brimming with a fervent anticipation for a delectable treat. The spectral stone ape regarded the 2 pills, each infused with distinct energy fluctuations. Yet it hesitated to accept them. It lifted its head to glance at Chen Mu, its soul flame flickering subtly, conveying a mix of hesitation and lingering wariness. It appeared to harbor doubts about the offerings from this unfamiliar human. Seeing the ape's indecision, Xiao Yin immediately became flustered. Woo-woo, a woo. It emitted a series of urgent cries while gesticulating animatedly. It first pointed at the pills, then exaggeratedly mimicked a state of comfort and overwhelming power, gesturing towards the ape's eyes, and finally patted its own chest while vigorously shaking its bald head, attempting to convey the message, "Trust me, it's all good." Simultaneously, its somewhat inexperienced mental energy flooded forth. Eat, restore, level up, become stronger. Good, good. This series of antics, combined with its fervent mental waves, along with its comical Mediterranean hairstyle and wildly flapping horned wings, rendered the scene exceedingly amusing. Chen Mu, standing off to the side, could not contain himself and burst into laughter, quickly raising a hand to cover his mouth, though his eyes crinkled with mirth, tears nearly spilling forth. He struggled to maintain a serious demeanor, but the antics of the vivacious Xiao Yin were simply irresistible. The spectral stone ape appeared somewhat bewildered by this sudden display of enthusiasm. It glanced towards Chen Mu, observing the tears welling in his eyes, and it seemed to perceive no malice. Instead, it sensed a semblance of compassion. Could it be that this person was so moved by the thought of its suffering that he wept? Such emotions appeared to subtly influence it. After a moment's hesitation, it ultimately extended its bony claw, accepting the 2 pills from Xiao Yin. Carefully, it mimicked its previous experience, cautiously inserting the healing pill and the gathering spirit pill into its empty eye sockets. The azure soul flames immediately coiled around it, swiftly enveloping and consuming the pills. The pills dissolved at a visible pace, transforming into pure energy absorbed by the flames. Soon, the minute cracks along the spectral stone ape's skeletal structure healed at an astonishing rate, and its entire framework seemed to gain a lustrous sheen. Simultaneously, the flames within its eye sockets flared to life, their hue deepening. A soft sound, akin to escaping gas, emanated from its open jaw, releasing a small puff of gray-black smoke. Following this, a series of subtle cracking sounds reverberated through its bones, and a significantly stronger wave of energy radiated from its being. Beast name, Spectral Stone Ape, Variant Evolution. Species rank, Rare Beast, Low Tier. Level, 6, 7, Late Servant Tier. Base attributes, Strength 27, 4, Speed 26, 4, Defense 28, 4. Attribute Affinity, Undead 58, 12, Earth 41, 10. Vitality, 120, 120, 20. It leveled up. Moreover, due to the upgrade, its vitality cap had also increased. The spectral stone ape was evidently taken aback. It lowered its gaze to inspect its bony claws, sensing the surge of power and the complete restoration of its state. The soul flames in its eye sockets danced vigorously, conveying a mix of disbelief and delight. It abruptly lifted its head, gazing intently at Xiao Yin, then shifted its focus to Chen Mu. This time, although the glimmer of unfamiliarity still lingered in its eyes, the intense wariness and hatred had dissipated significantly, replaced by a sense of inquiry and a subtle hint of anticipation. It seemed to grasp that this man and dog were not aligned with those in white who had once inflicted endless torment upon it. They had not only refrained from causing it harm, but had also offered assistance, enabling it to heal and grow stronger. A bridge of trust had, at this moment, begun to take form. Chapter 45, Fortuitous Blessing, the Rare Beast Die. Seeing the spectral stone ape fully healed and even elevated in rank, Chen Mu recognized that the opportunity had arrived. He approached slowly, striving to appear gentle and devoid of any aggression. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin resumed its animated gestures, emitting urgent sounds in support of Chen Mu, conveying the unmistakable message, "See, I told you, my master is a good person." Upon noticing Chen Mu's approach, the ape's skeletal frame tensed slightly, revealing its instinctive caution. However, this time, it did not attack as it had initially. It neither retreated nor advanced, merely standing its ground. The azure flames in its eye sockets flickering wildly, betraying its inner turmoil. Chen Mu halted a few steps away, crouching to align his gaze with the ape's. From his mysterious space, he retrieved a selection of first-tier pills he had previously prepared for Xiao Yin, but had not fully utilized: a strength pill, a swiftness pill, a foundation pill, and 2 gathering spirit pills, laying them in the palm of his hand, facing upwards, and slowly extending them towards the spectral stone ape. "We mean you no harm." Chen Mu endeavored to imbue his voice with warmth and sincerity. "We are not aligned with those who captured you for experiments and confined you in a jar. The spectral stone ape tilted its skull. Its empty eye sockets fixed upon Chen Mu's outstretched hand, seemingly striving to comprehend his words and actions. You see, we have helped you recover and even level up. Haven Tiwi? Chen Mu continued, attempting to allay its lingering doubts. Follow us, and you will have an endless supply of these pills, allowing you to grow even stronger. And you will never have to return to that dreadful jar again. The ape's gaze shifted between the pills in Chen Mu's palm and his earnest eyes, ultimately resting upon the eagerly awaiting Xiao Yan. Observing this, Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, its comical bald head bobbing up and down, the halo atop its head and the horned wings on its back swaying in concert. It emitted a faint, affirmative sound while desperately transmitting its thoughts. Yes, yes. Master is a good person. Follow my master, and there will be plenty of pills. This divine dog only became so wise and powerful after consuming my master's pills. The spectral stone ape seemed swayed by Xiao Yan's assurances and the allure of the pills. After a moment of hesitation, it slowly extended its diminutive, bony hand, cautiously approaching Chen Mu's palm and delicately picking up a strength pill. Mimicking its previous actions, it carefully inserted the pill into its eye socket. The azure soul flames instantly coiled around it, rapidly absorbing the pill entirely. Soon, a surge of overwhelming power coursed through its skeletal frame. It lowered its gaze to its bony claws, then raised its eyes to Chen Mu, the flames within its eye sockets flickering with heightened intensity, conveying a distinct sense of yearning. A wave of joy surged within Chen Mu, and he promptly gestured that the remaining elixirs in his palm were all for it. The spectral stone ape no longer hesitated, sequentially taking the swift pill, the solidifying pill, and 2 spirit-gathering pills, absorbing each in turn into its eye sockets. Streams of pure energy were assimilated and transformed by its soul flame, causing its bones to appear even more lustrous. Once it had consumed all the elixirs, it seemed satiated, its jaw opening slightly as it emitted a faint sound, releasing a small plume of gray-black smoke. Chen Mu understood that the moment was ripe. He took a deep breath, gazing into the eyes of the spectral stone ape, and earnestly stated, "This laboratory has been abandoned. Remaining here is perilous. Are you willing to leave with me? Let us forge a contract and become partners. I shall provide you with more such elixirs to aid your ascension and strength, and we shall journey together." Upon hearing the word leave, the spectral stone ape instinctively glanced back at the large iron door of the closed laboratory, a flicker of profound fear manifesting in its soul flame, only to be swiftly supplanted by a yearning for liberation. When it heard the mention of elixirs again, the flames in its eyes brightened noticeably. The comfort and sensation of empowerment from the elixirs it had just absorbed made it irresistibly drawn in. Its gaze swept across the eager face of the small flame, which was still fervently nodding, finally settling on the sincere visage of Chen Mu. With a soft click, click, it gently opened and closed its jaw, producing 2 faint sounds of impact, then slowly nodded. It had agreed. Chen Mu's heart soared with elation. He immediately drew forth a dagger, carefully slicing a small incision on the tip of his right index finger to extract a drop of blood. He then gradually pressed his bloodied fingertip against the center of the spectral stone ape's forehead. Focusing intently, he began to construct the contract runes, closing his eyes and channeling all his spiritual power from the liquid-like essence within his sea of consciousness. This time, the process of contracting was far smoother than when he had originally formed a bond with the small flame. On one hand, the spectral stone ape showed no signs of resistance, even exuding a faint willingness to accept. On the other hand, Chen Mu, now a junior beast master, possessed a level of spiritual power both in quality and quantity that far surpassed his apprentice days. The threads of spiritual energy seamlessly traced the intricate runes of the contract, swiftly merging into the soul flame of the spectral stone ape and establishing a robust connection with Chen Mu's beast master domain. The contract was successful. Ow! Upon sensing the waves of the established contract, the small flame erupted into jubilant leaps, circling the still-dazed spectral stone ape, more exuberant than when it had formed its own contract. The spectral stone ape, no, it was now Chen Mu's second contracted beast, seemed somewhat dazed as well, a warm, intangible bond forming between it, Chen Mu, and the small flame. This wondrous connection dispelled a portion of the coldness and solitude from deep within its soul, bestowing an unprecedented sense of security. It lowered its gaze to its bony claws once more, then lifted its eyes to its new master, transmitting a faint yet clear emotion of dependence and closeness through the contract. Chen Mu felt its emotions and beamed a radiant smile. Observing the creature's somewhat dazed expression, he chuckled and said, "From now on, you shall be called Adai. What do you think?" The flames in Adai's eye sockets flickered joyfully, relaying back a clear sentiment of delight and acceptance through the contract. It liked this name. Chen Mu's heart was filled with joy. The reason he was willing to invest so much effort and elixirs into contracting Adai was due to its immense potential. a rare beast of low-tier species classification. It belonged to the undead and earth dual attributes and possessed even the potential to evolve into a low-tier king beast. The starting point and future of this beast were vastly superior to that of the small flame, which had initially only harbored high potential as an ordinary beast. For beast masters, during their apprenticeship, they had just begun to open their beast master domain, with weak spiritual power. Typically able to contract only one beast, and often limited to those of medium species classification or below, with strength levels at 1 or 3, early servant level. The higher the species classification of the beast, the lower its required level during the contract for a higher success rate. Of course, there were some exceptionally gifted beast masters with unique beast master domains who could contract higher tier beasts during their apprenticeship, but such cases were exceedingly rare. Upon advancing to junior beast master status, the spiritual power within the sea of consciousness transformed into a liquid state, greatly enhancing the capacity of the beast master domain, allowing them to contract a second beast, as the next transformation of the spiritual sea would not occur until reaching the senior beast master level. This meant that the second contracted beast would accompany the beast master for a considerable duration. Therefore, all beast masters were extremely cautious when selecting their second contracted beast, striving to find one with a higher species classification and greater potential. However, a creature like Adai, which was both a rare beast and fortuitously at a weak but contractable level, boasting rare dual attributes and king beast potential, was indeed a rare find. If released into the world, it would undoubtedly incite frenzied bidding, fetching an astronomical price. What a tremendous gain! Chen Mu gazed at the dazed Adai and the excitedly whirling small flame before him, his heart brimming with contentment and anticipation for the future. His journey as a beast master would undoubtedly become even more extraordinary with Adai's addition. All right, little flame, no more spinning. You've made Adai dizzy, Chen Mu laughed, halting the overly excited small flame. We should consider our next steps. He estimated the time. It must already be deep into the night outside. Venturing back into that eerie misty abyss forest at this hour was exceedingly perilous, and he was uncertain if the bloodthirsty mosquitoes that had pursued him and the small flame had dispersed. Reflecting on the day's tumultuous events, it had been quite the roller coaster. First, he encountered members of the End of Days cult, who pressed him for his potion formulas. Then he was chased, only to be pursued by a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, inadvertently fleeing into this abandoned experimental base of the Evolution Sanctuary, where, unexpectedly, he had turned misfortune into fortune by contracting Adai, a beast of unparalleled aptitude. Although the escape had been harrowing, contracting Adai had made it all worthwhile. Chen Mu was elated. His two primary objectives for entering the Emberburn Ancient Forest, to elevate the small flame to servant level and to contract a second beast, had been not just met but exceeded. He could not help but wonder if he would still have time to return. Suddenly, he recalled that the Beast Master ranking competition at the Academy in Flamebright City was only 2 days away. Principal Huang Pu had high hopes for him. If he missed it, the old man would surely be furious. Yet, there was no use in fretting now. The night in the Emberburn Ancient Forest was several times more dangerous than during the day. Chen Mu resolved to rest for the night within the relative safety of the experimental base's passage, ready to set out at dawn. He noticed that Adai seemed to still harbor trepidation towards the depths of the laboratory, its soul flame exhibiting some unease. Thus, Chen Mu, accompanied by the small flame and Adai, retreated to the corridor between the first and second large stone doors through which they had entered. This area was relatively enclosed, with significantly lower fog density, making it a suitable place to rest. As soon as they paused, the halo above the small flame's head and the horns on its back began to visibly dim at an alarming rate. Maintaining these two forms of light energy for an extended period had nearly exhausted its spiritual energy. Yet, this creature still endeavored to persist, attempting to maintain what it believed to be a striking pose, though its brilliance had waned, and its shape had grown crooked, rendering it even more comical. Chen Mu could hardly bear to look, shaking his head in resignation as he leaned against the wall to sit down. He first organized the stockpile within the mysterious space. The first-tier elixirs were plentiful, with ample quantities of strength elixirs, agility elixirs, essence-gathering elixirs, and spirit-gathering elixirs. However, the compatibility of the elixirs with Adai's attributes posed a challenge. Adai possessed dual affinities for the undead and earth elements. And while the elixir compendium contained recipes for the ethereal elixir and earth source elixir, the necessary materials had not been gathered due to a lack of prior need. The primary ingredient for the earth source elixir was the earth-type crystal core. Previously, he had accumulated a few from slaying the servant-grade earth-type beasts, so he pondered if he could gather the supplementary materials on the way back. The materials for the ethereal elixir, however, were considerably more elusive, as undead-type beasts were quite rare. As for the second-tier elixirs, some materials remained, Chen Mu resolved to first concoct a few true essence elixirs to replenish Xiao Yan's spiritual energy, as this creature was nearly drained yet still vain. He produced several first-tier spirit-gathering elixirs and handed them to Adai. Adai accepted the elixirs and skillfully inserted them into its eye sockets, where ethereal blue flames entwined, swiftly absorbing the energy from the elixirs. After consuming 4 spirit-gathering elixirs, a wave of contentment emanated from it, and its soul flames appeared to solidify, hinting at a slight elevation in its level. Observing Adai's completion, Xiao Yan immediately struck a pose of a wise mentor, standing upright and gesturing with its claws while emitting low, murmuring sounds, attempting to instruct Adai on more effective methods of cultivation and energy absorption. Adai tilted its skeletal head, seemingly striving to comprehend for a moment, and then, surprisingly, began to mimic Xiao Yan's usual practice, clumsily shifting its bony legs into a seated position, the flames in its eye sockets gently fluctuating as it entered a meditative state. Satisfied with this display, Xiao Yan nodded approvingly, its bald head reflecting a sense of pride in its pupil's potential. Chen Mu, indifferent to the antics of these two lively creatures, immersed his mental energy into the mysterious space, commencing the concoction of second-tier, true essence elixirs. This time, his process was markedly more adept, with his mental control exhibiting heightened precision. Exhausting nearly all of his remaining mental energy, he successfully crafted 4 round and plump true essence elixirs, radiating waves of pure energy. Exiting the mysterious space, Chen Mu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Tossing the freshly made elixirs to Xiao Yan, used them sparingly and refrained from merely indulging in vanity. Xiao Yan eagerly seized the elixir in its mouth. The energy contained within the second-tier true essence elixirs was far greater and purer than that of the first-tier spirit-gathering elixirs, rendering instant absorption impossible. It could only hold the elixir in its mouth, lying down to gradually absorb the refined spiritual energy through its cultivation techniques. Even so, it astonishingly managed to allocate a fragment of its focus to maintaining the dim, flickering halo above its head and the skewed horns on its back. Chen Mu, observing Xiao Yan's comically tormented posture, could only chuckle in exasperation, choosing not to comment further. Leaning against the cold stone wall, he closed his eyes, beginning to meditate in an effort to swiftly recover his nearly depleted mental energy. Within the corridor, a temporary silence enveloped, punctuated only by the faint glow emanating from Xiao Yan and the steady flickering of the soul flames within Adai's eye sockets. 1 person and 2 beasts, ensconced in the desolate laboratory's passage, were gathering strength for the journey that lay ahead.